classroom in the morning was quiet, almost empty. Most of the students were at physical education class. The windows were half open and a breeze drifted in from the playground carrying the faint scent of sun-warmed rubber track. Sandrone sat in the last row by the window. She pushed her textbooks aside, leaving on the desk a few tiny gears, a small box of screws, and a disassembled micromotor. She lowered her head, gently pushing a gear inward with tweezers, her expression as focused as if she were doing something of great importance. When the battery was connected, the motor trembled slightly, but failed to spin. "It's here after all," she murmured, opening the casing to readjust. Just then the classroom door was pushed open from outside. The sound was soft, just a very light click. Sandrone thought it might be a classmate returning for something, so she didn't look up. Not until the footsteps slowly approached and stopped beside her desk did she lift her head with some impatience. Standing beside her was a girl she had never seen before. The girl wore the same Japanese-style school uniform as everyone else. Her long, dark hair fell to her waist with a hint of reddish tint at the ends. The low twin tails swayed gently with her movements. Her violet eyes seemed half-lidded, carrying an indescribable stillness when she looked at someone. She didn't speak, only gazed down at the motor on the desk. Sandrone frowned. Something. The girl seemed to come back to herself, shifting her gaze from the mechanical device to meet her eyes. After 2 seconds, she said softly, "It almost spun just now." Sandrone was taken aback. "You understand?" The other shook her head, her tone candid. "Not really." She pointed at the jam gear and added, "I just heard it." "Heard what?" The girl seemed to search for the right word. "A sound," she said. "Just now it was a bit like singing." The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds. Sandrone stared at her for a moment, then lowered her head to fiddle with the motor again. "That's just a motor sound. Not singing." The girl nodded, but didn't argue. "It was nice though." Sandrone didn't respond. She opened the casing, gently nudged the gear with tweezers, and reconnected the battery. This time the motor spun smoothly, the fan blades rotating slowly, emitting a steady hum. She stared at it for 2 seconds before realizing the other girl was still there. The girl was listening to the sound with an oddly focused expression, as if truly discerning some melody. After a while she said softly, "That sounds much smoother now." Sandrone unplugged the battery and looked up. "What are you still?" The girl seemed to remember the situation and straightened up slightly. "Sorry," she said politely. "Just a little curious." "Curious about what?" "You," she answered naturally. Sandrone, taken aback, frowned at her. "Do we know each other?" The girl paused as if seriously contemplating the question. After a moment, she shook her head gently. "Probably not," she said softly, but with a trace of uncertainty. "But I feel like I've seen you before." Sandrone stared at her for a moment. She was certain she had never met this person before, yet somehow, when the other said those words, an inexplicable feeling stirred in her own heart, as if something was faintly familiar. She packed the screws into the box, her tone turning cool again. "You must be mistaken." The girl didn't argue, just smiled softly. "Perhaps." Footsteps and a teacher's voice suddenly came from the hallway outside the classroom. The girl turned to glance at the door, then looked back. "All right," she said, as if suddenly remembering. "I haven't told you my name yet." She looked at Sandrone, her voice still soft. "My name is Columbina Zipasalenia. You can call me Columbina." After saying this she paused and added, "I just transferred here today." Sandrone looked at her, as if confirming something. "Transfer student?" Her tone was skeptical. "Hasn't it already been half a day of classes?" Columbina nodded, finding nothing strange about it. "I just arrived." Sandrone didn't press further. She reassembled the small motor's casing, her fingers deftly tightening the screws back into place. She tidied up the parts on the desk neatly and cleanly. Columbina still stood beside her watching. After a while she suddenly asked, "Did you make this yourself?" Sandrone didn't look up. Sort of, patched together from old parts. The motor was broken and I replaced it." Columbina looked down at the little machine, observing it intently. The sound it made when it spun just now was very nice. Sandrone put down the screwdriver and finally looked up at her. "You really care about that sound?" "Because it's special," Columbina said. "What's so special?" She thought for a moment, searching for the exact phrase. It felt like it had just woken up. Sandrone paused. "That's just a motor starting up." Columbina nodded. She seemed to fully accept the explanation, but her gaze still lingered on the machine. Sandrone found it a bit odd. Most people, when seeing something like this, would only ask, "What's it for?" Few would listen so intently to the sound. "Are you interested in machinery?" she asked casually. Columbina shook her head. "Not really. I don't understand it much." "Then why are you still watching?" Columbina looked up at her. "Because you made it." Sandrone was taken aback, immediately frowning. "That's not a reason." Columbina seemed to think it over seriously. "Maybe there's no reason." Her voice was light, as if she were just saying whatever came to mind. Sandrone stared at her for a few seconds, feeling that the other's way of speaking was a bit odd. Not like a deliberate attempt to chat. More like she truly thought that way. Somewhat impatient, she closed the box on the table. "Aren't you tired standing all this time?" Columbina glanced at the chair beside her, then casually pulled it out and sat down. Sandrone watched her movement, startled. "I didn't say you could sit." "I know," Columbina replied calmly. After sitting down, she placed her hands gently on the desk and tilted her head to look at Sandrone's small machine. "I just thought it was closer here." Sandrone didn't know what to say. She rarely sat this close to anyone, let alone a stranger she'd just met. After a moment she finally spoke. "What was your name again?" "Columbina Zipasalenia." Sandrone. Columbina nodded gently, as if she had known the name all along. She looked at the small motor again. "Will you make new things in the future?" "Of course," Sandrone said. "This was just a random build." Then next time you make something. Columbia paused, her tone natural. Can I? Sandrone frowned. Why? Columbia thought for a moment, then answered, because it will sound good. Sandrone stared at her for 2 seconds as if checking whether she was joking. But Columbia's expression was serious, as if she truly only wanted to hear the sound of the machinery. She finally sighed. Suit yourself. Columbia smiled gently. Just then footsteps from the corridor drew closer and closer, and before long the classroom door was pushed open. The homeroom teacher walked in holding a roll book. As soon as she stood at the podium, voices of students returning from class began to sound from the hallway. Gym class had just ended, and everyone was trickling back in 2s and 3s. Some came in wiping sweat, others discussed the game. The previously quiet classroom quickly grew lively. Sandrone had already packed away her tools, leaving only the small motor in a corner of the desk. She glanced at the podium, then at Columbia sitting beside her. Didn't you say you just transferred? She asked in a low voice. Columbia nodded. Then you're sitting in the wrong place. Am I? Sandrone frowned. This is my seat. Columbia glanced at the chair, then back at her tone still calm. Then I'll wait for the teacher to say something. Sandrone. At that moment the homeroom teacher tapped the podium. Quiet down, please. The noise in the classroom gradually subsided, and the students who had just returned found their seats. Some noticed the unfamiliar girl in the last row and couldn't help glancing and whispering. The teacher waited for silence before speaking. We have a transfer student joining our class today. With that she looked toward the last row. Columbia, please come up front. A soft murmur rippled through the room, and everyone's gaze followed. Columbia stood up from her seat and walked to the front of the classroom. Her movements were quiet. She made almost no sound. Her long dark hair fell behind her, the reddish tint at the tips clearly visible under the light. She stood beside the podium facing her classmates. The homeroom teacher gave a brief introduction. She transferred here from another place and will be attending class with all of you from now on. After speaking, the teacher glanced at her. You can introduce yourself briefly. The classroom fell silent. Columbia looked down at the rows of desks. Her gaze moved. Her eyes seemed not fully open, but when her gaze fell on someone, it carried a strangely earnest quality. She paused. My name is Columbia Zipasalenia. You can also call me Columbia. Her voice was soft but clear. Please take. After saying that, she added nothing more, as if it were enough. A moment of silence in the classroom, then a student started clapping softly, and others joined in. The teacher nodded. Good, please find a seat. She scanned the room and quickly noticed the empty seat next to Sandrone in the last row. There's a seat next to Sandrone, the teacher said. Columbia, you can sit there for now. A few students let out a soft, oh. Columbia simply nodded. She turned and walked back to the last row, sitting down in the same spot as before. Sandrone watched her sit, then glanced at the podium, as if confirming she hadn't misheard. After a moment she murmured, You're lucky. Columbia turned to her. Why? Sandrone pointed at her own desk. Because I usually don't like anyone sitting here. Columbia blinked softly. And now? Sandrone paused. She pushed the small motor further back on her desk. Just sit for now. After physical education class, the classroom instantly became lively. Some were still discussing the game, others wiping sweat as they walked to their seats, while the ceiling fan slowly spun overhead, dispersing some of the heat brought in from the playground. The homeroom teacher tapped on the podium, and once everyone had settled down, resumed the lesson. Sandrone appeared to be watching the blackboard, but half of her attention was on the side. She soon noticed that her new deskmate seemed unusually interested in the things on her desk. Columbia didn't touch the parts. She simply looked down at the small motor, her expression serious, as if observing. Sandrone frowned and said in a low voice, Don't touch. Columbia looked up and replied calmly, I'm not. She indeed wasn't touching, just leaning a bit too close. Sandrone pushed the motor further inside the desk and added, And don't keep staring either. Why? Columbia asked. It's strange. Columbia was silent for a moment, as if genuinely contemplating this reason, then nodded and shifted her gaze to the blackboard. Sandrone thought it was over, but soon fell to gaze again. She endured it for a while, then turned her head to meet those purple eyes once more. The blackboard is over there, Sandrone whispered. I know. Then why are you looking at me? Columbia thought for a moment and replied seriously, Because you're more interesting. Sandrone was taken aback by the remark. She frowned and stared at her. Interesting how? Columbia glanced at the parts on the desk, and then back at her. You make machines. Many people can do that, but they don't disassemble a motor before class. Sandrone didn't respond immediately and just turned back to the blackboard. Just then the corner of the desk trembled slightly, and a small screw rolled out, spinning half a turn on the surface. Both of them looked down simultaneously. Columbia spoke first in a small voice. It dropped. Sandrone glanced at her. Didn't you say you weren't touching? Columbia paused, then replied frankly, I wasn't then. Now I did. Sandrone was a bit speechless. She bent down to pick up the screw and placed it back in the box. She meant to say, Don't touch. But as the words came out, she had already opened the box and neatly repositioned the screw. Columbia watched her movements and quietly asked again, What is this for? Sandrone instinctively wanted to say, Look it up yourself. But as the words reached her lips, seeing the other's earnest expression waiting for an answer, she couldn't help picking up the screw again and indicating its position on the desk. It fixes the gear, otherwise it wobbles when turning. After saying this, she realized she had actually explained it. She immediately frowned and added, I'm not teaching you. Columbia nodded, fully accepting. I just happened to hear. Sandrone put the screw back into the box and muttered under her breath, Hearing it is useless, you can't do it anyway. I learned this for what? Jelenbia looked at the small motor on the desk, and after a while replied, because the sound is nice. Sandrone stared at her for a moment, as if confirming whether she was serious. Finally she sighed, and pushed the motor to the middle of the desk. Look if you want, just don't mess with it. Jelenbia nodded gently, and said nothing more, just quietly watching the machine. Sandrone planned to continue listening to the lesson, but after a while, she couldn't help glancing sideways again. Jelenbia was slightly lowering her head, as if truly listening to the almost inaudible mechanical sound. Sandrone frowned, but felt an inexplicable strangeness in her heart. She had originally thought this transfer student was merely a bit eccentric, but now it seemed the person was genuinely interested in these, and what was even stranger was that she didn't find it annoying. After the classroom quieted down again, the lesson continued as usual. The homeroom teacher lectured at the blackboard, writing formulas line by line with chalk. Occasionally someone turned a page, or moved a chair, the sounds distinct in the quiet room. Sandrone had originally planned to listen properly. She usually didn't like mixing study with other things, and her desk was tidy except for the small motor in the corner. But before long she noticed that the person beside her seemed a bit restless. More precisely, not the fidgeting kind of restless. Jelenbia sat very still, even more composed than most students. She looked at the blackboard seriously, occasionally writing something in her notebook. But Sandrone could always feel that sometimes that gaze shifted away from the blackboard and landed on her. At first she thought it was an illusion, until the third time she looked up and met those purple eyes directly. Jelenbia was startled for a moment, then naturally moved her gaze back to the blackboard, as if nothing had happened. Sandrone frowned, but said nothing. After a while she felt that gaze again. She endured it for a while, then finally turned her head and whispered, "Aren't you paying attention to the lesson?" "I am," Jelenbia replied calmly. "Then why are you looking at me?" Jelenbia paused, as if seriously thinking about it. "Because you're more beautiful." Sandrone was almost choked by the answer. She frowned and stared at her for 2 seconds, then only managed to say, "Nonsense." Jelenbia didn't argue, just turned her gaze back to the blackboard, as if the remark was casual. Sandrone looked back at the podium, but somehow felt a bit uneasy. She was rarely stared at like this, especially by someone sitting so close. After a while she couldn't help glancing at the side again. Jelenbia was writing something with her pen, moving lightly across the paper, looking quite focused. Sandrone, yet not long after she felt the gaze return. This time she didn't turn her head immediately, just stared at the blackboard, and said softly, "Look again, and I'll kick you out." There was silence beside her for a while. Then Jelenbia replied softly, but the seat was arranged by the teacher. Sandrone. She couldn't find a retort, and just continued staring at the blackboard. Time passed slowly, with only the sound of the lecture and occasional page turning in the classroom. Sunlight gradually shifted from the window, casting a small bright patch on the desks. When Sandrone looked up again, the blackboard was half full. She was about to write notes when she heard the person next to her softly call, "Sandrone." She frowned and turned. "What now?" Jelenbia looked at her, as if hesitating. "Your motor. I think it made a sound just now." Sandrone glanced down at the corner of the desk. The little machine sat quietly there. "No, it didn't." "Is that so?" Jelenbia nodded. "Maybe I misheard." Sandrone stared at her for a while, feeling that there was something strange about the way she said it. But before she could think further, a clear bell rang from the podium. The class was over. The suppressed voices in the classroom suddenly released. Some closed books, some stretched, and some started discussing whether to go to the convenience store. Sandrone realized that a whole class had passed. She put away her pen and planned to continue adjusting the small motor. Just as she took out the box, and before she could open it, she heard a soft call from beside her. "Sandrone." "What?" Jelenbia was looking down at her phone, seemingly thinking. After a while she looked up and asked very seriously, "Can I add your contact?" Sandrone was taken aback. "What?" "Contact info," Jelenbia repeated, "like we chat." Sandrone stared at her for 2 seconds, frowning slowly. "Aren't we desk mates?" "Yes." "Then why add me?" Jelenbia seemed to ponder the question for a moment, then replied naturally, "Because after school we're no longer desk mates." The remark was so matter-of-fact that Sandrone was momentarily speechless. She stared at her, tone slightly impatient. "Can't you just talk to me in person? Sometimes we're not at school." "Then talk the next day." Jelenbia was silent for a while, as if seriously weighing. Sandrone was about to go back to her motor, but as she opened the box, she heard the person next to her speak again. "But I might forget what?" "The things I want to ask you." Sandrone paused in her movements. "What do you have so many questions about?" Jelenbia's gaze fell on the small motor on the desk. "Like this." Sandrone. She pulled the box closer. "No need to ask about this." "Why?" "Because I won't tell you." Jelenbia nodded, accepting the answer. She looked down at her phone, then back at Sandrone, her tone still calm. "Then I can look it up myself." "Then do that." "But if I can't find it, I'll have to ask you." Sandrone stared at her for a while, and then sighed with slight, "Why are you so troublesome?" Jelenbia didn't argue, just looked at her quietly. The classroom was getting noisier, with people talking in the back, and some running around. Sandrone bent down to reassemble the motor casing, her fingers moving quickly. But after a moment, she reluctantly took her phone out of her pocket. She placed the phone on the desk. "The QR code is here." Jelenbia glanced down, then picked up her phone to scan it. Soon Sandrone's phone vibrated. She looked at the screen. There was a new friend request. The avatar was a white pigeon, the name, Girl, Jelenbia. Sandrone accepted. Done. She put the phone back in her pocket. "Don't keep asking questions from now on." Jelenbia looked at the screen, as if confirming something, then nodded lightly. After a moment, she looked up at Sandrone again. Sandrone. What now? Thank you. Sandrone frowned. What's there to thank for adding a friend? Columbina thought for a moment, then said very seriously, because you said you wouldn't tell me. Sandrone didn't understand the meaning at first. Columbina put away her phone and glanced at the small motor again. But you still gave me the chance to ask. Sandrone was stunned, and her ears inexplicably felt hot. She immediately lowered her head to fiddle with the machine again, her tone turning awkward. Don't flatter yourself. Columbina didn't speak anymore, just sat quietly beside her watching. The scene was still and warm. As the last morning class drew to a close, a restless energy began to stir through the classroom. Before the teacher could even finish her final sentence, the sounds of other classes being dismissed echoed from the corridor outside. When the bell finally rang, the once relatively quiet classroom erupted into immediate liveliness. Some students shoved books into their desks and sprang to their feet. Others discussed the morning's problems as they shuffled out, while a few had already begun debating what to eat for lunch in the cafeteria. Sandrone slowly clicked the cap back onto her pen and gently closed her book. Her movements were never swift, and amidst the rush of those eager to charge to the dining hall, she seemed distinctly composed. Beside her, Columbina also tucked her book into her backpack, but she didn't rise immediately. Instead, she looked at Sandrone. Time to eat. Sandrone glanced up at her. What else? Columbina nodded, seemingly satisfied with that response. By the time they both stood up, most of the classroom had already cleared out. Footsteps and chatter filled the hallway. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, and the air carried a hint of the midday warmth. Sandrone slung her backpack over her shoulder and was about to head for the door when she noticed Columbina still standing in place. Aren't you coming? Columbina looked at her. Together. Sandrone frowned. It's not like the cafeteria only allows two people to go together. I'm not very familiar with the way. The statement was delivered casually. Sandrone stared at her for a moment, then finally let out a sigh. Just follow me. Columbina gave a slight nod and quietly fell into step beside her. The corridor was bustling with students, most heading in the direction of the cafeteria. A few dashed past them while others chatted in small groups. Sandrone walked slightly ahead at an unhurried pace, Columbina keeping close beside her. As they reached the stairwell, Columbina suddenly spoke. Sandrone. What now? What do you usually eat for lunch? Sandrone thought for a moment. Depends on what the cafeteria serves today. Nothing fixed. No. Columbina nodded, then asked, what do you like to eat? Sandrone stopped and looked at her. Why are you asking? Columbina considered for a moment, then answered earnestly, so you'll know next time. Sandrone was taken aback. Next time, if we eat together. She said it so naturally, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Sandrone was silent for 2 seconds, then turned and continued down the stairs. Who said anything about eating together? Columbina didn't argue, just stayed by her side. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, she said softly, can I sit next to you? Sandrone faltered for a moment. She glanced sideways at Columbina, whose expression remained placid, as if she had merely posed an ordinary question. Sandrone looked away, her tone tinged with impatience. Whatever. Columbina gave a slight nod. As they walked out of the teaching building, a considerable queue had already formed at the cafeteria. Sunlight spilled across the playground where students chatted as they walked. The air carried faint aromas drifting from it. As Sandrone joined the line, she suddenly felt the person beside her edge a little closer. She turned her head. Columbina was gazing at the cafeteria counter, seemingly studying today's menu. After a moment, she remarked, looks decent. Sandrone followed her gaze. Decent where? Columbina pointed at one of the windows. That one. Sandrone glanced over. It was ordinary curry rice. She couldn't help frowning. What's so special about that? Columbina considered for a second, then answered simply, because you looked at it a little longer just now. Sandrone, she had indeed lingered on that window, but she hadn't even been aware of it herself. She looked at the person beside her. Columbina had already turned her gaze back forward, her expression still serene. Sandrone was silent for a while, then muttered under her breath, you observe way too carefully. The line inched forward as the cafeteria grew increasingly crowded. The women behind the counter moved swiftly, the clatter of steel ladles against trays echoing intermittently. Standing in line, Sandrone appeared to be daydreaming, but in truth, she was studying the day's dishes displayed at the front. Steamed rice, teriyaki chicken thighs, miso soup, and a piece of tamagoyaki. Beside them, a warming tray held a few pieces of fried chicken and some stir-fried greens. All standard student fare. Soon it was her turn. The woman behind the counter looked up. What will it be? Sandrone glanced quickly. Teriyaki chicken rice, and add the omelet. Deftly, the woman placed a teriyaki chicken thigh beside the rice, added a piece of tamagoyaki, and handed over a bowl of miso soup without missing a beat. Sandrone took the tray and had barely taken 2 steps aside when she heard the person behind her speak. Same as hers. The woman paused, looked at Columbina, then at Sandrone, who had already stepped to the side. With a smile, she asked the same. Columbina nodded. Yes, the same. Before long, an identical tray was passed out. Sandrone had just found an empty table and sat down when Columbina set her tray opposite her. Columbina looked down at her own plate, then at Sandrone's. The 2 plates were nearly identical. Noticing her gaze, Sandrone frowned. Why did you order the same? Columbina picked up her chopsticks and answered naturally, because it looked good. That's what I ordered. So I trust your judgment. Sandrone didn't know how to respond, so she simply lowered her head and took a bite of rice. The teriyaki chicken tasted fine, a little sweeter than usual. She had only taken 2 bites when she noticed the person across from her hadn't started yet. Columbina was gazing at the Tamagotchi as if studying it. Not eating? Sandrone asked. Columbina looked up. What is this? Sandrone glanced at it. Tamagotchi. Is it sweet? A little. Columbina nodded, picked up a small piece with her chopsticks, and took a slow taste. She paused as if carefully discerning the flavor. How is it? Sandrone asked casually. Quite good. She said it with sincere gravity. Sandrone continued eating, but after a while she noticed that Columbina ate very slowly. Not because she was picky, but because she seemed to genuinely savor every bite. Unable to resist, Sandrone asked, Is this your first time eating at the school cafeteria? Columbina considered. More or less. What does more or less mean? My previous schools were different. Sandrone didn't press further, as she simply bent her head over her meal. The cafeteria grew ever more crowded, filled with the buzz of conversation. Students passed by their table, some carrying trays in search of seats. After a while, Columbina called her. What? Do you cook much? Sandrone looked up at her. Do I look like someone who can cook? Columbina studied her seriously for 2 seconds. Yes. Sandrone felt a little unsettled under her gaze, so she lowered her head and picked up a piece of chicken. I only build machines. Machines aren't edible. Of course not. Columbina was quiet for a moment, then said softly, That's a pity. Sandrone was taken aback. What's the pity? Columbina looked at her tray, her tone calm. If you made something, I think I'd like to try it. Sandrone's chopsticks halted for an instant. She quickly looked down and continued eating, pretending not to have heard. After a moment she muttered, Weird person. By the time they finished, the cafeteria had thinned out. The midday sun slanted through the windows, casting patches of pale light across the tables. Sandrone pushed her tray aside, stood up to return it to the collection point. Columbina also rose, and together they deposited their trays before exiting through the back door of the cafeteria. The air outside was slightly cooler than inside. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze beside the teaching building, and on the sports field a few students had already started playing basketball. Sandrone headed down the other side of the corridor. Columbina followed alongside. After a few steps, Sandrone glanced sideways at her. Why are you following me again? Columbina answered naturally, taking a walk. Sandrone frowned. It's only a few steps from the cafeteria entrance to the teaching building. Then well, walk slowly. Sandrone ignored her and continued forward. When she reached a corner on the ground floor, she stopped in front of a vending machine. Behind the transparent glass, rows of drinks were neatly arranged, the cooler's light glowing. Sandrone pulled out her phone to scan the QR code. Columbina stood beside her, eyeing the selection. What are you drinking? Sandrone asked unexpectedly. Columbina seemed surprised by the question, pausing for a moment. Anything is fine. What does anything is fine mean? You choose. Sandrone looked at her. Why should I choose for you? Columbina thought for a moment, then answered earnestly. Because the lunch you chose earlier was delicious. Sandrone was momentarily at a loss for words. She stared at the drinks inside the machine for a while, then pressed the buttons twice. The machine gave a slight hum. 2 bottles rolled out from the bottom. Sandrone bent down to pick them up and handed one to Columbina. Here. Columbina took it and glanced at the label. It was an ordinary peach oolong tea. Thanks, she said. Sandrone had already twisted open her own bottle, her tone a bit impatient. It wasn't expensive, nothing to thank. Columbina didn't argue, as she simply unscrewed the cap slowly and took a sip. The corridor fell silent for a moment. Then she suddenly said, Sandrone. What now? You're actually really nice. Sandrone nearly choked on her drink. She frowned and looked over. Columbina considered. You pick good lunches and you pick good drinks. Sandrone was silent for 2 seconds. That Columbina shook her head. It's not low. She looked at the bottle in her hand and added, And even though you said there was no need to thank me, you still bought it for me. Feeling a bit flustered, Sandrone turned and headed toward the teaching building. Don't flatter yourself. Columbina didn't retort, as she simply stayed by her side. Sunlight fell across the corridor floor, and their shadows crept slowly forward. After a few steps, Columbina said softly, But this is really good. Sandrone didn't turn around, just tossed back casually, No kidding. I chose it. But this time her tone was noticeably less impatient than before. By the time the two returned to the classroom, the lunch break had already been underway for a while. The noise in the corridor gradually subsided as most students had returned to their seats. Some dozed with heads on desks, others scrolled through their phones, and a few murmured in hushed tones. The classroom window stood open, allowing the afternoon breeze to drift and carrying the faint scent of the grassy playground. Sandrone returned to her seat, casually hung her bag on the back of the chair, and pulled out the small box of components from the drawer with practiced ease. When the box opened, inside lay neatly arranged tiny gear screws and the small motor that hadn't been fully adjusted. As she bent over to tinker with it, her movements instantly became focused. Columbina sat beside her in silence, merely tilting slightly to watch what Sandrone was doing. Sunlight fell onto the desk from the window, casting a fine glint off the metal parts. Sandrone picked up a small gear with tweezers, carefully placed it into the motor casing, then tightened the screw. She performed these actions with remarkable dexterity, barely needing to pause and think. After a moment, she suddenly spoke, What are you staring at all the time? Columbina did not avert her gaze. I'm watching how you do it. Sandrone frowned slightly. You won't learn just by watching. I might, Columbina replied. You've never even held a screwdriver. Columbina considered this. I can learn. Sandrone let out a soft snort, and offered no further response. She continued adjusting the motor, and after a while pressed the switch lightly with her fingertip. The motor emitted a faint hum. The sound was not loud yet audible in the quiet classroom. Columbia looked down at the little machine, then murmured after a moment, "It really is whirring." Sandrone raised her gaze to meet hers. "It's supposed to whir." Columbia nodded slowly, as if merely confirming the fact. She watched for a little longer, then suddenly asked, "Did you make this yourself?" "More or less." "Why did you make it?" Sandrone pondered for a moment. There didn't seem to be any special reason. "It's fun." Columbia asked no further questions, simply continued watching. The lunch break gradually passed. In the classroom someone turned over and went back to sleep. Others chatted softly. The sunlight crept inch by inch from the windowsill onto the desk, then slowly moved away. When Sandrone looked up again, the light outside the window had shifted noticeably. "Almost done." She placed the screwdriver back into the box. At that moment footsteps echoed from the corridor, followed by the bell announcing the next period. The previously tranquil classroom gradually stirred back to life. Some students rose from their desks, others stretched and headed for the washroom, and a few frantically flipped through textbooks in search of their homework. The afternoon lessons had thus begun. Mathematics, English, and then a history class. Lines of characters were written and erased on the blackboard one after another, while the sunlight outside shifted from bright to mellow. Occasionally a student answered a question, sparking sporadic laughter across the room. Sandrone spent most of the time listening, occasionally jotting down notes. Columbia sat beside her, equally quiet. She didn't take notes very fast, but her handwriting was neat. Yet several times when Sandrone looked up, she felt that the girl beside her had glanced at her again. But whenever she truly turned to look, Columbia was already facing the blackboard. And so the afternoon hours slipped away one after another. When the final lesson of the afternoon ended, a restless energy had already filled the classroom. The setting sun slanted through the window, painting a corner of the blackboard in warm orange. As the teacher dismissed the class, the scraping of chairs immediately filled the air, and many students began packing their bags to head back to the dormitory. Sandrone slipped her pen into the pencil case, then casually tucked the box of mechanical parts on the corner of her desk into the drawer. Her movements were brisk. Soon her desk was tidy, and she slung her school bag over her shoulder. Beside her, Columbia was still slowly organizing her textbooks. Sandrone glanced at her and casually asked, "Do you board at school?" Columbia nodded. "Yes." "Then someone should take you to the dorm in a bit." The teacher said, "I need to register with the matron." Sandrone let out an "oh" and asked nothing more, then turned and left the classroom. The corridor was already crowded with students heading toward the dormitory building, footsteps echoing on the stairs. Sandrone quickly descended the stairs, crossed the path beside the playground, and returned to the girls' dormitory. Her room was on the third floor. When she pushed open the door, the room was very quiet. The dorm was a standard quadruple room with 2 bunk beds on either side. The bed by the window was hers. The one opposite had originally been occupied by a roommate who had gone home to recuperate due to illness several days ago. The remaining 2 beds had never been moved into. The bedboards still bore the plastic mats issued by the school. Sandrone placed her bag on the desk and was about to take out the box of parts from the drawer to continue tinkering when a knock suddenly came at the door. She looked up. The door opened, and the matron stood outside. "Is Sandrone in?" "Yes." The matron nodded and stepped aside. "Does your room still have empty beds?" Sandrone glanced around the room. "Yes." "Perfect," said the matron. "The new transfer student will stay here first." With that, she waved at someone outside the door. "Come on in." A figure entered dragging a small suitcase. Familiar long hair, a quiet expression. Sandrone visibly froze for a moment when she recognized who it was. Columbia. The matron didn't notice her reaction. She simply said briefly, "Beds are tight right now, and since there are plenty of empty spots here, we'll arrange it for now. Just pick any of those 2 empty beds." With that, she left. The door closed softly. The dormitory fell into a momentary silence. Columbia set her suitcase on the floor and looked up at Sandrone. The 2 of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Finally, Sandrone spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. "Why is it you again?" Columbia paused, then answered very earnestly, "Maybe I'm just lucky." Sandrone remained silent for a moment, then let out a soft snort and lowered her head to continue fiddling with the items on her desk. "Suit yourself," she said. Columbia looked at the 2 empty beds and finally chose the one closer to Sandrone, dragging her suitcase over. Although Sandrone said nothing more after a while, she couldn't help raising her head for another glance. Columbia was standing beside the bed, slowly spreading out the quilt. Her movements were meticulous, as if she truly intended to live here for a long time. The dormitory fell quiet for a moment. Columbia pulled the suitcase close to the bed and began organizing her things methodically. First she spread the quilt, then folded a few pieces of clothing into the wardrobe. Sandrone had meant to continue working on her machinery, but her gaze couldn't help drifting over. "Is this all you have?" she suddenly asked. Columbia paused. "Pretty much. Are you moving or just traveling?" Sandrone frowned. "At least bring some daily necessities as a boarder." Columbia thought for a moment. "The matron said I can buy them gradually." Sandrone snorted softly and said nothing more. Just then footsteps and the sound of girls talking came from someone passing by called out, "Hurry up, or the cafeteria will have a long line." Sandrone glanced at the clock on the wall. "Dinner." Columbia looked up. "Are we going to the cafeteria?" Sandrone stood up and pushed her chair in a little. "What else drink win tonight?" Columbia nodded, naturally picking up her phone. The two of them walked out of the dorm together and headed down the corridor toward the stairs. The dormitory building was much livelier at dinner time, with students everywhere on the stairs. As they stepped outside, the sky had already begun to darken. Streetlights flickered on one by one, and basketball players were still on the court. The cafeteria was quite crowded. The two queued up for simple dinner: rice, miso soup, a standard serving of teriyaki chicken, and vegetables. They found a corner table and finished their meal quickly. There wasn't much conversation during dinner. Most of it was drowned out by the chatter of other students. After eating, they returned their trays together and slowly walked back to the dormitory building. The campus at night was much quieter than during the day, with only sporadic sounds coming from the distant sports field. Back in the dormitory, the room was still just the two of them. Sandrone placed her bag on the desk, sat down, and took out the box of mechanical parts from the drawer. The desk lamp came on, casting a warm circle of light across the surface. She bent over to adjust the little motor. The screwdriver turned gently, and the faint metallic sound was especially clear in the quiet room. After a moment, she suddenly sensed someone watching her. Sandrone looked up. Columbia was sitting on her bed, leaning forward, slightly staring at the items on Sandrone's desk. "What are you staring at all the time?" Sandrone said. Columbia did not avert her gaze. "I'm watching how you do it." Sandrone let out a soft snort. "You won't learn just by watching." Columbia paused, then said, "Can I take a look?" Sandrone was about to say no. But after 2 seconds of silence, she still pushed the little motor toward the edge of the desk. "Don't break it." The motor turned gently, emitting a delicate hum. Columbia got off the bed, walked over to the desk, and looked down for a while. "The sound is beautiful," she said. Sandrone was taken aback. "What's so beautiful about that?" Columbia thought for a moment. "It's like breathing." The room fell silent for an instant. Sandrone lowered her head to continue tightening the screw, muttering under her breath, "Such a strange person." The little motor kept spinning softly on the desk. The dormitory gradually quietened. Outside, darkness had fully fallen. The lights from the distant sports field cast a dim glow through the curtain. Sandrone turned off the little motor, put the parts back into the box one by one, and slid the box into the drawer. She glanced at the time, stood up, and said, "I'll take a shower first." Columbia nodded with a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Sandrone grabbed her towel and a change of clothes, then stepped into the small and soot bathroom. After the door closed, the sound of running water soon began. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, and a thin veil of steam gradually rose in the bathroom. She had intended to finish quickly, but her mind refused to settle. The events of the day surfaced one after another in her memory: the transfer student in the classroom this morning, the motor on the desk, the identical lunch trays in the cafeteria at noon, and the bottle of drink in front of the vending machine. Sandrone frowned. She had initially thought the transfer student was just another extra face in the classroom, but now, reflecting on it, from morning till now, Columbia had been appearing beside her constantly. Deskmate in class, standing behind her in the lunch queue at the vending machine, and now even assigned to the same dormitory. Why does it have to be her? Sandrone muttered softly. The sound of water persisted in her ears, and she suddenly recalled that strange remark by the desk a while ago, like breathing. Sandrone let out a soft snort, finding the metaphor utterly bizarre. Yet somehow she couldn't help replaying it in her mind. Meanwhile, in the dormitory outside, only Columbia remained. She sat on the edge of the bed, her phone beside her, but not really looking at it. The room was very quiet, save for the faint sound of water from the bathroom. Her gaze fell on Sandrone's desk. The box of mechanical parts sat neatly there, the small motor resting quietly at the corner of the desk, looking like an ordinary little object. Columbia watched for a while, replaying the events of the day in her mind as well. The first meeting in the classroom this morning, the motor being dismantled on the desk. 2 almost identical lunch trays at noon, and the bottle of drink passed to her from the vending machine. But what she remembered most clearly was that moment just now. When Sandrone pushed the motor to the edge of the desk, although her tone was impatient, she still said, "Don't break it." Columbia blinked softly. She suddenly felt that Sandrone was actually not that hard to understand. On the surface, she always spoke bluntly, but her true meaning often hid in those subtle little gestures. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. When the door opened, Sandrone walked out, drying her hair with a towel, still carrying a trace of warmth. She saw Columbia still sitting on the bed and casually asked, "Aren't you going to shower?" Columbia stood up, and she picked up her towel and clothes and walked toward the bathroom. As she passed the desk, she glanced at the little motor again. Sandrone had already sat back down and was fiddling with the small screwdriver. Columbia hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Sandrone." Sandrone looked up at her. Columbia thought for a moment before speaking. "That motor really does sound beautiful." Sandrone froze for a second, then immediately frowned. "Just go take your shower." Columbia said nothing more, merely nodded softly, stepped into the bathroom, and closed the door. When the sound of water started again, the dormitory fell quiet once more. Sandrone glanced at the little motor on the desk and muttered under her breath, "It's not that beautiful." But after a moment, she still reached out and pressed the switch. The motor spun gently, emitting a faint, steady hum. In the quiet room, it did sound a bit like slow breathing. After the water in the bathroom stopped, Columbia came out soon after. The dormitory lights had already been dimmed. Sandrone was sitting on the edge of her bed, pushing the toolbox into the drawer. "Done showering?" Sandrone asked casually. Columbia nodded, hung up her towel, and returned to her own bed. The two of them briefly tidied their bedding. The dorm was a quadruple room, but the other two beds were currently empty, making the space feel much quieter than an ordinary dorm. The streetlight outside seeped through the curtain, leaving a faint patch of light on the floor. Sandrone turned off the main light and burrowed into her covers. Time to sleep, she said. Columbia also lay down, pulling the blanket up to her shoulders. Once the room quieted, only the occasional sound of wind from outside in the distance could be heard. After a while, a very soft voice broke the darkness. Sandrone. Sandrone had already closed her eyes, but at the sound her brow furrowed immediately. What? Columbia paused as if merely wanting to confirm something. Are you asleep? Sandrone turned over impatiently, the blanket rustling slightly. What do you think I'm doing right now? Columbia was quiet for a second. Chatting. Sandrone was momentarily. She was silent for 2 seconds, her tone growing noticeably more exasperated. If you keep bothering me, I swear I'll wring your neck. The words were fierce, but her voice was low, hardly a real threat. Columbia let out a soft laugh in the darkness. Good night. Sandrone did not reply, simply pulled the blanket higher, as if too tired to bother with her. The dormitory fell silent once more. After a while, both of their breathing grew steady. The night outside quietly enveloped the campus, and the last few lights in the distant teaching building gradually went out. Thus ended their first day spent together in the same room. As the first rays of dawn began to seep into the dormitory, the sky outside was just starting to pale. The curtains were not fully drawn, and the morning light filtered through the gap, casting a slender strip of radiance across the floor. Faint sounds of early risers stirred in the corridor, accompanied by the distant rush of a faucet. Columbia had woken a little earlier than usual. When she opened her eyes, the dormitory was still cloaked in silence. The four-person room felt somewhat empty. She sat upright in bed for a moment, then slipped down softly, making no sound. After a quick wash, she returned to the room and pulled the curtain open a little wider. The crisp morning air drifted in through the window, carrying a hint of chill. It was then that she noticed the opposite bed remained utterly still. Sandrone was curled up under the covers, her hair tousled, the blanket half kicked aside, and the pillow askew. She seemed to be sleeping very deeply. Columbia stood by the bed and watched for a moment. She reached out and lightly touched the edge of the mattress. Sandrone? There was no response. She paused and called again. Sandrone? The figure under the blanket stirred, and after a few seconds slowly turned her face from the pillow. Sandrone's eyes were not yet fully open, her voice thick with drowsiness. What? Columbia looked at her. It's morning. Sandrone frowned, pulled the blanket over her head, and her voice came out muffled. So what? Columbia did not leave. You'll be late. At this, the stirring under the covers paused for a second. Sandrone finally pushed the blanket aside a bit, revealing one eye, and stared at her. Are you an alarm clock? Columbia considered for a moment. No. Sandrone eyed her for 2 seconds, then sank deeper into the pillow. Let me sleep 5 more minutes. Columbia said nothing. She stood by the bed and waited. After about 10 odd seconds, she called softly again, Sandrone. Sandrone abruptly flung the blanket aside and sat up, her face full of irritation, her hair a wild mess. If you say another word, it'll really pinch you. She glared at Columbia for a moment, then suddenly noticed something. You've already washed up. Columbia nodded. Sandrone fell silent for 2 seconds, her expression complicated. Are you a robot? Columbia thought seriously. Sandrone sighed, climbed down from the bed slowly, and shuffled toward the bathroom while scratching her hair. At the door, she paused and glanced back at Columbia, who was still standing there. Wait for me. Columbia tilted her head slightly. Moi. Sandrone's tone remained impatient. Aren't we going to breakfast? With that, she pushed open the bathroom door and went in. Soon the sound of water began to flow. The dormitory fell quiet again, leaving only the morning light growing brighter outside the window. Not long after the water stopped, Sandrone emerged. Let's go. Columbia had already shouldered her backpack, and they walked out of the dormitory together and made their way down the corridor. The dormitory building in the early morning was much quieter than at night. Only a few students were moving about, while most were still tidying up in their rooms. The air outside was a bit chilly. The campus had just awakened, people were already jogging on the sports field, and a faint aroma of breakfast wafted from the cafeteria direction. They walked side by side, neither speaking at first. When they entered the cafeteria, the crowd was already growing. Students stood in several lines, and from behind the counters came the clatter of spatulas. Standing in the queue, Sandrone glanced at the menu board and said casually, "They'll just have something light." She ordered a simple breakfast, a glass of soy milk, a fried egg, and a freshly baked piece of bread. Columbia stood behind her. When her turn came, she ordered nearly the same items. As Sandrone turned with her tray, she noticed Columbia's tray and paused for a moment. Why do you always order the same as me? Columbia looked down at her own tray. Because it can't go wrong. Sandrone frowned. What kind of logic is that? They found a seat by the window. The morning sunlight streamed in, falling on the table, and the soy milk in the tray still emitted a gentle steam. Sandrone took a bite of the bread and glanced at her while chewing. Do you always get up this early? Columbia thought for a moment. More or less. Sandrone snorted. No wonder you're like an alarm clock. Columbia didn't argue as she just took a slow sip of soy milk. Her movements were unhurried, as if she wasn't in the slightest hurry. Halfway through the meal, Sandrone suddenly looked at her. Do you always do this? Columbia looked up. Do what? Just eat whatever someone else eats. Columbia thought about it. Not everyone. Sandrone raised an eyebrow slightly. Then why me? Columbia paused. Because you seem to know what tastes good. Sandonia froze for a second. She immediately averted her gaze, lowered her head, and took a bite of bread, her tone somewhat unnatural. Don't say weird things like that. Columbia continued, eating her breakfast in silence. Before long, both trays were empty. The cafeteria was filling with more students, and the noise gradually grew livelier. Sandonia stood up and carried her tray to the return area. Let's go. Class is starting. When they stepped out of the cafeteria, the campus was fully awake. Students streamed back and forth in the hallways of the teaching building. The bell hadn't rung yet, but many had already arrived and were sitting in the classroom. When Columbia and Sandonia entered the classroom together, their classmates were gradually settling into their seats. Sunlight poured in through the window, falling on desks and the floor, making the whole room bright, yet slightly languid. As soon as Sandonia sat down, she placed her backpack on the table and pulled out a notebook. She flipped to the later pages, which were filled with sketches of various mechanical structures, dense lines that looked like some complex design drawing. Columbia sat beside her and glanced over. You draw this during class? Sandonia didn't look up. Her pen was already adding lines on the paper. Listening doesn't require staring at the blackboard the whole time. Columbia said nothing more. She just watched quietly for a while. The teacher lectured while writing on the blackboard. The sound of chalk scraping against the board echoed intermittently through the classroom. Most students kept their heads down, taking notes. Occasionally, the rustle of turning pages broke the silence. Though Sandonia appeared to be jotting down notes, she was actually sketching the structure of that small motor. She redrew the parts she had disassembled yesterday and made a few modifications beside them. Midway through her drawing, she suddenly sensed someone watching from beside her. Sandrone turned her head. Columbina's gaze was fixed on her notebook. What are you looking at? Sandrone muttered. Columbina replied matter-of-factly, looking. Sandrone pulled her notebook. You wouldn't understand anyway. Columbina considered for a moment. I can understand it gradually. Sandrone let out a soft snort and ignored her after that. Columbia. Several people in the classroom looked up. After all, she was a newly transferred student, and many were still on. Columbia stood up. The teacher asked a question that had just been covered. Without any hesitation, she calmly recited the answer, even explaining the process clearly. The teacher nodded and gestured for her to sit. The classroom returned to its former quiet. Sandrone, who had been drawing lines in her notebook, paused slightly upon hearing the answer. After Columbia sat down, she muttered in a low voice, You're pretty good at academics. Columbia looked at her. Sandrone stared at her for a second, then lowered her head to continue drawing. Why would someone like you transfer schools? Columbia thought for a moment. Because of moving. Sandrone seemed dissatisfied with this answer, but didn't press further. She finished the last line and casually twirled the pen in her hand. When the bell rang, the classroom instantly became noisy. Some stood up and stretched, others started chatting, and a few were already heading for the door. Sandrone closed the notebook and was about to put it into her backpack when a voice suddenly came from beside her. Can I take it? She turned to look. Columbia was staring at that notebook. Sandrone frowned. Why are you so interested in this? Columbia didn't answer immediately. After a second, she said, Because you made it. Sandrone was taken aback. She immediately stuffed the notebook into her backpack, her tone somewhat impatient. Stop saying such strange things. Yet she didn't truly refuse. She just added in a low voice. They'll show you at noon. As the last class of the morning concluded, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly relaxed. No sooner had the bell rung than some students began packing their bags and heading toward the cafeteria. The scraping of chairs merged with voices, transforming the once quiet classroom into a lively bustle. Sandrone, however, was in no hurry to leave. She placed her school bag on the desk, pulled out a notebook filled with sketches of mechanical structures, and retrieved a small metal box from the side pocket. Upon opening the box, several screws and a short motor component lay neatly inside. Columbia, sitting nearby, You're at it again. Sandrone bowed her head, placed the tiny component on the desk, and nudged it lightly with her fingertip, her tone casual. Something fell off just now. By then, most of the classroom had emptied, leaving only a scattered few. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a faint gleam on the small metal parts. Sandrone took out a screwdriver and began disassembling the miniature motor once more. Her movements were practiced, as if she had performed this countless times. But halfway through, she suddenly paused, her brows. TCH. Columbia turned her head. What's wrong? Sandrone examined the tiny part from every angle, then tried pushing the shaft outward slightly. It budged only a fraction before sticking in place again. Her frown deepened. It stuck. She muttered under her breath, then adjusted her angle and continued twisting the screwdriver, but the stubborn shaft remained lodged, refusing to come out. Columbia watched quietly for a moment, then slowly reached out her hand. Sandrone immediately looked up. Columbia pointed at the part on the desk, her voice calm. May I take a look? Sandrone instinctively wanted to refuse, but her words trailed off midway. Columbia stood by the desk, patiently waiting for an answer without any haste. After a 2-second silence, Sandrone grudgingly pushed the component a bit toward the center of the table. Don't break it. Columbia picked up the tiny motor, lowering her head to examine it carefully. She didn't act immediately, but first observed it from all angles before gently rotating the shaft. A faint metallic click sounded. The previously stuck shaft suddenly slid out a little along that angle. Sandrone, wait. She quickly retrieved the part and pushed the small shaft outward again. This time it came apart smoothly. Soon a small pile of tiny parts accumulated on the desk. Sandrone stared at them for a second, then raised her eyes to Columbia. How did you know to turn it that way? Jelenbia thought for a moment. A guess. Sang Duanyuo clearly didn't believe. Your guess was pretty accurate. Jelenbia didn't argue, simply watching quietly as Sang Duanyuo rearranged the parts. After busying herself for a while, Sang Duanyuo suddenly realized something and glanced around the classroom. Most people had already left. Isn't the cafeteria about to run out of food? Jelenbia also looked toward the door. Seems so. Sang Duanyuo swiftly packed the parts back into the box, grabbed her bag, and stood up. Let's go. Jelenbia also rose, and together they headed toward the classroom door. Halfway there, Sang Duanyuo suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Jelenbia. About earlier. Jelenbia looked at her. Sang Duanyuo averted her gaze, her tone still a bit awkward. Thanks. Then she turned and strode into the corridor, acting as if nothing had happened. When they reached the cafeteria, the line was already long. Muttering about how the mechanical work had wasted their time, Sang Duanyuo casually ordered lunch. Jelenbia ordered the same dish as usual. Sang Duanyuo glanced at her tray and couldn't help frowning. Can't you ever order something different? Jelenbia thought for a moment. It looks delicious. Sang Duanyuo let out a soft snort, but said nothing more. After finishing their meal and returning their trays, they walked together toward the teaching building. The campus at noon was quieter than in the morning. Most students had returned to their classrooms or dormitories, leaving only a few scattered figures in the hallway. Just as they reached the first floor of the building, Sang Duanyuo slowed down. Several students were standing in front of the bulletin board in the corridor, apparently reading a new notice. A fresh white sheet of paper had been taped onto the board, its corners secured by adhesive. It seemed to have been put up recently. Sang Duanyuo had only intended to skim past, but as she drew closer, her gaze locked onto it. The paper bore several eye-catching lines of text. Student Council Member Recruitment. Below it listed several departments, one of which read Executive Department, Event Preparation, Equipment Management. Sang Duanyuo stood there for a while reading. Noticing her pause, Jelenbia also looked at the board. Student Council, she remarked. Sang Duanyuo didn't answer. Her gaze lingered on the line, Equipment Management, then she gave a soft snort. So that's it. On the table beneath the notice lay a stack of registration forms and a pen. A few students had already filled out forms and handed them to the person in charge of registration. Jelenbia looked at her. Do you want to go? Sang Duanyuo quickly averted her eyes as if merely passing by. Just looking. Yet even as she spoke, she reached out and took a registration form from the table. She pressed the paper flat against the table beside the board, lowered her head, and wrote down her name. Her movements were swift, as if she had already made up her mind. Jelenbia watched for a while from the side. After finishing, Sang Duanyuo looked up and caught her gaze. What about you? Jelenbia glanced at the forms on the table. I could. She also took one. Sang Duanyuo watched her fill it out, a slight frown creasing her brow. You're following me, aren't you? Jelenbia thought for a moment. Sort of. Sang Duanyuo let out a soft snort and said nothing more. The two handed their completed forms to the student in charge, who gave them a quick look and then jotted down their names on the list. Come for the interview after school, the student said. The student council room is at the far end of the third floor. Sang, as she left the bulletin board, she cast another glance back at the notice before slowly heading toward the stairs. Jelenbia walked beside her. The midday sun streamed through the corridor windows, brightening the floor. Neither of them said anything more, but the student council notice had already taken root in their minds. After the break, the classroom gradually filled with more students. They would return here again after school. Some had just come back from the cafeteria, others were still resting their heads on the desks. The sunlight filtering through the windows lent the classroom a quiet atmosphere. Sang Duanyuo returned to her seat and placed her bag beside the desk. Just as she was about to tuck the notebook away, her movement suddenly froze. She seemed to have remembered something. Jelenbia was already seated, apparently organizing her morning notes. Sang Duanyuo stared at her backpack for 2 seconds, as if hesitating. Then she reached out and took out the sketch-filled notebook, once more placing it casually on the desk. Without looking at Jelenbia, she pushed the notebook slightly toward her. Go ahead and look. Jelenbia looked up. Sang Duanyuo's tone still carried a touch of impatience. Didn't I mention it at noon? Jelenbia examined the notebook. She opened the first page, which was densely covered with various mechanical structures. Some were disassembled diagrams of motors, others seemed to be her own designs. The lines were meticulously drawn with tiny annotations beside each part. Jelenbia studied them seriously for a while. You draw very detailed. Sang Duanyuo gave a soft snort. Of course. As she spoke, she continued fiddling with the box of parts on the desk, as if utterly unconcerned with what the other was looking at. Jelenbia slowly flipped to the later pages. One page showed the structure of that small motor with fresh lines added next to it, as if recently revised. That's yesterday's motor. Sang Duanyuo didn't look up. Jelenbia looked for a moment. You modified it. Only then did Sang Duanyuo glance up. I made some adjustments where it was stuck. She paused, then added, You saw it just now. Jelenbia nodded. The classroom gradually quieted. The lunch break was nearly over. Some returned to their seats to prepare for afternoon classes, while others chatted softly. Jelenbia turned to the last page of the notebook, studied it for a moment, then gently closed it. Thank you. Sang Duanyuo tilted her head. It's not a secret. Her tone was still casual, but her movements were noticeably slower than usual. A little later, the bell for class rang. Sang Duanyuo took out her textbook again, as if nothing had ever happened. The afternoon lessons passed swiftly. While the teacher wrote on the blackboard, Sandrone occasionally lifted her head to glance at it, Yet for the most part, she continued sketching her creations in her notebook. Columbina, on the other hand, diligently took notes now and then, casting a sidelong look at the pages filled with intricate mechanical drawings. When the bell for the end of class rang, the classroom burst into liveliness once more. Some were already discussing what to eat for dinner, while others packed their bags to head back to the dormitory. Sandrone snapped her pen onto the notebook, closed the page, and slung her bag over her shoulder. She turned to her side. Let's go. Columbina stood up. The two walked out of the classroom together and proceeded along the corridor toward the other end of the teaching building. The student union room was located at the farthest end of the third floor. The closer they got, the fewer people there were, and the corridor gradually grew quieter. When they reached the door, a few people were already waiting there. Sandrone leaned against the wall, looking somewhat impatient. Even for an interview, we have to queue. Columbina stood beside her. After a while, the door opened, and a senior student poked her head out. Next group. Sandrone and Columbina walked in. The student union room was slightly smaller than a regular classroom. Several event photos were taped to the walls, and there was a whiteboard. Behind the desk sat two senior students and a teacher responsible for the student council. The teacher picked up the registration form from the desk and glanced at it. Did you two come together? Sandrone nodded. The teacher looked down at the forms again and then asked a few simple questions. Sandrone answered directly, saying that she usually worked on machinery and could also repair small devices. Columbina said she could help organize files and event records. After hearing them out, the teacher thought for a moment and placed both forms together. The executive department has been shorthanded recently, she said. We need help preparing events and managing equipment. You two can come and assist together. Sandrone seemed taken aback by how quickly it went. Just like that. The senior student sitting nearby chuckled. Student council isn't an exam. The teacher jotted down a few notes on the forms and then looked up at them. From today, you're official members of the executive department. There's a brief meeting tomorrow at noon. Remember to come. Sandrone nodded. The two walked out of the student union room together. The corridor was nearly empty now. The setting sun streamed through the window, coating the floor in a warm orange glow. As they headed toward the stairs, Sandrone suddenly paused. Columbina. Sandrone glanced at her tone. You weren't planning to join the student council originally, were you? Columbina thought for a moment. Not originally. Sandrone raised an eyebrow. Then why did you fill out the form? Columbina paused for a second and then said, because you took one. Sandrone was startled. She quickly averted her gaze and let out a faint humph. Whatever. Suddenly a soft sound came from outside the window. Something tapping against the glass. Sandrone instinctively looked out the window. Fine raindrops were falling one by one at first, just a few scattered specks, but soon they turned into a thin curtain of rain. Rainwater slid down the window pane, leaving transparent trails in the glow of the light. It's raining, Columbina. Sandrone frowned slightly. It wasn't a moment ago. When they reached the first floor, the rain had already intensified noticeably. The campus streetlights were on, and the rain looked especially clear in the light. The ground quickly became wet, reflecting a faint sheen. Sandrone stood at the entrance and looked outside. Let's eat first, she said naturally, as if she wasn't bothered by the rain. Columbina nodded. The two of them jogged under the eaves all the way to the cafeteria entrance. The raindrops made a pattering sound as they hit the ground, and the air carried a damp chill. The cafeteria in the evening was much quieter than at noon, but there were still quite a few students in line. The sound of rain filtered through the glass, making the whole place feel warmer than usual. Sandrone stood in the queue staring at the menu board for a moment. What are you having? Columbina glanced at the dishes in the... You order first. Sandrone gave a soft humph. Then I'll just pick something. When it was her turn, she ordered a teriyaki chicken set meal, which came with rice miso soup and a little salad. As she carried her tray to the side, Columbina ordered the exact same thing. Sandrone looked at her tray. How do you always order the same? Columbina replied calmly, it looks good. Sandrone said nothing more and simply lowered her head to eat. The two sat by the window. Outside, the rain had grown denser. The streetlight glow became hazy through the downpour, and occasionally, they could see students rushing past with umbrellas. They didn't talk much during the meal, only exchanging a few words now and then. By the time their trays were nearly empty, the rain seemed to have eased a little, but the ground was completely soaked. Sandrone put down her chopsticks and took a sip of the miso soup. Let's go. She stood up and carried her tray to the collection. When they stepped out of the cafeteria, the air was noticeably cooler. The rain was still falling, but it had turned into a fine drizzle. The streetlights on campus were on, and the wet ground reflected the light like a faint water mirror. They walked along the path toward the dormitory. Raindrops occasionally fell from the leaves, lightly pattering on the ground. The surroundings grew very quiet, with only the distant sound of footsteps and the rain. When they reached the dormitory entrance, Sandrone took out her access card and swiped it. The door beeped. She pushed it open and looked back at Columbina. Let's go. As they stepped from the rain into the dormitory building, the air immediately turned warm. The door closed behind them, muffling the sound of rain into a faint rustle beyond the thick walls. The lobby was brightly lit, and the floor bore wet footprints left by students who had just entered. Someone was drying their hair with a towel, while another stood in a corner scrolling through their phone. Sandrone shoved the access card back into her pocket, and without stopping headed straight for the stairs. Columbina followed beside her. The stairwell was quiet, with only the soft echo of their footsteps on the steps. When they reached the third floor, Sandrone expertly turned into the corridor and stopped in front of the dormitory door. She took out the key and unlocked it. Click. The door swung open and the light came on. The dormitory was as quiet as it had been yesterday. A small crack in the window let the sound of rain drift in gently with the breeze. Sandrone tossed her bag onto the desk and casually shook a few raindrops off her sleeve. Still raining. Columbina also placed her bag on the table and glanced out the window. The streetlight shone through the rain curtain, the ground gleaming where the raindrops struck. Sandrone had already settled into her chair, took out the familiar box of small parts from the drawer, as if she couldn't go a day without tinkering with machinery. She fiddled with the parts for a while, then suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up at Columbina. "Why are you standing there?" Her tone was as casual as ever. "Isn't the bed yours now?" Only then did Columbina walk over to her spot, pull out the chair, and sit down. The dormitory fell silent save for the faint sound of rain outside the window and the occasional metallic click from Sandrone tightening a tiny screw. Thus the day gradually drew to a close. The two each took a shower, and Columbina said goodnight. Sandrone didn't reply, simply burying her head deeper into the blanket. The tranquility of the night, accompanied by the rhythm of their breathing, quietly slipped away. The rain from last night had stopped and water droplets still clung to the leaves outside the window. Morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a faint glow on the dormitory floor. Sandrone woke up not too late. She turned over and opened her eyes, still carrying the drowsiness of sleep. The dormitory was quiet, with only the occasional chirping of birds drifting in from outside the window. She lay in bed for a while, then slowly sat up, instinctively glancing at the opposite side. Columbina was already awake, sitting on the edge of her bed and combing her hair with slow, deliberate movements, as if she had been up for a while. The morning light fell upon her shoulder, making her appear exceptionally tranquil. Sandrone watched for a few seconds, then frowned slightly. "Why are you awake so early again?" Her voice carried a hint of morning hoarseness. Columbina turned to look at her, her tone as calm as ever. Sandrone gave a soft snort, got out of bed, and padded over to the table in her slippers. She picked up the comb lying there, tidied her slightly disheveled hair, then casually glanced at the time. Still early. Columbina also looked at the clock on the wall. There was still plenty of time before morning self-study. The dormitory fell silent again, broken only by the sound of the two of them packing their bags. The window was slightly ajar, and the lingering chill from last night hadn't dissipated completely. The air felt exceptionally fresh. After a while, Sandrone slung her school bag over her shoulder. "Let's go." Her tone was casual. "Let's grab breakfast first." Columbina nodded. The two of them walked out of the dormitory building together. Last night's rain had washed the campus clean, leaving the paths still damp and tiny water droplets clinging to the leaves. The morning sunlight gradually brightened, and in the distance students were already heading toward the cafeteria. As they walked, Sandrone glanced ahead. "Don't order the same thing as me today." Columbina thought for a moment. "Then Sandrone gave a light snort in response. But when they reached the cafeteria counter, Columbina ended up ordering the exact same breakfast as her. Sandrone looked at the tray and couldn't help frowning. "Didn't you say you try something different?" Columbina sat down and answered with great seriousness. "It looked tastier." Sandrone didn't know what to say, so she simply lowered her head and started eating. The morning classes passed more quickly than expected. When the midday class ended, the classroom quickly grew lively again as students filed out one after another. Some were discussing the cafeteria's menu for the day, while others simply rested their heads on the desks, planning to take a nap. Sandrone closed her book, tucked her pen into its case, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, lifted her head to glance at the clock on the wall. "Student council," she muttered under her breath. Columbina recalled yesterday's events as well. So the two of them quickly packed up and headed toward the student council room. The teaching building at noon was much quieter than in the morning. Occasionally, someone passed through the corridor, their footsteps echoing clearly in the empty hallway. The door to the student council room was already open. Several students were inside, members from various grades it seemed. Some were flipping through documents, others were leaning back in their chairs chatting. The atmosphere was far more relaxed than expected. When Sandrone and Columbina walked in, a senior girl looked up at them. "New members from the executive department, right?" Sandrone nodded. The senior gestured toward the tables. "Have a seat. Once everyone's here, we'll briefly go over the division of tasks." The classroom tables had been pushed together to form a circle. There weren't many seats left. Sandrone found an empty spot and sat down. Columbina took the seat beside her. The table wasn't very wide, so they ended up sitting quite close to each other. As soon as Sandrone put her arm on the table, her elbow brushed against the person next to her. She instinctively glanced sideways. Columbina was looking down at the documents on the table, seemingly completely unaware. Sandrone clicked her tongue softly and pulled her arm back slightly. Before long, almost everyone had arrived. The head of the executive department briefly explained what needed to be done. There would be a school event next week, so they needed to check the auditorium's equipment and broadcasting system in advance. Sandrone visibly perked up at the mention of equipment. The head handed out a stack of forms for everyone to look over their assigned sections. The sheets were passed along one by one, soon reaching them. Columbina reached out, took them, glanced over the contents, and then handed the form to Sandrone. Their fingers accidentally brushed during the handover, just a brief touch. But Sandrone's movements paused for an instant. She quickly took the form and looked down at its contents, pretending nothing had happened. A moment later, Columbina leaned slightly toward her and asked in a low voice, "Is the equipment inspection your responsibility?" Sandrone stared at the form. "Pretty much." Her tone carried the usual matter-of-factness. "This kind of thing is naturally for me to handle." Columbina nodded and said nothing more. The table was small. Whenever either of them moved, even slightly, their arms would lightly touch. Sandrone hadn't paid much attention at first, but when she reached for her pen again, her wrist brushed against the person beside her. Her movements halted. Then she awkwardly shifted a little to the side. Columbina noticed and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Sandrone immediately looked away. "Nothing." She casually drew a few lines on the form, but her ears felt inexplicably warm. Everyone in the room was still discussing the preparations for the upcoming event, their voices mingling at a moderate volume. Sandrone stared at the words on the paper for a long time, only to realize she was somewhat distracted. She gave a soft snort and muttered under her breath, "This table's way too small." Columbina seemed to have heard her. She turned her head and looked at her, a faint, barely noticeable smile tugging at the corner of her lips, but she said nothing. The meeting continued. The head of the executive department flipped through the list on the table and briefly summarized the activity details just mentioned. Next Friday is the school's cultural open day. Clubs will set up displays on the sports field and in the auditorium, and there will be stage performances in the auditorium, so the equipment needs to be checked in advance. He spoke in a casual tone as if discussing a routine matter. The sound system, the lighting, and the broadcast wiring all need to be confirmed. No last-minute problems. Someone beside him nodded. Another person was jotting down notes. The head's gaze paused on the list, then quickly lifted for the equipment check. Sandrone had been idly tapping her pen on the paper. She looked up only when she heard her name. "My." The head smiled. "You're good at this kind of thing. Go take a look at the auditorium." Sandrone didn't decline, as she simply responded casually. "All right." The head glanced at the list again, as if considering whether to assign another person. The room fell silent for a moment, filled only with the rustling of paper. After a while he looked up and added, "Find someone to go with you. Record anything that needs repair." His gaze swept around the table and naturally landed beside Sandrone. "Columbina, you go along." Columbina had been listening quietly. Upon hearing her name, she simply nodded lightly. "Okay." It was arranged casually, as if Head just picked two people at random. But Sandrone's movements halted for a split second. She turned her head to look at Columbina, as if about to say something, then finally averted her gaze back to the form on the table. The head continued discussing other departments' matters, and the meeting quickly returned to its unhurried rhythm of discussion. Sandrone looked down at the form, then lowered her voice after a moment. "There's a lot of equipment in the auditorium." Columbina tilted her head. "My." Sandrone spoke as if casually reminding her. "It might take some time." Columbina nodded, her tone perfectly calm. "Then we'll take our time going through it." Sandrone had only been making an offhand remark. She froze for a second upon hearing this response. She stared at the words on the paper, but her ears inexplicably grew warm again, so she tapped the edge of the form with her pen and muttered under her breath. "Who said anything about taking our time?" Columbina didn't argue. She simply sat quietly beside her. Their arms brushed together again, inadvertently. This time Sandrone didn't immediately pull away. She just frowned slightly. The meeting proceeded. Light from the window streamed in from one side of the classroom, brightly illuminating the papers on the table. When the head finished covering the last points, he put his pen down. "That's about it. It's best to check the auditorium equipment this afternoon or tomorrow noon, so we don't run out of time." After saying this, he glanced at Sandrone and added, "The two of you can go together then." Sandrone hummed in acknowledgement, said nothing more, folded the form, and tucked it into her notebook. As she stood up, her chair scraped softly against the floor. Columbina also rose to her feet. They both headed toward the door at almost the same time. The sunlight in the corridor at noon was dazzling, a stark contrast to the quiet classroom they'd just left. After walking a couple of steps, Sandrone suddenly paused, as if remembering something. She didn't turn around but slightly tilted her face and said quietly, "Well, go tomorrow noon." Columbina stopped beside her. "Okay." Sandrone let out a soft humph, but the tips of her ears flushed an unmistakable red. After the student council meeting ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some continued discussing the arrangements just made as they walked. Two people left the student council room together. The afternoon sunlight in the hallway was a bit bright, and distant voices drifted from the playground outside the window. When they returned to the classroom, most of their classmates had just come back from lunch. Some were resting with their heads on the desks, while others flipped through textbooks to prepare for the afternoon classes. After sitting down, Sandrone habitually pushed her desk forward a little and neatly placed her pencil case. She seemed to have already put the meeting out of her mind, though occasionally she would lower her gaze to the folded form lying nearby. The first class of the afternoon began soon. When the physics teacher walked in carrying a stack of experimental equipment, the somewhat relaxed classroom immediately quieted down slightly. The teacher set the items on the podium and clapped his hands. "No new lesson today. We're doing an experiment." A few students let out quiet ohs in the classroom. The teacher distributed several boxes of experimental materials, and soon the desks were filled with batteries, wires, small bulbs, and voltmeters. "Simple circuit experiment. Work in pairs. Connect the circuit, measure the voltage, and write down the results." After speaking, he scanned the classroom. "Pair up with your desk mate or someone nearby." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of chairs scraping softly filled the room. Sandrone glanced down at the equipment on her desk, her hands instinctively reaching for the battery and wires. She performed this task with practiced ease, as if it required no thought at all. Columbina took out the experiment recording sheet and placed it in the middle of the desk. Without any special words exchanged, they naturally fell into a division of labor. Sandrone was in charge of connecting the circuit. Columbina handled the recording. Sandrone attached one end of a wire to the battery, already reaching for the next connection point. As she studied the circuit with her head lowered, she suddenly said wire. Columbina handed the adjacent one over. For an instant their fingers brushed. It was a very light touch. Sandrone paused for a moment, then quickly continued securing the wires as if nothing had happened. Yet as she lowered her head, the tips of her ears seemed to redden slightly. The circuit was soon completed. Sandrone twisted in the small bulb and gently pressed the switch. The light did not turn on. She frowned. That's strange. She picked up the battery to examine it again, checked the wire connections, and her expression grew more serious. Columbina watched for a while, then leaned in a bit closer. Is it reversed here? She pointed at the battery's orientation. Sandrone instinctively looked up, and suddenly the distance between them became very close. She could even see the reflection of light in Columbina's eyes. Sandrone froze for a split second. Then she immediately averted her gaze. I know. Her tone carried its usual self-assuredness, but her movements were noticeably slower. She swapped the battery's direction and resecured the wires. This time when she pressed the switch, the small bulb lit up. A warm orange glow flickered across the desk. A nearby classmate glanced over and murmured it's on. Sandrone clicked her tongue and withdrew her hands. It would have lit up anyway. Columbina, jotting down data on the recording sheet, let out a soft laugh upon hearing this. Sandrone turned her head to look at her. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Columbina paused her pen and added, just thought it was impressive. Sandrone was momentarily stunned. She almost said something, but in the end she only gave a soft hum and shifted her gaze back to the circuit on the desk. The rest of the experiment went smoothly. Sandrone adjusted the voltage while Columbina recorded the data. They exchanged occasional quiet words, but most of the time they worked in comfortable silence. When the bell rang, the classroom quickly returned to its usual liveliness. Some stretched their arms, others put the experimental equipment back into the boxes, and the sound of chairs scraping filled the air. The teacher glanced around, satisfied that everyone was nearly finished, before signaling that the equipment could be returned. Sandrone neatly coiled the last wire, placed it into the box, and unscrewed the bulb. She closed the box, stood up, walked to the podium, and handed in the experimental apparatus. By the time she returned to her seat, the desk was empty except for her open textbook and the completed recording sheet. Columbina tucked the sheet into her book and looked up at her. You seem very skilled at this kind of experiment. Sandrone pushed her chair back slightly as she sat down, her tone carrying the usual nonchalance. It's not difficult at all. Having said that, she seemed ready to let the topic drop. But Columbina added another comment. Still, you connected the circuit really fast just now. Sandrone had already opened her textbook, but her hand paused. The classroom was filled with a mix of voices, classmates talking, pages turning. Columbina's tone was as casual as if she were commenting on the most ordinary thing. I didn't notice the issue there. Sandrone stared at the page for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. You can tell at a glance. She said it dismissively, but her ears began to warm. Columbina nodded. Very impressive. Sandrone froze, then quickly looked away, muttering under her breath, as if slightly uncomfortable. What's so great about it? The words were quiet, but her face betrayed her flushing a little. She turned a page, suddenly appearing deeply absorbed in the textbook. After a moment, Sandrone turned her head, as if remembering something. Oh, by the way. Columbina looked at her. Sandrone said casually, the hall inspection is tomorrow noon. She paused, then added, no need to go today. Columbina nodded. Okay. Sandrone hummed in acknowledgement and resumed reading without further words. Only the faint redness on her ears took a while to fade. The remaining afternoon classes passed quickly. The second period was math. The teacher covered the blackboard with formulas, the sound of chalk scraping against the board echoing intermittently. Most students kept their heads down, copying notes, occasionally turning a page softly. Sandrone listened for the first few minutes, jotting a few random strokes, then bent over a draft paper, drawing something. Fine lines gradually connected into a small structure, gears and supports occupying a corner of the paper. Columbina glanced at it occasionally, but said nothing. The last class was Chinese literature. The teacher lectured on an ancient text at a steady pace, and the classroom was so quiet it made one drowsy. The light outside the window softened, and time unknowingly crept toward evening. When the dismissal bell rang, a wave of relief seemed to sweep through the room. Some packed their bags, others stood to stretch, and a few had already started discussing what to eat for dinner. Sandrone closed her textbook, stuffed the draft paper into her notebook, and zipped her school bag. She stood up with a brisk motion as if ready to leave immediately. Columbina also rose. Want to eat first? Sandrone glanced at her. They walked together to the cafeteria. The dinner hall was quieter than at noon, but still quite crowded. They queued for 2 simple meals and sat down by the window. Most of the time passed in silence. Occasionally a classmate passed by, bringing a brief wave of chatter that soon faded. After finishing their meals and returning the trays, they stepped out of the cafeteria into air that had grown cooler than during the day. A few campus lights had come on, casting pools of illumination on the ground. Sandrone instinctively headed toward the dormitory. After 2 steps, Columbina spoke. Would you like to take a walk before heading back? Sandrone paused. A walk. Columbina gestured ahead. Beside the cafeteria lay a flower bed with a narrow path winding through it. In the evening the path was lit by soft lamplight, and sometimes students would stroll there. Sandrone followed her gaze. The path was short, the shrubs and the flower bed were neatly trimmed, and a breeze made their leaves tremble gently. What's there to walk? Her tone suggested complete disinterest. Columbina didn't argue, just hummed, as if it had been merely a casual suggestion. Then let's go back to the dorm. She walked ahead. Sandrone was about to continue toward the dorm when she suddenly stopped after a few steps. She glanced at the flowerbed path. The lamplight fell quietly on the ground. Sandrone clicked her tongue softly. It's not far anyway. As if explaining to someone, she murmured, then turned and walked toward the path. After a few steps, she realized Columbina was following. Sandrone turned her head. Didn't you say you were going back? Columbina's voice was calm. Weren't you going to take a walk? Sandrone froze for a second, then quickly looked away. Who said I was taking a walk? She muttered, though her ears inexplicably grew warm. But her footsteps did not stop. The path between the flower beds wasn't long, and the hedges on both sides were neatly trimmed. Lampposts stood at regular intervals, casting soft light onto the ground, stretching shadows into elongated shapes. At this hour of the evening, the campus had already quieted down. From the distant playground, the occasional sound of footsteps and sporadic voices could still be heard, but they had grown faint by the time they reached this spot. Sandrone walked slowly along the path. She hadn't been moving quickly to begin with, but with Columbina beside her, their paces unconsciously aligned. The plants in the flower beds swayed gently in the night breeze, their leaves brushing together now and then producing a faint rustling sound. After walking a short distance, Sandrone suddenly asked, "What made you think of coming here?" Her tone sounded casual, as if she was just making conversation. Columbina glanced around and replied softly, "When I came out of the cafeteria, I saw this path. It looked very quiet." Sandrone hummed in acknowledgement and said nothing more. The path curved, and beside the flower bed stood a bench bathed in the lamplight. The area was empty and seemed especially serene. As Sandrone reached the spot, she slowed down, stopped in front of the bench, and said offhandedly, "Let's sit for a bit." Her tone was casual, as if the words just slipped out. Columbina nodded, and the two sat down on the bench, leaving a small distance between them. The night breeze drifted over from the flower beds, carrying a faint scent of plants. At first neither spoke. After a while, Columbina suddenly said, "That thing you wrote this afternoon." Sandrone was taken aback. "What? In math class, the solution and answer you jotted down on the scratch paper?" Sandrone finally understood, clicked her tongue lightly, and said, "Just wrote it casually." Her tone feigned indifference. But Columbina shook her head. It didn't look casual. Sandrone was silent for a moment, then finally took out the small notebook she usually used for notes from her backpack. Flipping it open, she said, "It's nothing special anyway. Look if you want." Columbina leaned closer, and the distance between them suddenly shrank. The bench wasn't big to begin with, and with her leaning in, their shoulders were nearly touching. Sandrone had been trying to act nonchalant, but she quickly noticed the change in distance. She froze for a moment, then muttered, "Why are you leaning so close?" Columbina kept her eyes on the notebook and answered casually, "The light's a bit dim." Sandrone couldn't think of a retort, so she simply averted her gaze, pretending to look at the flower beds. Columbina studied the solutions on the page intently. The paper was filled with various steps, symbols, and concise annotations. The answer was clean and efficient, far from something scribbled on a whim. After a moment, she asked softly, "Did you come up with this yourself?" Sandrone straightened her head and replied in her usual tone, "Pretty much." Columbina nodded lightly and said, "That's impressive." The words were spoken with genuine sincerity. Sandrone had been putting on an air of indifference, but at those words she paused. She quickly looked away and said in a lower voice, "It's nothing." Her voice was softer than before. Just then Columbina pointed to a spot on the paper and asked, "Is this a formula?" Her finger landed right on the page, just as Sandrone was about to pull the notebook back, and their fingers accidentally brushed. It was only the lightest touch. But Sandrone jerked her hand back as if shocked. Frowning, she pushed the notebook slightly toward Columbina and said, "Look for yourself." Columbina looked up at her. Sandrone's ears were a little red, and she seemed aware of it herself. She furrowed her brow and added, "If you're going to look, then just look. Don't keep asking." Her tone sounded a bit harsh. Columbina chuckled softly, said nothing more, and continued reading. After a while, she closed the notebook, handed it back, and said seriously again, "It really is impressive." Sandrone took the notebook and stuffed it back into her backpack. She bowed her head and was silent for a while. The night breeze blew gently, and the leaves in the flower beds rustled. After a few moments, she suddenly stood up and said in her usual tone, "Let's go back." Columbina rose as well. The two walked back along the path toward the dormitory. At first, Sandrone was a step ahead, but soon she slowed her pace, letting their footsteps synchronize again. By the time they returned to the dormitory from the flowerbed path, the campus had fallen completely quiet. The corridor lights were on, and occasional voices drifted from other rooms, but the atmosphere was one of winding down for the night. Sandrone pushed open the door, walked and tossed her backpack onto a chair, and casually hung her school blazer over the backrest. Columbina followed, gently closing the door. "I'll shower first," Sandrone said, her tone as straightforward as ever. Columbina nodded. "Okay." The dorm had its own bathroom, which was convenient for both of them. As Sandrone went in with her change of clothes, the sound of water soon started. Columbina sat on her own bed, plugged her phone in to charge, and briefly tidied the books she had brought back today. The only sound in the dorm was the water from the bathroom, which made the silence feel more pronounced. Before long, Sandrone came out, her hair still slightly damp. "All yours." she said while drying her hair. Columbia picked up her clothes. My turn. When Columbia came out after her shower, Sandrone was already lying in bed propped up against her pillow, idly scrolling through her phone, looking like she was just killing time. The dorm light was soon switched off, leaving only the faint glow from each bedside. Good night, Columbia said softly. Sandrone turned over facing away from her. Her tone sounded a bit perfunctory. After a moment, the dorm fell completely silent. Just then Sandrone's phone vibrated lightly. She frowned, picked it up, and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message. The sender Columbia. Sandrone instinctively looked toward the opposite bed. The dorm light was off, and she could only make out Columbia's vague silhouette already settled in. She looked down at her phone. The chat box contained only one sentence. Columbia, you're still awake, aren't you? Sandrone stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then her fingers moved. Sandrone, what? The message was barely sent before a reply came almost instantly. Columbia, just checking. Sandrone frowned. Sandrone, checking what? Her phone vibrated again. Columbia, to confirm you're not as fierce as you look. Sandrone stared at that line for a moment, almost sitting up in bed. She quickly typed. Sandrone, do you have nothing better to do? Columbia, a little. Sandrone took a deep breath, decided to ignore her, and set the phone aside near her pillow. But before 2 seconds passed, the phone vibrated again. She couldn't help picking it up. Columbia, but thank you for today. Sandrone froze. Sandrone, for what? This time the reply came a little slower. Columbia, for walking. Sandrone stared at the screen for a while. She typed the line, deleted it, and finally replied with just one sentence. Sandrone, who was walking with you? The other side quickly replied with a single character. Columbia, Sandrone looked at that for a long time, feeling an inexplicable stir inside. She tossed her phone aside and muttered under her breath, boring. A few seconds later she picked it up again and glanced at the chat. No new messages. Sandrone was silent for a moment, then finally typed. Sandrone, go to sleep. The phone vibrated almost immediately. Columbia, okay, good night. Sandrone stared at those 2 words for 2 seconds, locked the screen, tossed the phone aside, and turned over facing away. After a moment she whispered very softly. Good night. The dorm fell quiet once more. Morning light seeped through the gap in the dormitory curtains, casting a gentle glow across the room, carrying with it the tranquil stillness of a world just waking. Columbia woke a little earlier than usual. When she opened her eyes, the dormitory was still quiet. Only the occasional soft footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, likely from someone who had already risen to fetch breakfast. She didn't get up immediately. Instead, she turned her head to glance at the bed across the room. Sandrone was still sleeping. The blanket was pulled up to her shoulders, her body curled slightly inward. The sharp expression she usually wore was completely absent now. Her breathing was steady, and she looked so peaceful that it was hard to associate her with the usual version of herself. Columbia watched for a while. Suddenly, she recalled the conversation they'd had on WeChat the night before, and an involuntary gentle smile tugged at the corner of her lips. The dormitory remained silent, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind outside. After a moment, Columbia sat up quietly, went to the bathroom to freshen up, then picked up her phone to check the time. It was almost time to get up. She walked over to Sandrone's bedside and looked up. There was still no sign that Sandrone was about to. Columbia paused, then called out softly, Sandrone. No response. She moved a little closer and called again. Time. Sandrone furrowed her brow. The blanket shifted slightly, but she didn't stir, only buried her face deeper into the pillow. Columbia couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and gently patted the bed. You'll be late if you don't get up now. This time Sandrone finally showed some reaction. Slowly she opened her eyes, still clouded with the haze of sleep. For a couple of seconds she seemed disoriented, as if trying to remember where she was. As her gaze lifted, it met Columbia, standing by the bed. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. Sandrone froze, then immediately furrowed her brows and sat up. What are you doing standing there? Her voice was still husky with sleep. Columbia replied naturally, calling you to get up. Sandrone ran a hand through her tousled hair and muttered under her breath, the alarm will go off. Columbia just looked at, but you didn't wake up. Sandrone was momentarily speechless, then simply lowered her head, threw off the blanket, and got out of bed. After a few steps, she paused abruptly and glanced back at Columbia. How long were you standing there? Columbia thought for a moment. Not long. Sandrone stared at her for a second, felt a strange warmth creep up her ears, and quickly averted her gaze. Boring. She tossed the word over her shoulder and turned toward the bathroom. Columbia stood there watching her slightly messy hair and couldn't suppress another smile. Not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped and the door opened. Sandrone stepped out, drying her hair with a towel. The drowsiness had mostly faded from her face, though her hair remained a bit. She returned the towel to the bathroom, hanging it on the hook by the door, then walked back into the room to find Columbia already packed and waiting by the desk. Ready? Sandrone asked. Columbia nodded. They tidied up, quickly switched off the dormitory light, and walked down. The morning dormitory was gradually coming to life. Voices of students echoed in the hallway, and someone occasionally dashed past downstairs, probably worried about missing breakfast. The cafeteria was quite crowded at this hour. They queued up for a while and grabbed a simple breakfast. Sandrone chose soy milk and a portion of small soup dumplings. Columbia glanced at it and ordered the same. Sandrone shot her a look. Nothing you want to eat? Columbia replied calmly, looks good. Sandrone let out a soft tisk, but said nothing more. As they left the cafeteria, the morning campus was already fully bustling with activity. The path in front of the teaching building was thronged with students heading to their classrooms. Fragments of conversation mingled in the air. Sandrone walked ahead, her pace unhurried. Columbia stayed beside her, and the two naturally made their way to the classroom together. When they arrived, there was still some time. Many classmates were already there, some hurriedly finishing homework at their desks while others dozed with their heads down. Sandrone dropped her bag on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down casually, taking a book from her bag and placing it on the desk. Soon the bell rang. As the first lesson began, the classroom gradually settled into silence, broken only by the teacher's voice and the occasional rustle of pages turning. Columbia listened attentively at first, but after a while her gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. Sandrone was looking down at her book, idly twirling a pen in her hand, appearing to listen, yet carrying an air of nonchalance. Columbia watched for a moment, then drew her gaze back. After a bit, she couldn't help glancing over again. Sandrone suddenly stopped her pen movement and turned her head, locking eyes with Columbia. "What are you looking at?" Sandrone frowned, her voice lowered with a hint of impatience. But Columbia showed no sign of being caught. She merely replied calmly, "Nothing." Sandrone stared at her for 2 seconds, let out another soft tisk, and turned her head back. A little later, Columbia's gaze wandered over again. This time Sandrone sensed it almost instantly. She turned her head again and shot a glare directly at Columbia. Finally, Columbia averted her eyes and looked down at her book. Sandrone watched her settle into quietness for a moment, then refocused on her textbook. The morning classes passed slowly. Occasionally their gazes would accidentally meet, then quickly dart away. Everything in the classroom seemed no different from usual, except that the two sitting at the same desk shared an unspoken restlessness. When the bell for the end of morning classes rang, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly relaxed. Some stood up and stretched, while others began packing their bags to head to the cafeteria. Sandrone stuffed her books into her bag and stood up. Columbia followed suit, and together they left the classroom. At this hour the cafeteria was at its busiest. Long queues stretched before the counters, and the clatter of utensils mingled with chatter, creating a lively din. They queued for a while. Sandrone stood in front, glanced at the dishes on display, casually ordered a set meal, and also asked for a bowl of soup. When it was Columbia's turn, she looked at the counter, then at Sandrone's already collected tray. The same as her. The server nodded and quickly prepared an identical meal for her. They found an empty table and sat down. Sandrone had just picked up her chopsticks when she glanced at the tray across from her, and then at Columbia. "Nothing you want to eat?" Columbia replied calmly, "Looks good." Sandrone stared at her for 2 seconds and let out a soft, "Suit yourself." They finished lunch in quiet companionship. Sandrone returned her tray to the collection counter and checked. "Let's go." Columbia nodded. After returning their trays, they stepped out of the cafeteria into the sunlight that bathed the open space between the teaching buildings. Sandrone looked at her phone. "It's about time," Columbia asked, heading to the auditorium. Sandrone nodded. "Didn't we agree to check the equipment there at noon?" Instead of returning to the teaching building, they followed the path beside the cafeteria toward the auditorium. The auditorium wasn't far from the cafeteria, just a few minutes' walk. The grand building came into view in the distance, its white exterior gleaming brightly under the sun. When the auditorium door swung open, it was still enveloped in silence. During the lunch hour, most students lingered in the classrooms and the cafeteria, leaving the vast hall exceptionally empty. Several rows of floor lights were arranged before the stage, usually used to illuminate the area beneath it, but now they stood neatly along the edge. After entering, Sandrone glanced around and folded the checklist in her hand. "Check the lights first." Columbina nodded, flipping open her notebook with her pen ready. Beside the stage lay a toolbox. Sandrone dragged it over, lifted the lid for a look, and pulled out a small screwdriver. She crouched at the edge of the stage, shifted one of the floor lights forward slightly, then reached down to press the switch. The light came on. A warm white glow streamed upward from below, illuminating the stage floor. Sandrone glanced at the light's position and frowned. "The angle's a bit off," she murmured, extending her hand. "Wrench." The very next instant, a small wrench was placed in her hand. Sandrone paused, turning her head to look. Columbina stood beside her, still holding the toolbox, her tone calm. "I took it out together with the other tools." Sandrone stared at her for a second, then took the tool with a soft snort. "You're quite prepared." She lowered her head and continued adjusting the fixed bracket of the light, tilting it slightly to the left before switching it on again. The light fell on the stage, now a bit more even than before. Columbina noted this down, then looked up at the stage. The empty hall remained quiet, broken only by the faint hum of the lights and the occasional clink of Sandrone adjusting. Columbina stood by, jotting notes as she watched Sandrone work. Sensing something, Sandrone suddenly turned her head. "What are you looking at?" Columbina didn't avert her gaze. Instead, she gave a soft smile. "Watching you adjust the lights." Sandrone froze for a moment, feeling her ears grow warm. She immediately looked away, muttering under her breath, "What's there to see?" Yet her movements slowed by half a second. Sandrone pushed the second floor light a bit further toward the edge, then bent down to loosen the side fixing screw. Gradually, she lowered the angle of the light. She pressed the switch again. The light from below fell on the stage softer than before. Columbina watched for a while, then wrote a few lines in her notebook. The hall was so quiet that even footsteps echoed distinctly. As Sandrone moved to the next light, the power cord got stuck under the bracket as she tried to pull it out, but failed. "TCH. She frowned. Columbina glanced over and said softly, "Wait." She crouched down and gently lifted the cord from the other side. The cord came free instantly. Sandone's hand paused for a moment before she pushed the light back into place. I could have gotten it out myself. Her tone still carried that reluctant edge. Columbina just smiled without retorting. Sandrone tightened the bracket and switched the light back on. As the light flickered on, she looked up to check the beam, but didn't notice the tool at her feet. Her toe nudged it, and the small screwdriver clattered to the floor. Just as she bent to pick it up, Columbina had already reached for it. They straightened up almost at the same time, suddenly closing the door. Sandrone froze, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Columbina handed her the screwdriver, her tone casual. Sandrone took the tool, but didn't speak at once. She looked down at it for a second before letting out a soft hum. Why are you always handing me things today? Columbina blinked. Because you've been busy with the equipment. Sandrone found no immediate retort. She averted her gaze, pretending to check the next light switch. Stop talking. Her voice was low. Columbina watched her profile and noticed her ears were slightly red. She didn't call attention to it, simply jotting down a new note. One by one the lights came on, and the glow along the edge of the stage grew orderly. After adjusting the last light, Sandrone stood up and dusted her hands. About to say the inspection was nearly done, she turned and found Columbina still gazing at the stage lights. What is it? Columbina thought for a moment, then said softly, the lights are beautiful. She paused before adding, the ones you adjusted. Sandrone was taken aback. The next second she immediately looked away, her voice noticeably awkward. This kind of thing, but as she spoke her ears grew redder than before. The remaining floor lights went much more smoothly after that. Sandrone readjusted each light one by one, pulling some inward a bit, raising others to make the light along the stage. Columbina stood by, watching the changing illumination and slowly recording the results. Whenever a tool was needed, she was already accustomed to reaching into the toolbox and handing it over. When the last light was fixed, the lights in front of the stage formed a neat row. Sandrone stood at the edge, confirming there were no obvious deviations, then turned them all off in sequence. The hall fell dark again. She dusted her hands and tossed the tools back into the box. The lights are good enough. Columbina drew a check mark on the sheet. Next is the sound system. Sandrone looked toward the control panel beside the stage where several speakers and a test microphone. She picked up the toolbox and walked over, taking the microphone off its stand and weighing it in her hand. Check the mic first. Columbina had already turned to the audio page, looking up at her. Sandrone pressed the power switch and a faint hum came from the speakers. She raised the mic to her lips and casually tested. The voice echoed through the speakers, reverberating softly in the empty space. Columbina looked at her pen hovering above the paper without moving. Sandrone frowned. Make a note. Only then did Columbina write down the first line, though a hint of a smile touched her. Sandrone tested the mic, confirmed the speakers were working, then turned her gaze to the equipment rack nearby. There lay a spare microphone. Oh, she picked it up and handed it to Columbina. You try it too. Columbina took the mic, slightly surprised. Me. Sound checks require two people. Sometimes both mics are used during events. Sandrone said it casually, as if explaining or simply adding a remark. Columbina nodded and turned on the microphone. The hall was empty. The two stood before the stage, their voices traveling through the speakers and softly echoing under the high ceiling. Sandrone tested first. Hello. The voice spread through the auditorium. She listened to the echo with a frown, then looked at Columbina. Columbina spoke into the mic, testing. The voice came through clearly. Sandrone walked to the control panel and adjusted the volume knob. Say it again. Columbina paused, looking at Sandrone silhouetted against the light, and then said into the mic, Sandrone. The name echoed through the hall. Sandrone, who was adjusting the knob, halted mid-motion, lifting her head to look over. What? Columbina's tone was calm. Just testing if it's clear. Sandrone stared at her for a second. Why? Columbina thought for a moment, still natural. It just came to me. Sandrone found no comeback. She bent down to twist the volume knob again, pretending to listen intently to the sound. After a while she raised her own mic. Columbina. Her voice came through the speakers, slightly louder than before. Columbina looked up. Sandrone averted her gaze, her tone bearing the usual impatience. Now we're even. But as she said it, her ears had stealthily turned red. Columbina didn't call her out, simply writing a new entry in her notebook. The hall fell into a brief silence, broken only by the faint hum of the speakers. After the sound check, the auditorium fell silent once more. Sandrone returned the microphone to its stand and glanced down at the checklist. Next is the stage curtain, she said as she walked toward the side of the stage. There a rope controlled the curtain. During performances a gentle pull would slowly close it. Columbina followed, having already turned the notebook to the next line. Sandrone looked up at the high curtain, then grabbed the rope and pulled it downward with a slight force. The heavy red curtain slid slowly from both sides, converging along the track. The fabric rubbed against the track, producing a faint rustling sound that was particularly distinct in the empty auditorium. She paused to listen. The sound is fairly smooth. Columbina jotted down a note. Sandrone then released the rope, allowing the curtain to slowly reopen. This time the curtain caught slightly in the middle. Sandrone frowned. Wait. She took 2 steps onto the stage and looked up at the track. Columbina followed. Sandrone stood on tiptoe and tried to push the curtain aside a little, but as soon as she touched the fabric, the curtain slid a short distance along the track on its own. The fabric swayed gently. Columbina, standing close, instinctively reached out to steady that side of the curtain. Both their hands touched the fabric almost simultaneously. Sandrone paused mid-motion, then immediately withdrew her hand. It's just a bit tight on the track. Her tone was deliberately casual. Columbina nodded and finished writing that line. Sandrone tried the rope again. This time the curtain closed smoothly and then opened slowly without catching. She released the rope and brushed her hands together. The curtain's fine. Columbina marked a check on her notebook. Once the curtain was fully open, the auditorium returned to its original state. Sandrone stood at the edge of the stage and surveyed the area once more. Confirming no other issues, she picked up the checklist and looked it over. The lighting, sound system, and curtain were all checked off. She handed the form to Columbina. Almost done. Columbina verified the records, then wrote down the time of completion on the last line. The auditorium was very quiet. A sliver of afternoon light came through the side windows. When they had started the inspection, it had been noon. Now the light was gradually shifting toward evening. Sandrone closed the toolbox and picked it up. Just need to submit the form. Columbina nodded. She glanced at the time and suddenly said, "It's already this hour." Sandrone also raised her hand to check her phone. The afternoon classes were already over. Today's auditorium inspection had been arranged by the student council, so they had been here since noon and hadn't returned to the classroom for lessons. Sandrone put her phone back in her pocket, her tone casual. "It's for the student council anyway," she said as she walked toward the auditorium exit. Columbina followed. Together they turned off the lights in the auditorium. The stage and seating area darkened again, leaving only the beam of light streaming in from the entrance. When they stepped out of the auditorium, it was nearly the end of the school day. The bell from the classroom building faintly echoed, and students began to trickle out of the corridors. Evening light fell on the sports field and pathways, and the air was cooler than at noon. Sandrone walked ahead carrying the toolbox with Columbina beside her. "First, let's submit the form," Sandrone said. The student council office was on the first floor of the administration building not far from the auditorium. They walked along the campus path and soon reached the entrance. Only one person was on duty in the office. Sandrone placed the toolbox by the door and handed over the checklist. "The auditorium equipment check is complete." The person took the form, glanced through it, and quickly reviewed the records. "That was fast." Sandrone's tone was nonchalant. "We checked the light, sound, and curtain. No major issues." The person nodded, signed the form, and filed it into a folder. "All right, that's it for today," Sandrone replied with an turned and walked out. Columbina followed. When they returned to the corridor, the campus outside was already lively. Students were constantly streaming out of the classroom, building their voices, mingling together. Sandrone checked the time. "Almost school is over." She turned her face toward Columbina, still speaking in that casual tone. "Back to the dorm." Columbina looked at her and gave a slight nod. After leaving the administration building, the after-school atmosphere was unmistakable. Some students were playing basketball on the field. More students emerged from the classroom, building their chatter, mixing together. Evening light fell on the campus pathways, elongating the shadows of the trees. Sandrone and Columbina walked slowly toward the dormitory. Having just finished the student council tasks, neither was in a hurry to speak. Their footsteps were leisurely. When they reached the flower bed, Columbina suddenly spoke. "You were very skilled when adjusting the lights earlier." Sandrone turned her head slightly to look at her. "It's not difficult." Her tone was still matter-of-fact, but her pace slowed a little. Columbina gave a faint smile. "But not everyone can do it." Sandrone snorted and didn't reply. They walked a bit further. The streetlights along the path began to light up one by one. Columbina suddenly stopped. Sandrone turned back. "What?" Columbina pointed at her sleeve. "Here." Sandrone looked down and noticed a bit of dust on her cuff, probably left over from checking the lights earlier. As she was about to brush it off, Columbina had already reached out and gently patted it for her. The gesture was very natural, but Sandrone was frozen for a second. By the time she reacted, Columbina had already withdrawn her hand. "It's gone," she said calmly. Sandrone stood there, glanced at her, then immediately averted her eyes. "I could have done it myself." Her tone sounded a bit impatient, but her ears had already turned red. Columbina seemed not to notice and simply nodded lightly. They continued toward the dormitory. The light from the street lamps gradually fell on the path, and the surrounding sounds quieted down. By the time they reached the dorm building, the lights inside were already on. In the hallway, someone was returning from the cafeteria carrying a meal box and heading to their room. Voices echoed down the corridor. Sandrone pushed the door open and tossed her backpack onto the chair. "Let's eat first," she said decisively. Columbina nodded. They tidied up briefly and went to the cafeteria together. The cafeteria was already quite crowded during dinner, though the queue wasn't too long. They ordered their usual dishes, ate quickly, and left without lingering. When they returned to the dorm, the sky had fallen completely dark. Sandrone turned on the desk lamp as soon as she entered, then took out the familiar small tool case from the cabinet. Columbina glanced at it. "Working on mechanical stuff again." Sandrone sat down and laid out a few tiny parts. "No time during the day." Her tone was natural, as if doing something utterly ordinary. Columbina said nothing more, just sat in the chair beside her and watched. The small parts on the table glinted metallic in the light. Sandrone bent her head slowly, adjusting the structure, her movements focused, even her brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, she suddenly reached out. "Screwdriver." The moment the words left her mouth, she froze, because the screwdriver was already placed in her hand. Sandrone looked up. Columbina was leaning back in her chair, her tone very calm. "I saw you looking for it." Sandrone accepted the tool and gave a soft hum. "You're quite observant." Columbina smiled, but didn't respond. The room fell silent, broken only by the faint clink of metal. A little later, Sandrone reassembled the parts and pressed the structure gently. The small device emitted a soft click. She raised her head to look at the person beside her. Columbina was still watching. Sandrone hesitated for a second, then pushed the device slightly toward her. You can look if you want. Her tone still carried a hint of awkwardness. Columbina lowered her head to examine the small contraption on the table and said softly, "It's impressive." Sandrone immediately looked away. "It's not hard." But as she said it, her ears reddened again. The dorm light had been on for a long time. By the time Sandrone put away the mechanical parts from the table, they both noticed occasionally someone passed by in the hallway, voices drifting in intermittently. Columbina glanced at her phone. "The washing machine should be done." Sandrone replied with an and stood up from the chair. The small washing machine in the corner of the dorm had stopped. The laundry was finished. They opened the lid and each took out their own clothes. Sandrone shook out her school uniform shirt and jacket, walked to the balcony, and hung them one by one on the drying rack. The night breeze blew in through the window, making the freshly hung clothes sway gently. Columbina also took out her clothes, shook them briefly, and hung them on the other rack. After the last piece was hung, they returned to the room. "Time to shower," Sandrone said casually, then picked up her towel and headed to the bathroom. After a while, she came out of the bathroom, her hair still slightly damp. She hung the towel on the rack by the sink and casually turned off the bathroom light. Columbina was by then sitting at the edge of the bed. Sandrone glanced at her. "Your turn." Columbina nodded, took her towel, and entered the bathroom. The dorm fell silent again, with only the faint sound of water from the bathroom. By the time she finished and came out, they tidied up quickly and each went to their own bed. The light was turned off, leaving only a sliver of night filtering in through the window. After a moment, Sandrone's phone vibrated softly. She frowned, picked it up, and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message from Columbina. "Asleep yet?" Sandrone stared at the line for a second, instinctively looking up at the bed across. In the darkness, Columbina lay quietly, looking as if nothing had happened. Sandrone typed back, "Not yet." The moment the message was sent, another came quickly. "You worked hard today." Sandrone frowned. "It was just an auditorium," Columbina replied almost instantly. "But you were amazing adjusting the lights." Sandrone looked at the words she answered, "It's not hard anyway." 2 seconds later, Columbina sent another mem. "But it was still beautiful." Sandrone stared at the screen. "What was beautiful?" The phone buzzed again. "You?" Sandrone was completely stunned. She immediately raised her head to look at the opposite bed. In the darkness, Columbina was lying on her side, as if ready to sleep. Sandrone looked down at her phone, her ears gradually warming. She typed a line, then deleted it. After a moment, she replied, "You're being weird." There was no reply from the other side. A few seconds later, a new message popped up, "Good night." Sandrone stared at those 2 words in silence for a moment. Her finger hovered over the screen, then she replied after sending the message. She placed the phone by her pillow and lay back down. The dorm soon fell quiet again. Outside, the night breeze gently blew in and the freshly washed clothes on the balcony swayed slowly in the wind. The morning light slowly seeped through the gaps in the curtains, filling the dormitory with the serene atmosphere that lingered from just before dawn. Occasional footsteps echoed in the hallway, accompanied by the faint sounds of a broadcast from the distant playground. Columbina was the first to awaken. After opening her eyes, she did not immediately rise, but lay there for a while, gradually sitting up only when her consciousness was fully alert. The light in the dormitory was soft, and the bed opposite remained quiet. Sandrone lay on her side, the blanket pulled up to her shoulders, looking as if she were still in deep slumber. Columbina quietly watched her for a moment before gently getting out of bed. Her movements were light, trying not to make too much noise, as if afraid of waking the one still asleep. Just as she was about to wash up, Sandrone suddenly stirred, as if startled awake by a sound, furrowing her brow before slowly opening her eyes. When she first woke up, her gaze was still a bit dazed, her eyes landing on the edge of the bed, soon spotting Columbina standing there. The two exchanged a glance for a second. Sandrone's voice was a bit hoarse from sleep as she frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Columbina replied calmly, "Simple." Sandrone stared at her for a while, then, seeming to find the situation troublesome, buried her face back into the pillow, mumbling from under the covers, "5 more minutes." Columbina did not leave. She stood by the bed, watching the figure curled back under the blanket, and after a moment slowly said, "You said you would get up earlier today." The person under the blankets fell silent for 2 seconds. Sandrone suddenly pulled back the covers slightly, revealing a pair of somewhat impatient eyes looking at her and asking, "Did I say that?" Columbina nodded, earnestly responding, "You did." Sandrone stared at her for a moment, as if trying to remember if she had said such a thing the night before. After a few seconds, she sighed, her voice laced with clear reluctance. "So annoying." She slowly sat up, her hair tousled from sleep. Columbina had already turned and walked toward the sink, as if accustomed to her reactions. Sandrone watched her back and muttered softly, "You remember quite well." Nonetheless, she still got out of bed. The dormitory began to fill with sounds of activity in the morning. After the two washed up, simply the dormitory building gradually became lively. People were constantly coming and going in the hallway, and footsteps of students heading downstairs echoed from below. Sandrone quickly tidied her hair, casually grabbed her backpack, and glanced at Columbina. "Let's go." Columbina nodded, and the two of them exited the dormitory together. The morning air on campus was slightly cool, with quite a few students already heading towards the cafeteria. The broadcast on the playground had just ended, and the campus carried a sense of tranquility that comes at the start of a day. The cafeteria was not too crowded. Sandrone stood in front, casually glancing at the window before ordering 2 items, a bowl of congee and 2 buns. Columbia stood beside her, ordering almost the same, except she asked for 1 less bun. The two found a window-side seat to sit down. Sandrone lowered her head and took a few bites of congee, finishing 1 bun before taking a bite of another. However, after just a couple of bites, she frowned and slowed down her movements. Columbia glanced at her. "What's wrong?" Sandrone looked down at the bun in her hand, then glanced at the one remaining on the plate, as if suddenly realizing something. "I took too many." Her tone was somewhat displeased. Columbia looked at the breakfast on the table, but said nothing. Sandrone forced herself to take another bite before placing the bun back on the plate, seemingly losing interest in continuing. She continued to drink her congee. After a while, Columbia took the partially bitten bun and naturally took another bite. Sandrone paused for a moment. She looked up at Columbia. "That's the one I bit." Columbia replied in a calm tone. "I know." After saying that, she continued to finish eating the remaining bun. Sandrone stared at her for a second, as if caught off guard, before quickly averting her gaze. "Whatever you say." Her tone still sounded impatient, but her ears were slowly turning a bit red. Columbia seemed completely oblivious, simply continuing to eat her breakfast. The sunlight outside gradually streamed in, and the cafeteria became livelier. By the time the two emerged from the cafeteria, the campus was already bustling. Students were walking in groups towards the teaching building, and people constantly entered and exited the hallway. When Sandrone and Columbia returned to the classroom, the first class had not yet started, but quite a few people were already seated. Their spots remained together. Sandrone placed her backpack down and casually took out her textbook, yet did not immediately. She sat there, her gaze resting on the desktop as if lost in thought. For some reason, the events of the morning kept swirling. The bun that had been bitten and Columbia's natural manner of taking it to continue eating. She frowned. So strange. She mumbled softly to herself before finally opening her book. The class bell rang shortly. The classroom gradually quieted down with only the sounds of flipping pages and writing. Sandrone stared at the blackboard for a while, but realized she had not absorbed much information. Her attention seemed to inexplicably drift away. After a while, the teacher suddenly stopped scanning the classroom with her gaze. "That student over there." Sandrone froze for a moment. She looked up and found the teacher was looking at her. "Can you answer the question from earlier?" Many people in the classroom also turned to look. Sandrone's mind went blank for an instant. She hadn't been paying attention. Just as she paused, a very soft voice suddenly came from beside her. Columbia was looking down, as if reading, her lips barely moving as she quietly spoke a few key words. Sandrone was taken aback. She quickly pieced the words together in her mind, then stood up and stated the answer. The teacher nodded. "Yes, that's the right meaning." Only then did Sandrone sit back down. The attention in the classroom quickly returned to the blackboard. She turned to look at Columbia. Columbia was still focused on her textbook, as if nothing had happened. Sandrone stared at her for a second, then quietly said, "Busybody." Columbia lightly responded with an After a moment, she added softly, "You were daydreaming just now." Sandrone immediately shifted her gaze back to the blackboard. "I wasn't." However, her ears were slowly turning a bit red. The class bell rang shortly after. The teacher collected her textbooks and left the classroom, and the previously quiet classroom immediately became lively again. Some stood up to stretch, some rested their heads on the desks, and others began chatting with their deskmates. However, Sandrone simply laid her arms on the desk, and then completely laid down. She buried her face in the crook of her arm, but her eyes remained open. Her mind began to chaotically drift back to the events of the morning. The bun, and Columbia's natural manner of Sandrone furrowed her brow, quietly mumbling in her heart. What on earth is going on today? She never usually thought about such things, but for some reason today, she couldn't help but think about it. Could it be? Sandrone's thoughts suddenly halted. She was startled by the thought. Could she have some feelings for me? As soon as that thought emerged, she froze. Impossible. Sandrone immediately denied it in her heart. Yet the earlier instance in class where she helped remind her of the answer and the matter of the bun from the morning surged back into her mind. The more she thought, the more chaotic it became. Her face began to heat up slowly. Sandrone buried her face deeper into her arm, as if wanting to suppress all those messy thoughts. Suddenly, a very light laugh emerged from beside her. It was so soft as if she couldn't hold it back. Sandrone immediately lifted her head. Columbia was sitting next to her, still holding a pen, appearing to be looking at her textbook. But there was a clear hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Sandrone stared at her for a second. "What are you laughing at?" Columbia looked up at her tone very calm. "Nothing." Sandrone narrowed her eyes. "You were clearly laughing just now." Columbia thought for a moment before soft. "Your face is very red." Sandrone was taken aback. She instinctively reached up to touch her face. Indeed, it felt a bit hot. She quickly put her hand down and shot Columbia a glare, slightly annoyed. "What does that have to do with you?" Columbia truly laughed this time, though her voice remained soft. She lowered her head to look at her textbook again, saying nothing more. However, Sandrone felt her face heat up even more. She leaned back down on the desk again, her mind filled with a chaos. Today is really a bit strange. The teacher continued lecturing at the podium, chalk writing line after line on the blackboard. Sunlight gradually streamed into the classroom from outside, illuminating the rows of desks, while the air held a hint of quiet warmth. Sandrone was originally focused on the blackboard. However, her attention kept drifting. The events of the morning, along with the chaotic thoughts from just before class ended, left her feeling somewhat absent-minded. She stared at the blackboard for a while, but realized she no longer knew what step the teacher was on. She sighed softly, resting her arms on the desk, lowering her head to look at her book. She initially just wanted to relax a little. However, the classroom was too quiet, and the teacher's voice seemed to fade into the distance. Before long, her eyes began to slowly close. Sandrone was completely unaware that she had fallen asleep without realizing it. Her classmate Columbia quickly noticed. Columbia had been taking notes when she suddenly realized that the person beside her had been completely still. She turned her head to take a look and found that Sandrone had already laid her head down on the desk asleep. The sunlight perfectly illuminated her hair. Her breathing was steady, her face resting on her arm, appearing much quiet. Columbia watched for a while, not immediately shifting her gaze away. She leaned in slightly, bridging the distance between them. Sandrone slept soundly, her brow no longer slightly furrowed like usual, appearing rather cute. Columbia looked at her, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. After a moment, as if suddenly remembering something, she reached out and gently poked Sandrone's face with her finger. The motion was very light. Sandrone frowned slightly, but she did not wake up. Columbia watched her response and couldn't help but poke her again. This time Sandrone finally reacted a bit. She stirred sleepily as if trying to evade something, turning her face slightly to the other side. However, she still did not wake up. Columbia looked down at her, chuckling softly. Then she slowly withdrew her hand. The classroom remained very quiet, with the teacher's voice continuing in front of the blackboard. And so Sandrone peacefully slept through most of the class. When the bell rang, the originally quiet classroom instantly became somewhat noisy, the sounds of chairs scraping and books closing, rising and falling in succession. Sandrone frowned slightly, slowly lifting her head as if awakening from a light slumber. She blinked, her vision momentarily blurred, and it took a few seconds to realize that she had unconsciously dozed off. She instinctively glanced to the side. Columbia was sitting there, already half organized, her books on the desk. When she saw Sandrone raise her head, she turned and cast a calm look at her. Awake. Her tone was as placid as if stating something utterly mundane. Sandrone was taken aback, then immediately straightened up as if to prove something. I wasn't sleeping. Columbia looked at her without replying right away. Sandrone felt a little uneasy under her gaze and frowned. Columbia seemed to consider for a moment, then said, You slept very quietly. Sandrone was momentarily speechless, but her ears uncontrollably grew warm. I said I wasn't sleeping. Columbia didn't argue, as she simply nodded lightly, her voice still serene. Then you were just closing your eyes and thinking. Sandrone was almost amused to anger and muttered under her breath, Shut up. Columbia just gave a soft laugh and didn't pursue the topic. The classroom was gradually abuzz as people stood up to stretch, some heading to the corridor for air, others fetching water with their cups. Sandrone lowered her head to organize the books on her desk, initially just flipping through them casually, but then her movements suddenly halted. Her mind inexplicably drifted back to the morning. The steamed bun she had bitten into, and the way Columbia had unperturbedly taken it and eaten it. Sandrone's hand paused as if irritated, and she closed the book. Beside her, Columbia glanced at her. What's wrong? Sandrone immediately glared back. Nothing. Columbia seemed about to say something more, but merely gave a soft. After a moment, she suddenly spoke as if recalling something. Oh, by the way. Sandrone looked up at her. What? Columbia said in a natural tone. When you were asleep, just now you seemed to be frowning. Sandrone was startled. Columbia looked at her as if recollecting earnestly. Like you were thinking about something. She paused, then asked softly, Thinking about me? Sandrone froze entirely, then instantly turned her head away. Who would be thinking about you? Her voice was slightly loud, and the people in the front row couldn't help but look back. Sandrone only then realized her voice was a bit too loud, and her face instantly flushed. Columbia lowered her head with a soft smile and said no more. And at that very moment, the bell for the third period rang. As soon as the teacher entered the classroom, the previously noisy environment quickly fell silent. The sounds of textbooks flipping and chalk scraping against the blackboard intertwined, restoring the steady rhythm characteristic of class time. Sandrone lowered her head, looking at her textbook, occasionally tapping the edge of the pages with her pen. She seemed to be listening attentively, yet her gaze would occasionally pause. She couldn't quite articulate what she was thinking. Images from the morning flashed through her mind. The bun that she had taken a bite from, and the way Columbia had nonchalantly taken it and eaten it. At this thought, she couldn't help but frown slightly. As if feeling a bit irritated, she tapped her pen gently against the paper. Columbia glanced over at her. She didn't say anything, just gently reached out to complete the notes beneath the line that Sandrone had accidentally written crooked. The action was very natural. Sandrone glanced down, momentarily taken aback. She indeed hadn't really understood what the teacher had just explained. She remained silent for a moment and quietly said, I can write it myself. Columbia replied calmly. Yet her pen did not cease. Sandrone stared at the line of text for 2 seconds and ultimately said nothing further, simply returning her gaze to the blackboard. As the fourth class began, sunlight slanted through the window into the classroom, falling onto the desk by the window. Sandrone sat in that spot, the light just right at the edge of her textbook. As she flipped through the pages, the light made the tips of her hair appear slightly soft in color. Columbia glanced at her and quickly averted her gaze. The teacher finished writing the last line on the blackboard, then turned around to brush off the chalk dust from her hands. Next time you come to my class, remember to bring physics experiments and explorations. We will be using it in the next session. Those without it can borrow one from the library during lunch. A murmur of low voices erupted in the classroom. Sandrone glanced at the book title on the blackboard, slightly frowning. It seemed she didn't have that book. She quickly made a decision in her mind. There were no classes this afternoon, so she would go to the library and borrow one at lunch. Shortly after the bell rang for class dismissal, the teacher said, "Class dismissed," marking the official end of the morning session. The classroom immediately became lively with students discussing what to eat for lunch. Sandrone simply packed her book into her backpack and was about to stand up and leave when Columbina suddenly turned her head to look at her. "Are you going to the library?" "Borrowing a book." Columbina nodded. "Then let's go together." Sandrone said nothing in reply. She just slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked out as if tacitly agreeing. The two did not head towards the cafeteria, but directly towards the library. The campus was a bit livelier than usual at noon, but the building housing the library was particularly quiet. As they pushed open the door, a refreshing breeze and a faint scent of paper greeted them. The library wasn't crowded. Many students sat quietly by the windows reading. Sandrone glanced at the classification signs on the wall and quickly walked toward the physics section. Columbina followed closely beside her. The bookshelves were neatly arranged in rows. Sandrone slowly searched along the shelves, her fingers occasionally gliding lightly over the spines of the books. Before long, she found the book Physics Experiments and Explorations. It was wedged between several similarly thick books. She reached out to pull it, but found the book was a bit tightly wedged. Sandrone frowned slightly, pulling a bit harder, yet the book only moved slightly. Just as she was preparing to try again, a hand reached over from beside her. Columbina gently nudged a few of the adjacent books outward. The previously wedged position suddenly opened up. The book was easily pulled out. Sandrone paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at her. Columbina had already retracted her hand. "This way it's easier to take out." Sandrone glanced at the book in her hand and softly replied, "I could have taken it out just now." Columbina gently nodded. After a pause she added, "But it's faster now." Sandrone didn't respond immediately. She could only turn and walk toward the borrowing desk holding the book. After borrowing the book, the two found a spot by the window in the library to sit down. The afternoon library was very quiet, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the desk, with only the distant sound of pages turning occasionally. Sandrone opened the book she had just borrowed, looking down at a few pages. Before long, she suddenly felt some movement beside her. She turned her head. Columbina was leaning slightly closer, looking at her pages. The distance was a bit closer than before. Sandrone immediately frowned. "Don't you have your own book?" Columbina glanced at her, her tone very calm. "I do." "Then why are you looking at mine?" Columbina was silent for a second, then softly said, "Because you seem to be reading very seriously." Sandrone was taken aback for a moment. In the next second, she instinctively shifted the book slightly closer to herself, her ears betraying her with a slight flush. "Who told you to look?" Columbina said nothing. She just smiled lightly, then returned her gaze to her own book. The afternoon library was very quiet, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the desk, with only the subtle sounds of pages turning in the air. Occasionally the wind blew through the leaves outside, casting soft shadows that danced on the glass. Sandrone turned to a new page, quickly looking down to read again. When she read, she was always very focused, her brows slightly furrowed, her fingers occasionally pausing over a line of text, as if deep in thought. Columbina, sitting beside her, had also opened a book, but after reading just a couple of pages, her gaze slowly drifted. Sandrone kept her head down, a few strands of hair slipping down from her ears, the sunlight just right on her profile, and the pages made her look exceptionally serene. Columbina watched for a while. Then she gently picked up her phone from beside the desk, adjusted the angle slightly, and softly pressed the shutter button while aiming at Sandrone, who was reading intently. Click. The shutter sound was adjusted to be very quiet, yet in the silent library, it was still audible. Sandrone immediately raised her head. "What are you doing?" Columbina had already placed her phone back on the desk, her tone very casual. "Nothing." Sandrone eyed her suspiciously, but did not press further, returning her gaze to the book. Columbina picked up her phone again. The screen displayed the photo she had just taken. In the picture, Sandrone was looking down at her book, the sunlight falling on her hair tips, and the pages, her expression serious to the point of being excessive. Columbina looked at it for a moment, then naturally set that photo as her phone's lock screen wallpaper. After doing this, she placed the phone back beside the desk, continuing to flip through her book as if nothing had happened. After a while, Sandrone suddenly turned her head. "Did you just take a picture of me?" Columbina raised her eyes to look at her. She answered succinctly. Sandrone was taken aback. "You actually admitted it." Columbina looked at her, her tone very calm. "Because you're pretty." Sandrone froze for a moment. She stared at Columbina for 2 seconds, seemingly unable to react, then immediately turned her head back, lowering it to pretend to read. Yet her ears gradually began to heat up. After a while, she mumbled softly, "You could have said something before taking it. Should I delete it?" Columbina glanced at her. Sandrone flipped a page, her tone deliberately cold. "No need." She paused, then softly added, "Anyway, it's just like that." Columbina said nothing further, only chuckling. The library remained very quiet. Sandrone kept her head down reading, and after a long time, she finally turned to the next page, but her gaze seemed not to truly rest on the book. When the two of them left the library, the sunlight outside was no longer as strong as it had been at noon. The shadows of the trees on campus were elongated, and a breeze blew through the tree-lined path, carrying a hint of chill. Sandrone slowly walked down the steps while holding a book. Halfway down she suddenly paused, as if remembering something, and slightly furrowed her brow. Zhelongbaya glanced at her, and asked calmly what's wrong. Sandrone remained silent for a moment before somewhat awkwardly saying, I don't think I ate lunch. Zhelongbaya nodded, not appearing surprised, and simply replied mm. Sandrone turned her head to look at her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. You didn't remind me. Zhelongbaya's response was still calm as she looked down the path, and said you were absorbed in your reading at that time. Sandrone momentarily had no reply, only letting out a soft hum before continuing to walk forward. The two of them walked slowly along the campus path. As they turned the corner of the teaching building, a campus convenience store appeared ahead, with various advertisements for drinks and snacks posted on the glass door. Zhelongbaya stopped and took a look, then said to Sandrone, let's go buy something to eat. Sandrone followed her gaze at the convenience store, offered no objection, and casually replied whatever. They both walked inside. The convenience store had air conditioning, making it much cooler than the air outside. The shelves were neatly lined with various breads, rice balls, and snacks, while the refrigerator displayed a row of drinks. Sandrone stood by the counter for a while, finally picking up a box of rice balls and casually grabbing a bottle of milk from the side before heading toward the checkout. At that moment, Gallingbia suddenly reached out and took a bag of small bread from the shelf. Sandrone looked at her, furrowed her brow, and said, I didn't say I wanted this. Zhelongbaya calmly replied, you're not full yet. Sandrone immediately retorted, who says that? Gallingbia glanced at her and slowly added, you only ate one of the buns this morning. She paused for a moment and then added, you only took a bite of the other one. Sandrone halted her movements. She stared at Gallingbia for 2 seconds, her ears gradually warming up, then awkwardly shifted her gaze away and muttered softly, why do you remember that so clearly? Zhelongbaya seemed to think seriously for a moment before responding, because the rest was what I ate. Sandrone fell silent, only taking her rice balls and walking toward the checkout as if she hadn't heard. During checkout, Gallingbia had already placed both items on the counter and paid. Sandrone frowned and said, I can. Zhelongbaya put away the change she received, then handed her the bag of small bread, her tone still calm, consider it a token of apology for the candid photo. Sandrone was taken aback, as if just realizing it, looked at her, and ultimately accepted the bag of bread, mumbling quietly, weird person. The two of them walked out of the convenience store together. The campus was much quieter in the afternoon, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Sandrone slowly unwrapped the bread as she walked. She took a bite, then paused. After a while she finally said softly, this is quite sweet. Zhelongbaya turned her head to look at her, remaining silent. Sandrone was silent for a moment, then awkwardly offered the bread in her hand a little to the side, still trying to sound casual. Do you want to have a bite? Zhelongbaya glanced at her, then lowered her head and gently took a bite. She ate slowly, taking a small piece before Sandrone looked at the bread being handed back and was taken aback. Didn't you also buy one for yourself? Gallingbia calmly replied, this one is for you. Sandrone frowned, appearing a bit annoyed. Then why did you bite it earlier? Gallingbia looked at her and said mildly, didn't you also let me have a piece earlier? Sandrone was momentarily speechless. She stared at Gallingbia for a while, her ears gradually heating up, then awkwardly shifted her gaze away. Who told you to eat it? She said this, but still took the bread back, lowering her head to take another bite. The two of them continued walking forward. After a short while, Gallingbia suddenly reached out, gently pulling the bag of bread back towards herself. Sandrone immediately looked over. What are you doing? Gallingbia said nothing, just took another small bite and naturally handed the bread back. Sandrone paused for a second. Are you doing this on purpose? Gallingbia looked at her as if contemplating. Doing what? Sandrone couldn't find an answer at the moment and could only let out a soft hum before taking the bread back. Never mind. She lowered her head and took another bite. The bread was quite small to begin with, and as they ate it one bite at a time, they unknowingly left only a small piece. By the time they reached the dormitory building, the bag was already empty. Sandrone crumpled the packaging and casually threw it into the nearby trash can. Suddenly remembering something, she turned her head to look at Gallingbia. It was originally bought for me. Gallingbia nodded. Sandrone paused for a moment and softly muttered. As a result, you ate half of it. Gallingbia looked at her, her tone still calm. Didn't you also eat some? Sandrone was momentarily taken aback, her face showing a hint of discomfort. She immediately shifted her gaze away, pretending not to care as she walked into the dormitory building. So annoying. By the time they returned to the dormitory, the corridor was much quieter. Sandrone placed her backpack on the chair and neatly arranged the books she borrowed from the library on the corner of the desk. She had just sat down for a short while when she noticed Gallingbia beside her was still looking down at her phone, seeming to be serious. Sandrone hadn't planned to pay her any attention, but after a while she couldn't help but glance over and casually asked, what are you? Zhelongbaya raised her head, glanced at her, and then turned the phone around. The screen displayed the photo taken in the library. In the photo, Sandrone was looking down at her book with sunlight streaming in from the side of the window, perfectly illuminating the desk and her hair, making her appear much quieter than usual. Sandrone was taken aback for a moment, her face immediately flushing. She instinctively reached out to take the phone. She stared at the photo for a while, then let out a soft hum. The photo is just okay. Gallingbia looked at her and said calmly, it looks really nice. Sandrone's ears gradually warmed up as she shifted her gaze from the screen and quietly said, who asked you to comment? Zhelongbaya looked at her, glanced at the phone screen, and then said, because the person taking the photo looks great. Sandrone was momentarily speechless. She remained silent for a few seconds, glanced down at the photo, then awkwardly handed the phone back. Whatever you say. Columbina took the phone back, without saying anything further. However, Sandrone suddenly frowned, appearing somewhat. She glanced at Columbina, and then softly muttered, "Weird person." Columbina looked at her without rebuttal, only chuckling. Sandrone immediately looked over alertly. "What are you laughing at?" Columbina shook her head, and replied naturally, "I just think you look like an angry little cat." Sandrone was taken aback for a second, her face turning even redder. "Who looks like a cat?" She said this, but had already turned away to browse through her books as if too lazy to engage further. Yet her ears remained red. Sandrone took the book she borrowed from the library back onto the table, casually flipping to the page where she had placed a bookmark, then leaned back in her chair and began to read slowly. The dormitory momentarily fell silent, with only the faint sounds of pages turning. Columbina, who was sitting beside her, also took out a book, but after a short while her gaze slowly drifted from the pages onto the person next to her. Sandrone was very focused while reading, hardly influenced by the surrounding noise. One hand propped up her chin, while the other gently pressed the pages, her eyes following the lines of text slowly, occasionally furrowing her brows when encountering something that required thought. Columbina quietly watched her for a while. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "What does this mean?" Sandrone didn't lift her head, simply stretching her hand to push the book towards her a bit. "Which sentence?" Columbina flipped the book forward, pointing at a specific paragraph. Only then did Sandrone lean over slightly to take a look, then impatiently said, "Isn't this obvious? It was already explained earlier." As she spoke, she pointed at the content on the previous page. "This part discusses this concept. The following paragraph just uses a different example. If you understood the previous part, then this section would be clear." Although her tone still sounded a bit bothered, she patiently summarized the content before and after. Columbina didn't. When Sandrone was halfway through explaining, she suddenly felt something was off, and looked up to find Columbina's gaze was not on the book at all, but was fixed on her. Sandrone was taken aback. "Are you even listening?" Columbina then slowly shifted her gaze to the book page, and said naturally, "I'm listening." Sandrone stared at her for 2 seconds, feeling something was amiss. She looked down at the book again, continuing with the part she hadn't finished explaining. After she finished her explanation and looked up, she found Columbina was still quietly staring at her. Sandrone's ears gradually warmed up. She frowned and said somewhat awkwardly, "If you want to look, then look at the book." Columbina blinked. "I am looking." Sandrone immediately pushed the book a little closer to her. "The book is right here." Columbina glanced at the book page, then looked back at her and calmly said, "You are right here too." Sandrone was momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, as if suddenly realizing something, she quickly pulled the book back, her face gradually reddening. So inexplicable. While saying this, she lowered her head to read again, seemingly unwilling to engage any further. Yet her ears grew redder. The time spent on homework passed unnoticed. The light outside the window had shifted from the bright afternoon glow to a soft orange hue, the sunset, casting long shadows of the trees across the dormitory building. Sandrone looked down at her book for a while, her pen pausing on the paper. She lifted her head to stretch her neck and realized the dusk had already settled outside. Columbina had been sitting beside her the whole time. Her book was already turned to the later pages, but her attention was clearly not fully on it. When Sandrone looked up, she was leaning back in her chair, gazing at the sunset glow outside the window. "Aren't you reading anymore?" Sandrone frowned. "I've been reading for a long time," Columbina replied, closing her book calmly. "If I kept going, you'd probably think I was monitoring your studying." Sandrone let out a light snort, offering no rebuttal. She just set her pen down on the desk, rose, and walked to the window to glance at the playground. Many students were already strolling and jogging there, the evening breeze gently rustling the leaves. "Want to go for a walk?" Columbina suddenly asked. Sandrone turned back to look at her, instinctively wanting to say it was too much trouble, but after sitting in the room all afternoon, she did feel a bit stuffy. After a moment of silence, she closed her book anyway. Whatever. Soon the two of them stepped out of the dormitory building. The campus in the evening was much quieter than during the day. The streetlights had not fully illuminated yet, and the sky was a deepening blend of orange and blue. On the distant track, a circle of students strolled slowly, occasionally someone jogging past them. Sandrone kept her hands in her coat pockets, walking on the outer edge of the track. She appeared to be aimlessly wandering, but her gaze would occasionally drift toward the person beside her. Columbina walked very slowly, as if adapting to the campus rhythm. They walked in silence for a while. Sandrone suddenly spoke. "Did your old school have such a big playground?" "Yes, but it was different," Columbina said. "How was it different?" Columbina glanced sideways at her, a faint smile in her voice. "Back then, people didn't sneak glances at me while walking." Sandrone's steps faltered, and she immediately looked away. "Who was looking at you?" Columbina made no retort, simply continuing to walk. A jogger passed them on the track. The evening breeze carried a slight chill. Sandrone's hair swayed lightly, and she raised a hand to press it down. Columbina suddenly said, "You were really focused when reading this afternoon." Sandrone glanced at her. So I think it looked beautiful in the photo." Sandrone instantly recalled the photo from the library. The tips of her ears turned visibly red. She coughed awkwardly and turned her face away. "Are you just that bored?" Columbina let out a soft laugh. They continued walking slowly along the track as darkness gradually fell. The lights on the playground slowly lit up, casting white beams onto the track, stretching their shadows side by side. Sandrone glanced at the shadows on the ground and quickly looked away. She didn't know why, but today's campus felt somewhat, and Columbina seemed to have no intention of explaining anything, simply walking silently beside her. The playground lights were now fully lit. White light fell from above, illuminating the entire track clearly. The evening breeze slowly swept across from the other side of the playground, carrying a trace of coolness. Sandrone and Columbina walked another lap around the track. Runners passed by them in circles, and the sound of basketballs bouncing echoed from time to time. As they reached the side of the track, Sandrone suddenly stopped. A vending machine stood at the edge of the playground, rows of neatly arranged drinks behind its transparent glass, glowing especially bright in the night. Columbina followed her gaze and asked casually, "Want something to drink?" Sandrone was about to say no, but after walking so long she was indeed a bit thirsty. So she frowned and said in her usual offhand tone, "Anything." Columbina walked to the vending machine, scanned the drinks inside, quickly inserted coins, and pressed a button. The machine vibrated softly, and a bottle rolled down the track. She bent down, retrieved the bottle, and handed it to Sandrone. Sandrone took it and glanced down. A lemon soda. She frowned slightly. "Why this one?" Columbina answered calmly. "Because you kept frowning while eating bread this afternoon. You looked like you needed something sweet." Sandrone was taken aback. She herself hadn't even noticed that. She twisted off the cap, took a small sip. The cold, slightly sweet soda went down her throat. She remained silent for a while, but said nothing more. Columbina bought a drink for herself as well. She leaned against the vending machine, sipping slowly, looking very relaxed. They stood by the machine for a moment. Sandrone suddenly said, "You observe people too closely, don't you?" Columbina thought for a moment, then nodded gently. "Maybe." Sandrone looked at her, as if about to say something more, but ended up just letting out a light snort, her tone tinged with her habitual Tsundere air. "Weirdo." There was a row of benches near the playground. They walked over and sat down. The playground lights shone from the side. Students circled slowly on the track. The evening breeze blew through the leaves, carrying a special quiet of the night. Sandrone slowly drank her lemon soda, staring at the ground. Columbina leaned on the other end of the bench. She didn't deliberately speak, just occasionally glanced at the people on the track, then at the person beside her. After a while, Sandrone suddenly spoke. "Why did you transfer schools?" Columbina seemed to have expected this question. She didn't answer immediately, but looked at the distant track for a moment before replying calmly. "Just wanted a change of scenery." Sandrone frowned. "What kind of reason is that?" Columbina turned to her and gently asked back, "Then why do you—" Sandrone was momentarily speechless. She was silent for a while, then finally looked away, her voice returning to its usual impatient tone. "A hobby." Columbina nodded lightly, not pressing further. The evening breeze swept across the playground, stretching the shadow of the bench long under the lights. When Sandrone finished the last sip of soda, she slowly stood up, tossed the empty bottle into the nearby trash can, and looked up at the sky that had now grown completely dark. "Time to head back." Columbina also rose, and they left the playground together, slowly walking along the path leading to the dormitory. The streetlights shone one by one, their light falling through the leaves, creating dappled shadows on the ground. They walked side by side, their shadows lengthened slowly under the lights, then overlapped again. Sandrone suddenly felt that today's campus was a bit strange. It was just an ordinary day, but walking through the night campus with this person seemed to slow down time itself. Columbina, watching the person beside her, simply smiled quietly. When they returned to the dorm, the hallway lights were all on. The door of the next room was half open, occasional voices and the sound of a hairdryer drifted out. Sandrone opened the door and stepped inside, casually turning on the light. The white light illuminated the entire room clearly. She took off her coat, hung it up, then walked to the desk to tidy the books she had spread out that afternoon. Outside, it was completely dark. The distant lights from the playground faintly shone through the window, making the dorm feel especially quiet. Columbina put down her bag and took out a change of clothes from the closet. She stood there for a moment, then looked up and asked Sandrone if she wanted to shower first. Sandrone was flipping through her notes on the desk. She looked up at her and naturally replied that she could go first. Columbina didn't refuse. She took her clothes and walked into the bathroom, the door closing with a soft click. Soon the steady sound of water came from inside. The dorm fell silent. Sandrone had intended to continue reading, but the sound of water was especially distinct in the quiet room. After reading a few pages, she realized she hadn't absorbed anything, so she simply closed the book and leaned back in her chair, staring blankly into space. Time passed slowly, and finally the water in the bathroom stopped. When the door opened, a warm mist of steam drifted out. Columbina emerged from the bathroom, changed into fresh clothes. Her hair was still slightly damp, as if she had only lightly toweled it. She looked at Sandrone and calmly said she was done. Sandrone nodded, took her own change of clothes from the closet, walked into the bathroom, and closed the door. Soon the sound of water once again filled the dorm. Columbina sat on the chair, brushed her still damp hair back with her hand, and quietly gazed at the night outside the window. Only the sound of water from the bathroom and occasional footsteps from the hallway broke the silence. After a while, when Sandrone came out, her hair was still carrying moisture. She walked out, while casually wiping her hair with a towel, her movements seemingly careless. Columbina glanced at her and calmly reminded her that her hair wasn't dry yet. Sandrone frowned, rubbed her hair a couple more times haphazardly, and said in her usual impatient tone that it would air dry naturally. Columbina watched her obviously perfunctory gestures in silence for a moment, as if about to say something, but ended up just letting out a soft sigh. Noticing her expression, Sandrone reluctantly wiped her hair more thoroughly, then took the towel back to the bathroom, and when she came out again the light in the dorm felt especially quiet. The night outside had fully settled in. Once the lights in the dormitory were turned off, the room fell silent. A sliver of light from the corridor and street lamps outside seeped through the edges of the curtains, preventing the room from becoming completely dark. Sandrone had already lain down on her bed, turning over and pulling the blanket up a bit, as if she were preparing to sleep. The dormitory remained quiet for a while. Columbia, however, did not immediately get into bed. She sat at the desk, took out an old notebook from the drawer, and turned on the small desk lamp. The soft light illuminated just a small area of the desk, while the rest of the space remained shrouded in darkness. She opened the notebook, naturally picked up a pen, and began to write slowly on the blank page. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper was particularly clear in the quiet room. Sandrone had originally closed her eyes, but the small patch of light still fell by the bed, causing her to frown slightly and glance toward the desk. Columbia was focused and silent, her head bowed as she wrote, as if she were already accustomed to such nights. After a moment of silence, Sandrone finally asked her why she wasn't asleep yet. Columbia did not stop writing, as she simply replied calmly that she was used to writing a little before going to sleep. Sandrone lightly huffed at this, mentioning that this habit sounded rather troublesome. Columbia did not argue as she finished writing that line, paused for a moment in thought, and then continued writing a few more sentences. The lamp's light fell on the pages, the pen slowly moving, and the only sound left in the room was the faint scratching of writing. After a while, she slowly set the pen down and closed the notebook. Sandrone had resettled herself, appearing to prepare for sleep, but she couldn't help but ask one more time what exactly. Columbia thought for a moment and casually replied that she was just jotting down what had happened that day. Sandrone did not press further. She pulled the blanket up a bit, muttered something about a strange habit, and then closed her eyes. Columbia placed the notebook back in the drawer and reached out to turn off the desk lamp. The dormitory was once again engulfed in darkness. The faint light from the street lamp outside cast a dim glow on the wall, and the room was so quiet that only the distant sound of the wind could be heard. Columbia lay back down quietly, staring at the ceiling in the darkness for a while before slowly closing her eyes. Meanwhile, the notebook in the drawer lay silently, with no one aware of the words that had just been written. If someone were to open that page now, they would see the top line written: "Today, she was very serious while reading in the library." In the morning, the cafeteria was already bustling with people. A small queue was forming at the breakfast window, with the air filled with the scent of soy milk and hot buns. Sandrone stood at the front of the line and casually glanced at the breakfast items at the window, ordering 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. Just as she was about to take her tray, she heard Columbia's voice from behind. Columbia calmly reminded her that she still had 1 bun left from yesterday morning. Sandrone paused momentarily. She turned to glance at Columbia as if wanting to retort, but in the end she merely frowned slightly. After 2 seconds, she turned back to the window, telling the cafeteria lady that 1 bun was enough. The lady responded and handed her the tray. Sandrone took it and glanced at Columbia as she turned, saying that it wasn't as if she couldn't finish. Columbia simply chuckled lightly, saying she was just reminding her. The two found a spot by the window to sit down. The morning sunlight streamed in through the window, brightening the table a bit. More and more people filled the cafeteria, and the mingling sounds of conversation and clattering dishes created a lively atmosphere. Sandrone took a bite of her bun. As if suddenly recalling something, she looked up at Columbia and a bit discontentedly asked her why she remembered such things. Columbia inserted a straw into her milk and naturally replied that she just happened to remember. Sandrone lightly huffed and did not press further. The two quietly ate their breakfast. At a nearby table, some students were chatting, and one of them suddenly mentioned the cultural open day this Friday, saying they heard preparations for the stage program had already begun at the auditorium. Columbia raised her head slightly at this remark. Sandrone also evidently heard it, and casually said that it seemed like all the clubs would be showcasing at the playground. Columbia nodded, stating that it should be quite lively at school that day. Sandrone did not respond as she finished her last bite of bun and stood up, preparing to return her tray. The two quickly followed the crowd out of the cafeteria and walked along the small path towards the teaching building. The campus was already bustling in the morning, with people gradually heading towards the classrooms in front of the teaching building. The corridor of the teaching building had already become lively. Students were coming up the stairs in batches. People were constantly entering and exiting the classroom. Early arrivals were already seated and chatting. Some were flipping through books, while others rested their heads on the desks in a daze. When Sandrone and Columbia walked into the classroom, a fair number of classmates were already present. They returned to their seats, just placing their bags down, when someone beside them began discussing something. A few students in the front row were huddled together chatting. One of them said they heard that the stage had already started being set up at the auditorium last night, apparently in preparation for the cultural open day this Friday. Another person immediately chimed in, saying he had heard from a senior that the school was always lively during the open day, with stalls from all the clubs on the playground and many performances at the auditorium. Someone half-jokingly remarked that there would definitely be no need to attend class properly that day. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became even more animated than before. Sandrone took out her book from her bag, seemingly indifferent to these topics, and casually opened her textbook. Columbia sat beside her, listening for a while, before quietly asking if this event had also been mentioned during the meeting. Sandrone nodded, saying it seemed to be an annual event at the school where all the clubs would showcase, and there would also be stage performances at the auditorium. Columbia lightly hummed in response, appearing to be deep in thought. Just then footsteps were heard at the classroom door. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, gradually quieted down. The homeroom teacher entered, placed the materials she held on the podium, scanned the classroom, and then spoke, saying everyone should have heard about the Cultural Open Day this Friday. Immediately someone in the classroom replied softly. The teacher nodded, stating that the school had sent out the specific arrangements yesterday. The playground would be set up for the clubs to showcase, while the auditorium would host performances with many students and parents from other schools coming to visit. She paused for a moment and added that to ensure order the school needed some students to help out. Upon hearing this, many heads in the classroom lifted. The teacher flipped a page of the materials, explaining that each class needed to send a few students to assist with the activities with specific tasks likely involving maintaining order, helping move props, or assisting backstage at the auditorium. Whispers began again in the classroom. Sandrone was initially just listening casually, but she suddenly noticed the teacher's gaze sweeping across the class. In the next moment, the teacher began calling out names. One of them was Sandrone. She froze for a moment, seemingly surprised. Just as she was about to speak, Columbia beside her suddenly looked up at the podium and naturally said that if they were short on hand. The teacher glanced at her, thought for a moment, and nodded, saying they could go together. Thus the matter was settled. The classroom quickly returned to its previous chatter. Sandrone turned her head to glance at Columbia, a bit puzzled about why she had suddenly spoken up. Columbia merely smiled lightly, saying that the school would definitely be lively that day. Sandrone did not say anything further, but she vaguely felt that this matter would probably not be as simple as it appeared. At this moment, there were still 3 days until the Cultural Open Day on Friday. After the teacher finished explaining the matter, the atmosphere in the classroom quickly returned to its previous state. Many were still quietly discussing the Cultural Open Day. Some said the playground would definitely be bustling, while others speculated whether there would be bands or dances at the auditorium. A boy in the front row suddenly turned around, looking at Sandrone with a somewhat surprised tone, asking if she was assigned to help at the auditorium. Sandrone nodded, saying it seemed so. The boy immediately displayed an expression of realization, saying it was no wonder the teacher had called her name. Several others also looked over, and one of them half-jokingly asked if she was going to perform on stage. Sandrone froze for a moment, frowning at them, clearly not understanding where this comment had come from. The boy laughed and explained that there would be stage performances at the auditorium, and he thought the teacher calling her name meant she was to participate in the program. Someone in the classroom couldn't help but laugh. Sandrone's expression immediately turned a bit impatient, as she firmly said she was just there to help, not to perform. The boy, hearing this, became even more curious, suggesting that if she really went on stage, the auditorium would likely be packed. Once this was said, several people nearby began to laugh again. Sandrone clearly did not want to continue this topic. She opened her book, seemingly using this action to end the conversation. Columbia, sitting beside her, had remained silent throughout, just quietly listening. After a while, she lightly chuckled. Sandrone heard the sound and turned to look at her, asking what she was laughing about. Columbia replied calmly that she just felt that the earlier scenario wasn't entirely impossible. Sandrone frowned at her. Columbia thought for a moment and added that if she really stood on stage, the audience would likely be watching her intently. Sandrone was taken aback for a second. She quickly diverted her gaze, speaking somewhat awkwardly that such a thing would never happen. Columbia did not pursue the subject further, merely lowering her head to flip through her book. The discussion in the classroom gradually quieted down, and the new class soon began. However, the topic of the Cultural Open Day continued to be brought up in many conversations. The teacher lectured at the podium, leaving only the sounds of pages turning and pens scratching in the classroom, occasionally punctuated by low discussions about the problems. Although the discussion about Cultural Open Day had briefly stirred up conversation, it was soon subdued by the rhythm of the lesson. After the final class of the morning ended, the classroom quickly grew lively. Some stretched their arms, some chatted with neighbors while packing up their books, and others had already risen, ready to head to the cafeteria. Sandrone closed her textbook, neatly tidied her desk, and slipped the book into her bag. Her movements were always swift, almost without any unnecessary pauses. Columbia, sitting beside her, glanced over, as if accustomed to this crisp pace, and slowly packed her own books in turn. The two walked out of the classroom together. In the hallway, many students were already moving toward the stairwell, most heading in the direction of the cafeteria. The campus at noon was livelier than in the morning. Sunlight streamed down between the teaching buildings, and from the sports field, the whistle, signaling the end of a physical education class, could still be heard. They followed the small path toward the cafeteria. Midway, Columbia suddenly spoke Sandrone. Sandrone paused mid-step and turned to look at her. Columbia added casually, "Nothing, just wanted to say your name." Sandrone was silent for a second, as if pondering how to retort, but in the end, she only let out a soft hum. Columbia did not press the matter further. She simply gave a light chuckle. They continued forward. At the cafeteria entrance, a line of students was already visible, the crowd slowly moving inward, giving the campus at lunchtime an especially bustling atmosphere. The two joined the flow and entered the cafeteria. The cafeteria at noon was much noisier than in the morning. Queues formed in front of the windows, and students chatted while waiting. They quickly got some food, found a seat, and finished their lunch in no time. Lunchtime always passed swiftly. People came and went in the cafeteria, and soon a new wave of students entered. After eating, the two left together and slowly walked back toward the teaching building. The campus at midday was quieter than in the morning. Many classroom curtains had been drawn, and a lot of people took this time to. When they returned to the classroom, many classmates were already lying on their desks preparing for a nap. Sandrone put her bag away, casually tidied her desk again, and then sat down. She had originally planned to read for a while, but the classroom gradually fell silent. The sunlight filtering through the curtains onto the desk made her feel unexpectedly drowsy. She read a few pages, but her vision slowly blurred. Finally, she closed the book and gently rested her head on the desk. The classroom was very quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of someone shifting or the soft sound of breathing. Columbina had not intended to sleep. She sat beside her and read for a while. After some time, she noticed that Sandrone had already fallen asleep. She lifted her head to survey the classroom, confirming that most people around were resting, and then her gaze slowly drifted back to Sandrone. Sandrone looked different when asleep. Her brows and eyes relaxed, making her appear much calmer than usual. Columbina watched for a while, as if a mischievous thought had crossed her mind. She reached out, and with the tip of her finger lightly touched Sandrone's finger. There was no reaction. She touched it again lightly. Sandrone's finger twitched, as if subconsciously grasping something. Columbina was startled, because what Sandrone had unconsciously caught was her finger. She initially meant to pull her finger back, but Sandrone was only holding it gently, without force, more like a reflexive sleeping action. Columbina paused for a moment, then did not move. She lowered her head and continued reading, but that one finger never. The classroom in the afternoon was very quiet. Sunlight slowly shifted across the windows, and no one noticed that small gesture by the desk. The nap time passed gradually, the room maintaining its tranquil, unhurried atmosphere. Sunlight seeped through the edges of the curtains, creeping across the desktop as if time itself had turned weightless. After an unknown interval, a distant bell rang from down the corridor. The previously silent classroom began to stir. Someone turned over, someone raised their head and rubbed their eyes, and the murmur of low voices gradually increased. Sandrone's finger twitched slightly. She did not seem fully awake, yet her brow furrowed a little, as if adjusting to the suddenly noisy environment. After a few seconds, she slowly opened her eyes and lifted her head from the desk. Her vision was still a bit blurry. She instinctively wanted to rub her eyes, but stopped midway through the movement, because her hand was still holding something. Sandrone looked down. Then she froze completely. She realized that at some point she had grasped Columbina's finger, and quite naturally too, as if she had never let go. Her expression went blank for a moment. Columbina sat beside her, reading with her head down, as if she had long known Sandrone would wake. Sensing Sandrone's gaze, Columbina slowly looked up. Their eyes met. The classroom had already come alive with classmates chatting, but the small space around them seemed to fall into sudden silence. Sandrone was silent for 2 seconds, then, as if suddenly jolted, she immediately released her hand. The movement was almost noticeably abrupt. As she withdrew her hand, she gave a soft cough as if to cover something, then feigned composure by fixing her eyes on the textbook as though nothing had happened. Columbina said nothing. She only glanced at Sandrone, then turned a page of her book and said in a very calm tone, "So you grab things when you sleep." Sandrone's movement halted. She turned to look at Columbina, her brow instantly furrowed, and her voice carried a clear note of displeasure. "That was just an accident." Columbina hummed softly, as if not intending to pursue it any further. But after a moment, as if suddenly recalling something, she added, "Still, you've got quite a grip." Sandrone's expression immediately turned slightly unnatural. She stared at Columbina as if wanting to retort, but in the end she simply opened her book, decisively lowered her head, and pretended to start reading. Columbina looked at her profile and gave a soft smile. After the lunch break, the classroom gradually returned to its usual. Some were still yawning, others had already opened their books in preparation for the next class. The curtains were pulled back a little, and the afternoon sunlight streamed back into the room. Sandrone looked down at her textbook as if she had already re-entered study mode, but her page turning was a fraction slower than usual. Columbina sat beside her, not mentioning the lunch break again, quietly reading. The first class of the afternoon began promptly. The teacher walked in, and the lingering chatter immediately died down as everyone returned to the rhythm of the lesson. Time passed slowly amid the lecture and the rustle of pages. 2 classes ended quickly. When the bell rang, the classroom grew animated once more. Some stood up to stretch their shoulders, others continued chatting during the break. Unbeknownst to anyone, the topic of Cultural Open Day had resurfaced. A few students at the front were gathered in a circle, discussing the arrangements for that day. Someone mentioned that there would be many club booths on the sports field, and another said there seemed to be performances in the auditorium. Another person, as if suddenly remembering, said, "Didn't the teacher assign a few people to help today?" As he spoke, he looked back at Sandrone. He asked if she had been assigned to the auditorium. Sandrone nodded, and said it seemed to be backstage assistants. His face immediately showed a hint of envy. "Doesn't that mean you can watch all the shows from backstage?" Others nearby laughed at this remark, saying she might even get to see rehearsals early. Sandrone seemed rather indifferent to all this. She merely said casually that it was probably just helping move things around. The topic was soon diverted by other matters. The break passed quickly, and another class began. When the last class of the afternoon ended, the sky outside had already taken on a yellowish hue. People in the classroom started packing up one after another, ready to head back to the dorm or to the cafeteria for dinner. Sandrone put her books into her bag, her movements still brisk. Columbina waited for her to finish, and the two walked out of the classroom together. In the corridor, many students were already heading toward the stairwell. The campus in the evening was quieter than at noon. The slanting sunlight fell between the teaching buildings, casting long shadows on the ground. When they exited the teaching building, some people were already running on the sports field, while others sat in small groups on the bleachers. Columbina glanced toward the field, then slowly followed Sandrone toward the dormitory. She walked beside her. Their pace was unhurried, as if neither was in a rush to do anything. The dormitory building was not far from the teaching building. After walking a stretch of tree-lined path, the dorm entrance soon came into view. At this hour, many people were coming and going downstairs, some carrying freshly bought drinks, others standing by the door chatting. They went upstairs together. The dorm door opened. Sandrone walked and put down her bag and took out the books she had brought back in the afternoon, placing them neatly. Her movements were very natural, as if she was used to this simple ritual of organizing things every day. Columbina also set down her bag, draped her jacket casually over a chair, and leaned back to sit for a while. The room fell silent at once, broken only by the occasional sound of footsteps from outside the window. After Sandrone finished tidying up, she glanced at the time, as if pondering what to do next. Columbina looked at her and asked in a casual tone, "Are you planning to stay in the dorm and read again?" Sandrone looked up at her, but did not answer immediately. She stood there for a moment thinking, and finally let out a soft hum, saying, "Well, see." Columbina smiled and said, after briefly arranging their belongings in the dormitory, the two of them went downstairs again. The campus was illuminated by street lights in the evening, and there were more people than before, with many students heading towards the cafeteria. The air held a hint of evening chill, and compared to the daytime bustle, the campus felt much quieter. They followed the crowd slowly towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria was lively during dinner time, with a line forming at the counters, some people holding trays looking for seats, while others chatted as they ate. The two of them casually ordered some food, found an empty spot to sit down, and quickly finished their dinner. The entire process didn't take much time. After eating, they returned their trays to the recycling area and walked out of the cafeteria together. By the time they exited, the night had completely fallen. The streetlights around the campus lit up one by one, casting orange light along the path. In the distance, only a few classrooms in the teaching building still had their lights on. The night air was cooler than during the day, with a breeze blowing over from the playground. The two of them didn't head back to the dormitory immediately, but walked towards the playground. There were still a few people jogging on the track, and scattered students sat in the stands, some chatting, and others lost in thought with headphones on. The playground wasn't too noisy, but it wasn't too quiet either, with the occasional sound of footsteps on the track. Sandrone and Columbina walked slowly along the outer edge of the track. Their pace was leisurely, resembling a casual stroll. After a whole day of classes, walking slowly like this felt much more. After walking for a while, neither of them spoke. The wind blew from the playground, carrying a touch of the unique chill of the night. Columbina suddenly stopped. Sandrone took 2 steps forward before realizing she hadn't followed, so she turned her head to look back at her, as if asking what was wrong. Columbina didn't answer immediately, as she looked up at the sky, and then told Sandrone to look up too. Sandrone frowned, seeming somewhat confused, but still followed her suggestion to look up. The night sky was very clear. The moon hung high, surrounded by a few not-so-bright stars. The lights from the playground didn't completely obscure the colors of the sky, and the deep blue night looked very tranquil. Sandrone looked for a while. This time she didn't lower her head immediately, but gazed a few more seconds before softly saying that the moon looked quite beautiful. Columbina was taken aback. She had initially thought Sandrone would just respond casually, but didn't expect her to look. Columbina also looked up at the moon, and then smiled gently, not saying anything. Only then did Sandrone lower her head again, as if suddenly realizing that her earlier comment was a bit unnecessary. She lightly coughed, and continued walking forward. The two of them resumed their slow walk around the playground. The night breeze was gentle, and the sound of footsteps on the track repeated in circles. The lights by the playground stretched their shadows long, and occasionally someone would run past them, quickly disappearing into the darkness on the other side. They walked slowly like this, with neither of them mentioning going back to the dormitory. The two of them took a slow lap around. There were fewer people on the playground now, and occasionally someone would run past them, their footsteps quickly swallowed by the night. In the distance, a few people were scattered in the stands, some whispering, while others quietly stared at their phones. As they approached the stands, Columbina suddenly glanced over. She didn't say anything, but walked over and sat down on the lowest row of steps. Sandrone had taken a step forward, but noticed she had stopped, so she too halted. She glanced at Columbina, as if confirming whether she truly intended to sit for a while. Columbina looked up at her, and said she was just going to sit for a bit. Sandrone paused for a second, and then sat down next to her. The stands felt quieter than the track at night, and the lights from the playground illuminated the entire area brightly, but this side of the stands seemed much softer. The two of them sat there, and for a moment neither spoke. After a while, Columbina suddenly spoke, saying that what Sandrone had said earlier was quite unusual. Sandrone turned her head to look at her, seeming not to understand what she meant. Columbina looked at the playground, and said that she had just said the moon was beautiful. Sandrone paused. It seemed she only then realized what she had said earlier, her expression a little awkward. She lightly hummed, and said it was just a casual remark. Columbina chuckled softly, not pressing further. She just looked up at the sky again, and slowly said that in fact it was indeed quite beautiful. The wind blew over from the playground, and the air in the stands felt a bit cool. The two of them sat like this for a while. It wasn't a long time, but neither of them stood up first. After a while, Sang Duon slowly stood up, patted her clothes, and said it was about time to head back. Columbia nodded and stood up as well. They walked down from the stands together and followed the small path beside the playground towards the dormitory building. The campus at night was much quieter than during the day, with the streetlights clearly illuminating the path and occasionally hearing voices from afar. When they returned to the dormitory building, the lights inside were mostly on. The two of them went upstairs and pushed open the door to their dormitory. The room was a bit warmer than outside. Sang Duon walked in, casually placed her jacket, and then took out a change of clothes, looking like she was preparing to take a shower first. Columbia sat down to rest for a moment. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing, the dormitory suddenly became quiet again. Only the sound of water echoed slowly in the room. The sound of hot water falling onto the floor came through the door, making the entire dormitory seem exceptionally quiet. Outside the window, one could occasionally hear footsteps passing through the corridor, quickly fading away, leaving only the continuous sound of water in the bathroom. Columbia sat in her spot, not immediately doing anything. She quietly listened to the rhythmic sound of water for a while, before slowly reaching out to pull open the desk drawer, taking out a thin notebook from inside. The notebook looked ordinary, with no eye-catching patterns on the cover. If placed among a pile of books, it would likely be hard. She placed the notebook on the desk and gently opened it. The preceding pages had been written on extensively with neat and quiet handwriting. Each page was neatly arranged, indicating that it had been diligently recorded. Columbia paused for a moment. Then she picked up a pen and wrote today's date on a new page. The pen tip hovered on the paper for a moment, as if contemplating where to begin writing today. After a while, she slowly continued writing. She started with a few very ordinary things. She wrote about someone discussing the cultural open day during class, mentioned that the afternoon classes passed quickly, and that the two of them went to the cafeteria for dinner after school. These sentences were simple and appeared to be documenting an exceedingly ordinary day. Halfway through, her pen came, as if suddenly remembering something. After a few seconds, she continued writing. She wrote about the noon break. The classroom was quiet, with most people sleeping, and the light from outside fell onto the desks. She had merely brushed against Sang Duon's fingertip only to have it caught. This sentence was written very briefly. The subsequent content paused before continuing. She wrote that Sang Duon had clearly been startled when she woke up, quickly letting go of her hand and pretending nothing had happened. When she wrote this, Columbia lightly laughed to herself. She paused for a moment and thought, the pen tip lightly tapping the paper before she continued writing. She wrote about the playground. She wrote that the night wind was a bit chilly and that there were still people jogging on the track. They walked slowly around the track, speaking little most of the time, just walking in silence. Upon reaching this point, she paused again. It was as if she was recalling the scene from earlier. After a while, she wrote another sentence. She wrote that Sang Duon had looked up at the moon earlier. After finishing this sentence, she stared at the words for a while. Then she slowly added another sentence below. She wrote that the moon was beautiful. Upon reaching this point, the pen stopped. Columbia looked at the words on the paper and did not continue writing. The sound of water in the bathroom continued to flow, sounding particularly clear in the quiet dormitory. After a while, she gently closed the notebook, placed it back in the drawer, and slowly pushed the drawer shut. She looked down at the time. There was no sound coming from the bathroom anymore. After a while, Columbia slowly stood up. She took her change of clothes from the cabinet and walked towards the bathroom. Sang Duon had already come out, sitting in her spot with half-dried hair. She saw Columbia walk past and merely looked up without saying anything. Columbia paused at the bathroom door and casually pushed it open. The lingering warmth from the shower remained, and the air felt a bit warm. She walked and gently closed the door, and soon the sound of water resumed. Hot water fell, making a continuous sound in the small space. The world outside the dormitory seemed to be shut off. Sang Duon sat in the room, slowly drying her hair further. She put down the towel, casually tidied her hair, and then leaned back on the chair to rest for a while. The sound of water in the bathroom continued without stopping. Time felt slow on such a night. After a while, Sang Duon stood up, dimmed the light on the table, and sat back down on her bed. She looked a bit sleepy, but still didn't lie down immediately. The sound of water continued. Not long after, when Columbia came out of the bathroom, the lights in the dormitory had already been dimmed somewhat. She changed into her pajamas, her hair still slightly damp, and while slowly drying her hair with a towel, she walked back to sit by her bed. The humidity from the recently taken shower had not fully dissipated, and the air carried a hint of warmth. Sang Duon was already lying on the bed. She wasn't asleep, just leaning against the pillow with her phone in hand. The light from the screen was somewhat pronounced in the dim room, and her fingers occasionally swiped across the screen, seemingly browsing through chat records. Columbia glanced up while drying her hair at the edge of the bed. Sang Duon seemed completely absorbed in her phone, not noticing her gaze. After Columbia had dried her hair sufficiently, she casually turned off the dormitory lights and slowly lay down on her bed. She reached for her own phone, and at the moment the screen lit up, a faint glow fell on her face. The dormitory was actually very quiet. The two of them lay in the same room, each looking at their own phones. Columbia stared at the screen for a while before opening WeChat. In the contact list, Sang Duon's name quickly appeared. Her finger hovered over the avatar for a few seconds, as if hesitating, before she finally tapped on it. The chat interface was simple, with not many previous messages. Columbia thought for a moment and typed 2 characters in the input box. Good night. Good night. After sending the message, she felt it was a bit unnecessary. Clearly the two of them were in the same room. Just as she was about to put her phone down, the screen suddenly vibrated gently. Sandrone quickly replied with a message. Good night. Columbina instinctively looked up. On the opposite bed, Sandrone was holding her phone with the screen light illuminating her face. Their gazes didn't truly meet, but in that moment it felt as if they both knew what the other was doing. After a while, Sandrone pressed the screen off. The room instantly darkened again. Columbina also slowly turned off her phone and set it aside. The dormitory returned to its quiet state. This time they were truly ready to sleep. The dormitory was still quiet in the early morning. Outside the window, the sky had just begun to brighten, a faint light filtering through the curtains into the room. The entire dorm was still immersed in that slumberous stillness, not yet fully awake. Columbina was the first to wake. She wasn't entirely awake, just groggily opened her eyes and glanced at the time. When her phone screen lit up, she realized it was more than 10 minutes earlier than her usual waking hour. There was no sign of movement in the dorm. On the opposite bed, Sandrone was still asleep. Columbina lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a while, then lowered her gaze to her phone. Upon waking in the early morning, one always felt a bit listless. After a moment's thought, she suddenly tapped into WeChat. Soon Sandrone's profile appeared in the chat list. She clicked into it, typed 2 characters in the input box. Wake up. After the message was sent, the dorm remained quiet. A few seconds later, the soft vibration of a phone came from the opposite bed. Sandrone was obviously roused by the... She stirred under the covers, then slowly extended her hand to retrieve the phone, bringing it close to her eyes. The screen's glow illuminated her face for a moment. She frowned at the message, then raised her head to glance toward the opposite bed. Columbina was holding her phone. For a fleeting instant, their gazes met across the dormitory. Sandrone stared at her for 2 seconds, then looked down at the time again. It was indeed still very early. A hint of displeasure was evident on her face, as if annoyed at being woken prematurely. She didn't reply. She merely let out a soft hum, placed the phone back beside her pillow, and lay down again. She pulled the blanket up a little higher. Soon she closed her eyes once more. Watching this, Columbina couldn't help but smile softly. In no time, the dorm quieted. The light outside the window grew slightly brighter, and the morning air felt especially crisp. Columbina didn't lie back down. She sat up against the headboard for a while, then slowly turned her head toward the opposite bed. Sandrone had already fallen asleep again. Her sleeping posture seemed much more relaxed than usual. A few strands of hair were scattered on the pillow, and her breathing was steady. The early morning light fell upon her face, making her appear softer than usual. Columbina watched her quietly for a good... She made no sound. Time passed slowly, and the dormitory was still filled only with the soft sounds of breathing. Gazing at Sandrone's sleeping form, Columbina suddenly felt that these 10-odd minutes of the morning had become extraordinarily tranquil. She did not disturb her again. The morning light gradually brightened. Time in the dormitory crept forward, and those 10-odd minutes of silence felt as if they had been stretched. Columbina checked the time and found it was almost the usual hour to get up. She didn't stay seated any longer. Columbina got out of bed, moving gently to avoid making too much noise. The dorm remained quiet, and on the opposite bed, Sandrone was still asleep. Columbina stood by the bedside, watching her for a moment. Sandrone slept soundly, her breathing peaceful, her hair slightly tousled on the pillow. The morning light slipped through the gap in the curtains, making her profile appear much softer than usual. Columbina reached out her hand. First, she gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair that were falling over Sandrone's face. Her movements were very light, barely touching Sandrone's skin. Sandrone stirred just a little, but did not wake. Only then did Columbina speak in a low voice. She softly called her name. Sandrone. The voice was not loud, yet it was distinct in the quiet dorm. Sandrone's brows furrowed slightly. She seemed to have heard the voice, but didn't wake immediately. She stirred under the blanket and buried her face a little deeper into the pillow. Columbina, seeing her like this, couldn't resist calling out softly again. Time to get up. This time Sandrone finally opened. Her expression was still a bit dazed, as if she hadn't fully emerged from sleep. She first glanced at the ceiling, then slowly shifted her gaze to the side. Columbina was standing beside the bed. Suddenly the distance between them became very close. Sandrone froze for 2 seconds, as if still processing, then slowly sat up, raising a hand to rub her slightly messy hair. Her voice was still a little husky from just waking up. Got it. After both were up, the dormitory's morning quickly became bustling. The washing up didn't take long. The sound of water ran for a while in the bathroom, then soon stopped. After packing up, simply they left the dormitory building together. The morning campus had already begun to stir. On the path, they could see many students heading to the cafeteria, just like them. The air carried the faint scent of the just risen sun. They walked side by side at a leisurely pace. Sandrone remained silent throughout the walk. Her expression seemed much like usual, but Columbina felt she was holding something back. It wasn't until they entered the cafeteria, picked up their breakfast, and found seats that Sandrone finally spoke. She first bit into the bread in her hand, then, as if recalling something, lifted her head to look at Columbina. Her eyes clearly held a hint of dissatisfaction. Did you do that on purpose this morning? Columbina was taken aback. Sandrone stared at her for a while, her brows slightly furrowed, looking like a little cat annoyed at being disturbed from its sleep. Though she tried to appear indifferent, her displeasure was hard to hide. We chat, she added with a tone of mild annoyance. Sending a message that early. Columbina finally understood and couldn't help but chuckle. I just saw you were still asleep. Sandrone frowned immediately. So you woke me up. After saying this, she took another bite of bread, as if the more she thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. I checked the time, it was still early. She looked up at Columbia, her expression clearly showing dissatisfaction, but not real. She resembled instead a just-woken kitten that had been teased with a slight, bristling air. Columbia, seeing her like this, couldn't help but laugh again. Then I won't call you next time. Sandrone snorted. You dare. Breakfast was soon finished. The cafeteria grew more crowded, and the surrounding noise gradually became louder. After tidying up their trays, they left the cafeteria together. The distance from the cafeteria to the teaching building was not far. The morning campus was now fully awake, with students rushing to class everywhere. Some chatted while walking, others looked down at their phones, hurrying along. Sandrone and Columbia walked side by side. The small complaint in the cafeteria seemed to have passed. Sandrone's expression had returned to its usual indifference. She didn't mention the morning incident again, simply walking quietly. Columbia occasionally glanced at her from the side. They soon entered the teaching building. The corridor was already filled with students coming and going from classrooms. Some stood at the door, chatting, others had taken their seats. When they entered the classroom, more than half the class had already arrived. Sandrone walked to her seat, put down her bag, and pulled out the chair to sit. Columbia sat down beside her, taking out her textbook from her bag. The noise in the classroom gradually increased. Some discussed homework, others chatted about last night's events. The sunlight streamed in through the window, making the morning appear bright and ordinary. After a while, the class bell rang. The previously noisy classroom quickly quietened. The teacher entered, placed the book on the podium, briefly scanned the students, and began the day's lesson. Sandrone lowered her head to open her textbook. Columbia followed suit, turning the pages. The teacher lectured at the podium, chalk writing one formula after another. The room was filled only with the sound of turning pages and the occasional faint scratch of pen on paper. Most people were bent over taking notes. But Sandrone wasn't fully focused on the textbook. Her hands moved slowly beneath the desk. The textbook lay open on the desk, making her look as if she were attentively listening. But if one looked closely, her gaze occasionally drifted downward. There lay a tiny mechanical device. Several small metal parts were disassembled and arranged. She held a gear steady with her fingers, then slowly screwed in a very small screw. Her movements were not fast, but looked extremely practiced, as if she had done it many times. The entire process was almost silent. Columbia sat beside her. Her textbook was open, her pen in hand, no different from other students. When the teacher lectured at the board, she would also look up, but her attention wasn't fully there. Sometimes her gaze would involuntarily drift to the side. When Sandrone lowered her head, her hair would fall forward a little. Her hands fiddled slowly with those tiny parts under the desk, her focus so intense that the surrounding classroom seemed non-existent. Columbia glanced at her, then quickly returned her gaze to the blackboard. After a while, she couldn't help but glance sideways again. The teacher's voice continued in the classroom. The sound of chalk tapping the blackboard was crisp. Just then the teacher paused abruptly. Columbia. The classroom fell silent for half a second. Columbia froze before realizing she was being called on. She instinctively looked up at the podium. The teacher was watching her. What was just covered in this section? A few people in the class turned to look at her. Columbia paused for a second. She had indeed been distracted. Just as she was about to speak, a faint metallic sound came from beside her. Sandrone had stopped her work, placing the small gear on the desk. She then looked up at the blackboard, her gaze pausing for an instant, as if confirming what the teacher had just written. Then calmly she spoke, briefly summarizing the content, just covered, her tone unhurried, and the logic nearly identical to the teacher's explanation. After listening, the teacher nodded. Correct. The teacher turned back, continuing to write new content on the blackboard. The sound of chalk scraping against the board echoed in the classroom, once more quickly drowning out the earlier brief interlude. Columbia slowly sat up a bit. She lowered her head to look at the textbook, jotting down 2 notes, then tilted her head slightly to the side, and spoke in a very soft voice. Thank you. Sandrone did not look at her. She had already lowered her head again, taking the small mechanical part back into her hand, her fingers skillfully adjusting the tiny gears, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. After a while she casually replied, not helping you. Columbia couldn't help but chuckle softly at these words. Sandrone seemed to have heard her, or perhaps not, still focused on fiddling with the small machine in her hands. Under the table the small device was being reassembled, the gears turning slowly with a barely audible sound. Time passed little by little in the classroom. After a while the bell for class suddenly rang. Once the bell rang, the previously quiet classroom quickly became lively again. Some students closed their textbooks, some stood up to stretch, while others turned around to chat with those in the back row. The sound of moving chairs mixed with voices, making the once quiet classroom suddenly feel much more relaxed. Sandrone put away the small machine under the table and closed her textbook. Columbia also set down her pen. She glanced at the class schedule. The next class is PE. Sandrone replied with a nonchalant tone, showing no particular emotion. Already some classmates had started to head outside. PE classes usually gather on the playground, and if one arrives too late, the teacher will keep an eye on them during roll call. Columbia packed her textbook into her backpack and stood up. Sandrone also stood up slowly, pushing her chair back under the table, and the two of them followed the flow of students towards the door. There were noticeably more people in the corridor than before. It seemed that many classes had PE at this time, as everyone was heading towards the playground, and the staircase soon became. Sandrone walked slightly ahead. Columbia was beside her. They descended the stairs together with the crowd sunlight streaming in from outside the teaching building, and the distant sound of a whistle could already be heard coming from the playground. The PE teacher was already standing by the track holding a roll call sheet, instructing the classes to line up first. Students walked over one after another to take their positions, and the sounds on the playground gradually quieted down. The school's playground features a standard 400-meter track, and during PE classes the warm-up usually involves running 2 laps. Sandrone stood quietly in line looking as calm as ever. Columbina, standing beside her, unconsciously pinched the hem of her skirt, her fingers tightening slightly, as if she were feeling nervous about something. The PE teacher soon closed the roll call sheet. Let's warm up with 2 laps first. A few low sighs echoed in the line, but everyone quickly dispersed, starting to jog slowly along the track. At first, everyone's speed was about the same, but it didn't take long for the distance between individuals to gradually widen. Some ran quickly and soon reached the front while others began to slow down. Columbina managed to keep pace at first. By the time she had completed half a lap, her breathing had started to quicken. As she neared the end of the first lap, her speed noticeably decreased, and her steps were no longer as light as they had been at the start. Sandrone had originally been slightly ahead of her. She glanced back, her pace faltering slightly, and then she slowed down. Soon the two of them were running together again. Columbina noticed this and said softly, "You don't have to wait for me." Sandrone glanced at her. "Who said I was waiting?" After saying this, she did not speed up again, maintaining a relaxed pace that matched Columbina's. The two of them continued to run slowly along the track. A breeze swept across the playground, carrying a slight chill. People around them gradually spread out, some running ahead, while others fell behind. Columbina's breathing was still a bit erratic, but it had stabilized somewhat compared to before. Sandrone ran beside her, saying nothing more, only glancing at her occasionally and adjusting her stride to be steadier. As the second lap neared its end, although Columbina was clearly tired, she persisted and finished the run. By the time they completed 2 laps, the line had been stretched quite thin. The faster students had already stopped on the other side of the playground, walking slowly, while some had directly sat down on the benches beside the stands. Columbina completed her last few steps almost at a slow jog. After she stopped, she bent down, at first resting her hands on her knees, her breathing momentarily erratic, her chest gently rising and falling. The breeze on the playground blew across her hair, scattering it a bit. Sandrone stopped beside her and glanced at her. "You can still be this tired running so slowly." Columbina did not respond immediately, taking a moment to catch her breath before finally looking up at her. "Then why didn't you run by yourself just now, eh?" Sandrone paused for a moment. "Who said I was accompanying you?" After saying this, she shifted her gaze away, looking towards the crowd, slowly moving on the other side of the playground, as if she was just speaking casually. Columbina looked at her, unable to help but curve her lips slightly in a smile. They stood together for a while, and when Columbina's breathing had completely steadied, they walked towards the edge of the playground. There were a few long benches beside the track already occupied by some classmates. They found a slightly emptier spot to sit down. The wind on the playground was noticeably stronger than before, and after finishing their run, the breeze gradually helped them relax. Before long, the PE teacher's voice carried over from the other side of the playground. "Warm-up is about over now, it's free activity. Don't run too far, gather before class ends." The playground suddenly became lively again. Some students ran towards the basketball court, others sat on the grass chatting, while some walked slowly along the track in groups. Columbina sat on the bench, still gently adjusting her breathing. Sandrone leaned against the backrest, watching the classmates spread out on the playground before turning to glance at her after a while. "Are you feeling better now, eh?" Columbina nodded. "Much better." As the crowd on the playground gradually dispersed, the sounds from the basketball court grew even livelier, with the sound of the ball hitting the ground and the students' shouts echoing across the open playground. Columbina sat on the bench for a while, her breathing completely steady, but she seemed to have no intention of getting up to participate in any activities. After a moment of silence, she turned her head slightly and whispered, "Should we go back to the classroom?" Sandrone, who had been leaning against the backrest looking at the other side of the playground, paused slightly upon hearing this, and then looked at her. "Now," Columbina nodded. "It's free activity anyway." Sandrone fell silent for a moment, scanning the playground, seemingly lacking any particular desire to do anything. A crowd had gathered around the basketball court, and people were chatting as they walked along the track. Finally, she stood up. The two of them did not leave through the middle of the track, but walked slowly along the edge of the playground towards the teaching building. After leaving the crowd, the sounds of the playground faded behind them, leaving only the distant sounds of the ball and occasional shouts. The teaching building was much quieter than the playground at this time. There were hardly any people in the corridor. The windows were open, and the wind blew in from the other end of the corridor, gently swaying the duty roster on the wall. When they reached the door to the classroom, it was indeed empty inside. Sandrone reached out to push the door open, which made a very light sound. The classroom was eerily quiet, the curtains gently lifted by the wind, sunlight slanting onto the rows of desks by the window, dust slowly floating in the light. After entering, Columbina sat down in her seat. The fatigue from running seemed to only now gradually surface. She rested her arms on the desk, leaning slightly. Sandrone sat down in the adjacent seat and glanced at her. "Weren't you already feeling better just now?" Columbina did not lift her head, her voice sounding a bit muffled. "Just too lazy to move." The classroom fell silent again. The wind from outside blew in through the window, bringing with it a hint of the grassy smell from the playground. After a while, Columbina slowly lifted her head, looking at Sandrone sitting beside her. She gazed at her for a moment as if pondering something. You just now. She paused. You really weren't waiting for me, were you? The classroom was very quiet, with the wind blowing in from the half-open window, gently lifting the curtains. Sunlight fell on the desk, the light appearing calm and soft. Sandrone did not respond immediately to this question. She had been looking down at the desk, but now she slowly raised her head to look at Columbina, her brow slightly furrowed, then asked casually, waiting for you. Her tone was similar to usual, tinged with a hint of impatience. Columbina, however, did not immediately break her gaze, looking at Sandrone as if verifying something before finally speaking slowly. During the run, she spoke at a slow pace. Weren't you always beside me? Sandrone fell silent for. During the run on the playground, she indeed had not increased the distance. Columbina was slow, so she had slowed her pace, maintaining a similar position beside her. The playground was so vast that if she wanted to run faster, she could have easily left Columbina behind. She shifted her gaze, slightly looking out the window, before saying lightly, "It was just along the way." This was said lightly, yet it sounded somewhat dismissive. Columbina said nothing, merely walked. After a while, she suddenly smiled, her smile shallow, as if she had long anticipated such a response. She did not pursue the matter further. The classroom fell silent again, with faint sounds from the playground filtering in. Someone shouted from a distance, and the sound of a basketball hitting the ground seemed muffled through the walls of the teaching building. Sandrone leaned back in her chair for a while, then turned her head to look at Columbina. Columbina had already returned to resting her head on the desk, her hair sliding down from her shoulders, scattered beside her arms. Her breathing had gradually steadied, looking as if she were resting. Sandrone stared at her for a moment, then gently tapped the desk. Hey! Columbina did not move. Sandrone tapped the desk again, a hint of skepticism in her tone. You haven't really fallen asleep, have you? This time Columbina finally stirred, turning her face slightly, her chin resting on her arm, her voice sounding, No. Sandrone looked at her like this, silent for a moment before saying, If PE class ends and you're still not back, I won't take the blame if the teacher catches you. Columbina chuckled softly, glancing at her. Then you're here too. Sandrone paused, initially wanting to refute something, but suddenly realized this statement was rather hard to argue against, so she leaned back against the chair again and said nothing more. The classroom was left with only the sound of the wind rustling the curtains. After a while, Columbina's voice gently rose again. Sandrone. Sandrone responded, Columbina looked at her tone very light. You weren't actually tired from running? Sandrone furrowed her brow. What are you trying to say? Columbina gazed at her this time, without a smile, just serious. Then why did you run slowly with me? The classroom was silent. The sounds from the playground drifted in through the window, but distance had muted them into a faint, indistinct clamor. The physical education class was scheduled as 2 consecutive periods, and the first period had only recently ended. Most students were still on the playground enjoying free time, leaving the entire floor of the teaching building conspicuously empty. Columbina lay sprawled across her desk, her cheek pillowed on her arm, but her gaze never left Sandrone. After posing her question, she hadn't pressed for an answer, merely watching quietly, as if waiting for a response. Sandrone, however, did not answer immediately. She leaned back in her chair, lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, then shifted her gaze slightly, her tone still remarkably calm. Haven't I already said it? It's just on the way. At this, Columbina did not refute. She studied Sandrone for a moment, as if trying to discern how much truth lay in those words, then let out a soft sigh, and slowly buried her face back in her arms. Her voice sounded lazy as she said, Fine then. The classroom fell silent again. The wind from outside slipped through the half-open window, causing the curtain to sway gently. Sunlight spilled across the desks, lending the room an air of emptiness. After a while, Sandrone suddenly stood up. Columbina looked up at her and asked where she was going. Sandrone simply replied to get some water, then walked out of the classroom. The corridor was even quieter than before. The windows were open and the wind blew all the way along the hallway. She walked to the water dispenser at the end, took a drink, then slowly walked back. When the classroom door opened, Columbina had already straightened up. Sandrone walked over to her desk and placed a cup of water in front of her, telling her to have a sip. Columbina was visibly taken aback. She glanced down at the cup, then looked up at Sandrone, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Sandrone frowned slightly, as if momentarily confused. But Columbina offered no explanation. She simply smiled softly, said nothing, then picked up the cup and took a sip of water. The wind blew in again from the window, the curtains swayed lightly, and the sounds from the playground remained faintly audible. Columbina set the cup back on the desk and turned her head to look out the window. From this position, she could see a corner of the playground, a few people leisurely walking along the track, others playing ball. After watching for a while, she withdrew her gaze and suddenly asked, Does this count as skipping class? Sandrone, standing by the desk, replied with a glance, It's free time now. Nobody said we have to stay on the playground. Sandrone had already returned to her seat. She took a small box out of her backpack. When she opened it, inside were a few tiny components and a slender screwdriver, the kind of small mechanical things she often tinkered with. Columbina's attention was quickly drawn. She had only been casually watching, but after a while she couldn't help asking, Are you working on that thing from yesterday again? Sandrone didn't look up, just gave a soft She fixed one of the tiny components onto the desk, her movements deft and quiet. Her fingertips steadily turned the small screwdriver as if she had done this countless times before. Columbina slowly sat up a little straighter, unconsciously leaning closer. She was already sitting next to Sandrone, and now that she leaned in, the distance between them became very small. She stared down at the components on the desk, then murmured after a moment, "It looks really complicated." Sandrone paused, turned the small mechanical piece so Columbina could see it better, then replied, "It's not that complicated. Just some simple structures." Columbina watched quietly. Then suddenly she reached out and lightly touched one of the small gears. At her push, the gear spun, producing a very faint sound. Seeming amused, she tried touching another spot nearby. But the next second, one of the tiny components came loose and fell onto the desk with a soft click. Columbina was visibly taken aback. She looked down at the fallen piece, her fingers still suspended in the air, as if uncertain whether to touch it. Sandrone saw what happened. She didn't get angry. She simply picked up the tiny piece, gave it a glance side, and said, "Let me see." Columbina quickly shifted aside, but still stared down at the desk, looking a bit guilty. As Sandrone reattached the piece, she asked softly, "Did I break it?" Sandrone shook her head. "It just came loose." As she spoke, she tightened the small screw, her movements a little slower than before, as if making sure every part was secure. After a moment, she suddenly stopped and looked up at Columbina. "Do you want to try?" Columbina was stunned. She had thought Sandrone wouldn't let her touch these things again, so for a second, she didn't know how to react. Sandrone had already pushed the small mechanical piece a little closer to her and handed her the tiny screwdriver. Columbina took the screwdriver with obvious caution. She looked down at the tiny screw, tried to turn it, but her grip seemed off. The screwdriver nearly slipped. Sandrone reached over and gently held her hand, adjusting the angle. Her fingers were cool. They paused for an instant when they touched Columbina's, then slowly guided her to tighten the screw. The whole action was brief, but their hands were very close. Columbina said nothing, just stared down at the small mechanism, as if carefully confirming that the screw was fixed. When Sandrone let go, she let out a soft breath and murmured, "So, it's that simple." From the playground outside, a whistle blew faintly in the distance, as if signaling something. Yet the classroom remained quiet. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the small mechanism on the desk, and also falling upon the short distance between the two girls. Stillness lingered in the classroom. The sounds from the playground drifted in and receded. Occasionally footsteps pattered down the corridor, then quickly faded at the stairwell on the other side. Columbina slowly set the screwdriver back on the desk, her fingers still hovering near the small mechanism, as if still examining the screw she had just tightened. She was about to withdraw her hand when she noticed Sandrone hadn't resumed working on the components. She looked up, a trace of puzzlement in her eyes. Sandrone's gaze fell on her hand, as if assessing something. Then after a moment she reached out and lightly touched Columbina's fingertips. The touch was feather-light, yet carried a hint of coolness. Columbina was clearly startled. Instinctively, she wanted to pull her hand back, but she stopped herself, simply looking at Sandrone with confusion. Sandrone frowned. "Your hands are so cold." Columbina glanced down at her own hand, as if only then noticed. She lightly flexed her fingers, then gave a resigned smile. "Maybe I sweated while running, and now the wind is blowing on them." Sandrone didn't reply, just looked at her for a while. The classroom window wasn't fully closed. The wind blew in from outside, carrying a lingering chill of spring. Columbina sat by the window, and the breeze made the back of her hand feel really cold. Sandrone reached over and put the small mechanical pieces back into the box, closing the lid, her movements a little slower than before. Columbina assumed she was just tidying up, but the next moment Sandrone reached out again and pulled back the hand Columbina had started to withdraw. Her grip was gentle, simply holding Columbina's fingers. Columbina froze completely. She glanced instinctively at the classroom door, then out the window, as if suddenly realizing that the two of them were alone in the empty classroom. But Sandrone seemed oblivious to that. She simply held Columbina's hand in her palm, as if checking its temperature. After a moment, she said, still cold. Columbina's ears slowly turned red. She wiggled her fingers slightly and whispered, "It's okay, really." But Sandrone didn't let go immediately. She looked at her and said calmly, "I'll let go after a while." Columbina said nothing more, just stared down at the desk. Her hand held in Sandrone's gradually grew warm. The fingers that had been chilled by the wind relaxed without her noticing. From the playground outside came a sudden whistle, along with the chaotic sound of students running. The noise entered the classroom, but was muffled by the walls, leaving only a faint echo. Neither of them moved. The small box sat quietly on the desk. Sunlight crept slowly across the window, landing beside their intertwined fingers. Some time had passed. The sounds from the playground seemed livelier than before. Someone playing basketball, someone calling a friend's name. "We should head back soon," Sandrone said. Columbina followed her gaze to the clock and nodded. They left the classroom one after the other. The corridor was empty, windows open, the wind drifting slowly through the hallway, carrying the sounds from the playground a little more clearly. As they descended the stairs, they kept their steps light, as if afraid of being discovered. When they reached the entrance of the teaching building, the playground opened up before them. Sunlight bathed the track. Students were scattered in small groups, some shooting hoops, others sitting on the grass chatting. Sandrone glanced toward the physical education teacher, and only after confirming no one was watching did she slowly walk toward the playground. Columbina followed beside her and muttered softly, "Good thing we weren't caught." Hearing this, Sandrone's lips twitched slightly, but she said nothing. When they returned to the edge of the track, the free time of the PE class was still ongoing. Fellow students were busy with their own activities as if no one had noticed they had been gone for a while. So they stood there too, looking as if they had never left. The physical education teacher soon blew his whistle, and the students who had been scattered across the playground gradually gathered. After a brief assembly, the teacher glanced at the time, uttered a few words about safety, and dismissed everyone to return to the classroom. By the time they reached the teaching building, the hallway was already growing lively with students from other classes also ascending from the playground. Sandrone and Columbina returned to the classroom together, each settling into their seats. The books on the desks remained as they had been when they left. The subsequent lessons passed swiftly. The teacher lectured at the podium, and the classroom was punctuated by the occasional rustle of pages turning and the soft scratching of pens on paper. Outside the window, sunlight slowly crept across the blackboard before gradually falling upon the desks near the windows. When the final class ended, the atmosphere in the room had noticeably relaxed. Some began packing their books while others discussed in hushed tones what to eat for lunch in the cafeteria. The morning's lessons thus passed. Sandrone neatly arranged the books on her desk, zipped her backpack, and waited for Columbina to finish tidying up before they headed to the cafeteria together. The cafeteria was already crowded with queues snaking before the windows. The air mingled the aromas of food with the chatter of students. The constant noise made it difficult to discern individual conversations. The two ate their lunch in quiet companionship, then walked back to the teaching building together. After lunch, the voices in the classroom gradually subsided. Some classmates had already fallen asleep on their desks, while others sat flipping through a few more pages of a book. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a drowsy haze over the entire room. Columbina lay her head on the desk, her cheek resting on her folded arms, as if preparing for a nap. Yet her gaze was not fully closed. On the other side of the desk, Sandrone was bent over, fiddling with a small mechanical device in her hands. She picked up a tiny component, examined it against the light, then slowly fitted it back. Her fingertips rotated the delicate screwdriver with quiet, practiced movements. Columbina simply watched. No one spoke in the classroom, only the occasional sound of wind outside the window and the soft rustle of turning pages could be heard. Her eyes traced Sandrone's fingers, and unbeknownst to her, her thoughts drifted back to that morning's physical education class. The classroom had been equally quiet then, with sounds drifting in from the playground outside. Sandrone had been seated at the desk tinkering with those parts while she herself had stood nearby watching. Later she had accidentally bumped into that small gear. At the memory, Columbina's fingertips twitched slightly. The sound of that tiny part falling onto the desk seemed still vivid. For a moment, she had panicked, standing there as Sandrone reassembled everything. And then came that hand. When Sandrone reached out to hold her finger, the gesture was gentle, merely guiding her to slowly tighten that small screw. Her own fingers had been cold at that moment. Yet Sandrone's palm was warm. Columbina's gaze rested on the open book on the desk, as if she were truly reading, but her thoughts had already drifted back to those scenes. After a while, she slowly lifted her gaze. Sandrone still sat there, head bowed, toying with the little mechanism, appearing wholly absorbed in her own activity. As if the events in the classroom that morning were nothing out of the ordinary for her. Columbina watched her for a moment, then gently buried her face back in her arms. The naptime classroom was quiet. Sunlight crept forward a little, settling on the edge of the desk and on the tiny mechanism between Sandrone's fingertips. Columbina still lay on the desk. At first she simply watched Sandrone from the side, but before she knew it, her eyes, the afternoon air was warm, and once still drowsiness easily set in. Sandrone was still beside her. She turned the little mechanism over in her hands a few times and softly rotated the tiny gear. The device emitted a faint click and then fell silent. After a moment, as if sensing something, she looked up and glanced. Columbina was no longer watching her. Her face was turned, buried in her arms. Her breathing was light, with a few strands of hair falling loose over her forehead. She seemed truly asleep. Sandrone looked at her for a while. The classroom was silent except for the occasional wind outside. Her gaze rested on those loose strands of hair as if they were somewhat bothersome. She hesitated, then reached out. The movement was very gentle. Using her fingers, she brushed those strands aside, so they no longer obscured Columbina's face. The strand slipped softly through her fingertips. She paused for an instant, then quickly withdrew her hand. Columbina's lashes fluttered slightly, as if she had sensed something. She didn't fully wake, only furrowed her brow a little and buried her face deeper into her arm. Sandrone watched this and suddenly found herself at a loss. She averted her gaze, lowered her head again, and resumed tinkering with the small mechanism on her desk. But after a while, she couldn't resist glancing to the side again. Columbina was still asleep. The sunlight had shifted to the edge of the desk, falling upon the ends of her hair, as if painting that small area in a faint glow. The classroom remained quiet. Sandrone didn't move further, as she simply sat there turning the small mechanism in her hand, while occasionally glancing at the person beside her, as if checking whether she was still sleeping peacefully. The nap period passed quickly. Students in the classroom began to stir one after another, the sounds of chairs scraping and stretching limbs filling the air. Some still lay on their desks, reluctant to rise. Columbina slowly lifted her head, blinking, as if just waking. The sunlight outside had shifted to a different angle. The afternoon lessons soon began. The rest of the time passed uneventfully. The teacher lectured at the podium, the blackboard filled with characters row after row, only to be erased again. Classmates flipped through books, took notes, occasionally murmured a few words, but were soon interrupted by the sound of the next bell. Nothing particularly notable happened during the afternoon classes. When the final period ended, the atmosphere in the classroom perceptibly lightened. Students began packing their backpacks. Some discussed dinner, while others had already made their way to the door. Sandrone tidied the books on her desk and zipped her backpack. Columbina also rose, and together they walked out of the classroom, descending the stairs with the crowd. The campus in the afternoon was quieter than during the day. Scattered voices could still be heard from the playground, but the air carried a faint dampness. Just as they reached the cafeteria entrance, a low rumble of thunder sounded from the sky. Columbina looked up. The gray clouds hung low as if rain could fall at any moment. They finished a simple dinner, and as they emerged from the cafeteria, the first raindrops had already begun to fall. At first, only a few sparse drops, but soon they merged into a dense patter. Raindrops struck the ground and the leaves, creating a continuous sound. Columbina stood under the eaves, gazing at the curtain of rain, and murmured, "I guess we won't be taking a walk tonight." Sandrone also glanced outside. They had originally planned to go for an evening stroll, as they had before. But the rain grew denser, and the figures on the distant playground blurred. "Let's go back to the dormitory," Sandrone said. Columbina nodded. The distance from the cafeteria to the dormitory building wasn't far. Sandrone looked outside and said, "Let's run." Columbina nodded. Together they dashed out from under the eaves, and the rain immediately soaked their shoulders and hair. The fine droplets sparkled under the streetlights. Few people remained on the path. Only the sound of footsteps on the wet ground and raindrops hitting the leaves could be heard. By the time they reached the dormitory entrance, their clothes and hair were slightly damp. Columbina paused, catching her breath, and instinctively reached up to brush the rain-soaked strands from her forehead. They stepped inside the dormitory building. The sound of rain shut out behind them, leaving only the quiet glow of the corridor lights. They walked along the hallway to their room. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the stillness. Once back in the room, Sandrone closed the door and casually placed her backpack beside the desk. Columbina stood at the entrance, touching her hair, her fingertips meeting a trace of cool moisture. The rain hadn't been heavy during the dash, but the fine droplets had still dampened the tips of her hair. Sandrone took a towel from the cabinet and tossed it to her. "Wipe off," she said. Columbina caught the towel, gave a soft hum of acknowledgement, then gathered her loose hair forward and slowly dried it with the towel. The room was very quiet. The sound of rain outside filtered through the glass, drumming against the eaves in waves more distinct than it had been outside. Sandrone also casually wiped her own hair and then sat back in her chair. Columbina stood by the desk, drying her hair until it was mostly dry, then put the towel down. The ends of her hair still held a slight dampness, but they were no longer as cool as before. The rain continued outside. Just as Columbina was about to put the towel away, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the small mechanism on Sandrone's desk. She stared at it for a moment, then suddenly asked in a soft voice, "What is it for?" Sandrone lifted her head, glanced at the device on the table, then looked back at her. "Not finished yet," she said. Columbina stepped a little closer. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about these machines, but seeing Sandrone frequently tinkering with these small gadgets had gradually sparked her own curiosity. "Is it a machine?" she asked. Sandrone paused, as if deliberating whether to explain. After a moment, she picked up the small device and turned it in her hand. "Sort of," she said. Light fell from above the table, illuminating the tiny components, casting a faint gleam on the metallic surfaces. Columbina stood by and watched. She suddenly noticed that when Sandrone handled these things, her expression became intensely focused. It was a little different from her usual demeanor. The rain outside continued, and the room was left with only the faint sound of machinery and the soft breathing of the two. After a long while, the dormitory lights were turned off. The sound of rain outside filtered through the glass, pattering against the eaves and waves. The room was left with only the dim light seeping in from the street lamp outside. Sandrone was already lying in bed. She didn't fall asleep immediately. She just lay quietly listening to the rain. A faint glow still emanated from the desk side. Columbina hadn't gone to bed. She sat at the desk, dimmed the desk lamp, took out her diary from the drawer, and gently flipped it open. The pages stopped at a fresh leaf. She thought for a while, then slowly wrote down the day's title at the top. A special day? After writing these words, she paused, then the pen tip touched the paper again. She wrote about being woken up that morning, about Sandrone brushing aside her tangled hair, and about the little complaint over breakfast. When she wrote about the physical education class, her pen paused briefly. The quiet classroom, the small machine on the desk, and the fleeting warmth when Sandrone held her hand. She didn't write much, through just a few simple lines. Finally, she wrote about the sudden rain and how they had jogged back to the dorm from the cafeteria. After finishing, she gently put down the pen and closed the diary. Columbina put the notebook back into the drawer and pushed it softly shut. The room was very quiet. She lifted her gaze toward the bed. Sandrone was already lying there, looking as if she were asleep. She watched for a while, and for no particular reason, a faint smile crossed her face. Then she turned off the desk lamp and slowly climbed into bed. The rain continued outside. The sound of water fell onto the eaves and leaves ringing out in waves. On such a night, the rain was like a quiet lullaby. In the morning, the rain from last night had stopped. The sky outside was bright, and the air carried a trace of post-rain freshness. After the alarm rang in the dormitory, the two got up quickly. After a quick wash and brush up, they gathered their things and went downstairs together. The campus had been washed clean by last night's rain. Tiny droplets still clung to the leaves by the roadside, occasionally dripping down to leave faint marks on the ground. They headed to the cafeteria first. There were slightly more people than usual in the morning. Students lined up to get breakfast, and the cafeteria buzzed with chatter. Sandrone grabbed a simple breakfast and sat down by the window. Columbina sat opposite her. They ate while listening to the conversations of the students around them. Some were discussing assignments and others had already started talking about tomorrow's cultural open day. Breakfast was finished quickly. By the time they came out of the cafeteria, the class bell was about to ring. When they returned to the classroom, the first period hadn't started yet, and most of the students were already there. Sunlight streamed in from the corridor side, and the air still held a hint of post-strain coolness. As soon as Columbina sat down, she noticed the playground outside looked different from usual, so she couldn't help taking another look. People were already busy moving things near the playground edge. Several senior students were carrying folding tables out of the storage room one by one and setting them up on the open ground, while others carried long awning frames to the side as if preparing to set up tents. In one corner of the playground, some cardboard boxes had already been stacked filled with various signs and decorations, apparently for different club booths. The originally empty playground gradually grew lively. More and more people came and went, and the outlines of rows of booths slowly took shape, already hinting at the atmosphere of the cultural open day. Columbina watched for a while, then murmured that the playground seemed to be getting set up today. Hearing her words, Sandrone also looked up and glanced out the window. The students on the playground were still busy moving tables and tents, as if preparing to turn the entire playground into a venue for tomorrow's event. When they returned to the classroom, the first period hadn't started yet, and most of the students were already there. Sunlight streamed in from the corridor side, and the air still carried a hint of post-strain coolness. Halfway through the first class, there was a knock on the classroom door. The homeroom teacher went over, listened to a few words from the visitor, then turned to look at the students. The teacher's gaze swept across the classroom and finally settled on Sandrone's seat. Calling her name, the teacher said that the auditorium had already begun setting up the backstage for the cultural open day and needed someone to help, asking her to go check on the equipment and some preparatory work. Upon hearing this, Sandrone lifted her head and nodded naturally, then slowly closed the book on her desk, preparing to stand up and leave the classroom. Just as she stood up, Columbina beside her also rose. This movement made the teacher pause for a moment, so she let Columbina. The teacher looked at her, then at Sandrone, seeming to think one more person wouldn't be a problem, so she simply nodded in agreement, allowing both to go together. The two quickly gathered their things on the desk and left through the back door of the classroom. The corridor was unusually quiet, with only the faint sound of moving tables and setting up tents from the distant playground drifting and giving the entire campus a bustling atmosphere of the coming cultural open day. As Columbina followed Sandrone toward the auditorium, she quietly asked what they might need to do backstage. After a moment's thought, Sandrone replied that it was probably equipment or stage preparation, or maybe just helping to move things. By the time they walked from the teaching building to the auditorium, they could already hear voices and the sound of moving objects from inside, clearly indicating that the backstage was already busy. The auditorium's main door was half open. All the lights inside were on. Several rows of chairs had been arranged in front of the stage, and a few test lights were shining from the light rig above the stage, making the whole auditorium appear brighter than usual. Beside the stage, several students were moving props back and forth. Some carried folding tables to the side and set them up, while others were organizing the background boards for the performances. The long curtain had been pulled halfway, but not yet fully adjusted. The backstage area was even more bustling. Several equipment boxes sat on the floor, speakers and microphone stands were placed in a corner, and the teacher in charge holding the program list directed students to move necessary items to the side of the stage. As Sandrone and Columbina entered, someone was just carrying a background board past the backstage. The entire auditorium was filled with busy figures, adding a sense of imminent activity to the otherwise quiet place. The teacher in charge of the backstage quickly noticed them and waved them over, asking them to help organize items that hadn't been arranged yet near the stage. They arrived backstage and took out strips of colorful ribbons from the prop boxes. The two worked together to hang the ribbons one by one. The once somewhat empty edges of the stage gradually became decorated, and the light shining on the soft ribbons gave the auditorium a more festive atmosphere than before. Sandrone stood by the ladder, pulling the newly fixed ribbon slightly straighter, ready to take the next one. Columbina was holding a new roll of ribbon in her hand. She had originally intended just to pass the ribbon, but looking at Sandrone's outstretched hand, she suddenly seemed to have. Instead of handing the ribbon up immediately, she gently wrapped the soft ribbon around Sandrone's wrist. The movement was quick and light. The ribbon's color looked bright under the light, loosely encircling her wrist. Sandrone was startled, then looked down at her. She didn't immediately pull the ribbon off. Instead she looked up at Columbina and said in a calm tone, "Childish." Columbina, however, couldn't help but smile. Only then did she untie the ribbon from Sandrone's wrist and hand the other end back. Sandrone took the ribbon and fixed it onto the bracket as if that little interlude was just an ordinary thing. But as she continued adjusting the ribbons, her movements seemed a little slower than before. After the ribbon was refixed, the two continued hanging the remaining decorations one by one. The colors along the stage edge gradually multiplied. The previously empty spaces were filled with ribbons, looking much livelier than before. Sandrone stood by the ladder, adjusting positions. She stuck one end of the ribbon, stepped back a little to look at the overall height, then reached out again to straighten the part that was slightly crooked. Light fell from above the stage, illuminating her profile. She looked completely focused. Columbina had originally just been standing by to help pass the ribbons, but watching her busily working for some reason, she suddenly wanted to capture this moment. She took out her phone from her pocket without saying a word, just gently snapped a photo of Sandrone standing by the ladder. The click sound was very soft. Sandrone paused her movement. She turned around, saw Columbia's phone in her hand, and her brow twitched slightly. "What are you doing?" Columbia didn't answer immediately, as she just looked down at the photo she had just taken. In the photo, the person was looking down, arranging the ribbon with a serious expression. The light fell on the tips of her hair, making her look a little different from usual. She looked up at Sandrone. "Just recording," she said. After the two fixed the last strip of ribbon, the decorations on both sides of the stage were finally almost complete. The previously empty curtain edges were gradually filled with ribbons, gently swaying under the lights, making the entire stage look much more lively than before. Sandrone stepped back from the ladder and looked up at the finished arrangement, as if checking whether the height and angle of the ribbons were neat. Columbia also stepped back a little, and together they looked at the newly decorated stage. Columbia suddenly seemed to think of something and turned to look at Sandrone. She gently took her wrist and said she wanted to go on stage to see the overall effect. So the two climbed the steps beside the stage. Columbia pulled Sandrone to the center of the stage and raised her phone as if she had already decided not to give the other any chance to refuse. Sandrone stood beside her expression still carrying a hint of reluctance, but in the end, she just let out a soft sigh, folded her arms across her chest, and stood there looking at the camera. Columbia, however, looked very cheerful. She leaned slightly closer and raised her hand in a little peace sign toward the phone camera. Light fell from above the stage, and the colored lights that had been tested earlier in the backstage area glowed softly in the distance. Their blurred shadows lingered in the background, adding a touch of soft color to the entire photo. At the moment the shutter clicked, the colored lights in the background blurred, faintly outlining a layer of gentle shadows behind the stage, capturing the two girls standing at the center of the frame. After taking the photos on stage, Sandrone and Columbia finally walked out of the auditorium. The sunlight outside was much brighter than in the morning. There were clearly more students coming and going across the campus, and people were still setting up tents and arranging booths on the playground, giving the entire campus a bustling atmosphere as the event approached. As they walked back along the corridor of the teaching building toward the classroom, the bell for class rang across the campus, echoing through the hallways, reminding everyone that the morning session was nearing its end. When they pushed open the classroom door, the teacher was already standing at the podium preparing to start the lesson, and most of the classmates were already seated. This was the last class of the morning. After the two returned to their seats, the classroom quickly fell silent. The teacher began the lesson at the podium, writing line by line on the blackboard, the sound of chalk scraping against the board resonating clearly throughout the room. Jolundia flipped open her book, her gaze settling on the pages, appearing no different from usual. Yet her thoughts were not entirely anchored in the classroom. Her fingers gently brushed against the phone in her pocket, an unconscious gesture that didn't result in actually taking it out. The scene from the auditorium stage kept replaying in her mind for reasons she could not fathom. Light cascaded from above the ribbons, swaying gently behind her as she reached out to embrace Sandrone, the two standing very close together. So close that she could even feel the distance of his breath. Her gaze lingered on the pages for a moment, but did not truly. The voice at the podium continued, blending with the sounds of classmates turning pages and writing, creating a quiet atmosphere in the classroom. Yet Jolundia couldn't help but turn her head to glance at the person beside her. Sandrone was focused on his book, his head bent low, writing a few lines with his pen, his expression seemingly unchanged. It was as if the scene on stage had never happened. Jolundia watched for a while before slowly retracting her gaze. Yet her fingers remained gently resting on the phone in her pocket, unmoving. When the bell rang for the end of class, the previously tranquil atmosphere suddenly relaxed and classmates began packing their books. Some stood up to prepare to leave, while others remained seated to continue organizing their notes. Sandrone set down his pen, closed the book on the desk, and swiftly packed his things into his bag, seemingly not intending to linger in his seat. As she stood up, her chair slid back slightly. Jolundia remained in her position. She waited for the surrounding noise to become a bit more chaotic before slowly reaching into her pocket to take out her phone. The moment the screen lit up, she opened the photo she had just taken in the auditorium. The image was very clear. Light from the stage fell from above, the colorful lights in the background blurred into a soft glow, and she was facing the camera, making a yay gesture, her smile evident. Beside her, Sandrone stood with his arms crossed, his expression slightly reluctant, yet not avoiding her, the two standing so close they were almost touching. Jolundia stared at the photo for a while. Her fingertip lightly paused on the screen without scrolling. Just then a shadow, before she could raise her head, her phone was gently pressed down from the side by someone. Sandrone had already stood beside her. She glanced down at the photo on the screen, her brow slightly furrowing, her tone calm as she said, "Delete it." Jolundia, she did not put her phone away but simply shook her head gently. "No." Sandrone glanced at her as if wanting to say more, but did not continue. Her hand still lingered at the edge of the phone, yet she did not truly take it away. The two remained in a stalemate for a moment. The people in the classroom had begun to move outside, the sounds gradually becoming a bit chaotic. Jolundia turned off her phone screen with a light touch and returned it to her pocket. She stood up, her tone quite ordinary. "Shall we go?" Sandrone glanced at her before finally retracting her hand. "Let's go." Sandrone and Jolundia followed the flow of people downstairs. The cafeteria was still somewhat crowded, with lines at the windows surrounded by the sounds of conversation and clattering trays, even livelier than in the morning. The two did not linger long, They simply grabbed a quick bite to eat and found a place to sit down. They ate very quickly. Jolundia occasionally glanced up at the person opposite her, as if wanting to say something, but not speaking up, while Sandrone remained quiet, focusing on her meal, her expression similar to usual. The small incident in the classroom seemed not to have been mentioned, yet it had not truly faded away. After finishing their meal, the two returned their trays. When they exited the cafeteria, there was still plenty of time left for the lunch break. Jolundia paused at the door, not heading toward the classroom as usual, but instead looking toward the dormitory, saying she wanted to go back and rest for a bit. Sandrone glanced at her without asking why, simply nodding in agreement. Thus the two did not return to the teaching building, but walked together toward the dormitory. The campus at noon was quieter than in the morning, sunlight streaming down onto the pavement. The moisture left by last night's rain nearly dissipated, leaving only a faint coolness. There were not many people in the dormitory building. The corridor was quiet. As they opened the door and walked in, the room still resembled how it had been when they left in the morning, the curtains half-drawn, soft light falling gently onto the desk and bed. Compared to the bustle outside, it felt almost excessively quiet here. Once the two returned to the dormitory, the room immediately fell silent. The sunlight outside was partially blocked by the curtains, leaving only soft light on the desk and bed, making the entire space feel a bit languid. After entering, Sandrone said little, simply setting her backpack aside, then walked to the bedside, tidied her blanket briefly, and then lay down directly. She turned on her side and quickly closed her eyes, appearing ready to sleep. Jolundia did not climb into bed, but instead sat down at the desk, taking her phone from her pocket. When the screen lit up, the group photo taken in the auditorium naturally reappeared before her eyes. She stared for a while, her fingertip lightly resting on the screen without sliding. The light in the photo was transformed into a soft glow, colors gently diffusing in the background, while she faced the camera, making a yay gesture, her smile frozen in that moment, and beside her Sandrone stood with arms crossed, an expression of slight reluctance, yet not avoiding her, the distance between the two almost non-existent. Jolundia lingered on that moment for a long time. Suddenly, she chuckled softly before placing her phone aside, taking out her diary from the drawer and flipping to a new page. When the pen tip touched the paper, she did not write immediately, but softly murmured a phrase, almost inaudibly. Sandrone. The voice was faint, as if speaking to herself. Only then did she begin to write. The room was very quiet. The person on the bed had fallen, still breathing steadily, while outside the sound of wind rustling through the leaves mixed with the distant chatter from the playground. Jolundia kept her head down, writing in her diary, the pen tip moving slowly across the paper, while the still-lit phone screen lay not far from her hand. Columbina lowered her head and wrote for a while, the tip of her pen gradually slowing to a halt on the paper. After finishing the last line, she gently read it over once before closing her diary and placing it back in the drawer. The desk fell silent once more. Her fingers lingered on the edge of the table for a moment, as if she hadn't fully withdrawn from the emotions of a moment ago. After a short while, she slowly rose to her feet. Columbina did not leave immediately. Instead, she turned her head and glanced at the bed beside her. Sandrone was still lying on her side, breathing steadily, as though truly asleep. The curtains blocked part of the light, leaving the remaining rays to fall upon her hair ends, and the quilt softening her appearance compared to usual. Columbina watched for a few seconds without making a sound. She could have called out to her. The thought lingered in her mind for just a second. Her gaze rested on Sandrone a little longer, as if confirming something or waiting for a response that would never come. In the end, she still did not speak. Gently withdrawing her gaze, she picked up her phone from the desk and pushed her chair back softly, trying not to make a sound. She carefully opened the door and closed it quietly behind her. The dormitory returned to silence. In the hallway, sporadic footsteps had already begun. The afternoon break was nearly over. Some were returning to the classroom early, while others still ambled along. Columbina descended the stairs slowly, her pace unhurried. When she returned to the classroom, there were still few people inside. The window was open, letting in the afternoon light that made the room seem brighter than at noon. She walked to her seat, put down her bag, and sat down. The seat beside her remained empty. Sandrone had not yet. Columbina sat in her own place, took out her book, and set it down, then casually flipped open a page. Though her eyes fell on the page, she wasn't truly reading. After a while, she lifted her head, as if unconsciously looking toward the classroom door. Occasionally, someone passed by in the hallway. Time passed bit by bit, and gradually the classroom filled with people. Some entered and sat down, others murmured in low voices. The once quiet space slowly began to resonate with sounds. Just then the footsteps at the door paused. Almost instinctively, Columbina looked up. Sandrone walked in from outside, her steps unhurried, as if she had just awakened from a nap. Her expression was more relaxed than usual, and the ends of her hair were slightly tousled. She approached her seat, set down her bag, and sat down. The distance between the two once again became very close. Sandrone's hand still rested on the desk. She turned her head and looked at Columbina, asking in a dissatisfied tone, "Why did you leave on your own?" Columbina looked at her and replied softly, "You were asleep." She paused slightly, then added as if to explain, "You were busy for so long this morning." Sandrone's movement halted for a fleeting moment. She seemed about to say something, but only let out a light hum tinged with an unidentifiable displeasure, turning her face away and not looking at her. Seeing her reaction, Columbina's lips curved gently. The smile was very faint. It was as if a certain conjecture had found its answer in that moment. The afternoon lessons began swiftly. Once the teacher entered the classroom, the previously slackened atmosphere tightened again. The blackboard soon filled with dense characters, and the voice of the lecture continued steadily from one section to the next. Most of the time Columbia sat quietly paying attention in class. Only occasionally would she drift off for a split second before quickly pulling her focus back. Sandrone, as usual, maintained her characteristic demeanor. Sometimes she lowered her head to take notes, other times she paused to think, twirling her pen between her fingers. Her expression appeared focused, yet carried a hint of nonchalance. They exchanged no more words, but their positions were close. Several times when turning pages or reaching for something, the distance between their fingers inadvertently neared, then quickly separated without lingering. The light outside the window shifted slowly from bright to soft, casting lengthening shadows across the classroom. When the bell for the last class rang, the sky had already begun to turn amber. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly relaxed. The previously suppressed silence was broken as people around began packing up. Some had already stood up and were walking out. Columbia closed her book, leisurely gathering her things into her bag. She zipped it up and naturally stood up. She turned around, seemingly looking casually toward the seat beside her. Sandrone was still sitting there. She hadn't moved, arms crossed over her chest, leaning back against the chair, apparently not intending to leave immediately. Columbia glanced at her and then called out, "Leaving?" Her voice was soft. Sandrone turned her head and shot her a look as if she had heard, but did not rise at once. She just let out a light hum, a trace of barely perceptible displeasure in it, and turned her face away, her arms still folded, unmoving. It seemed like she was sulking. Columbia stood there watching her for a while. She did not urge her, nor did she say anything more. Only the corners of her lips curved gently. The classroom gradually emptied, voices fading one by one. She still stood there, not leaving first. She watched Sandrone for a moment, said nothing further, and merely reached out to gently tug at the edge of her sleeve. The motion was light, like a reminder. Sandrone's body stiffened slightly. She still didn't look at her, but her arms slowly loosened. There was a moment of silence. She let out a soft hum. The sulkiness in her tone was still there, but no longer as pronounced. Then she stood up. Columbia released her hand. She tidied up the things on the desk, picked up her bag. Without another word, the two walked out. There were already few people in the hallway. The clamor after school had gradually dissipated and footsteps echoed somewhat emptily in the corridor. They descended the stairs one after the other. Columbia walked ahead, her pace unhurried, without turning back to confirm anything, while Sandrone followed, not far. When they reached the outside of the teaching building, the twilight light had softened. There were still people moving about on the playground, and distant voices could be faintly heard. Columbia didn't head toward the dormitory or the cafeteria. Instead, she turned and walked toward a flower bed on one side. There was a row of benches there. Usually not many people came by, and at this hour it was even quieter. She stopped in front of one bench and sat. Sandrone walked over and stopped beside her, as if assessing her intention. Finally, she sat down next to her, crossed her arms again, and looked ahead without meeting her eyes. A small space remained between them. A breeze blew over from the flower bed, carrying the scent of grass and leaves. The silence lasted a few seconds. Columbia looked ahead, not speaking immediately, as if thinking how to put it. After a while she said softly, "Are you still?" Then she added in a gentle tone, "About noon." "I'm sorry." Her voice was quiet. It didn't feel like a deliberate apology, more like something spoken out of a small concern in her heart. Sandrone didn't move. She still stared straight ahead, as if she hadn't heard, or as if waiting for her to continue. A pause hung in the air. The twilight light fell upon the two of them, casting long shadows across the ground. After a moment, Sandrone did not look at her, only said faintly, "I'm not angry." Her tone sounded casual, more like an offhand remark. Columbia glanced sideways at her, but did not probe or expose her. She simply gave a soft acknowledgement, as if accept. After a brief silence, Sandrone stood up first, thrusting her hands into her pockets, as if she no longer intended to. "Let's go," she said. Columbia did not ask, or simply rose, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked with her toward the sports field. The two first went to the school convenience store. When they came out, Columbia held a bread roll and a carton of milk. She handed them over with a natural air, as if doing something that needed no explanation. Columbia glanced down at the items in her hand, then passed one portion forward, saying, "For you," in a very natural tone. Sandrone looked at it. A bread roll and a carton of milk. She did not take it immediately. Her gaze lingered for a moment, as if confirming something, then she reached out and accepted, still speaking flatly. "I didn't say I wanted to eat." Columbia did not look at her, just softly hummed an acknowledgement, as if she heard, but did not care about the words themselves. Sandrone gave a soft snort and didn't continue the topic. She inserted the straw into the milk with a casual, practiced motion, as if she had never intended to refuse from the start. The two walked slowly along the path into the campus. Night fell gradually, the streetlights already lit, while the sports field seemed livelier than during the day. Tomorrow was the cultural open day. The originally empty ground was now dotted with small stalls. Temporary stands were hung with colorful light strings glowing one by one in the darkness, their soft, yet messy light casting fragmented shadows of the people around. Some moved between the stalls, some crouched to arrange items, others stood on high to fix decorations. The occasional voices and laughter made the space feel lively, but not noisy. Columbia's pace unconsciously slowed. She didn't specify a destination, but naturally walked toward the sports field. Sandrone walked beside her, not suggesting any other place. As she walked, she took a bite of the bread, unhurried. So the two stepped into that pool of light. The colorful glow fell upon them, shifting gently with their footsteps, as if carried by the night. Columbia's gaze lingered around, observing the still incomplete decorations and the coming going figures. Her expression seemed focused. Sandrone did not pay much attention to those things. Mostly she looked straight ahead, occasionally turning her head to glance briefly at the person beside her, then quickly looked away. They did not deliberately stop anywhere. They just walked slowly. Columbia moved very slowly, as if waiting for something. She took a few steps forward, then stopped, turning her head to look at Sandrone. Sandrone also halted, not asking why, just standing beside her, still holding the milk carton, her fingers unconsciously twirling it. "What are you looking at?" she asked indifferently. Columbia smiled, but did not answer. She looked away and continued walking. This time she walked even slower. Sandrone followed. The distance between them somehow grew closer. Their shoulders occasionally brushed lightly, then naturally separated without anyone pulling away. Someone rushed past, carrying a scaffold, stirring a breeze that brushed by them. Columbia instinctively reached out, gently tugged Sandrone's wrist, and drew her slightly closer. The action was very light. Sandrone paused, slightly looked down at the place where she was held, but did not immediately pull free. Unnecessary. She snorted, the sound not loud. Yet she did not move. Columbia let go and continued walking as if nothing had happened. They fell into step again. This time the distance did not widen. When they reached the edge of the sports field, the crowd had thinned and the lights had grown sparse, with only a few strings still glowing in the distance. A bench was empty. Columbia stopped. Sandrone glanced at her, said nothing, and sat down, first crushing the empty milk carton and placing it aside casually. Columbia sat beside her. A breeze blew from the field, carrying a hint of night chill. Neither spoke. Silence descended, but this time it didn't feel as distant as before. After a while, Columbia asked softly, "Are you really not angry?" Her voice was gentle, as if asking casually. Sandrone did not answer immediately. She stared ahead, as if thinking, then, after a few seconds, gave a light hum. "I'm not that idle." Her tone was still flat, but slower than before. Columbia hummed in acknowledgement, and did not. She leaned back slightly, her shoulder gently brushing against Sandrone's. Not deliberately, but she did not pull away. Sandrone paused. She didn't move, just turned her head to look at Columbia, then quickly looked away. The night deepened. In the distance, people were still busy under the lights, their voices very faint. They sat there saying nothing, yet they no longer kept that slight distance between them as before. They sat on the bench for a while. The wind grew cooler, the crowd on the field dispersed somewhat, the distant lights still burning, but the sounds had softened. Columbia stood up first. She didn't say they were leaving, just brushed off her clothes and turned to look at Sandrone. Sandrone looked at her for a second, as if confirming her intention, then rose. She casually tossed the crushed milk carton into the nearby trash bin. The two walked toward the dormitory together. The path was short, and they didn't deliberately make conversation. They just walked side by side, the lights falling in segments as they passed under them. Columbia's pace remained slow. Sandrone did not urge her. When they reached the building, the corridor light was already on, a cold white that shut out the colors of the outside. They climbed the stairs together, their footsteps echoed clearly in the stairwell, at first one after the other, soon falling into step. At the door, Columbia took out her key and unlocked it. When the door opened, the quiet of the room settled in. She entered first. Sandrone followed, closing the door. When the light came on, the room looked ordinary, as if nothing had happened. Sandrone tossed her backpack onto a chair without glancing further, then walked to the bed, sat on the edge, hands supporting her, as if deciding whether to lie down directly. She paused, then finally stood up. "I'll shower first," she said flatly. Columbia nodded. The bathroom door closed, and soon the sound of water flowed. Not loud, but clear in the quiet room. Columbia did not move immediately. She stood still for a while, then slowly put things away and sat at the desk. The sound of water came intermittently. She took out her phone. The screen lit up, stopping on the photo taken during the day. The background was scattered colored lights, figures blurred. They stood in the middle, close together. She gazed at it for a while, then tapped lightly with her finger to zoom in. The water sound continued, as if stretching time. After a while, the bathroom door opened. When Sandrone came out, her hair was still a bit damp, water droplets falling from the ends. She casually wiped it with a towel a couple of times, not paying much attention. She glanced at Columbia. "Aren't you going to wash?" Columbia snapped out of her thoughts. In a moment, she turned off the phone and stood up. As they brushed past each other, a faint scent of moisture rose. Very subtle, yet detectable. Sandrone did not stop as she walked directly to the bed and lay back. "Sleepy?" Columbia asked. Came the muffled reply. Columbia looked at her, but said nothing more. She turned and entered the bathroom. The door closed. The sound of water started again. This time the room was filled with only that sound. Sandrone, after a while, she moved her hand away from her eyes, turned her head, and glanced at the closed door. Then quickly looked away, as if nothing had happened. When Columbia came out, the room was even quieter. The ceiling light was still on. Sandrone lay on the bed, breathing softly, as if already asleep. Her hair was still a bit damp, spread on the pillow. Columbia stood still, did not approach. She hung up the towel, put the hairdryer back in the drawer, then returned to the desk. She reached out and turned off the ceiling light. The room darkened instantly, only a faint blur of light from the window. She paused, then switched on the small desk lamp. Warm light fell, illuminating only a small area of the desk. She sat down, moving quietly. She opened the drawer and took out the diary. The cover was a little worn, but clean. She opened it. The pen paused over the paper for a moment, not writing immediately. Suddenly the sound of rain came from outside, pattering down in gusts, hitting the window sill and farther places. She turned her head to look, then looked back. After a moment, she slowly wrote the title, A Special Today. The characters were small and neat. She bent her head and wrote line by line. She didn't write much, just recorded some fragments of the day, the lights on the sports field, the ribbons, and that photo. When she reached a certain part, her pen paused. The rain continued, unhurried. As if recalling something, the corner of her mouth moved slightly. Then on the last line, she added one more sentence. When she's angry, she looks a lot like a little cat. After writing, she did not close the notebook immediately. She looked up at the person on the bed and whispered softly, "Good night." Sandrone did not move. Her breathing was even, as if truly asleep. Columbia watched for a while, then gently closed the notebook. She put the diary back into the drawer, moving very quietly. The small desk lamp still glowed, illuminating her secret. Outside, the rain continued, gust after gust. The room was quiet, as if slowly wrapped by the rain. That night, nothing more was said. Only the faint sound of rain, like a perfectly fitting lullaby. The next morning, dawn arrived a little earlier than usual. The rain had stopped. The ground outside the window was still damp, and faint figures could be seen moving about on the playground, as if someone had gone there early to prepare. The dormitory was very quiet. Sandrone was still lying in bed, turned to one side, breathing steadily, seemingly not fully awake. Columbia opened her eyes first. She didn't get up immediately, but lay there for a while, her gaze fixed upward, as if in a daze. The events of the previous night naturally surfaced. The classroom, the flower beds, the lights on the playground. She blinked softly, withdrew those images, and then sat up. Her movements were very light, making no sound. As she got down from the bed, she glanced back. Sandrone hadn't moved. Her hair was spread across the pillow, quiet and still. Columbia's gaze paused there for an instant, then withdrew. While washing up, she kept the sound of water as low as possible. The person in the mirror looked no different from usual, except for an indescribable something in her eyes. When she finished tidying up and turned around, the person on the bed had already sat up. Sandrone was leaning against the headboard, her hair a bit disheveled, clearly just awakened. She glanced at Columbia and didn't say good morning, only gave a soft hum. It was as if confirming that the other was still there. Columbia smiled slightly. Awake. Her tone was very light. Sandrone didn't reply, only raised a hand to rub her hair, then slowly got out of bed. The floor still had a slight chill. When she stepped onto it, her movement paused. Columbia saw it, said nothing, only pushed the nearby slippers towards her. The gesture was very natural. Sandrone glanced, didn't say thank you, but she still put them on. The light outside the window gradually brightened. Today was the cultural open day. Over at the playground, it was already getting lively. The door was pulled shut, the sound not loud. The corridor's lights were a bit cold, shining brightly on the floor. Columbia came out first, gently closing the door behind her. Sandrone was behind. Her hair still a bit damp, casually hanging loose, she looked somewhat languid. She said nothing, only turned back to push the door, making sure it was securely shut. People were moving back and forth in the corridor, the sound of slippers on the floor intermittent. Columbia walked a few steps forward, then stopped. It seemed she was waiting. Sandrone quickly caught up and stood beside. A small distance separated them, not too close, not too far. Shall we go? Columbia spoke, her tone. Sandrone looked at her, didn't reply immediately. Her voice faint. Columbia smiled slightly, didn't continue. She turned and walked towards the stairs. Sandrone gave a soft hum, but she still followed. After going downstairs, the air felt a bit cool. People were already at the playground. The breakfast stalls were lined up in a row, the lights, not yet fully turned off, looking a bit messy. Columbia glanced, then walked straight over. Sandrone followed, not saying where to go. There weren't many people. They stood at the back of the line. When it was their turn, Columbia stepped forward and said what she wanted. 1 egg pancake and 2 cups of soy milk. She took them and moved aside a little. Sandrone stood beside her. Columbia handed over the egg pancake and 1 cup of soy milk. Have some, her voice very soft. Sandrone didn't take it, just looked at her. Columbia didn't move, her hand still suspended. After a second, Sandrone reached out and took it. Her gesture was reluctant. She lowered her head, took a bite, and then drank some soy milk. Only then did Columbia withdraw her hand and pick up the other cup of soy milk. She said no more. The two stood aside, eating slowly. They didn't linger long. After eating, Columbia tossed the empty cups into a nearby trash and glanced forward again, then followed the crowd inward. Sandrone followed beside her, still holding the half-egg pancake, eating slowly, her pace unhurried. After a few steps, Columbia stopped at a handicraft stall. On the table were some small items, not yet fully arranged, threads and pendants mixed together, looking a bit scattered. As soon as she stopped, Sandrone spoke. Childish. Her tone wasn't harsh, as if said offhand. Columbia heard it, only smiled softly, didn't retort or respond, but lowered her head to browse the bracelets, looking them over one by one, her movements unhurried, as if genuinely selecting. Sandrone hadn't intended to look much, but while standing nearby, her gaze couldn't help but linger for a moment before quickly withdrawing, as if unwilling to admit she was looking. After a while, Columbia's movements came to a halt. In her hands were 2 bracelets, one in a dove style, small and light in color, the other shaped like a cat, with simple lines, looking a bit casual. She looked down at them for 2 seconds, didn't switch again, as if she had already chosen. She was about to put away the bracelets in her hands and pay when her gaze suddenly shifted, not to the tabletop, but to the half-open cardboard box under the corner of the table. The spot was somewhat hidden, as if items not yet sorted were casually tossed in. The box was piled with some small accessories not on display, threads tangled, colors muted, looking unremarkable. An item like a black strap. It wasn't in the center, just tucked at the edge, half covered by other things. If not for the chance glance, it could easily have been overlooked. A thin loop, black, the material seemed soft like suede, non-reflective, yet appearing very clean. Hanging in the middle was a very small metal clasp shaped into a simple ring with no extra adornment, the lines restrained. It didn't seem intended to attract attention, but rather quietly placed there. She looked at it for 2 seconds, didn't immediately reach out, as if confirming whether she really wanted to pick it up. She looked at it for 2 seconds, as if having figured something out, then bent down and took the black strap out of the box. With a small movement, she murmured inwardly, "Choker." She didn't linger, simply placed it together with the 2 bracelets she had chosen on the tabletop, as if they had always belonged together. The stall owner glanced, said nothing, collected the items together, and quickly calculated the price. Columbina nodded and handed over the money. The whole process was swift. Her movements were also natural, with no unnecessary pauses. Sandrone stood nearby, not noticing the black strap. Her gaze was elsewhere, as if waiting or as if uninterested in these things. While waiting for change, she turned her head to glance. Finished choosing. Her tone was light. Columbina, Her voice was very soft. She put the items away, not taking them out immediately. After the 2 left the stall, they didn't speak immediately, but strolled forward amidst the crowd. The surroundings began to feel a bit crowded, yet it wasn't enough to require them to stop. Columbina lowered her head to glance at the items she had just purchased, then naturally slipped the cap bracelet onto her wrist with an effortless motion, as if it were a casual act, not deliberately checking. Sandrone noticed this and frowned slightly. "You really wear it," she said, her tone tinged with disdain. Columbina smiled briefly, offering no explanation, merely holding out another bracelet in her hand, gently flicking the thin string with her fingertips before passing it over. "This one is for you," she said softly. Sandrone did not reach for it right away, simply glancing at her. "I said I don't." Her voice was faint. Columbina remained still, her hand hovering in front of her, without withdrawing it. After a moment, Sandrone finally extended her hand to take it. She looked down briefly, her fingers pausing on the thin string, as if hesitating, but she did not linger too long before putting the bracelet on her wrist. The motion was not particularly skilled, yet it was not slow. Once it was on, she lowered her hand, not looking again. "Don't expect me to wear it all the time," she said in a very low voice. Columbina responded with an acknowledgement, but said nothing more, her gaze resting on her wrist for a brief moment, before quickly, they did not stop, but continued walking slowly with the flow of people. There were more people than before, and the mingling of voices and footsteps made the space feel a bit chaotic. As Sandrone walked, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the bracelet on her wrist, a light touch that was quickly retracted, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly the people in front stopped, causing those behind to push forward, disrupting the formation. Sandrone's steps were affected, instinctively shifting sideways, closing the distance between the 2. She did not pull away. Her shoulder brushed lightly against Columbina's, pausing for a moment, yet they did not separate. Columbina said nothing, simply leaning slightly in her direction, with the flow of the crowd blocking the people behind them to stabilize their position. The motion was subtle, yet just enough. The 2 walked side by side, without speaking, yet they were closer than before. Not far ahead, several developed photos hung in front of a stall, with someone beside it holding a camera, scanning the crowd, as if searching for someone. Their gaze quickly fell on the 2. "Could you help me take a picture?" The tone was casual, as if they had been eyeing them for a while. Columbina stopped in her tracks. Sandrone had been moving forward, but noticing Columbina had stopped, she also halted, frowning slightly, as if reluctant, yet she did not walk away. When the camera pointed at them, the other person quickly instructed them to stand still, stepping back slightly to adjust the angle, casually suggesting they move a little closer. Columbina said nothing, simply leaning slightly to the side. Sandrone frowned, initially intending to step back, but the other person pointed out a position, instructing her not to move, and so she remained still. Their shoulders pressed together, the distance diminished. "Look this way," came the command, followed by the soft click of the shutter. The other person glanced down at the image on the camera, as if confirming something, then said it was good, their tone relaxing. They stepped back from the lens, and Sandrone shifted slightly to the side, as if finally exhaling a breath of relief. However, Columbina did not leave immediately. She looked at the camera in the other person's hand, then at the photos hanging nearby, as if contemplating something, before finally asking, "Can this be developed?" The other person paused briefly, then quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, just wait a moment." Columbina acknowledged, saying, "Then help me develop one," her tone very natural, as if it were a casual decision. After a pause, she added, "Can you make a simple frame for it?" The other person smiled, saying they could, and that there were materials nearby, and they would give it to her shortly. Columbina nodded, saying nothing more. Sandrone, standing beside her, glanced at her, and asked, "What do you want that for?" Her tone was indifferent. Columbina did not look at her, but gently replied, "To keep," her voice low, as if speaking to herself. They did not leave right away. After Columbina spoke, she stood by, waiting while the other person began processing the photos from the camera, their actions not particularly quick, indicating they needed a bit more time. Around them people came and went, some passing by, others stopping to take pictures, and some conversing nearby. The noise was not loud, but never ceased. Sandrone stood beside her, not moving far. She had originally intended to leave, but her steps hesitated, and she did not move again. She glanced at the photos being processed over there, then returned her gaze. Why do you suddenly want this? She spoke up, her tone somewhat softer than before, but not as casual. Columbia did not answer. It seemed she was looking elsewhere, and after a moment she softly replied, I like it, her words barely audible. Sandrone glanced at her momentarily taken aback, and did not pursue the question further, merely letting out a soft hum, pulling her words back. After a while the other person looked up and called out to them, saying it was ready. Columbia walked over to take the photo. She did not immediately put it away, but lowered her head to take a look. Sandrone instinctively leaned a little closer. The distance between them closed once more. The image in the photo was quite simple. It captured that moment when they stood together, shoulders touching, with the background featuring the note yet brightly lit colored lights and fabric strips, the light slightly dispersed, just enough to outline their figures. Sandrone glanced at it, her brow twitching slightly. Not bad, she said as if evaluating it, yet it sounded however she did not immediately look away. Columbia said nothing, merely observing for a moment before handing the photo to the person beside them, asking for help in framing it. The process was not complicated. The other person was quite skilled, quickly securing the photo before handing it back. Columbia received it this time, not lingering too long, just glancing down briefly before putting it into her bag with a natural motion. They walked away from the stall, the lights and sounds of the crowd fading behind them. Columbia did not head towards the livelier area, but instead led Sandrone toward the quieter edge of the playground, where the street lamps were sparsely lit and the wind blew from the open space, carrying a hint of chill. Sandrone did not ask where they were going, simply following along at a slow pace. When they reached near the stands there were fewer people, and they stopped without deliberately seeking a spot, just standing there for a while. Sandrone casually moved her wrist, and the bracelet slipped down a bit. Columbia noticed and reached out to adjust its position for her. Her movements were unhurried. When her fingertips brushed against Sandrone's wrist, she paused for a moment, but did not pull away, merely turning her head to look at her. What are you doing? She asked, her tone indifferent. This way looks better, Columbia replied. Sandrone glanced at her, letting out a soft huff, saying, childish. She averted her gaze, but did not withdraw her hand. They found a long bench to sit on, and Columbia sat down first. Sandrone glanced at her, did not ask anything further, and also sat down beside her with a distance that was not quite intentional between them. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head to look at her wrist, where the bracelet she had just put on was still there. She gently flicked it with her finger, a casual motion, and quickly let go. It seemed she was pondering something, and after a while she finally spoke in a tone that was not very serious. Why did you choose this? Columbia turned her head to look at her, not answering immediately. Sandrone lifted her wrist slightly, letting the bracelet sway gently, her tone still casual. A pigeon? She paused as if adding a comment. It's quite strange. Columbia looked at her for a moment, then smiled lightly as if she had been asked but did not intend to explain much. I just picked it at random. Her tone was light and natural. Sandrone glanced at her, not letting that remark pass, but also not pressing further. She gave a soft huff and withdrew her hand. It's half-hearted. She said it casually, almost as a side remark. Columbia did not refute it, just lowered her head to look at her bracelet, lightly touching it with her fingertip before pulling back. The two of them remained silent for a while. Sandrone didn't ask anything again, but the previous question seemed to linger. After a moment Columbia suddenly spoke up, her voice not loud. Sandrone, what kind of person do you think I am? She said this without looking at her, as if it were a casual mention or something she had thought about for a while before saying it. Sandrone did not respond immediately. She first glanced at her, then looked away, as if contemplating whether to answer seriously. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Her tone was still casual, carrying a hint of indifference. Columbia chuckled lightly. Just asking casually. She said it very naturally. Sandrone gave a soft huff, not letting that remark pass, but also not intending to respond seriously. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke slowly. It's okay, I guess. This remark sounded quite perfunctory. Columbia turned her head to look at her. Is that all? Her tone was not heavy, just a gentle follow-up. Sandrone frowned slightly, seeming a bit impatient, as if uncomfortable with the question. Then what do you want to hear? Her tone was light, but it carried a hint of defiance. She paused for a moment and added, it's definitely not as simple as you think. After saying this, she stopped as if she had already said too much. Columbia did not pursue the matter further. She just watched her for a moment, and then gently acknowledged her with an The conversation paused there, and no one continued. Neither of them moved, but the previous remark still hung in the air. Columbia was the first to move. She stood up from the bench and casually patted her clothes, as if she were also collecting her emotions. Let's walk a bit more. Her tone was very calm. Sandrone took a moment to stand up, not looking at her, just following along. The two walked slowly along the side, not in a hurry. They had not gone far when someone leaned over from the side. Hey, can you help me with something? The voice carried a hint of urgency. Columbia stopped for a moment, turned her head to look, and saw the person behind the stall was busy tidying up things, their hands moving a bit clumsily, clearly overwhelmed. Sandrone glanced over, as well remaining silent, as she had never been very interested in such matters. Columbia took another look in that direction, then turned back to her with a very light tone. Shall we go? Sandrone frowned slightly, clearly reluctant to get involved. It's a hassle. She said it flatly. The person over there looked up again, their gaze conveying impatience. Columbia didn't say anything more, just took a step toward that direction, as if she had already made a decision for both of them. Sandrone watched her pause for a moment, and finally followed along, her tone lowered a bit. Just a moment. The The stall was small with a few small items on the table and several handwritten price tags. The items were a bit messy, indicating that they had just been busy. Great, you guys keep an eye on things for me. I'll go grab something and be right back, the person said and left, hardly waiting for their response. Suddenly, it was just the two of them standing behind the stall. Sandrone looked at the items on the table, her brows furrowing more noticeably, and she casually flicked a few items, as if confirming what they were. You agreed yourself, she said softly. Columbina chuckled lightly, not refuting it, just tidying up a few items with a slow and unhurried motion. You came over too. Her tone was very natural. Sandrone gave a soft huff, not continuing the conversation, but she didn't. Before long, someone stopped in front of the stall. It was just one person standing there, looking for a while, not in a hurry to speak, just examining the items on the table one by one, as if slowly choosing. Columbina glanced at her, not speaking immediately. When the other person's gaze stopped, she casually adjusted the position of that item slightly, making it look clearer. After a while, the person reached out to pick up a bracelet, turning it gently between her fingers. How much is this? Before Columbina could speak, Sandrone had already taken a glance, first her tone very casual. 15. After saying that, she shifted her gaze away, as if just replying casually. The other person nodded, looked down for a moment, neither immediately putting it down nor making a quick decision. There was a moment of silence in front of the stall. Only then did Columbina speak up, her voice not high. You can try it on. She said it very naturally, without any extra. The person looked up at her, seeming a bit hesitant, but did not refuse. After pausing, she still held the bracelet up to her wrist. The movements were slow, yet very serious. Sandrone stood beside her, glanced over, then looked away, remaining silent and not interfering again. After a while, the person took off the bracelet and looked at it again. Do you have a bag? She asked. Columbina nodded. Yes. She took the items, packed them into a bag with swift and neat movements, not saying anything further. The other person paid, thanked them, and left. The stall was empty again. Sandrone withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened, reached out to adjust the items that had been touched earlier, putting them back in their original positions. Columbina glanced at her, her tone very light. You cooperated quite well. Sandrone gave a soft huff, not looking at her. It'll do. After saying this, she did not continue the conversation. However, she also did not step back further. The person behind the stall finally returned, holding a pile of items, thanking as they took over the spot. With the area suddenly empty, the surrounding sounds became clearer. She glanced sideways at the person next to her. She asked. Sandrone stood there, not moving immediately, as if still adjusting from the previous rhythm, scanning the surroundings, before finally returning her gaze. Whatever. Her tone remained unchanged. The two of them walked away from the stall, and as they crossed the playground, the crowd dispersed a bit, yet those heading towards the auditorium gradually increased. People were coming in and out at the entrance. The sounds inside were somewhat muffled by the door. Columbina did not stop and followed the flow of people inside. The lights suddenly dimmed. The auditorium was already filled with many people. The front rows were nearly full, with scattered seats at the back. The lights on the stage were bright, clearly illuminating the figures, but the sound was amplified through the speakers, echoing slightly. They did not push forward, instead finding two seats in the middle to sit down. The chairs were a bit narrow, and the two sat close together. Initially, no one spoke. The performance on stage had already begun, with music and voices blending together, filling the entire space. Columbina sat straight, hands resting on her legs, without any unnecessary movements. Sandrone leaned back in her chair, appearing more relaxed, her gaze fixed on the stage, though it would occasionally wander for a moment before quickly returning. The lights changed between dim and bright, casting shadows on the audience's faces. The distance between them remained the same, yet in this light it felt a bit closer. At one point, someone passed by, gently squeezing through. The chair wobbled slightly. Columbina's hand moved a bit to the side. Sandrone seemed to sense it and tilted her head slightly. What's wrong? She asked softly. Columbina paused, as if still recovering from the previous moment, then simply smiled gently. It's nothing. Her voice was very low. Sandrone glanced at her and did not ask further. She returned her gaze to the stage, but she didn't move aside again. The music on stage shifted to a slower rhythm, and the lights dimmed a bit as well. The audience quieted down significantly, leaving only the sound emanating from the speakers, slowly spreading through the space. Suddenly, someone passed by, lowering their voice to say, "Excuse me," with a hurried motion. The chair was nudged a bit. Columbina's shoulder shifted slightly to the side. Sandrone did not move. She simply adjusted her position slightly. The distance between the two was compressed, even close, almost touching. Yet no one moved back. After a moment, someone on stage began to sing a line, their voice a bit high. Sandrone gently furrowed her brow. "Ran away," she whispered. Her voice was soft enough for only the person next to her to hear. Columbina froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting her to speak, then couldn't help but chuckle. She did not respond verbally, just turned her head to glance at her. Sandrone seemed to notice, not turning back, still looking forward, but her lips moved slightly. The music continued, the rhythm stretching out gradually. They remained silent, not making a conscious effort to create. The voice on stage gradually tapered off. When the last note fell, there was a brief silence in the auditorium, followed by applause starting from the front row and gradually spreading backward, while the lights illuminated at that moment. Columbina's gaze withdrew from the stage, pausing briefly before she turned her head, and just at that moment Sandrone happened to look over as well. Their eyes collided without avoidance, not lasting long, yet not immediately breaking apart. People around them were gradually getting up, chairs were being moved, making soft sounds, and the commotion of the crowd surged, slowly dispersing this small area that was originally quiet. Columbia moved first, retracting her gaze, standing up in sync with the people next to her, blending naturally into the crowd. Sandrone stood up a beat later. The space was already narrow, and the two almost stood straight at the same time, their shoulders brushing lightly against each other very gently, yet no one spoke. They followed the crowd out. The exit was somewhat crowded. When the people in front stopped, they halted, as well, their pace slowing down. The light was brighter than before, and people were closer together. Sandrone stood next to her, not intentionally getting closer, yet not creating distance either. Columbia shifted slightly towards her, making a bit of space. The two were led by the flow of people moving forward little by little, without speaking, yet never separating. As they were carried out of the auditorium by the crowd, the outside light was already dazzlingly bright, presenting a stark contrast to the dimness inside. The playground was livelier than in the morning, with sounds layered upon each other. Some were talking, some were selling, and there were intermittent announcements. The air began to mix with the aroma of food. Columbia paused for a moment, as if adapting to the light, before taking 2 steps forward. She turned her head to look at the person beside her. "Shall we grab something to eat?" she asked casually. Sandrone did not answer immediately. She glanced at the stalls on the playground, her gaze lingering among the crowd for a moment. Whatever, she said. The two did not say much more, following the flow of people towards the food stalls. They paused in front of the row of stalls for a while, then continued moving forward without actually lining up. There were quite a few people, and the sounds were mixed. Columbia glanced at the line ahead, said nothing, just slightly adjusted her direction, casually mentioning wanting to go to the convenience store. Sandrone had no objections, and directly followed her out of that crowd. The convenience store was quieter than outside, the air conditioning pressing down, and there were far fewer people. Columbia did not stop at the door, but walked in a bit, stopping in front of the refrigerated section, pulling open the door to take a look. She took a sandwich and selected 2 rice balls nearby, her movements unhurried, as if weighing something. When she closed the fridge door, she casually grabbed 2 bottles of drinks. Sandrone stood by, glancing at the items in her hand, not suggesting a switch, nor looking for anything else, just asking if it was enough. Columbia nodded, responding simply. The checkout was quick with no line. She handed over the items, paid, and after the cashier heated them, packed them into a bag. Columbia took the bag, and after leaving the convenience store, they did not head back towards the playground, but directly entered the teaching building. The corridor was much quieter than outside. Footsteps echoed lightly on the floor. The classroom doors were open, with a few people scattered inside, some looking down at their phones, some resting on the tables, and others whispering, keeping their voices low. As they walked in, they did not attract much attention. Columbia placed the bag on the table, pulled out a chair to sit down, and without looking much pushed a sandwich and a rice ball towards Sandrone, her movements natural, as if she was already accustomed to it. Sandrone glanced at the offerings, not immediately taking them, her gaze pausing on the 2 items, as if confirming something before reaching out to take them. She did not say thank you, simply unwrapping the packaging slowly. The classroom was very quiet, with sunlight streaming in through the windows resting on the table. The two sat in the same row with no separation between them, and they did not speak further. Sandrone first unwrapped the sandwich, lowering her head to take a bite, her movements unhurried, as if just casually starting to eat. Then she tore open the packaging of the rice ball, placing it aside, slowly eating one by one. Her pace was never fast, nor did she consciously rush, just quietly eating bit by bit. After a while, she had eaten half of the sandwich. She paused again, glancing at the rice ball in her hand, as if weighing which to eat first, and finally lowered her head to take a bite of the rice ball. Time passed slowly. The classroom remained quiet, with occasional soft sounds of people shifting items on the table, quickly fading away. When she finished the rice ball and reached for the sandwich again, her movements were noticeably slower. She took a bite, then stopped, not continuing to eat. Her gaze lingered on the items in her hand for a moment, then she lifted her. Columbia had already finished. She leaned back in her chair, holding nothing, as if she had stopped long ago, watching her. Their gazes did not evade, nor were they deliberate. It was as if they had not shifted since the earlier moment. Sandrone met her eyes, not immediately looking away. Columbia smiled gently. Can't eat anymore. Her tone was light. It was as if she was asking, yet also anticipating a reaction after this line. Sandrone did not respond immediately. She glanced at the sandwich in her hand, then at her, and finally, just lightly murmured, an her tone still indifferent. She did not continue eating, nor did she put down the items. Columbia did not ask again, as she simply reached out, naturally taking the remaining half of the sandwich. The motion was smooth, without hesitation, as if it had been planned all along. Sandrone watched her without stopping her. Columbia's hand paused momentarily in the air before retracting. Columbia lowered her head to take a bite, as if not caring that it had already been eaten. Her lips moved slightly before the classroom remained very quiet. Sandrone glanced at her without immediately looking away. After a moment, she asked in a low, emotionless tone whether it had been intentional, more like confirming something she already understood. Columbia did not answer right away. She carefully folded the wrapper in her hands, her movements steady, before turning her head to look at her. Can't let it go to waste. Her tone was flat, as if offering an explanation or an answer she had long prepared. Sandrone looked at her without replying. The silence stretched for a moment longer than usual, but never became awkward. Her gaze lingered on Columbia's face, as if weighing something, and finally, she responded with a soft hum, neither denying nor pressing further. Columbia said nothing more. She tidied the items on the table, folded the bag, and set it aside, then rose from her seat. The chair slid back slightly as she turned her head to ask if they should leave. Sandrone did not hesitate and stood up as well. The classroom was still sparsely populated. Some bowed over their phones, others resting their heads on the desks. Their movements drew little attention. The two walked out of the classroom one after the other. The corridor was brighter than before, the air settled, as muffled sounds from outside seemed distant. They did not speak, immediately walking side by side with neither too much distance nor deliberate closeness. They did not stop nor head toward the crowded areas. Instead, they followed the corridor at a leisurely pace, as if in no particular hurry. People came and went on the stairs. They shifted to let others pass, then fell back into step together. The faint attempt at probing from earlier seemed tucked away somewhere, not vanished, but not brought up again. When they reached the first floor, the noise at the entrance swelled. Outside activities continued on the playground. People moved about with a more scattered energy than at noon. Some were already heading toward the school gate dragging suitcases. Others stood aside discussing the 3-day holiday ahead, their voices spilling out uncontrollably. After the cultural open day came 3 consecutive days off, a fact that didn't need mentioning, but gradually revealed itself amid the commotion. Columbina glanced over, but did not stop or walk further. Instead, she followed the edge of the path toward the dormitory. Sandrone, without asking, followed her away. They walked unhurriedly through the flow of people, some laughing and talking, some dragging luggage outward, others already on the phone confirming their ride home. They moved amid the crowd, but were not swept in. Neither spoke, yet no one made an effort to break the silence. When they reached the dormitory building, the crowd had visibly thickened. Several suitcases were piled by the entrance, some waited for companions, while others made phone calls as they walked out. They paused at the door for a brief moment before entering together. The noise in the hallway suddenly receded, leaving stillness. Footsteps echoed softly on the stairs, step by step upward. Neither spoke, yet it didn't feel empty. At the door, Columbina took out the key and opened it gently. She stepped in first. The room was far quieter than outside, as if cut off from the day just past. Once the silence settled, they said little more, putting away their things and beginning to tidy up. Columbina opened her bag, took out each item one by one, and rearranged them slowly, as if deliberately easy. She placed the photograph on the table, paused, then tucked it into her bag. She did not look at it again. Her hand rested on the table for a moment, then she pulled open the drawer, took out the small notebook, and placed it together with the items she had just packed. Her movements unhurried, without extra hesitation, as if it were meant to be taken. Sandrone was more straightforward. She folded her coat into the bag, glanced into the drawer, and gathered what needed to be taken, neatly without pause. Only the occasional sound of zippers and rustling paper filled the room. After a while, Columbina finished arranging her belongings and zipped her bag. The sound was soft, yet it gently cut through the stillness. Soon both finished packing. Downstairs, the crowd had grown. People waited for rides near the entrance, while others dragged luggage toward the school gate, voices intermingling without cease. When they reached the door, their steps slowed slightly, as if both knew they would soon go separate ways. Columbina stopped first. She did not speak immediately, but looked at Sandrone. A brief glance that did not look away, as if confirming something or simply pausing in that moment. "Don't miss me," she said, her tone light, carrying a faint smile, as if steering the farewell away from seriousness. Sandrone turned her head aside, not meeting her eyes, her voice low, as if not wanting to be overheard. Mfu admit, her words were crisp, but the tone did not fall heavily, carrying a trace of unresolved emotion. Columbina did not respond. She merely glanced at her, then turned and walked toward the school gate at an unhurried pace, soon swallowed by the passing crowd. Her silhouette receded in the distance. Sandrone stood still, her gaze fixed in that direction for a moment, not following, yet not immediately withdrawing. The surrounding sounds drew closer again. The flow of people gradually filled the empty space. Her hand moved slightly at her side, as if accidentally brushing against something. It was the bracelet. She glanced down. The delicate chain clung to her wrist, light flickering softly across it. The small dove hung quietly, unobtrusive, yet always there. She looked for a moment, not reaching out to touch it or take it off, just paused. Then she withdrew her gaze. Turning away, her steps remained unchanged as she soon blended into the crowd. She did not look back. The bus swayed, the doors closed, the engine's hum lowered, and the vehicle slowly began to move forward. There were few people inside, seats were vacant. Columbina walked to a window seat and sat down, placing her bag on her lap. She did not immediately look at her phone, but let her gaze rest on the view outside. Rain had begun to fall, gentle yet continuous, streaking across the glass, trailing down into blurred rivulet. The street scene outside was dissolved by the rain, lights, elongated pedestrian shadows flickering past indistinctly. The vehicle jerked lightly at each stop and then continued onward. She did not move, merely leaned against the seat, watching the rain-blurred tableau outside. That moment just past had not been entirely washed away. It seemed to linger somewhere. Her hand rested on the bag, fingertips pressing absently once, then slowly releasing, as if confirming something or simply out of habit. Passengers boarded and alighted, voices subdued beneath the rain. Her gaze paused on the window for a while, then shifted away very slightly, as if recalling something. The corner of her mouth twitched. Barely perceptible. It did not continue. The bus moved on, the rain persisted. After leaving the school, Sandrone did not head toward crowded areas. She followed a relatively quiet path, the surrounding noise gradually dispersing, the sensation of being enveloped by the crowd slowly receding until only footsteps and the intermittent sound of passing vehicles hung in the air. The sky had darkened, clouds pressing low, rain falling in a fine drizzle, not heavy but forming a layer that glistened on the pavement. She did not unfurl an umbrella, merely pulled her coat tighter and continued walking at a steady pace, as if completing this route at its natural rhythm. When Sandrone reached home, the rain was still falling, even finer than before. She stood at the door, retrieved her keys, entered, and closed the door behind her. The sounds outside were muffled, leaving only the faint whisper of rain filtering through the window. She removed her coat and hung it up, placed her bag on the table. Each motion clean and decisive, without any superfluous pause, as though every step was long accustomed. The room was dark. Light filtered in from outside, tinged with gray. She took a couple of steps inside, paused, then reached out and switched on the lamp. When the light came on, everything became clear, yet she did not immediately occupy herself with anything. She stood by the table for a moment, as if suddenly slowing down. Her phone lay nearby. She glanced at it, but did not pick it up. After another moment, she still reached for the phone, unlocked it, the screen lit up. Her finger hovered above it, not immediately tapping anything. She scrolled down casually, then halted at a certain spot. She tapped on that name. The chat history ended at the last exchange. Those few lines were simple and brief, as if finished after being said with no continuation. She gazed at them for a while. Her eyes lingered on the dialogue, then slowly moved downward. The screen was empty. She did not scroll up. Her finger rested on the input box, pausing for an instant, as if contemplating whether it was necessary. She typed a few words, then deleted them. Hesitated. Finally, she left a single line: "Have you arrived?" After the message was sent, she did not immediately put down the phone. She stared at the screen as if waiting, or simply because there was nothing else to do. A moment passed. There was no immediate reply. Her finger tapped lightly on the edge of the screen, then stopped. After a while, the screen lit up. "Arrive." A very simple reply. She glanced at it, did not respond right away, placed the phone a little toward the table, yet did not fully let go. She paused as if weighing whether to say anything more, but finally replied with just one word: The word was short, the tone flat, as if the matter was not important at all. She put the phone down, and this time did not pick it up again. The room fell silent. The rain continued. A vibration from the phone. Columbina withdrew her gaze from the window, paused for a beat, then reached out to light up the screen. It was from her. "Have you arrived?" She looked at the words, did not reply immediately. The simple phrase seemed casually asked, yet she lingered on it for a moment. Then she responded. "Arrive." She added nothing more, the tone exactly right. She placed the phone on the table, but did not leave. Instead, she stood there for a moment, as if waiting, or simply not yet ready to do something else. After a while, the screen lit up again. She glanced at it. This time she did not reply, merely studied that single word for a moment, as if understanding something unsaid. She exhaled softly, turned the phone face down on the table, then reached for a notebook. She sat down, opened the notebook. She did not write immediately, but paused first, as if considering where to begin. After a moment, she set pen to paper. She wrote, "First, send a message." Her tone was ordinary. She paused, then added a line below, not casually asked. Her pen hesitated briefly, then continued slowly. The reply was faint, as if not really caring. She looked at these lines, paused. Finally, she added a tiny note at the bottom, slightly endearing. The night was very quiet. The light had been turned off, leaving only a faint glow filtering through the window, casting a pale. Sandrone lay in bed, not immediately falling asleep. One hand rested on her forehead, eyes open, gazing at the ceiling, or simply not closed. The events of the day had already passed, and she did not deliberately dwell on them, yet images still surfaced from time to time. Not vivid, just fragments flashing and then dissipating. She turned over, adjusting to a more comfortable position, lowering her hand from her forehead to her side. The room was silent. She could have slept, yet she did not. After a while, she turned sideways, her gaze falling on the phone by the bedside. She did not reach for it, only glanced at it, then looked away, as if there was nothing worth seeing, but not entirely indifferent. She closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them again. No one knew what she was thinking, and she herself did not sort it out clearly. She simply could not sleep. On the other side, Columbia's room had also turned off the lights. She lay on the bed, resting her head on one arm, her posture relaxed, breathing steady, as if she could drift off any time. She was indeed a little drowsy, yet she did not close her eyes immediately. Her gaze fixed on the window. The night was deep, the rain had stopped, leaving only a trace of dampness in the air. She did not think about too many things. Only occasionally some details surfaced on their own. Not complete images, just very light fragments, like the moment a conversation paused or someone's tone. The corner of her lips moved slightly, barely noticeable. She did not let the expression linger long, it quickly faded. She turned on her side, lowered her hand, and pushed the phone a little farther away without looking at it, as if there was no need for further confirmation. She closed her eyes. This time she did not open them again. Her breathing gradually became even. The room fell into absolute stillness. The morning was nearing noon, and sunlight streamed in through the window, brightening the room. Columbia did not get up immediately after waking. She lay in bed for a while, allowing her consciousness to gradually awaken before reaching for her phone. When the screen lit up, there were no new messages. Her gaze lingered for a moment before naturally sliding to a particular name, yet she did not tap on it, as if she were not in a hurry. She put her phone aside and got up to wash up. By the time she returned to the table, it was already close to noon, and she felt completely awake. Only then did she pick up her phone again and open the chat box. The conversation was still at yesterday's last message, a brief without any further extension. After looking at it for a while, her finger hovered over the screen. After some thought, she typed, "Are you awake?" After sending the message, she did not keep staring at her phone, but placed it aside to do something else. Sandrone woke up a bit later. By the time she opened her eyes, the room was already filled with light, and it was quiet to the point of being somewhat excessive. She did not get up immediately, but lay there for a while longer, as if trying to hold on to the last remnants of sleep. After a moment, she slowly sat up and picked up her phone. As the screen lit up, she saw the message. "Are you awake?" She stared at it for a moment, not replying right away, seemingly surprised, but quickly suppressed that emotion and eventually replied, "Just woke up." Columbia replied quickly. The conversation could have stopped there, yet she did not close the interface. After a while, she sent another message. "What are you doing?" "Not much." She replied with a casual, her tone indifferent. After a moment, the other party asked, "Have you eaten?" She glanced down and typed 2 words, "Not yet." Columbia, "Me too." Sandrone stared at this message for a moment, not replying right away, as if considering whether it was necessary to continue. Finally, she responded, "What do you plan to eat?" "Anything." She looked at those 2 words, paused for a moment, then typed, "Then shall we go out to eat together?" The other side did not take long to reply, "Sure." "Then now." "Sure." She did not say anything more, simply responding, "See you near the school." The other party replied with And just like that, the plan was set. Sandrone put down her phone, sat for a while, and then got up to change clothes. The midday light was already bright, and the road outside still bore traces of yesterday's rain. The air was a bit humid. She was not in a hurry when she left, but did not stop her pace, walking steadily toward the school. When she arrived, there were not many people, and the school gate was quieter than usual. She stopped not far away, scanning the area, and quickly spotted that person. Columbia was already there. She stood quietly, neither looking around nor appearing impatient, as if she had just arrived, yet also as if she had been waiting for a while. Sandrone slowed her pace a little. She did not walk over immediately, but paused for a moment in place before continuing forward. The distance between them gradually closed. At that moment, the other person also looked over. Their gazes met. There was no avoidance. She walked up to stand in front of her, the distance between them feeling just right, a bit more natural than yesterday. Columbia's gaze lingered on her for a moment before quickly falling to her wrist. The bracelet was still there, unchanged and not taken off. She looked at that glance, her lips curving slightly, not saying anything nor lingering, naturally averting her gaze. "You came." She spoke, her tone very calm, as if it were only natural to meet here. Sandrone nodded. She stood beside her, neither deliberately distancing herself nor intentionally drawing closer, but simply standing there naturally. The two stood in place for a while, neither speaking first. Eventually, Columbia stepped out without indicating where she was headed, just walking on. Sandrone glanced at her and followed. There were quite a few people on the road at noon, somewhat noisy, but still navigable. They walked together, their steps gradually synchronizing, initially without speaking. After walking for a distance, Columbia turned her head and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Sandrone did not think too much, and Columbia replied with a casual not asking further, leading her forward. After turning a corner, there were fewer people. She stopped in front of a small restaurant, glanced at the menu, and said, "Is this place okay?" Sandrone looked at the entrance and did not object. "Okay." The two then entered. The restaurant was small, already having a few tables occupied. When the wind chime at the door rang, the cool air rushed in, blocking the heat from outside. The owner asked them to find a place to sit. There was an empty spot by the window. Columbia went over first, shifted the position slightly, and Sandrone sat down. The two faced each other, separated by a table. The menu was on the table. Columbia picked it up, glanced at it, and handed it to her. Sandrone flipped through a couple of pages, pointed at a few items, then stopped, pushing the menu back. "Just these." Sandrone glanced down at the table, then raised her head. Just in time, she met Columbia's gaze. Columbia was watching her. There was no avoidance. Sandrone paused for a moment, but then looked away, her voice lowered. "What are you looking at?" Columbia chuckled softly and said no. After the owner took the menu away, the table became empty. There were still voices around, but they were at a distance, making this area oddly quiet. Sandrone did not look at her, her gaze resting on the table, her fingertips lightly tapping the edge, as if waiting for the food. Columbia sat opposite her, not touching her phone, her gaze lingering on her for a while before she spoke. "Yesterday, you asked me if I got home," her tone very casual, as if casually mentioning it. Sandrone's fingers paused for a moment, not replying immediately. After a while, she responded softly, just asking, her voice low, not raising her head. Columbia replied with a not disputing, just looking at her, and slowly added, "I replied," her voice very light. Sandrone did not reply. It was as if she knew the other would continue speaking, yet she did not want to listen, letting this. Columbia continued naturally, then there was nothing after that, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Sandrone responded softly, acknowledging, but still did not look over. Columbia looked at her, her gaze lingering for a moment, then slowly pushed the conversation forward. "So I was thinking." She paused here, not rushing to finish. Sandrone finally raised her head to glance at her, as if her attention had been captured. Columbia met her gaze, her expression unchanged, her tone still steady. "Were you thinking of me?" This sentence landed without a hint of jest. Sandrone did not immediately look away. She stared at her for a moment, weighing whether to take up the question. A few seconds later, she softly clicked her tongue, averted her gaze, and lowered her tone. "Why are you so talkative today?" Columbia did not retract her gaze, a subtle smile, curving her lips, casually responding, "That means I am." Sandrone looked over again, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness, but not genuinely angry. She stared at her for a while, before finally stating, "You think for yourself." Then she shifted her gaze away, no longer continuing this topic. She neither admitted nor denied. At that moment the waiter brought the dishes over, the steam rising in the air, gently dispersing the previously suspended atmosphere. The first dish placed down was a plate of sweet flour-marinated chicken, with a golden exterior glistening slightly, its sweet aroma quite pronounced, followed by a serving of honey-glazed carrot stir-fried, meat dark in color with sauce slowly sliding down, lastly a bowl of light, white vegetable soup, steam quietly wafting upwards. The sound of the plates settling on the table was not loud, but just right to cut off the conversation. Columbia then withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened, picked up her chopsticks, and skillfully picked a piece of sweet flour-marinated chicken, placing it in Sandrone's bowl. "Try it," she said casually. Sandrone glanced at it, said nothing, just picked up her chopsticks, and took her first bite. The sweetness gradually spread in her mouth. Her actions paused for a moment. Columbia watched her, not asking anything, just waiting for her reaction. Sandrone did not look up, taking another bite, her tone flat, a bit sweet, as if commenting on the dish. Columbia then eat more, she said quite casually. Columbia finally picked up her chopsticks, but did not eat much. She ate slowly, mostly just watching the person across from her. Sandrone initially did not pay attention, but after a while she noticed it. She looked up, briefly met that gaze, and quickly looked away. "Aren't you eating?" Her tone was casual. Columbia seemed to be reminded and lightly hummed in response, casually picking up a bit of food, but her movements were unhurried. She quickly picked up a piece of honey-glazed carrot and meat, and placed it in Sandrone's bowl. Sandrone frowned slightly and glanced at the extra food in her bowl. "I can serve myself." "I know," Columbia replied flatly, but her hands did not stop as she picked up another bit of vegetables and placed it over. It seemed effortless yet deliberate. Sandrone did not say anything further. She looked at the increasing amount of food in her bowl, paused for a moment, and eventually bowed her head to eat. She did not refuse anymore. Columbia watched her, a small curve slowly appearing at the corner of her mouth, yet she said nothing. She continued to eat slowly, occasionally adding a bit more food for her movements unhurried, as if testing the waters or confirming something. Sandrone kept her head down, yet she did not stop. She ate slowly but did not cease, the food in her bowl gradually decreasing. The vegetables that had been pushed over were also slowly finished, leaving nothing behind. Columbia observed the movement of her hand, slowing down slightly, as if waiting for something. Sandrone picked up a piece of food and paused in midair, as if casually choosing, but did not immediately place it in her own bowl. She hesitated for a moment. Then she placed the piece of food across the table, landing it in Columbia's bowl. The action was not too obvious, nor was it forced, but it was decisive. Columbia glanced at the food in her bowl, and then looked up at her. Sandrone had already lowered her head, continuing to eat, as if nothing had happened, casually saying, "Don't keep staring." It was like an explanation, yet also like a cover-up. Columbia said nothing. She stared at the small piece of food that had been placed in her bowl, pausing for a moment before slowly picking up her chopsticks to eat it. Her movements were slow. This time the curve at the corner of her mouth was no longer hidden. "All right," she softly responded, as if agreeing not to look. Yet her gaze remained on Sandrone, not truly leaving. The dishes on the table had been mostly cleared, the last bit of warmth dissipating into the air, and no one moved their chopsticks anymore. Sandrone stood up first, pushing her chair back slightly, her movements subtle, as if smoothly concluding the meal. Columbia glanced at her, and stood up as well, not saying much, only slightly slowing down when she walked towards the door, then naturally keeping pace beside her. The light outside was brighter than inside the shop, and the street was bustling with people, the sounds a bit chaotic. They did not stop to discuss where to go, but their steps did not part, moving forward with the flow of the crowd. After passing an intersection, they arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. When the automatic doors opened, the cold air welcomed them, keeping the heat outside, and the sounds of the crowd softened a bit. Inside it was very bright. Sandrone slowed her steps slightly, as if adjusting to the light or checking the direction. "Shall we just wander around?" "Sure." Her tone was casual. The mall was a bit busier than before, with several aisles intersecting, and the flow of people moving back and forth, the sounds of conversation and footsteps blending together, a bit chaotic. Sandrone walked slightly ahead, as if instinctively searching for a more open path, but after a few steps, she was blocked by someone coming towards her. She sidestepped to avoid. As she steadied herself, her wrist was suddenly brushed against. It was not a mere touch. It was a firm grasp. She froze for a moment, instinctively glancing down. Columbia was already standing beside her, as if she had just done something utterly ordinary, her fingers closing around hers, directly holding her hand. It was not a gentle touch, nor was it tentative. It was a natural hold. The grip was not tight, but it left no room for "There are too many people." She spoke up, her tone flat, as if explaining. Yet her gaze was not on Sandrone, but Sandrone did not move immediately. She stood there, the hand that was being held stiffening slightly, her fingertips tightening, before quickly relaxing. She could have pulled her hand away. The thought was clear, yet she did not move. People were still moving around them. Someone squeezed past, brushing their shoulders lightly, before quickly leaving. Columbia's hand did not loosen. Instead, she took a step forward with the flow of people, bringing Sandrone along. The movement was very natural. It was as if she had already assumed that Sandrone would follow. After being led for 2 steps, Sandrone seemed to regain her senses and matched her pace. She did not look at Columbia. Instead, she quietly said, "I won't get lost." Her tone was very light. Columbia heard her and did not refute, only tightening her fingers slightly. "I know," she said. Her voice was soft. It was as if she was agreeing with her words, yet it also seemed she had no intention of letting go. The crowd gradually thinned, and the aisle ahead widened a bit. Their pace slowed as well. But that hand did not let go. After turning down an aisle, a milk tea shop appeared in view, the neon sign bright, with a not too long queue at the entrance, the scent carrying a hint of sweet fruitiness and creamy milk. Columbia paused for a moment, turned to Sandrone, and casually asked if she wanted to drink something, as if casually mentioning it, yet showing no intention of leaving. Sandrone glanced at the queue, did not refuse, only nodded, and thus they stood in line together. The wait was not long, and amidst the comings and goings someone occasionally brushed past them. During such moments Columbia's fingers would gently tighten a bit, pulling Sandrone closer, the movement subtle, yet she never let go. When it was their turn, Sandrone ordered a less sweet strawberry milk tea, its color pale with a hint of understated sweetness. Columbia ordered a milk tea with pearls, slightly sweeter, and while placing her order, she paid with her other hand. Her movements practiced, her tone steady, as if all of this were perfectly natural. They stood aside waiting for their drinks, the sounds of the machines operating beside them, the rhythm of ice colliding clear. Time dragged out a bit, until the staff handed them the 2 cups of milk tea. Columbia took them, handing the strawberry one to Sandrone. Only then did she finally release her hand. In that brief moment of separation, their fingertips lightly brushed against each other, very briefly, yet leaving a lingering touch that had not yet dissipated. They did not walk towards the crowded area again, but instead turned to a relatively quiet resting area, finding a secluded corner to sit down, surrounded by only a few scattered people, their voices hushed just enough to leave them an undisturbed space. The 2 cups of milk tea were placed in the middle, one pink and one creamy white, distinctly different. Sandrone first picked up the strawberry milk tea, lowering her head to take a sip, her movements unhurried, as if slowly adjusting to the sweetness. She did not comment, only held the cup in her hand, her fingertips against the cup's surface. Columbia also took a sip of her own, the pearls being drawn up with the straw pausing momentarily in her mouth. Yet her gaze did not rest on the cup, but naturally fell on the person across from her. Time moved forward quietly, until each of their milk teas were about half finished. Columbia turned her head, looking at Sandrone, as if suddenly recalling something. She opened her mouth. She said she wanted to try a sip of the strawberry one. Her tone was calm, without deliberately softening it nor explaining the reason, as if making an entirely ordinary request. Sandrone's movements paused for a moment. She looked up at her expression carrying a hint of unmasked hesitation, as if confirming whether this statement was casually made. Sandrone softly replied, Columbia's lips curved slightly upwards, merely watching her gaze unwavering, stating that she wanted to try the taste of her drink, her tone still natural, yet showing no sign of backing down. The moment of pause was brief, yet enough to make one realize this was not a mere casual suggestion. Sandrone glanced down at her cup, the straw still in its original position. She did not change it, or do anything else, simply nudged the strawberry milk tea a bit towards Columbia, her movement small yet without hesitation. Columbia reached out to take it, her gaze lingering on the straw for a moment, then, without changing direction, she lowered her head to take a sip from the original spot, her movements very slow, as if deliberately prolonging that moment. The sweetness spread in her mouth, and she paused before looking up, saying softly, "It's really sweet." Her voice was very light, as if commenting on the flavor, yet not merely stating the taste. Sandrone took the cup back, not looking at her, only lowering her head to take another sip, the position exactly where it had been before, her movements slightly slower than usual, yet she did not stop. After finishing the milk tea, they didn't linger in place. The cup was tossed into the trash can, and the warmth in their hands faded slightly, as if the previous moment of tranquility had been gently tucked away. They stood up together and continued walking into the mall. The crowd was still present, but it was no longer as packed as when they first entered. Lights shone brightly on the floor, dazzlingly bright, while the sound of music mixed with voices forming a somewhat indistinct background. As Sandrone took a step forward, her wrist was brushed against. This time there was no explanation. There was no pause. Columbia directly grasped her hand, her fingertips naturally curling around it, as if it had been preordained. It wasn't the same kind of idea of borrowing strength from the crowd. It felt more like an unspoken agreement. Sandrone's movement hesitated for a moment as she glanced down at their intertwined hands, her fingertips tightened slightly, before quickly relaxing. She did not pull away, nor did she say anything. She just continued walking forward. As they walked past several shops, some brightly lit, others with quiet, exquisite displays, they were occasionally jostled closer together by passers-by, but that hand never loosened its grip. Columbia walked beside her at a leisurely pace, holding her hands steadily and naturally, as if it were simply something that required no further thought. Sandrone's gaze was fixed ahead, as she did not look at her again. Yet her hand did not withdraw. Even during one turn, her fingers moved slightly, as if unconsciously returning the hold. It was very subtle, yet no one mentioned it. They slowly walked a lap around the mall, time stretched out a bit, yet it felt as they exited the mall, the sky had already darkened toward evening. The light had not fully dimmed, but it was noticeably softer than before. The crowd was left behind, and outside felt suddenly much quieter. Columbia casually mentioned at the door that she would walk her back, her tone natural, without deliberately inquiring about her feelings, as if it were simply her duty to do so. Sandrone glanced at her, did not refuse, merely nodded, and so the two of them walked side by side. They did not walk quickly. The street stretched long before them with occasional cars passing by, their lights sweeping over and quickly fading away. The wind blew from ahead, carrying a vaguely indescribable dampness. Their hands remained clasped. It continued on like that, as if it were an unspoken matter. After walking for a while, Sandrone noticed and glanced down. Her fingertips moved slightly, yet she did not pull her hand back, just pretended not to notice, and continued forward. At this moment the sky began to change gradually, clouds descended a bit, the light was obscured, and the colors on the street darkened with the wind becoming more pronounced than before. She looked up at the sky for a moment, then withdrew her gaze, saying nothing. Columbia noticed too, but did not stop. The two continued walking forward. As they neared the building, the first drop of rain fell very light, as if uncertain, followed quickly by the second and third drops, soon merging into a sheet. The rain came rapidly, dampening the ground. In mere seconds the light from the street lamp shimmering on the water's surface. Columbia led her a step under the eaves, and the two stood together. The sound of the rain outside intensified, muffling the surrounding noises. Only then did she release her hand, the motion so natural, as if the moment had simply reached its stopping point. "I'll head back first," she said, her tone flat with no unnecessary pauses. Sandrone did not respond immediately. She stared at the rain outside as if confirming something, yet seemed to be lost in thought, just standing there. At this moment all she needed to do was nod, and everything would conclude as it was meant to. She could go upstairs and Columbia would leave. She did not speak. Columbia had already taken a step outside where the rain formed a layer beneath the eaves. Her figure would soon be concealed. "The rain outside is too heavy," Sandrone said. Her voice was not loud, but it was just within earshot. Columbia paused. She did not turn back immediately, just stood there, as if letting that sentence linger a moment longer in the sound of the rain. Then she gently curled her lips. A very faint smile, as if suppressing something, yet also just a natural response born from the moment. Only then did she turn to look at her. Sandrone stood under the eaves, her expression showing little change, just her gaze fixed on her without avoidance. She paused for a moment before completing her sentence. "Let's wait for the rain to lighten a bit before. If the rain stops, we'll leave." Her tone remained flat, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Columbia looked at her, not responding immediately. The flicker of amusement that hadn't faded from earlier lingered in her eyes, yet it remained unspoken. She appeared to confirm something, or perhaps just to take another look. Then she replied, "All right." The rain continued to fall. A moment of silence passed between the two, as if matters had already been settled. Only then did Sandrone turn to walk into the hallway, saying nothing more. She simply raised her hand to retrieve her keys from her pocket, her steps unhurried, as if performing the most ordinary task. Columbia followed behind her. The hallway was much quieter than outside. The sound of rain blocked out, leaving only a muffled echo. The sensor light turned on as they entered, the pale light casting their shadows behind. Sandrone paused at the door, looking for the position of the keys, her movements not hurried, as if deliberately trying to appear more natural. When the key was inserted, there was a brief moment of hesitation, then a gentle turn, and the door opened. She pushed the door open, stepping aside to make room. "Come in," she said, her tone still flat, as if inviting an ordinary. The room was unlit, the curtains half-drawn, light filtering in from outside, just enough to see the outlines. She stepped inside first, casually placing the keys on the coffee table in the living room before reaching to switch on the light. As the light illuminated the space became clear, it was small but tidy. Columbia stood at the doorway, not immediately stepping inside. She glanced at the interior, then back at Sandrone, as if confirming something before finally stepping in. The door closed behind her. The sound was not heavy, yet it shut out the rain outside. The living room fell silent. Columbia took a step further in, her gaze scanning the room, saying nothing. Sandrone seemed to remember something, walking over to slightly push open a closed door. Inside was empty. The light was off, and only a faint outline of an unopened mattress could be seen leaning against the wall. The floor was clean, but devoid of any signs of life. She glanced at it, then closed the door. "That room is unoccupied," she said casually. Columbia looked at her, did not respond, just swept her gaze toward that door, before slowly retracting her attention. She paused for a moment, as if pondering something. Then she spoke, "Where will I sleep?" Her tone was neither light nor heavy, as if asking the most ordinary question. Sandrone's movements hesitated for a moment. She did not reply immediately. The sound of rain outside pressed in heavily, yet the room fell even quieter. She stood there as if thinking for a moment, or perhaps just caught off guard by that question. The living room was small, the sofa not particularly wide. These things were clear without needing to look too closely. She exhaled softly. Her gaze did not wander elsewhere. "Come with me," she said, her voice low, as if it were a natural continuation of the moment. There were no explanations, no additional words, just completing what had been left unsaid. After speaking, she turned and walked toward her room, as if not wanting to linger any longer. Columbia said nothing. She glanced at her, her lips moving slightly. Then Sandrone did not turn back when she pushed open the door. The room was quieter than the outside, illuminated clearly by the lamplight. The bed was placed against the wall, the quilt neatly folded, as if someone had always taken care of it. She walked in without pausing, striding straight to the wardrobe. Pulling open the door, she saw the clothes hanging neatly inside. She reached inside, rummaged briefly, and took out 2 nightgowns. She handed one over, her movement natural and without hesitation, while keeping the other in her own hand. We'll take a shower first. Her tone was flat, as if arranging something utterly ordinary. After speaking, she didn't glance back, turning directly toward the bathroom. The door closed with a soft click. Soon the sound of water began to echo from inside, falling in steady intervals through the barrier. The room fell into sudden stillness. Columbia stood still, not moving immediately. She looked down at the nightgown in her hand, gently pinching the fabric between her fingertips, as if confirming something. Only then did she slowly walk inward. She paused by the bed, pressing the surface with her hand, then withdrawing it, as though testing the boundary of this spot. Only after that did she sit down, her movements unhurried. The mattress sank slightly beneath her. She placed the nightgown aside, her gaze slowly drifting away, settling on other parts of the room. The wardrobe stood ajar, clothes hanging neatly inside in light tones visibly arranged with care. The desk was also clean, without any superfluous items. Everything felt remarkably quiet. Quiet enough to be somewhat unsettling. The sound of water continued falling in steady intervals. She leaned there, neither lying down nor moving. After a while she slowly lifted her eyes, her gaze settling on the closed door and pausing, as if waiting for something. When the water sound stopped, it wasn't an abrupt silence. There seemed to linger a faint echo. The doorknob turned gently, then the door was pushed open. Sandrone stepped out, already clad in the nightgown she had taken in. Her hair still held a trace of moisture, the ends clinging to her nape. The lamplight fell, casting a shallow sheen over the dampness. She took a couple of steps forward and sat down on the edge of the bed. As if just settling in, she suddenly remembered something and reached for her phone to check the weather forecast. On the screen, the rainfall indicator, extending late into the night, hung quietly, showing no sign of ceasing. Her fingertip paused on the screen for a moment before slowly withdrawing. She lifted her head and saw Columbia still sitting there. Their gazes met. No one spoke first, and the air. Sandrone averted her eyes, first raising a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, as if seeking a reason to continue. "You go ahead and wash," she said, her tone still flat. After a pause she added, "I've already placed a new towel for you in the—" Columbia did not rise immediately. She glanced at Sandrone, as if confirming something, then slowly stood up. She walked past Sandrone, the distance so close that she could almost feel the residual warmth emanating from her. She paused briefly, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. The door closed, and the sound of water soon resumed. Only Sandrone remained in the room. She sat on the edge of the bed, motionless. She had only sat down casually, but at some point her fingers had come to rest on the edge of the bedsheet, pressing lightly, as if unconsciously confirming something. Her gaze drifted forward. She wasn't looking at anything specific, just lost in thought. When she had handed over the nightgown earlier, she hadn't overthought it. The action had been natural, as if doing something utterly ordinary. But now in the stillness, that suppressed feeling slowly surfaced. The same bed. The thought was light, yet impossible. She instinctively glanced at the other side of the bed. The space wasn't large. Not cramped, but certainly not spacious. She quickly looked away, as if the action itself was unnecessary. Her fingers tightened briefly, then slowly relaxed. Outside the window the rain continued to fall. The sound was soft but unceasing, as if slowing down time. She suddenly stood up, took a couple of steps across the room, then stopped. There was no purpose. She simply didn't want to sit there any longer. Midway she halted again, as if realizing what she was doing, and furrowed her brow slightly. Then she sat back down. Her breathing slowed as well. She stared ahead for a while, as if finally calming herself. Yet her gaze still wandered, as if waiting for something. Or perhaps already knowing what would happen next. When the water sound ceased, the room grew even quieter, as though the air itself had slowed. Sandrone's gaze shifted slightly. She didn't look over immediately, just sat there. The sound of the doorknob turning, then the door opened. Columbia stepped out, already wearing the nightgown, her hair, still damp, moisture trickling from the ends, appearing shallow under the lamplight. She didn't move forward right away, just stood still, first scanning the room, then letting her gaze fall on Sandrone. Only then did Sandrone look up. Their eyes met. This time there was no evasion. It was a bit more direct than before. The air stilled for a moment. Sandrone looked away, first her movement light, as if it were only natural. Columbia finally walked forward, stopping by the bed. She glanced at the bed, then at Sandrone. "Sleep here." Her tone was neither heavy nor light, as if confirming something already obvious. Sandrone's fingers twitched slightly on the edge of the bed. She didn't answer immediately. After a brief pause she responded softly, "Ma'am." Her voice was low but clear. After speaking, she didn't hesitate any further. She moved first. Sandrone shifted toward the inner side of the bed, reached out, and lifted the quilt, her movements slow but without pause. Then she slipped into the space she had made. She leaned against the inner side, her back pressing against the edge of the bed, as if marking a clear boundary. The quilt rose and fell gently as she adjusted it. Once settled, she didn't look over again. Her gaze rested on one side, her breathing controlled. Columbia stood by the bed, watching her actions. She paused for a moment. Then she sat down. She settled on the outer side, the mattress sinking slightly beneath her, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. She didn't lie down immediately. Instead she reached out and pulled the quilt outward a little, as if following the space Sandrone had left. Only then did she slowly lie down. On the outer side. Between them stretched a small distance. Not far yet enough to clearly sense each other's presence. Neither spoke. Outside the rain fell densely, pressing time slowly. The stillness in the room stretched long. The distance between them was not great, just enough to feel each other's existence. The silence persisted for a while. Then Sandrone stirred. Without turning her head, she reached one hand out from under the quilt and made a small gesture in the space between them. The movement was slight but clear. Here. Her voice was very low. She paused. No crossing the line. Her tone still sounded flat, but the ending carried a slight unnaturalness, as if she was deliberately feigning calm. Columbia turned her gaze slightly to look at her. She didn't speak immediately. Just let her eyes rest on the invisible boundary for a moment, then the corner of her lips lifted faintly. So strict. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of amusement. But she didn't move closer. Columbia remained still. She glanced at the distance between the two people, her gaze lingering for a moment before quickly retracting, as if she didn't care. Sangduo's hands were still under the blanket, and she didn't revisit the spot where she had gestured before. The room was quiet. The sound of rain fell rhythmically, dragging time slowly. After a while, the bed shifted slightly. Columbia turned over. She had been lying flat, but now she rolled onto her side, facing Sangduo. The movement was subtle, as if she had simply adjusted to a more comfortable position. Her arm moved forward slightly without intention or pause, falling right onto the invisible line, not crossing over. Sangduo's breath hitched for a moment, very lightly. She kept her eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and did not move. The distance remained trapped, and neither spoke. After she turned, she did not move again. The space between them was compressed so closely that even their breaths could be vaguely sensed, yet it still lacked a bit. Sangduo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, almost imperceptibly. She did not open her eyes, but her breathing became shallower, as if she was controlling it deliberately. After a while, Columbia moved again. It was a small movement, as if unconsciously leaning forward a bit, not pressing against her, just closing the remaining distance a little more. This time Sangduo did not remain completely still. Her fingers gently curled in the blanket, a small movement, yet it seemed like she was enduring something. She still did not open her eyes. Columbia glanced at her again, then slowly pulled her hand out from under the blanket with a gentle motion. She took her phone, and the screen lit up, casting a faint light that fell beside Sangduo's face. She paused for a moment, as if searching for the right angle, and tapped her fingertip on the screen. It made a soft sound, almost inaudible. In that instant, Sangduo's eyes opened. It was decisive, without a hint of the usual grogginess of waking. She turned directly to look at her. Their gazes collided in close proximity, too close for either to react. The air hung still for a moment. Columbia's hand remained suspended in midair, the phone still lit. She neither withdrew nor offered an explanation, as if caught in the act, yet not intending to deny it. The two maintained eye contact, neither willing to look away first. After a moment, Sangduo spoke first. "What are you doing?" The voice was not loud, but very clear. Columbia looked at her and said, "Taking a picture of you." She said it naturally, as if it were a very ordinary matter. Sangduo's brow furrowed slightly. "Delete it," she said without emphasizing her tone, yet it didn't sound like a suggestion. Columbia remained still, the phone still in her hand, the screen's light dimming slightly. She looked at her for a while before speaking. "Why?" Sangduo paused, surprised that she would ask. "It doesn't look good." After saying that, she shifted her gaze slightly, no longer so direct. Columbia looked at her, the corners of her lips moving. "It's quite beautiful." Her voice was not loud, nor did she tease her further. Sangduo did not speak again. She shot her a glance that looked not heavy, yet carrying an emotion that was hard to suppress. Then suddenly she turned away, curling in a bit, pulling the blanket up, and directly buried half her face into it. The movement was quick, as if she was too lazy to look at her again, or perhaps trying to hide from something. After a moment of muffled sounds under the blanket, her voice finally emerged. "Delete it." It was lower than before, somewhat muffled and more impatient. Columbia did not respond. She watched her gaze pausing for a moment. Sangduo remained still, her face buried in the blanket, as if she had made up her mind not to come out. After a while, she took a shallow breath under the blanket, almost imperceptibly, as if suppressing some emotion. She should have known better than to let her stay. She shouldn't have nodded or paused at the door, and definitely shouldn't have let her sleep with her. Those thoughts popped up intermittently, making her feel annoyed. Columbia watched her for a while, without saying anything. She lowered her head to look at her phone, the screen lighting up. She opened the photo, paused for a moment, and with a gentle swipe of her fingertip deleted it. The motion was slow, as if deliberately letting someone see. She pushed the phone forward a bit. "Done." Her tone was very flat, as if handling something utterly ordinary. Sangduo did not immediately move beneath the blanket. After a while, she slowly revealed a bit of her face, just her eyes. She glanced at the screen, hesitated, as if confirming something, then withdrew her gaze. The voice was very soft. She buried her face back into the blanket a bit faster than before, as if too lazy to take another look. Columbia did not say anything further. She retrieved her phone, casually turning off the screen. She reached for the switch on the bedside, pressing it gently. The light went out. Only a faint blurred light remained from outside the window. The sound of rain persisted, clearer than before. Both remained still. After a while, Columbia spoke. "You weren't sleeping." It wasn't a question, her tone flat, like stating a known fact. The person under the blanket paused for a moment, very lightly, almost unnoticeable. Sangduo did not reply immediately, seeming too lazy to engage, or perhaps contemplating whether to respond. "What does it matter to you?" she said, her voice slightly muffled, a bit lower than usual. Columbia chuckled lightly, briefly. She said, then did not continue. The room fell silent again. The sound of rain fell rhythmically. After a while, the bed shifted slightly, not noticeably. The distance that had once been widened unknowingly closed a little. After the room, dark in time, seemed to slow down. Columbia lay on her side, remaining still. The breathing on the other side was light, yet persistent. After a while she spoke. "Are you still angry?" Her voice was very low. A moment of silence ensued. The person under the blanket did not move, as if she hadn't heard. After a while, "No," Sandrone finally replied, her voice somewhat muffled. She paused and added another sentence. "You're overthinking it." The tone was not heavy, but a bit quick, as if retracting her words. Columbia responded with a soft, very lightly. She did not ask further. The room fell silent again, the rain still falling. Columbia suddenly moved her hand, reaching out from under the blanket, resting on Sandrone's waist, the motion light, as if it were casual. She slowly pulled her a bit closer, the distance suddenly shrinking. Sandrone clearly tensed up, but did not move or push her away. Her breath paused for a moment, then gradually resumed. She was drawn into the embrace, so close that even their breaths could be felt. Her shoulder remained slightly tense, as if enduring something, while Columbia's body heat passed through the thin fabric, very clear and impossible to ignore. After a while she slowly relaxed, the movement so small it was nearly imperceptible. Her breathing steadied, gently falling against the side of the other's neck, rhythmic and clear. She never pushed away nor hid again. Her breathing was very close, and the room fell silent for a while with neither speaking again. Columbia did not open her mouth, either, maintaining that position, her hand still resting on Sandrone's waist, not withdrawing. Time passed slowly, and the sound of rain fell rhythmically from outside. At first Sandrone was a bit stiff, but after a while she gradually relaxed, her breathing becoming even. She did not move again, as if she had truly fallen asleep. Columbia glanced at her, the distance so close that there was no need for confirmation. Then she gently closed her eyes, yet did not release her hands, sinking together with her into this quietude. Soon the room was filled only with their even breaths and the sound of rain from outside. Dawn crept in slowly, the curtains not fully drawn, allowing light to seep through the gaps and gradually settle upon the room. The rain had ceased, and the air grew still. Columbia awoke first. She did not open her eyes immediately, instead consciousness returned gradually. First she sensed the warmth within her arms, close and distinct, and paused as if confirming something before finally opening her eyes after a long moment. As her gaze fell, Sandrone was still nestled in her arms, their distance unchanged, perhaps even closer than the night before. Her breathing was steady, and she appeared to be still asleep. She did not move, nor did she withdraw her arm. She simply watched her gaze lingering on her face without intent, yet without turning away. The light brightened, gradually sliding across her profile, slowly tracing her contours, until even the shadows of her lashes became distinct. She watched for a long time, so long that time itself seemed to blur. Once she thought of shifting, but her fingertips only twitched slightly before halting, unwilling to break the stillness. She remained in that posture, breathing softly, as though even the faintest sound might disturb the other. The room offered no other movement, only the quiet light of morning. After a while, as if finally deciding to withdraw her hand, she moved with deliberate gentleness. Her hand, which had rested on Sandrone's waist, slowly retreated from beneath the covers. Before it could fully escape, the blanket stirred. Sandrone's hand reached out from within, first touching her wrist, as if to confirm something, then sliding down to seize the retreating hand, gently pulling it back under the covers. The action was not forceful, yet she did not let go. As if even in sleep she instinctively refused to let something. Columbia froze. She neither withdrew further nor struggled free. Instead she yielded to the gentle pull, allowing her hand to remain there, lowering her gaze to look. Sandrone kept her eyes shut, her breathing steady, as though oblivious. Beneath the covers her hand still rested upon Columbia's, without any superfluous movement, simply resting. The light had grown considerably, spilling through the curtain's gap and spreading slowly across the room. Sandrone seemed to be gradually roused by this light. She did not open her eyes immediately. Consciousness returned slowly, beginning with stillness, then the awareness of the extra warmth beside her, close and unmistakable. Her breath caught for an instant, as if suddenly recalling something. Her lashes fluttered slightly. This time she slowly opened her eyes. She was stunned. The next second a blush crept upward from her ears, spreading across her face before she could suppress it. She made no sound, nor did she look over. She merely stiffened for a moment, then burrowed deeper into the blanket, burying her face, as if trying to hide herself entirely. The movement was somewhat hurried, laced with a hint of chagrin. The blanket grew quiet for a while. Sandrone did not emerge immediately. She seemed to stay inside, gradually suppressing that surge of emotion. After a long moment, she slowly poked her head out from the blanket. The flush on her face had not completely faded, but it was no longer as pronounced. She avoided looking over. Instead she fixed her gaze elsewhere, as if nothing had occurred. Columbia had been watching all along, and now she let out a soft chuckle, quiet yet impossible to miss. She said nothing more, merely glanced at her, and spoke in a flat tone. "Time to get up." As if asking about something utter. Sandrone paused, as if a beat late in processing, before finally replying with an her voice low, but she added nothing else. Throwing off the covers, she sat up, moving a little faster than usual. Her feet touched the floor, and she stood at once. She did not turn around, nor did she look back at the person on the bed, as if any pause would tether her. She walked to the wardrobe, pulled open the door, let her gaze linger inside for a moment, then began selecting her clothes. Her movements were not slow, yet not fully focused either, as if she merely needed an activity to appear normal. She pushed garments aside one by one, pausing occasionally before continuing. She never turned around. The room fell silent for a time, broken only by the soft rustle of fabric from the wardrobe. After a while her hand paused. Without turning she spoke, her voice a bit strained. Get out. She hesitated, then added, I need to change. Columbina did not move immediately. She watched her back for a moment as if amused by the words, then let out a very soft laugh. Slowly she rose from the bed and walked toward the door, her movements unhurried, as though granting her ample time. At the door she paused, glancing back as if casually, then reached for the handle, opened it, and stepped out. After the door closed the room fell silent once more. Sandrone stood still for a while, as if finally letting out a sigh of relief. She then turned her attention back to the wardrobe, her movements now much more efficient. She quickly picked out her clothes, changed, and tidied herself briefly. Confirming nothing was amiss, she opened the door and walked out. Someone was already in the living room. Columbina had changed back into yesterday's clothes. She stood there as if she had been waiting or perhaps had just finished some task. Hearing the door open, she turned her head, her gaze landing on Sandrone without a word. Sandrone glanced at her, her gaze lingering only briefly, as if merely confirming her presence, before she looked away. Without a word she turned and headed straight for the bathroom, her steps unhurried yet decisive. After a while the bathroom door opened. Sandrone emerged, drying her hair. She glanced into the living room. Columbina, their eyes met for a moment, then quickly looked apart. Neither spoke. Sandrone walked over to tidy up. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow, as if waiting for something, or nothing at all. Want to get breakfast? Columbina spoke from beside her, her voice light. Sandrone paused then nodded. She picked up her keys and headed for the door. The door opened then locked behind them. They descended the stairs. The stairwell was quiet. Sandrone took 2 steps forward, but before she reached the first step her hand was gently caught from behind. She paused and looked back. Columbina had stepped to her side, taking her hand in hers, an effortless, almost casual gesture. She said nothing, nor did she pull away. She merely glanced at her then looked away. Together they continued down. The air outside was a bit cool. The rain had stopped, leaving the ground wet. They walked side by side, hands still clasped, their pace unhurried, as if each walked their own path, yet never apart. When they reached the breakfast shop, Sandrone glanced at it, her steps slowing. Columbina paused as well. Together they walked. The door curtain fell and the heat from the shop rushed in, accompanied by the sounds of voices and the clinking of dishes. Sandrone paused for a moment, her fingers lightly moving, then slowly pulled her hand out of Columbina's palm. The movement was gentle, as if she did not want to be noticed. At the moment their fingers separated, warmth lingered, her hand dropped to her side, curling up awkwardly. Columbina did not stop her, merely glanced down at her own hand, and casually curled her fingers. What would you like to order? She asked, her tone very calm. Sandrone stood at the counter looking at the menu, but as if she hadn't really seen it, she quietly said, anything. Columbina acknowledged her with a sound, ordering a few dishes for her, her tone as natural as if nothing had happened. As the two turned to find a seat, they both took a step in the same direction, then unconsciously stopped. In the brief silence, Sandrone averted her gaze, first moving slightly to the side. Just as she was about to continue walking, her wrist was gently brushed against. It was not an intentional grab, just a fleeting touch, but it lingered for a moment. Sandrone was taken aback, her heart fluttering lightly. She did not turn around, only lowered her voice to say, watch where you're going. Columbina chuckled softly with a hint of unspoken meaning in her tone. I am watching. They sat down by the window, sunlight falling on the table, creating a somewhat quiet atmosphere. They had not been seated long when breakfast was brought to them. On the white porcelain plate lay several steaming dishes with aromas quickly filling the small table. A basket of steamed meat buns was still steaming, the skin soft and the filling fragrant. Beside it was a freshly made scallion pancake, golden and crispy, exuding a scent of scallions. There was also a small dish of salted duck eggs and soy milk, simple yet warming. Sandrone glanced at it, her gaze lingering on the meat buns, hesitating slightly. Didn't you say anything? Columbina pushed the plate a little toward her, her tone relaxed. I didn't pick anything, she replied softly, yet did not immediately reach for it. Columbina picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of scallion pancake, and gently placed it in front of her. Sandrone was startled, her gaze fixed on the food, then she looked up at her. I can eat by myself, she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of stubbornness, yet she did not pull away. Columbina replied casually, helping herself to a few buns and scallion pancakes, her tone as natural as if nothing had happened. Sandrone took a gentle bite of the meat bun, the fragrant filling melting in her mouth, warming her heart slightly. After tasting the scallion pancake, crispy with a hint of scallion flavor, she pursed her lips and couldn't help but take another bite. So fragrant, she murmured softly, her voice almost inaudible. I knew you would like it, Columbina said, looking at her with a relaxed tone and a hint of a smile. Sandrone's face turned slightly red, her gaze shifting away, yet her hand unconsciously reached out, pulling the plate a little closer to herself. Then you shouldn't eat any more, she said half-jokingly, her tone somewhat impolite, yet gentle. Halfway through eating, Columbina tilted her head to look at her, a smile softly appearing in her eyes. You know, Columbina began, her tone light and playful. This morning, if it weren't for a little cat hugging my hand, I wouldn't have wanted to get up at all. Sandrone paused, her fork hovering in the air. Who are you talking about? She asked quietly, her face already a bit flushed. Columbina raised an eyebrow, her smile becoming more apparent. Of course I'm talking about you, little cat. Sandrone nearly choked on the bun in her mouth. She lowered her head, trying to hide her face behind her hair, but still felt the heat rising from her ears. I'm not. She stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Columbia remained patient, offering her a piece of scallion pancake with her fork. Don't rush, little cat, eat this first. Sandrone took the scallion pancake in a daze, her palm, slightly warm. She lowered her head and took a small bite. The table fell silent for a moment, only the sounds of chewing and the gentle rise of steam could be heard. Columbia looked at her, a smile at the corners of her mouth. If you keep sleeping in next time no one will hug you, Sandrone pouted, mumbling softly. I didn't, and I'm not a little cat. They quickly finished their breakfast. Are you full, eh? Columbia glanced at her, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her eyes. Enough, Sandrone replied softly, her face slightly flushed. Columbia stood up. Then let's go. After settling the bill and exiting the shop, they walked slowly along the street, their steps light and without a fixed destination. Columbia suddenly reached out, naturally taking Sandrone's hand. Sandrone was taken aback for a moment, slightly lowering her head, her hand subconsciously pulling back a little, yet still being held, her steps quietly drawing closer. She secretly bit her lip, but did not fully withdraw her hand. Columbia held on firmly, smiling, not letting go but tightening her grip slightly. Let's take a walk in the park. Sandrone looked down, her fingers gently brushing against her palm, her heart unconsciously beating a little faster. They walked slowly along the park path, their fingers occasionally brushing against each other, their steps light. Suddenly 2 little girls came bouncing over, stopping in front of them, their eyes sparkling as they looked at them. Sisters, you are so beautiful. One of the little girls said with a smile. Are you the couple that adults talk about? Sandrone's face immediately turned bright red, her hand instinctively wanting to pull back, but she said nothing. Columbia chuckled softly, squatting down to meet the little girl's gaze. As long as you have fun, just be careful and go play. The little girls nodded happily, running off, waving back at them, their innocent laughter echoing in the park. Columbia neither confirmed nor denied. Sandrone looked down, her face flushed, yet her palm unconsciously drew closer to Columbia. She gently bit her lip, moving cautiously, but couldn't help but whisper, what do you mean? Why not explain? Columbia smiled and tightened her grip on Sandrone's hand, her gaze gentle. I didn't say I wouldn't explain, just let the kids play first. Columbia led Sandrone to a bench and sat down side by side. Sandrone slightly lowered her head, her fingers quietly inching closer to Columbia, then instinctively shrinking back, her face flushed. Columbia gently reached out, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. It's messy. Sandrone lowered her head, her movements somewhat awkward as she tilted to one side, yet her shoulder unconsciously leaned closer to Columbia, staying still. Columbia looked at her, her smile warm. Are we best friends? Sandrone was taken aback, her face turning bright red, murmuring softly, I guess. So, Columbia gently tightened her hand, her gaze firm. Then we should be good friends for life. Sandrone's palm felt slightly warm, her movements cautious, whispering, what do you mean? Columbia smiled softly, casually fixing another strand of her hair, gently squeezing her hand. For a lifetime. Oh. Sandrone lowered her head, her fingers quietly brushing against Columbia's palm, frozen in place, her face carrying a faint blush, yet her mind was still pondering Columbia's words. The two sat side by side like this, their fingers occasionally brushing against each other, their shoulders resting at a natural distance, quiet yet warm. After a moment of silence, Columbia smiled mysteriously. Sandrone, let me take you to experience your first time. Sandrone was stunned, various exaggerated images popping up in her mind. Anxiety filled the air and her face. She instinctively clenched her hands and murmured, What first time? Columbia blinked and extended her hand. First, give me your ID card. Sandrone's eyes widened in shock and nervousness. To do this kind of thing, I still need to use my ID. Columbia suppressed her laughter and gently held her hand. Just give it to me, I promise you will be very happy. Sandrone mumbled, her face reddening like fire, her fingers hesitatingly reaching out, yet she did not resist. As they walked down the street, Sandrone felt a mix of emotions, the blush on her face lingering, her palms slightly warm, moving cautiously and stiffly. Finally, they arrived at a doorway. Sandrone looked up and her head buzzed as she saw the large sign at the entrance. Tivit 01 Internet Cafe. She let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but murmur, You. Columbia smiled, gently holding her. Isn't this your first time at an internet cafe? Haven't you never been before? Sandrone lowered her head, her actions frozen in place, her face still carrying a faint blush, but she obediently followed her inside. Columbia held Sandrone's hand, guiding her along the corridor outside the internet cafe. The corridor was filled with flashing, colorful neon lights, electronic screens continuously scrolling through game visuals. The chaotic mix of music and button sounds made one feel a bit dizzy. In the hall, the shouts of players echoed. It's all your fault, I died again. Can you stop playing video games? Haven't you leveled up? What code are you scanning? I've already given you a 10-second opportunity. The network administrator has no internet again. Sandrone lowered her head, tightly gripping Columbia's hand, her brows furrowing even more. It's so noisy and chaotic here. Her voice clearly showing her dissatisfaction. Columbia smiled as she lightly held her hand. Don't worry, well, go deeper inside. Soon Columbia pushed open a small door, leading Sandrone into a private room. The private room was much quieter than the corridor, the sounds somewhat muffled, making the space feel intimate and warm. Sandrone sighed in relief, softly murmuring, finally. It's a bit quieter now. Her palm still felt a bit warm, her actions frozen in place, and her face carried a slight blush. Columbia bent down, gently touching the back of her hand. With me here, just relax and sit down. The two sat down in front of the chairs. Columbia reached out and pressed the power buttons of two computers, the screens illuminating softly with a gentle startup sound. Sandrone looked down at the screen, her hands resting quietly on her lap, unsure where to start. She actually didn't know how to play games, having hardly touched these virtual world operations for years. Her interest had always been in small things at hand. Those delicate mechanical parts, screws and gears, were what she truly loved to fiddle with. Columbia sat beside her quietly, watching her fingers lightly tapping the table, her gaze filled with gentle smile. She did not rush or interrupt, merely silently stayed by Sandrone's side, observing her cautious and somewhat stiff move. The computer finally booted up completely. Sandrone stared at the screen, her hands on her lap, unsure where to begin. Columbia smiled slightly and gently asked, "What game do you want to play?" Sandrone lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Actually, I don't know how to play games, and I'm not good at it." Columbia replied warmly, "It's okay, I'll teach you how to play." She clicked on a game, Electricity Theft Simulator. The screen displayed a dim scene, the atmosphere feeling somewhat oppressive. "This game is actually quite simple," Columbia explained. "On one side are 4 runners who need to repair 5 generators and escape, who on the other side is a pursuer trying to stop them from escaping. You just need to follow my instructions." Sandrone listened quietly, her gaze fixed on the screen, as if she was earnestly noting down every word. Under Columbia's guidance, Sandrone slowly became familiar with the controls. At first her movements were awkward, but after a while she was able to control her character's actions, occasionally successfully completing some simple tasks. She decided to start a game on her own. In the game, her character crouched beside a generator, focused on repairing it. The progress bar moved forward little by little, yet the surrounding environment felt particularly quiet. Sandrone instinctively adjusted her view, looking around. Not far away, a figure dressed in black, wearing a white mask, stood silently, staring motionlessly at her character. Her actions paused slightly. There was no heartbeat sound. Sandrone stared at the screen, her brows gently furrowing. According to the rules she had heard, if the pursuer got close, there should be a clear warning. But now there was nothing. Could it be? That isn't the killer. She didn't move, and the character on the screen also remained still. In the brief silence, the figure stood there, as if waiting for something. Time seemed to stretch. The black figure remained in place, neither approaching nor leaving, just as Sandrone hesitated whether to continue repairing. In the next second, without warning, a rapid and chaotic piano sound suddenly rang out. In an instant, the figure's front lit up with red light, and the heartbeat sound quickened. Sandrone's game character had her breath momentarily caught, her fingers instinctively halted. The figure that had been motionless just now seemed to come to life at that moment. Sandrone was momentarily stunned, her operations immediately thrown off rhythm, the generator repair interrupted. Almost instinctively, she gave up on the progress and directly controlled her character to turn and run. Sandrone controlled her character to run, quickly weaving between obstacles, her footsteps looking hurried, yet she never stopped. Strangely, the black figure kept following from a distance, neither closing the gap nor actually catching up, just always. Her tension gradually eased a bit, and she even began to analyze the opponent's actions in her mind. It seemed Sandrone couldn't help but have a thought: is this person not very good at playing? She relaxed slightly, her movements becoming a bit smoother, and she secretly grew a bit of confidence. Turns out she wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Columbia sat quietly beside Sandrone, watching her with a serene expression, occasionally glancing at the screen, and then back at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Sandrone seemed completely immersed, her attention wholly focused on the game, her breathing rising and falling subtly with the rhythm of play. As she played, she muttered under her breath, "Watch me marathon him. Come and catch me. Watch me cover his head." Her voice was soft, tinged with a mix of earnestness and smugness, and her movements grew bolder. Sandrone's character stood behind a lowered board. On the screen, the figure in the mask remained motionless on the other side, staring coldly at her without making a move. She murmured to herself with a hint of triumph, "He's tilted from me, running away. He can only stare at me in helpless rage, haha." After saying this, she crouched slightly behind the board, trying to observe the masked figure's movements. The masked figure on the screen remained utterly still, silent and stern, as if waiting for something. As her character darted through the map, she remained unaware that Columbia was watching her quietly, her smile deep. Just as Sandrone's character was circling back and forth near a board with the white masked figure, she kept the distance perfectly, as if she could slip away at any moment. But at that moment, a piano melody sounded again. This time, however, it was no longer urgent. The notes fell slowly, the rhythm low and drawn out, as if creeping closer, the sound spreading in her ears, lasting an unusually long time. Sandrone's movements faltered slightly. She instinctively looked at the screen, that familiar, yet different sense of pressure slowly enveloping her. Just as the slow piano notes filled the air, the white masked figure suddenly raised the weapon in his hand, his movements becoming abruptly faster. Sandrone's heart tightened, her fingers jerking to a stop. The character on the screen was forced to halt abruptly, and then turn to dodge. It's getting tricky," she muttered under her breath, her heartbeat quickening instantly, her mind in a whirlwind of panic. She tried to find a way out, frantically controlling her character to dodge left and right, moving hastily between obstacles, yet still feeling the masked figure's shadow close behind each step, making her heart beat faster. Sandrone drove her character to run desperately. As she neared the safe zone of the white cottage, she even breathed a slight sigh of relief. But at that moment she suddenly noticed a red light flashing fiercely behind her character's back, almost pressed against it, accompanied by the rapid pounding of her heart. Danger had quietly crept in. Her fingers tightened abruptly, her breathing quickened, her mind emptied in an instant, leaving only the instinct to run. Just as Sandrone thought she was about to reach the white cottage, the screen suddenly shifted to a special perspective. Her character was violently grabbed by a pair of icy hands and lifted off the ground. The entire character was hoisted up by the masked figure, its feet flailing in the air, all controls failing. Then a judgment flashed, and the game's alert sounded with a dull thud. Her character was directly eliminated. Sandrone froze, her heart racing, her fingers stiff on the mouse as she murmured, "Ah, impossible." On the screen, the masked figure stood motionless, staring coldly around, as if nothing had happened, while Sandrone could only helplessly watch her character vanish from the game. Sandrone remained frozen in her chair, staring at the vanished character on the screen. She suddenly turned to Columbia, her voice filled with disbelief. "Didn't you say? In this game you have to be caught 3 times to be eliminated?" Columbia lifted her eyes, slightly a smile at the corner of her mouth as she watched Sandrone fluster. She explained gently, "Well, usually that's the case, but this time, it's because the little cat was too mischievous." Sandrone paused, looked up at her, and asked skeptically, "Little cat? Are you talking about me?" Then she added, "Him for the cat." Columbia just smiled faintly, without directly answering, pointing at the screen. "All right, next round we'll play together, and let me see how others play first," Sandrone said. She carefully clicked Spectate Teammate to observe how others played. Before the image fully loaded with only blurry outlines on the screen, she suddenly heard 3 rhythmic thuds. Thud. The sound was deep and forceful, as if warning her that something tense was about to happen. She furrowed her brows slightly, her fingers hovering over the mouse, her heart racing. The outlines on the screen slowly became clearer, making her even more nervous. As the image gradually sharpened, Sandrone saw the game names of 3 teammates appear on the screen. A closer look revealed a conspicuous mark after each name, bot. She was momentarily taken aback, murmuring under her breath, "So they're all bots." Sandrone stared at the screen, her brows knitting slightly, as she muttered, "That's strange. I was just eliminated, right? Why did all the teammates quit the game?" Her fingers tightened around the mouse, slightly a hint of indignation rising within her. "Could it be? They can't win without me." Sandrone clicked to exit the spectate mode, and suddenly the post-game chat popped up on the screen. 3 teammates were conversing in the chat window. "No. One's good thing I pulled the plug fast, didn't let him enjoy it. No. 2 strange. No way, how did he build up energy so quickly? Is there a mole? No. For indeed, unless someone stood there letting him charge up his energy." Sandrone froze, staring at the chat content, her fingers suspended over the mouse as she thought to herself, "How could my gameplay be suspicious?" Sandrone took a deep breath, opened the chat box, and typed in, "Little cat Sandrone, I kept him busy for so long, and you guys just quit the game. Just because I was eliminated." The teammates' chat box fell silent for a moment, but the 3 of them seemed to realize she was a new player. Instead of blaming her, they offered encouragement, quickly sending a few more messages. "No. 1. Oh dear little cat, you've really been giving him a hard time." "No. 2. Haha, that's impressive, you managed to keep Uncle Mai's attention all on yourself." "No. For nothing to do about it with that play of yours, even Uncle Mai got led around by you." Sandrone looked at the screen, her lips twitching, slightly, feeling both proud and a little embarrassed. Columbia watched her from the side, a soft smile on her face, secretly thinking that the little cat's earnestness was simply adorable. The private booth quieted, the only sound the gentle whisper of the computer's cooling fan. The screen's glow fell upon Sandrone's face as she stared at the display, yet her fingers gradually stilled. She leaned back against the chair, exhaling softly, her gaze unfocused. After playing for so long, as the tension and concentration all receded, fatigue gradually crept in. Sandrone lowered her head, rubbed her wrist, and gently flexed her fingers, her movements a little sluggish. Columbia glanced at her sideways, but did not speak immediately. After a moment she spoke softly, "Had enough fun?" Sandrone was taken aback, looked up at her, and after 2 seconds of silence nodded slightly. "A bit tired." Columbia smiled, her tone natural. "Then let's go." She reached out and shut down both computers, her movements crisp and smooth. Sandrone stood up from the chair, her steps slightly unsteady, but she quickly regained her balance. The 2 of them walked out of the booth together. The hall outside was still noisy, a cacophony of keyboard clicks and shouts intertwined. "Can you stop feeding? I told you not to go up. Hey manager." Lagging. The sounds flooded in, contrasting with the quiet of the booth just moments ago. Sandrone frowned slightly and instinctively moved a bit closer to Columbia. The 2 crossed the hall and pushed open the door. Sunlight poured down instantly. The midday air carried a hint of warmth, yet it was far more comfortable than the stuffy atmosphere inside the internet cafe. Sandrone stood at the entrance, squinting slightly, as if emerging from another world. She exhaled, feeling much. Columbia stood beside her, glanced at her with a faint smile on her lips. "Want to get something to eat?" Sandrone hesitated, then nodded. The 2 walked along the street for a while and stopped at an intersection. Not far ahead, a fast food restaurant glowed with lights. The sign at the entrance was striking in red and white, featuring a kindly smiling old man with white hair, wearing a neat white coat and bow tie, looking like the mascot of the establishment. Fried chicken pictures were plastered on the glass window, their golden crispy skin looking especially tempting under the lights. Sandrone's steps faltered as her gaze paused on the old man's portrait, then shifted to the fried chicken image. Here, she asked softly. Columbia followed her gaze, glanced, and nodded. The door was pushed open and a blast of cool air greeted them, shutting out the midday heat. The store was brightly lit. Above the counter, an electronic screen scrolled through meal combos, fried chicken burgers, fries, and a whole bucket piled high, with chicken pieces occupying the most prominent spot. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly fried food, a hint of pepper and batter. Sandrone stood to the side looking at the menu as if studying it intently, yet also a bit distracted. What do you want to eat? Columbia asked. Anything's fine, she replied softly. Columbia didn't ask further and stepped forward to order. Soon she returned carrying a tray. On the tray was a paper bucket printed with red patterns piled with several pieces of freshly cooked fried chicken, steam rising slowly. Alongside was a box of fries and 2 iced drinks with tiny water droplets condensing on the cups. The two found a seat by the window. The tray was placed on the table, and the aroma of fried chicken gently wafted. Sandrone lowered her head, nibbling on the fried chicken in small bites, her movements quiet and focused, as if savoring something important. Columbia watched her in silence, reaching for a fry, gently dipping it in ketchup, her motions tender and unhurried. Try this. Her tone was calm, but carried a hint of a light smile. Sandrone looked up slightly stunned, then after a moment lowered her head and took a small bite. Her movements were gentle, almost as if she were tasting the flavor, but she didn't expect that just as the fry touched her lips, it lightly brushed against Columbia's finger. Sandrone was taken aback, feeling a hint of warmth at her lip, her motion faltering as a blush involuntarily crept across her face. Columbia remained calm, smiled faintly, and said nothing as if nothing had happened. Sandrone bit down on the fry gently, her fingers tightening slightly, as her heart involuntarily raced, but she forced herself to keep chewing. How is it? She asked softly, her tone warm with a hint of playfulness. Sandrone faltered a little, yet felt a warmth in her heart, and replied in a low voice. It's good. Sandrone slowly finished the fries in her hand, and took a few bites of the fried chicken, her movements quiet and focused. Columbia watched her quietly, occasionally smiling, occasionally eating a few fries herself. The whole process was quiet and natural, without unnecessary words. Soon Sandrone put down the food, leaned back slightly in her chair, her eyes relaxed. Almost done. Columbia spoke, her tone gentle. Sandrone replied softly, pursing her lips. Columbia smiled. Then let's go. They stood up, walked along the sun-drenched street, left the burger joint, and stepped into the afternoon city. Columbia walked ahead, glanced back at her, smiled, and gently reached out to take her hand. Come with me, I'll take you to a figurine shop. You'll definitely love it. Sandrone lifted her head slightly, her tone laced with defiance and stubbornness. Aren't they just little toys? So childish, not as good as my handmade mechanical creations. I'm not going. Columbia let out a soft laugh, said no more, but simply reached out and firmly took her hand. Come on, I'll show you. Sandrone was startled and tried to pull away, but found Columbia's hand warm and strong. She lowered her head slightly, her mouth twisting a little unnaturally, yet she let herself be led forward. The two walked along the street, Columbia leading the way, her hand firmly holding Sandrone's, their steps relaxed and natural. Before long they arrived at the figurine shop, where the window was filled with various exquisite models and adorable merchandise. Sandrone leaned closer to the display window, her eyes lighting up as her fingertips gently touched the glass, curious and careful. Columbia pulled Sandrone into the figurine shop. Various figurines neatly arranged in the case caught the eye. Some were Pokemon, Naruto, and a few cat-eared girl figures, including ones in the style of vanilla and chocolate. Look, that one. Columbia pointed to a row of exquisite cat-eared girl figures. In the display case, Vanilla stood quietly in a cute maid outfit, her white cat ears and fluffy tail exquisitely recreated. Beside her was lively Chocolate, her body slightly tilted with a beaming smile, as if ready to jump out and say hello. Sandrone moved close to the glass, her fingertip gently touching the vanilla figurine, and murmured to herself. Columbia asked with a gentle smile, do you like it? I'll buy it for you. Sandrone lowered her head, her cheeks flushing slightly, and murmured, I don't want it. I don't like it. Columbia's lips curled with a tender smile. Ooh, she said nothing, but simply watched her in silence. Sandrone's gaze soon drifted to other figures in the window display, momentarily forgetting what had just happened. While Sandrone was distracted, Columbia quietly took the two cat-eared figures, Vanilla and Chocolate, to the counter, asked the clerk to wrap them up, and said she'd pick them up later. Sandrone remained absorbed in examining other figures, completely unaware, while Columbia merely smiled softly, secretly amused in her heart. After a while, Sandrone returned to Columbia's side, muttering under her breath, well, let's go. Columbia smiled faintly, said nothing more, and naturally took her hand as they walked out of the figure shop together. The two stepped out onto the street, bustling with people. The sunlight was already partly veiled by clouds. Sandrone still seemed eager, as if she wished to continue strolling. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, followed by several lightning bolts streaking through the cloud. Columbia lifted her gaze slightly, assessing the sky, and said softly, it looks like rain. I'll see you home. You get there before the downpour, and I'll make my way back. Sandrone paused for a moment, then quickly nodded, her voice low, all right. Columbia reached out and took her hand. They walked slowly along the street as thunder echoed in the distance. The sky gradually darkened, and wind blew from all directions. On the road they said nothing, just ambled forward, their footsteps lightly pressing against the pavement. Thunder rumbled occasionally, and the air carried a hint of moisture. Soon they arrived at the entrance of Sandone's building. Columbia smiled warmly, her tone gentle. Hurry inside. Sandrone whispered softly, mm. Okay. She turned to go upstairs, but hesitation lingered in her heart, secretly hoping the rain would come faster so they could stay together a little longer. Sandrone entered her home and gently closed the door. She walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, her body relaxing slightly as her fingers absently traced. Yet in her mind, she kept replaying the walk with Columbia and the subtle anticipation and reluctance she felt. Puzzled. What? Am I having such thoughts? She whispered to herself, her gaze landing on the window where the sky was growing gloomier. She clenched and unclenched her hands, confused yet sweetly touched. On the other side, Columbia quickly walked back to the figure shop. The wind lightly tousled her hair as she thought about picking up the figures before the rain began. Upon entering, she headed straight to the counter where the two wrapped Katir figures sat neatly. Clerk, please hand me the packaged figures, she said softly, her movements swift and graceful. Just as she reached out, two staff members leaned in with curious smiles, asking, Miss, do you really like these Katir figures? Columbia smiled faintly, a hint of mischief in her eyes, and gently shook the package in her hand. I don't like these too. But I have a better one. The clerks blinked, puzzled, but were charmed by her gentle, confident demeanor and could only nod with smiles. Columbia carefully stored the figures, adjusted the wrapping, and held them gracefully in her hand, as if cradling a little secret in her heart. The moment she held the package, a faint curve lifted the corner of her mouth. In her heart, she thought, Sandrone will surely love. Meanwhile, Sandrone lay on her bed, phone in hand, its glow illuminating her slightly flushed cheeks. But her eyes weren't focused on the screen, her fingers occasionally swiped, as if merely browsing idly. From time to time, her gaze stole toward the empty spot beside her bed, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She gently gripped the quilt, her body curling slightly, as if expecting someone to suddenly appear there. What am I doing? She murmured to herself, frowning slightly, yet she couldn't help sneaking glances at that vacant space. Scenes of sleeping together with Columbia flashed through her mind, stirring an indescribable feeling. Sandrone lay there on the bed, her phone set aside. Gradually her breathing steadied, her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally drifted into sleep. A subtle smile curved her lips, as if something in her dreams secretly delighted her heart. The quilt wrapped gently around her body, leaving only the faint rumble of thunder and occasional gusts of wind from outside the window. In her dream, she vaguely saw the scene of walking side by side with Columbia on the street, the warmth of her palm, the smile. All of it made her feel cozy, and even in slumber a quiet smile lingered. On the other side, Columbia hurried home as raindrops began to fall, tapping crisply against the windows. She opened the door and carefully placed the wrapped figures on the living room table, arranging them neatly. After confirming everything was in order, she turned off the living room light and walked to her room. The warm glow of the indoor lamp illuminated her desk. She sat down, picked up a pen, and opened her diary. The pen tip touched the paper, and words unfolded slowly, each line as if carefully recording the softness in her heart. That day it rained, and Sandrone let me stay at her place, she wrote, a gentle smile between the lines. With no place to sleep, she let me share her bed. After showering, when she was about to sleep, she looked like a little kitten. She seemed a bit nervous. She paused, lightly tapping the paper with the pen tip, then wrote, before sleep we lay side by side on the bed. She was on the inner side, her fingers accidentally brushing against me. Her eyes were closed, cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Just as I was about to take a photo of her, she suddenly woke up. She resisted, and I didn't insist. Anyway, she was very... Columbia's pen lingered on the paper for a moment, then she wrote the final sentence softly. After I turned off the light, she scooted a little closer, then gently placed my hand on her waist. After a while she fell asleep, her breathing steady. I watched her beside me, feeling warmth in my heart, thinking this is the first time I've stayed up so late. Then I slowly closed my... That night the rain outside became the best lullaby for us. Holding her was warm and comfortable, and she didn't refuse me. The room was quiet, the warm lamplight reflecting on the diary, capturing all the tenderness and beauty between them. Meanwhile, Sandrone woke up groggily. Her eyelids still heavy, she reached for her phone on the bedside. Glancing at the screen, she froze. It was already evening. The rain continued outside, pattering rhythmically against the window. The soft indoor light fell upon the bedding and her slightly tousled hair. The rain accompanied the night, bringing a sense of tranquility, yet also a hint of surprise. She rubbed her eyes, her mind still drowsy, and thought to herself, I actually fell asleep. Sandrone leaned against the headboard, her phone still clutched in her hand. The rain outside pattered against the window in intermittent bursts, each drop tapping against the glass with a delicate resonance. She opened the chat interface and lingered on the name of Columbia. Her finger hovered, hesitating to tap. She muttered under her breath, yet her mind couldn't help but recall the sky when they parted at dusk. The clouds had already lowered heavily by then. What if she got caught in the rain on the way? She furrowed her brow as if finding a reason for herself, and finally moved her finger. Did you make it home before the rain? The moment the message was sent, she froze slightly. Why did I ask that? She tossed the phone aside only to grab it back quickly and stare at the screen. Her heartbeat quickened bit by bit. The rain continued outside. Yet suddenly she couldn't wait for a reply. Meanwhile, Columbia sat at her desk, bathed in soft lamplight. When the phone lit up, she glanced down at the message. Did you make it home before the rain? Her gaze paused for a few seconds, and a smile gradually curled at the corners of her lips. So she was worried about this. She didn't reply immediately, but gently tapped on the chat and lingered for a moment. The phone was still playing Love Circulation, its cheerful rhythm flowing through the room. She leaned back in her chair, lightly tapping the table in time with the beat. As if savoring this small moment of being thought of, she even leisurely tidied her desk, closing her notebook, and the rain and music intertwined, stretching time deliberately. Only when she felt it was enough did she pick up the phone again. Her finger landed. "I'm home." She paused, then added as if casually, "But I might have gotten a little wet on the way back." Sent. She looked at the screen, a faint smile in her eyes. Her tone was light, yet perfectly calibrated to make someone unable to let go. On the other, in the moment the screen lit up, Sandrone snatched her phone almost immediately. She opened the message, her eyes scanning quickly. "I'm home." Before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze landed on the next line. "But I might have gotten a little wet on..." Sandrone froze. Her fingers tightened slightly, and her heart felt as if something had gently bumped into it. "Got wet." She frowned, an unnatural expression crossing her face. Knowing it was going to rain, she muttered under her breath, her tone carrying an indescribable emotion. The next second, she was already typing. "How wet?" After sending it, she stared at the screen, paused, and couldn't help adding, "You're not already soaking wet, are you?" After sending the message, she froze belatedly, her ears slowly turning red. "Why do I care so much?" She muttered softly but didn't unsend it. She gripped the phone tightly, her fingertips warming. Outside, the rain continued. Her thoughts were already completely focused. On the other side, the music continued to play. The cheerful melody echoed through the room. Columbina watched the two new messages that popped up, her fingers pausing briefly. She didn't open them immediately, but let the song play through to the chorus. A smile gently lifted her lips. "So she does care," she murmured, her tone tender, but with a hint of barely concealed delight. Only when the melody finished a passage did she slowly open the messages. Her eyes scanned the two lines. She let out a soft laugh. Then unhurriedly she began to reply. "Yeah, a bit cold." After sending, she didn't stop. Her finger landed gently. "But with someone caring, it doesn't feel so cold." Sent. Columbina looked at the screen, a tender smile in her eyes. Her tone was gentle, yet carried a hint of subtle meaning. On the other end, the screen lit up. Sandrone almost instinctively tapped on the messages. "Yeah, a bit cold." Her brows furrowed instantly. "Getting caught in the rain. Of course you'd be cold." Before she could finish, the next line caught her eye. "But with someone caring, it doesn't feel so cold." The air fell silent for a moment. Sandrone froze completely, her fingers hovering over the screen, as if suddenly not knowing what to do. "Who's caring about you?" she said in a tight voice. Yet her ears slowly turned crimson. That sentence seemed to land softly on her heart, spreading slowly, leaving her with an inexplicable fluster. After staring at the screen for several seconds, she snapped back to reality and typed with some force. "Serves you right for getting sent." She paused, then quickly added another line. "Go take a hot shower and change your clothes." As she sent the message, her breathing faltered slightly. As if afraid of being seen through, she hurriedly typed another sentence. "Don't go catching a real cold and causing trouble for others." The moment it was sent, she leaned back abruptly and tossed the phone aside. "So annoying," she muttered, pulling the blanket up. Yet within seconds, she couldn't resist reaching out and grabbing. The screen was still on. The chat interface remained open. She stared at those few sentences, her heartbeat slowly unraveling. On the other side, Columbina watched the series of messages, pausing for a few seconds. Her gaze traced from the first line to the last, then stopped. A smile slowly spread across her lips. "She says that, but..." she murmured softly, her voice gentle. Her finger paused on the screen for a moment, not replying immediately, as if deliberately stretching out this little thread of emotion. The rain continued to fall softly outside the window. Only then did she slowly type a single word. "Okay, sent." After a pause, she added another line. "If I get colder later, it'll find you again." After the message was sent, Columbina put down her phone, a faint smile lingering in her eyes. Her tone was calm. On the other end, the screen lit up. Sandrone glanced down. Those words caught her eye, and her movement faltered slightly. "If I get colder later, it'll find you." She frowned. "Who told you to find me?" Yet even as she muttered, she didn't reply. The room fell silent. Outside, the rain fell softly in intermittent bursts. She placed the phone face down on the bed, turned off the light, and darkness quickly spread. But before long, she turned over and grabbed the phone again. The screen lit up, the chat interface still showing the messages lying quietly. She stared for a while, her fingers moving slightly, yet still she sent no more messages. "Such a bother," she muttered, setting the phone aside. But when she closed her eyes, her mind refused to calm down. That line, "I'll find you again," seemed to settle in her heart, spreading softly. Outside, the rain continued. The night was long, yet she found it impossible to sleep. Finally, with a sigh, she turned over and placed the phone on the nightstand. The rain outside still drummed against the window, its rhythm bringing a chill to the air. Sandrone stretched languidly, rubbing her slightly stiff shoulders, thinking that at last she could relax. She rose lightly, took some clothes from the wardrobe, and walked out of the room, toward the bathroom, her footsteps making no sound on the floor. Turning on the tap, warm water slowly filled the tub, steam spreading. She undressed, shivered slightly, then stepped into the water, which immediately enveloped her body in soothing warmth. Closing her eyes, Sandrone leaned against the edge of the tub, letting the water wash away the fatigue of the day. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to Columbina's words, and that line, If I get colder later, I'll find you again. A faint smile tugged at her lips, but she gently shook her head, murmuring, such a bother. Immersed in this quietness, her breathing gradually steadied. Sandrone finished her bath, changed into fresh pajamas, and her damp hair dripped water droplets from her shoulders. She walked to the bedside, glanced down at the phone screen on the nightstand, then looked at the rain outside the window, her mind recalling the fragments of time spent with Columbina during the day. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she murmured softly, what a hassle. She lay down and shifted her position exactly to the spot where Columbina had slept the night before. The quilt and pillow still carried an indescribable sensation, drawing her unconsciously closer. The rain tapped gently against the window pane. The night was quiet, and the warmth of the bed intertwined with the slightly palpitated memories in her mind. Sandrone closed her eyes, a faint, elusive smile on her lips as she slowly drifted into slumber. Time slipped away quietly, and before long the day of school arrived, as if all the warm and leisurely days were being pulled back into the rhythm of reality. Just as Sandrone was organizing her backpack, her phone screen lit up, a message from Columbina. Hurry up and get ready. Let's go to school together. I'll wait for you downstairs at your place. Sandrone read the message, a slight curve appearing on her lips. Feeling a flutter of panic, she quickly tidied her clothes. Before long, she pushed open the door of her home and walked downstairs, where she saw Columbina standing at the entrance, smiling and leaning against the railing near the corridor, holding her backpack as if she had been waiting for a long time. Morning, little cat, Columbina greeted with a playful tone. Sandrone replied softly, morning, Columbina, but after realizing she retorted, you're the cat, you silly cat. Columbina chuckled softly and gently patted Sandrone's shoulder. No. The two walked side by side out of the residential area, sunlight spilling onto the streets and a gentle breeze blowing. The atmosphere of the new semester hit them at this moment. Soon they arrived at the school's dormitory building. Sandrone pushed open the dormitory door and put down her backpack, her head lowered. In her heart, she still hadn't fully snapped back from the holiday period. Columbina stood beside her, smiling gently, and said, the holiday is over. We're back here together again. Sandrone nodded slightly, then shook her head. Wait, what do you mean by that? Columbina reached out to adjust the strap of her backpack and said casually, we're best friends, aren't we? Just that we live under the same roof. Sandrone's gaze involuntarily fell on Columbina's face, her heart trembling slightly. She lowered her head and murmured, you'd better. Columbina just smiled faintly. Put down your things first, then organize your luggage. Sandrone placed her backpack by the bed and arranged her clothes and books, her movements a bit restrained, but with a hint of secret intention. Columbina sat on the chair by the bed and stretched lightly. All right, we can rest for a while. We still have to register later. Sandrone sat on the bed, her gaze unconsciously falling on Columbina, a strange feeling in her heart. She hadn't forgotten what happened during the holiday, and now they were together in the same room again. After organizing her belongings, Columbina took out two small catgirl figurines from her backpack. Let me put them here for now, she said, gently placing the figurines on the corner of Sandrone's desk, adjusting their angles so they faced the room. Sandrone was busy organizing her books and stationery at the moment and didn't notice at all. Columbina smiled slightly and murmured to herself, when she sees them herself, I'll be a little surprised, won't it? Let's go. It's about time to head to the classroom for registration. Columbina put on her backpack and let out a soft sigh. Sandrone also shouldered her backpack and walked beside her, her pace neither fast nor slow. Occasionally their shoulders brushed, and she unconsciously moved aside a little, only to lean back again. The hallway had already become lively with students in twos and threes, some chatting and laughing, others organizing their books. The two entered the classroom, where many classmates had already taken their seats, some chatting, some flipping through books. Sunlight streamed in from the window, warming the desktops. Sandrone chose a seat by the window and placed her backpack at her feet. Columbina naturally sat down beside her, her movement so practiced as if it had long been a habit. Sandrone turned slightly, stealing a glance at her, her lips pursed a little, but she didn't speak. She shifted her gaze to the sunlight outside the window. The classroom quieted down with occasional whispers. Sandrone's hand unconsciously tightened on her backpack strap. She felt a bit nervous yet secure because Columbina was by her side. Before long, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a warm smile and began calling the roll. After finishing, the teacher walked to the podium, smiling as they scanned the room. How was everyone's holiday? The classroom immediately buzzed with low responses. Some classmates chatted about fun holiday outings, others shook their heads with soft laughter. Sandrone lowered her head, staring at the desk, and tapped her pen cap absently. Columbina gently turned her head to look at her, a hint of gentle smile on her lips, then whispered, "Hope you had a good holiday." Sandrone replied in a low voice, "Not bad." Her voice was so soft it was almost as if she was talking to herself. The teacher continued, "I hope everyone can be full of energy, study hard, and remember to take good care of yourselves." Sandrone looked up at the sunlight pouring in through the window, a slight warmth in her heart. Having Columbina by her side made everything feel secure. Sandrone kept her head down, her fingers unconsciously tapping the pen cap, but couldn't help secretly stealing glances at Columbina's profile. The sunlight fell on her hair, soft and warm, as if the whole world was bathed in a layer of light. A turmoil of complex emotions surged in her heart. Columbina, this person. Why is she so good to me? Is she really just a close friend? Her mind replayed all kinds of possibilities over and over, but she immediately suppressed them. No, impossible. Columbia is so good to me because we are just close friends. She is just too gentle, always understands me, always takes care of me, always. So much caring that it blurs the boundaries. Her heart quickened a few beats, and she murmured to herself, am I overthinking? Yet she couldn't help stealing another glance, her eyes falling on Columbia's hand, as she gently fixed her books, a feeling of shyness and sweetness in her heart. After a moment of silence, Sandrone mustered up courage and gently tugged on Columbia's sleeve. Columbia turned her head slightly, looking at her tenderly, a glint of amusement in her eyes. What's up? Sandrone lowered her head, her heart pounding, her voice almost like talking to herself. You've always been this good to me. Is it because we are friends? Columbia's smile deepened slightly, her voice gentle yet firm. Of course you're my close friend. But you are very important to me, that's why I have always been so good to you. Sandrone showed no expression when she heard the first part, but at the latter words her face instantly flushed. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Columbia gently reached out, intending to take Sandrone's hand, but seeing her hesitation, she simply placed her hand lightly on the desk and leaned a little closer, as if silently offering companionship. After the class activities came to an end, Sandrone and Columbia packed their bags and walked towards the school cafeteria together. The sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the floor, while a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Columbia turned her head to look at Sandrone, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat today? Sandrone lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling nervous, and softly replied, anything is fine. Columbia smiled faintly, reaching out to hold Sandrone's hand, gently pulling her closer. Sandrone paused, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, her cheeks reddening as she thought, in school. Is that appropriate? I don't want others to see. Instinctively, she wanted to withdraw her hand. Seeing Sandrone's hand start to pull back, Columbia pretended to lower her head, her expression slightly downcast, as if feeling a bit disappointed. When Sandrone looked up and saw her expression, her heart stirred slightly, feeling a pang of concern, as if something were amiss. She gently held Columbia's hand, feeling its warmth and slight tremor. Columbia lifted her head, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. Her little plan had succeeded. With a slight smile, she walked at a leisurely pace, occasionally brushing against Sandrone's shoulder. Their hands were tightly clasped, the air filled with warmth and a sweet, unspoken understanding. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Columbia gently squeezed her hand. All right, we're at the door now, let's part ways for a bit. Sandrone nodded slightly, feeling a bit anxious, but slowly let go. After parting, they each took a tray and entered the cafeteria, quickly finding a spot to sit. Sandrone bowed her head, eating her meal, while still reminiscing about the warmth of their earlier hand-holding. Columbia quietly ate beside her, occasionally glancing at Sandrone with a faint smile. Sometimes she would offer food to Sandrone, softly reminding her, try this. Sandrone's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered a thank you. After finishing their simple lunch, they returned to the classroom. The afternoon classroom was much quieter than in the morning. The curtains were half drawn, filtering the sunlight into a soft glow that gently fell on the desks and the floor. Some scattered classmates rested their heads on their desks, and the air was filled with a drowsy warmth. Sandrone returned to her seat, softly exhaling, though her mind was still not completely at ease. Columbia glanced at her and spoke softly, are you feeling sleepy? Sandrone nodded slightly, responding in a low voice, a little. She looked down at the desk, her fingers lightly touching it, feeling an inexplicable resistance. The desk felt a bit cold. She stole a glance at Columbia beside her, and it seemed that her side felt a bit warmer. As this thought emerged, Sandrone froze for a moment, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Columbia seemed to sense something, smiling as she leaned closer to her, their shoulders touching, her voice low. Then why not take a nap for a bit? Sandrone stiffened, her heart racing out of rhythm. After hesitating for a few seconds, as if searching for an excuse, she mumbled, I just feel. The desk is a bit cold. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a bit awkward. Yet the next moment, she slowly rested her head gently on Columbia's shoulder. In that instant, she felt her entire body freeze, her breathing becoming shallower. Columbia did not move, merely turning her head slightly to look at her, a hint of a smile in her eyes, yet she did not expose her. Sandrone closed her eyes, pretending to sleep, but her heart was in turmoil. After all, it was because the desk was cold. She was not simply wanting to lean over. This thought made her ears burn, yet she could only pretend as if nothing had happened. The classroom was quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of breathing and the rustle of turning pages. The sunlight slowly shifted, casting a warm glow on their leaning figures, stretching this moment into an eternity. Columbia gently lowered her gaze, her eyes fixed on Sandrone's profile, silent, yet observant. Yet within that silence there lay a tenderness she had not voiced, along with a hint of indulgence she had long seen through. It was unclear how long had passed when the classroom gradually began to buzz with activity. Some students stretched, others spoke softly, and the sound of chairs moving gradually broke the tranquility. Sandrone frowned slightly, seemingly awakened by the noise, slowly opening her eyes. Only then did she realize she was still leaning on Columbia's shoulder. In an instant she froze, reflexively sitting up straight, her cheeks heating up rapidly, her gaze flusteringly darting away. Awake! Columbia's voice rang out beside her, laced with a hint of post-sleep languor. Sandrone softly responded with a gentle not daring to meet her eyes, murmuring, I I just felt the desk was a bit cold. After saying that she felt a bit redundant, her ears flushing deeper. Columbia glanced at her, a faint smile playing on her lips, yet did not pry, simply asking softly, "Is it still cold now?" Sandrone paused for a moment, lightly shaking her head. "Not cold anymore." Her voice grew softer until it was near. The classmates in the classroom gradually returned to their tasks, the sounds of flipping pages and chatter increasing. Sandrone looked down, organizing her textbooks, her fingers feeling somewhat uncooperative as her mind lingered on the moment she had rested on Columbia's shoulder. Meanwhile, Columbia sat quietly beside her, her gaze fixed on Sandrone, calm and gentle. The afternoon class felt prolonged, enveloped in a lazy yet tranquil atmosphere. The teacher at the podium spoke steadily and slowly. Sandrone looked down at her textbook, her pen lightly gliding over the paper, though her mind was elsewhere. Just then a girl in the front row quietly turned around, lowering her voice to speak to Columbia. "That Columbia. Where did you buy that bracelet? It's so beautiful." Columbia was slightly taken aback, glancing down at her wrist. It was a delicate bracelet adorned with a tiny cat charm, gently swaying in the light, looking exquisite and serene. She smiled lightly. "This." The girl nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Can I see it?" Sandrone's pen paused for a moment. She did not lift her head, pretending to be engrossed in her book, but her attention was entirely on them. Columbia lifted her wrist, allowing the girl to see better the cat charm, swaying gently. "I just bought it casually." Her tone was quite casual. "It's really beautiful." The girl leaned in a bit closer, her gaze fixed on the tiny cat. "So cute." Sandrone's fingers tightened slightly, the pen tip pausing on the paper for a moment. She didn't know why, but suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. As this thought crossed her mind, her heart became even more chaotic. After all, it was just a matter of looking. What was there? She lightly furrowed her brow, continuing to write, yet not a single word made it onto the page. In her peripheral vision, she saw the girl still gazing at the bracelet, even reaching out as if to get closer. Sandrone's heart inexplicably tightened a little more. Suddenly, she gently reached out, tugging at Columbia's sleeve, her action subtle, but carrying an unconscious urgency. Columbia turned her head. Sandrone did not look at her, speaking softly. "Did you understand the question the teacher just mentioned?" Her question came a bit abruptly. Columbia paused, slightly glancing at her, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. She did not reveal her, simply responding in a gentle tone, "That one." After saying this, she naturally withdrew her hand, causing the cat charm to stop swaying. The girl was momentarily stunned, having to turn back with a hint of regret. Only then did Sandrone slowly release her grip on the sleeve, looking down at her textbook, though her heart was still a bit unsettled. A few seconds later, she belatedly realized that her behavior seemed somewhat strange. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, Columbia cast a gentle glance at her, her fingertips unintentionally brushing the little cat charm, a slight smile gracing her lips. The afternoon classes quickly concluded. As the bell rang, the classroom instantly became lively. Students gathered their books, accompanied by the intermittent scraping of chairs. Sandrone lowered her head to close the book, her movements slower than usual, while her thoughts were tangled in chaos. The image of that kitten bracelet kept flashing in her mind. She cast her eyes down, gently lifted her wrist, and glanced at her dove bracelet. The charm swayed softly with the motion. She touched it with her fingertip, then quickly withdrew her hand, as if trying to suppress the images in her mind. "Shall we go?" Columbia asked beside her. Sandrone nodded. The two rose together and followed the crowd out of the classroom. The corridor was somewhat crowded, voices and footsteps interweaving. Columbia walked beside her, not rushing, occasionally drawing a little closer. At one moment, her hand lightly brushed against Sandrone's knuckles. It was so gentle, yet it made Sandrone tense all over. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away, but she didn't actually move. They walked side by side like this, not holding hands, yet it made the heart beat more unsteadily than if they were. As they stepped out of the teaching building, the setting sun had already tilted, casting light on the ground. Sandrone glanced at the ground. Their shadows were close together. She froze for a moment, then immediately averted her gaze, her earlobes growing slightly hot. "What are you looking at?" Columbia turned her head and asked. "Nothing," she replied in a low voice, her tone a bit rushed. Columbia smiled and didn't ask further. They walked all the way back to the dormitory area like that. The two returned to the dormitory building. Their room was on the third floor. The wind was a bit chilly. Sandrone tightened the cuffs of her jacket and pushed open the dorm door. The room was quiet. The afternoon light slanted in through the window, falling onto the desk. As soon as Sandrone put down her school bag, her gaze fell on the figurines on the desk. She was stunned. Two exquisite catgirl figurines were neatly arranged on the desk. What was going on? Her mind replayed the figurine shop that Columbia had taken her to, but she never expected this. A wave of warmth and nervousness surged in her heart. Her fingertips involuntarily reached out toward one of the figurines, then immediately retracted. Columbia stood at the door, watching her dazed expression, and smiled softly, as if her plan had succeeded. "Do you like them?" Her voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of teasing. Sandrone's face felt slightly hot, her heart was flustered, but she didn't know what to say. She just stared at the figurines unconsciously, her fingers trembling slightly. She thought to herself, "Are these really prepared for me?" Columbia stepped closer gently and sat down beside Sandrone, her fingers casually touching the edge of the desk, as if by accident. Sandrone's heartbeat quickened. She instinctively wanted to look away but couldn't help stealing glances at Guluanbaya. Guluanbaya watched her the corners of her mouth, lifting slightly her eyes, carrying a soft smile. That smile held a hint of pride, as if she were silently enjoying Sandrone's shyness. Sandrone felt her cheeks burn and nervously clenched the figurine in her hand. She thought, what is she to me? Just a close friend. And Guluanbaya just quietly watched her smiling, without saying a word, yet filling the air with a hint of ambiguity. After a while Sandrone finally gathered her courage to lift her head, her cheeks slightly, flushed eyes flickering. Didn't I say I didn't like them? Her voice carried a hint of disdain, but also some hesitation. So presumptuous. The tone held an unnatural aloofness, yet one could still sense the fluster in her heart. Guluanbaya looked at her, her smile deepening a little, yet she still said nothing, just quietly watched her, as if waiting for the next reaction. Guluanbaya's smile did not fade, but her eyes gained a hint of mischief. She leaned over gently, as if casually, moving a little closer than before. Really? Presumptuous. Her voice was low and soft, yet carried a trace of teasing, making Sandrone's heart pound wildly. Sandrone's face instantly burned scarlet. She instinctively shrank back, clenching her fingers so tightly, she almost forgot to breathe. Guluanbaya reached out and lightly touched the back of Sandrone's hand, as if it were an offhand gesture. What are you doing? Sandrone murmured, her voice flustered and a little Tsundere, but unable to hide the turmoil inside. A thought flashed through her mind. Isn't this exactly a scene that only appears in novels? Two people so close, the air thick with ambiguous tension, and she seemed to be one of the protagonists. Her heart pounded even faster, and her cheeks flushed deeper. She silently bit her lower lip, her hands nearly frozen, yet she couldn't help wanting to lean in a little. What is this? She murmured in her heart, both surprised and with a trace of anticipation. Guluanbaya still watched her quietly, her eyes carrying a gentle smile. Sandrone felt as if she had fallen into a plot from a novel, though every move, every glance seemed orchestrated by the story, and she had become one of the protagonists in it. Warmth filled the air as sunlight streamed obliquely into the dorm. Sandrone steadied her breath, lifted her head, and stared intently at Guluanbaya's face. Are you really just a close friend to me? Her voice trembled slightly, yet she struggled to remain calm, her gaze fixed on Guluanbaya, trying to discern the truth in her eyes. Guluanbaya gave a faint smile, her eyes soft, but with a flicker of mischief. Just a close friend. She repeated softly, her tone slow, as if pondering or teasing. What do you think? Sandrone pouted and muttered under her breath, if you don't say, I don't care anyway. Her tone was discontented and a bit forced, but couldn't hide the fluster inside. Guluanbaya looked at her, the corners of her mouth curling into a deeper smile, leaning a little closer, her eyes hiding a hint of smugness. After a while Sandrone lowered her head, looked at the figurine on the desk, and gently traced its outline with her fingertip. A warmth and a little turmoil stirred in her heart. Thank you, Guluanbaya, she said softly, her voice shy, but her eyes secretly darted toward Guluanbaya opposite. Guluanbaya smiled gently, her eyes soft. No need to thank me, as long as you like them. She added with tender eyes, these two catgirl figurines are very cute. Just like you. Sandrone's hand paused slightly, her heart suddenly leaping as a faint blush crept unbidden across her cheeks. She lowered her head, idly fidgeting with the figurine in her hands, striving to appear nonchalant, though her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Thank you. She murmured, her voice laced with shyness, while her eyes stole a covert glance at Guluanbaya. Guluanbaya's gaze was tender, carrying a hint of playful mischief that quickened Sandrone's heartbeat. Glancing at her phone, Guluanbaya smiled softly and asked, shall we go for dinner together? Sandrone lowered her head and nodded gently, her heart fluttering with mild anxiety as she followed her out of the dormitory. On the way, Guluanbaya reached out and gently took Sandrone's hand. Sandrone stiffened slightly, but her fingers instinctively intertwined with Guluanbaya's. As their digits touched, the little cat and little dove on their bracelets collided softly, emitting a faint clink. Sandrone lowered her head, her heart trembling faintly, as if struck by a premonition. The collision of the kitten and little dove seemed to quietly foretell something. Thus, hand in hand, they walked silently toward the cafeteria, exchanging no superfluous words, only their breaths and the slight contact between them. They soon arrived, grabbed 2 portions of food, and found a corner to sit. The cafeteria was far from quiet. Students chatted and laughed, utensils clinking against plates. Yet in their small corner, they felt somewhat isolated from the outside world. Sandrone ate a few mouthfuls of rice, her movements delicate, her fingers occasionally grazing the edge of the plate as her mind wandered. Guluanbaya sat beside her, watching in silence, her gaze gentle with a trace of a smile, yet saying nothing. They hardly exchanged a word, finishing their dinner in a tranquil, unspoken harmony. After the meal, as they stepped out of the cafeteria and walked back to the dormitory, the evening breeze caressed them with a hint of coolness. Suddenly Guluanbaya reached out and gently took Sandrone's hand. Sandrone was startled, her heart tightening, and a flush of warmth rose to her cheeks. Yet she remained silent, following meekly. Their fingers naturally aligned, their steps in sync, as if silently coordinated. Along the familiar teaching building corridor, their footsteps fell lightly, echoing softly against the floor. Night gradually descended, the lights of the building casting tender halos on the window panes. Soon they reached the rooftop. As they pushed open the door, a gentle breeze swept by. Columbina smiled softly, released her hand, but her gaze still lingered on Sandrone, tender and expectant. Sandrone stood in the center looking up at the moon. Her palms felt warm, and she unconsciously pinched her own fingers, flustered, yet inexplicably expectant. Columbina stood beside her, watching her with a soft gaze and a slight upward curl of her lips. Without speaking, she drew closer until her breath was almost against Sandrone's side. Sandrone lowered her head, her face burning hot, thinking inwardly, why does she make my heart race so? Are we just— She tried to calm herself, but couldn't help stealing glances at her. Columbina extended her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing the back of Sandrone's hand. Sandrone froze, her heart skipping a beat, yet she didn't pull her hand away. The wind lifted their hair, and under the moonlight they stood in stillness. No words were needed, only the slight contact and their shared breaths, as if communicating something unspoken. After a while, Columbina lowered her head slightly and murmured, "The moon is truly beautiful tonight." Her tone was light, but laced with amusement. Sandrone looked up at her profile, her heart in a turmoil of warmth and fluster. She replied softly, "It really is beautiful." The wind continued to blow, the moonlit rooftops serene and tranquil. They stood close yet maintained a slight distance. Columbina smiled and said, "Let's take a photo together." Sandrone nodded and they crouched together. The phone was tilted upward from below, capturing the full round moon in the background. Moonlight bathed them, casting long soft shadows. Columbina held the phone with one hand, while wrapping the other arm around Sandrone, her arm lightly pressing against Sandrone. As she looked into the camera, her eyes were tender, her lips curved gently upward, as if conveying a sense of reassurance that made one's heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Sandrone was a bit reserved, one hand resting on her knee, the other forming an awkward peace sign. Her shoulder leaned slightly toward Columbina as she tried to maintain the pose. Looking at the camera, a flush of embarrassment tinted her cheeks, yet inwardly she thought, why does being close to her feel so— The breeze stirred their hair. Under the moonlight they leaned close together, the scene silent and warm. After the photo, Columbina put away the phone, her hand still on Sandrone's shoulder. She looked at Sandrone with a smile. "See, does this look good?" Sandrone glanced at the phone screen, her cheeks flushing faintly. Her fingers lightly touched her knee, her heart both flustered and sweet. "It's quite nice," she said softly, her eyes unconsciously drifting toward Columbina. Columbina leaned in slightly and whispered, "When you look at me like that, I feel a little shy." Her fingertips gently brushed Sandrone's hand, a tender motion that kindled a warmth inside. Sandrone's heartbeat quickened, her face growing hotter, yet she didn't pull her hand away. She bit her lower lip and murmured, I was just looking at the picture." Her voice carried a hint of fluster. After gazing at the moon, Columbina smiled and reached out gently, holding Sandrone's hand, her palm warm and soft. Sandrone was taken aback, her heart racing, but she didn't break free. Instead, she tightened her grip slightly. "Let's go head down. It's getting cold," Columbina said softly, slowing her pace so Sandrone could keep up. They walked shoulder to shoulder toward the stairs, their fingers occasionally interlacing. The wind in the stairwell tousled their hair, and Sandrone's heart fluttered with a mix of confusion and peace. As they reached the second floor, Columbina turned to her and gently reminded, "Watch the steps." Her hand tightened slightly, as if to confirm that the other was still by her side. Sandrone lowered her head and nodded gently, her own hand also tightening in response. She looked up at Columbina, a rush of warmth swelling in her heart, and the corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily. As they left the teaching building, they still held hands tightly, their fingers occasionally stroking each other, as if silently conveying their feelings. The two walked in unison, silently, making their way back to the dormitory. As she reached the door of the dormitory, Columbina slowly came to a stop. She did not immediately let go, instead lowering her gaze to the hands still clasped together, as if suddenly realizing something. Sandrone also halted, her heartbeat a little chaotic. She instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but hesitated, her movements becoming somewhat awkward. In the next moment, Columbina gently released her hand. The warmth in her palm vanished instantly. Sandrone was momentarily stunned, her fingers curling slightly, as if still retaining the earlier sensation. She lowered her head, pretending that nothing had happened, and reached for the door. As the door opened, the light from the dormitory illuminated the surroundings, separating them from the night outside. The two of them entered one after the other. Once inside, Sandrone took a change of clothes and softly said, "He'll go take a shower first." Columbina nodded in acknowledgement, watching her enter the bathroom. The moment the door closed, the sound of running water the dormitory fell silent. Columbina sat at the desk, staring blankly for a while as though lost in thought. After a moment, she reached into the drawer and took out her diary, flipping to a familiar page. The pen tip paused on the paper, but she did not write immediately. The sound of water intermittently flowed from the bathroom. Columbina's gaze lingered on the door for a few seconds before slowly returning. She lowered her head and finally wrote the first line. The handwriting started off slow, as if hesitating, but soon became— As she wrote, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly, as if recalling something, or perhaps someone. When she stood under the moonlight, there was a moment when I couldn't take my eyes off her. She looked so ordinary, yet it made me want to look again and again. Columbina paused for a moment before continuing. Later in the group photo, she appeared a bit awkward when she said cheese, her face turning slightly red. It was actually quite cute. Columbina chuckled lightly. I held her hand when we came down. It was just a casual gesture, but she didn't pull away. At that moment I felt like I didn't want to let go. With that the pen came to a halt. Columbina stared at the words on the page, her gaze lingering on the last line for a while. It seemed she was lost in thought, letting out a gentle sigh. The sound of water from the bathroom continued ebbing and flowing, making the room feel even quieter. She did not continue writing. After a while Columbina set the pen down, lightly pressed her fingers against the edge of the page, and then slowly closed the diary. With a soft thud, she gazed at the cover for a moment, as if absorbing all the unspoken emotions from earlier. Then she placed the diary back into the drawer, pushing it in and closing it, her movements calm and unhurried. After finishing these tasks, she sat on the chair and after a few seconds reached for her phone, her fingertips naturally flipping to the earlier group photo. The image paused. She stared for a moment, her fingers gently zooming in a little. The moon, the angle, and the two people standing very close together. Her gaze fell on Sandrone's face. That slightly awkward cheese expression and her slightly flushed cheeks. Columbina chuckled softly. This time she did not write it down, but simply watched. After an unknown amount of time, the bathroom door opened slightly. Sandrone emerged in her pajamas, her hair still damp, water droplets dripping from the tips onto her shoulders. She walked past the desk with her head down, casually picking up her phone that was charging. Columbina was sitting in the chair holding her phone, her gaze fixed on the group photo displayed on the screen. As she looked up, her eyes landed precisely on Sandrone. Sandrone froze for a moment, and upon seeing Columbina staring at her, her heart raced slightly as she flusteredly asked, "What are you looking at?" Columbina's lips curved into a gentle smile, not answering immediately, but slightly bringing the phone closer to herself, as if to protect the image on the screen, or perhaps to observe her reaction. "This one," she added in a low voice, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Sandrone took a few steps closer, casting a glance at the group photo on the phone, her face turning a bit unnaturally red. Columbina chuckled softly, her finger reaching out, as if casually pointing at the two in the photo. "Look, your cheese pose." Sandrone suddenly turned her head away. "I'm ignoring you." After saying that, she walked towards the washing machine. Columbina slightly raised her chin, watching her with a blend of pride and a hint of grievance, the corners of her mouth lifting into a soft smile. She did not rush to say anything, but slowly began, her gaze gentle yet playful. "Who's silly? Your cheese pose is at—" When Sandrone heard this, she lowered her head, but a slight blush crept onto her face. After casually tossing her clothes into the washing machine, she flopped back onto the bed, feeling a hint of warmth in her heart. Columbina smiled and stood up, saying, "I'm going to take a shower. You should rest for now." Sandrone lay on the bed, her arms crossed over her chest, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as she replayed the day's events in her mind. The moon on the rooftop, the figurine on the table, and that group photo of the two made her cheeks heat up slightly. She turned over, gently adjusting the blanket a little to make herself more comfortable. She silently murmured, "Honestly, it feels like I've been thinking about her all day." After a while, Columbina emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas, her hair still damp, as she gently wrapped it with a towel. She walked to the light and softly asked, "Should I turn the light off?" Sandrone nodded slightly, pulling her blanket and lying down gently, her gaze resting on the edge of the bed. Columbina smiled and gently turned off the bedside lamp, enveloping the room in soft night hues. Shortly after, Sandrone quietly spoke up, "That day, did you catch a cold from being caught in the rain?" Columbina's lips curled slightly, her expression softening as she replied, "A little." Sandrone frowned slightly, her voice dropping a bit. "What about now?" Columbina gently bit her lip, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, "I feel a bit dizzy and am still a bit cold." Upon hearing this, concern surged within Sandrone, her hands tightening slightly, and she seemed to pull the blanket closer, yet she remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, she took a deep breath, gently sitting up from under the blanket and walking to Columbina's. Columbina seemed to sense the movement, her smile turning even softer as she naturally shuffled over in bed, seemingly making room for Sandrone. Sandrone lowered her head slightly, her fingers gently lifting the blanket before slowly lying down, drawing closer to Columbina. Their breaths intertwined in the night, their warmth subtly drawing closer, the room serene and warm, filled only with the soft sounds of their breathing. At first, Sandrone deliberately maintained a bit of distance, but before long, she sensed the warmth emanating from beside her along with a faint breath. Her fingers stirred gently under the blanket, as if hesitating over something. After a while, she couldn't help but slowly inch closer to Columbina. The movement was light, as if afraid of being discovered, yet also as if testing the waters. Just when Sandrone thought she wouldn't say anything, a very soft voice suddenly came from beside her. "Sandrone." The voice was low and somewhat tender. Sandrone paused slightly, her eyelashes fluttering gently, but she didn't open her eyes, only whispering, "What is it?" Columbina seemed to chuckle, her breath drawing a little closer. "Were you worried about me just now, eh?" Sandrone's fingers tightened slightly, but her tone instinctively carried a hint of awkwardness. "Of course not." The air fell silent for a moment. Columbina didn't call her out, just lowered her voice a little more. "Then why did you come over?" Sandrone was momentarily at a loss for words, her fingertips moving under the blanket before she murmured softly, "I just thought you might feel cold since you're not feeling well." As soon as she said this, she felt a bit guilty. Columbina lightly hummed in response, not pursuing the matter further. However, that single response was tinged with an indescribable hint of laughter. Columbina suddenly shifted slightly, turning to face Sandrone. The blanket rippled with her movement, and their distance became significantly closer. Sandrone, who had been keeping her eyes closed, seemed to sense something and felt her eyelashes tremble lightly. She hesitated for a moment, but slowly opened her eyes. In the darkness, their gazes met just right. The distance was too close. Close enough that she could feel Columbia's breath gently brushing against her cheek, carrying a hint of warmth. Sandrone instinctively held her breath, her fingers subtly tightening under the blanket, yet she didn't pull away. Columbia remained silent, only gazing at her quietly, her eyes appearing exceptionally gentle in the night. Columbia looked at her, her voice soft. Sandrone, you are really nice. Sandrone froze for a moment, her fingertips tightening slightly, avoiding eye contact, but she quietly replied, just so you know. The words were small, but carried an unmistakable awkwardness. After speaking, she seemed to realize something, her ears gradually turning red, and she buried her face deeper into the blanket, no longer looking at Columbia. Just as she buried her face into the blanket, the next moment, she felt a hand gently resting on her. Columbia said nothing, simply reaching out naturally and gently embracing her. The movement was not tight, as if afraid she wouldn't be comfortable, yet it seemed merely a search for a more comfortable position within that distance. Sandrone's entire body tensed slightly. She instinctively wanted to move, but then stopped. The warmth from Columbia's shoulder slowly spread over her, leaving her unable to tell whether she felt nervous or at ease. She did not push her away. Instead, after a brief hesitation, she gently relaxed. Columbia chuckled softly, her voice closed, carrying an elusive meaning. My hands are quite nimble, you know. Sandrone's breath faltered for a moment, her face suddenly heating up, her fingertips gripping the blanket tighter, yet she couldn't. The air suddenly felt a bit dangerous. Just then, Columbia suddenly released one hand, reaching for her phone, and turning on. A soft beam of light shone against the wall. She raised her hand, her fingers lightly tracing shapes, the shadows on the wall slowly transforming. First into a crooked little dove, then morphing into a slow-moving turtle. Look, she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of laughter. Sandrone paused for a moment, still unable to calm her racing heart, interrupted by the sudden imagery. Sandrone stared at the crooked little dove for 2 seconds, her heart still not fully settled from earlier. She lightly huffed, turning her head away, rolling over to face away from Columbia, and softly muttering, childish. Her tone remained characteristically awkward, but it felt lighter than before. Yet she did not look back at the light and shadow. In that brief moment of turning her head, her eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion, as if letting out a sigh of relief, yet also a bit of disappointment. Columbia's movements paused for a moment. She looked at Sandrone's turned face, the smile at the corners of her lips fading slightly, as if she had sensed something. The next second she ceased to trace the shadows, instead turning off the light from her phone. The room was once again enveloped in darkness. In the dark, she inched a little closer, her voice low enough to be almost whispered in Sandrone's ear. So, do you want something a little less childish? Sandrone's face instantly flushed, her heartbeat racing as if it would leap out, instinctively feeling embarrassed and angry, her voice trembling as she murmured, idiot. Sleep. After saying this, she buried her head deep into the blanket, her shoulders slightly hunching, as if trying to shrink herself entirely into it. The warmth from under the blanket enveloped her, yet her heart felt as if it had been gently stirred, warm, yet a bit chaotic. Columbia looked at her, the corners of her lips curving into a light smile, gently reaching out to pull Sandrone a little closer into her embrace. Isn't this more comfortable? Her voice was soft, yet carried a playful undertone. Sandrone's whole being stiffened slightly, her face reddened more, yet she made no unnecessary movements. Instead, she leaned against Columbia, her shoulder lightly resting against her chest, as if instinctively finding a sense of security. Columbia adjusted her hold slightly tighter, her arms gently wrapping around Sandrone, as if confirming she had indeed leaned in, yet without any sense of pressure. The warmth of the blanket, the tranquility of the night, and the intertwining of their heartbeats made that moment feel exceptionally soft and warm. Sandrone's mind was a jumble, her face burning almost feverishly, yet leaning against Columbia, she found herself unconsciously relaxing a little. Columbia chuckled softly, leaning close and whispering into her ear, Sandrone, you actually like this too, right? Sandrone froze abruptly, her fingertips tightening on the blanket, but she did not refute the sensation behind her, making her feel both shy and warm. The room was quiet, only the sounds of their breathing intermingling in the night. Sandrone gradually relaxed, her eyelids growing heavier, though still tinged with a hint of shyness. She felt an unprecedented sense of security. Columbia chuckled softly, whispering into her ear, good night. Good night, Sandrone replied softly, her voice swallowed by the night. Gradually their breathing steadied, the night gently enveloping them. The warmth under the blanket and the sensation of leaning against one another drew their hearts closer in the darkness. The sky was barely light, a faint glow seeping through the gap in the curtains. Sandrone slowly woke up. Still not fully conscious, she first felt a warmth pressed against her back, close and very real. Her entire body stiffened. The memories of last night gradually surfaced, being held leaning in, and that soft. Her face instantly heated. She glanced down. That arm was still draped across her front, loosely encircling, yet just enough to hold her entire form within its embrace. The breath behind her was light and warm. It was Columbia. Sandrone's fingertips unconsciously tightened, and even her breathing grew softer. She tried to discreetly shift away, but as soon as she moved, the arm behind her instinctively tightened, pulling her back. As if unwilling to let her go, she froze. Her heart instantly raced. She dared not move again, remaining still held in someone's arms. After a moment, she carefully tilted her head to confirm if the other was still asleep. But as soon as she moved, the breathing behind her changed. Awake. The voice was very low, carrying a hint of sleepy languor. Sandrone's mind went blank, and she immediately closed her eyes, whispering back, "No." The air fell silent for an instant. Then Columbina let out a soft laugh. The laughter was very close, as if whispered. The arm did not loosen, instead it pulled her more naturally into the embrace. "Then sleep a little longer." Her face burned, yet she no longer struggled. Held like this, her heart was still chaotic. But she no longer felt the urge. They lay there a while longer. The light outside the window had grown brighter, and footsteps echoed faintly from the dormitory corridor. Sandrone was still dazed when suddenly, as if remembering something, her entire body stiffened. "Wait." She furrowed her brow, her voice suddenly clear. The next second she struggled out of the blanket, her tone urgent. "We have to get up, or we'll be late." Columbina was jolted awake by her movement. Before she could release her hold, Sandrone had already slipped out of her arms. "What's the hurry?" Her voice still carried a lazy tone. Sandrone had already sat up, her hair slightly messy, her face still red, but her movements were noticeably flustered. "This is school, not home," she muttered softly, her tone firm, yet carrying an indescribable awkwardness. As she spoke, she quickly straightened the blanket and reached for the clothes by the bed. Columbina lay on her side, watching her. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating Sandrone's profile. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. "Weren't you quite obedient last night?" Sandrone's movements paused. The next second she whipped around, her face flushing even deeper. "Shut up." Her voice was low but exploded with finality. After saying that, she turned back, refusing to meet her gaze, and her movements became noticeably faster. Only the tips of her ears were unmistakably red. Columbina let out a soft laugh before slowly sitting up. Okay. Her tone was perfunctory, yet it didn't seem like she was really listening. The sound of water came intermittently. They crowded together in front of the mirror. The space was small, and their movements inevitably bumped into each other. At first, Sandrone felt a little uncomfortable, deliberately stepping aside while brushing her teeth. But as soon as she turned, her elbow lightly brushed against Columbina. Her movements paused as she said nothing, simply shifted forward a little. Columbina glanced at her in the mirror, seemingly unconcerned, and continued washing her face. The atmosphere seemed normal. After a quick wash, it was already late. Sandrone checked the time, and her brows immediately. "No time." Her tone was crisp as she turned to leave. Columbina was still slowly adjusting her collar behind her. The urgency in her voice made her raise an eyebrow slightly. "What about breakfast?" Sandrone didn't look back, skipping it. Columbina caught up in a few steps and looked at her sideways. "You care about this, don't you?" Sandrone faltered, as if something had struck a nerve. The next second, the tips of her ears tinged slightly red, but her tone hardened. "It's all your fault." After saying that, she quickened her pace. Columbina was taken aback, then broke into a smile. "My fault." She walked beside her, her tone carrying a hint of feigned ignorance. Sandrone ignored her, walking faster and faster. "Last night you—" "Shut up." Sandrone interrupted sharply, her voice low, but laced with clear panic. She didn't turn back again, only the red tips of her ears grew more pronounced. Columbina watched her profile, could not help but let out a low laugh, and did not continue. They walked side by side toward the classroom. The bell rang, and both their gazes focused. The teacher stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and began the lesson. The sound of chalk scratching against the blackboard was crisp and rhythmic, a serene silence filling the classroom. Sandrone sat up straight, eyes fixed on the blackboard, yet her mind involuntarily replayed the events of last night. Being held in Columbina's embrace, her back against her, the tips of her ears close to her breath, a warmth spreading through her heart. She bit the end of her pen, silently grumbling to herself, "It's not like I'm thinking about her. It's because she was cold." The tips of her ears grew slightly hot as she lowered her head, pretending to focus on her book. Beside her, Columbina took notes with a natural grace, as if nothing had happened. The classroom held only the sound of chalk, the rustle of pages turning, and the occasional soft cough. Sandrone's palms tightened slightly, yet she continued to feign attentiveness. The morning classes passed quickly. One lesson after another, the sounds of chalk and pages intermingling. Sandrone struggled to keep pace, but occasionally the warm memories of last night flashed through her mind, making her face flush involuntarily. Beside her, Columbina took notes calmly, occasionally casting a glance her way with a hint of a smile in her eyes. Sandrone's heart tightened, her fingers tightened slightly around the pen, yet she remained focused on her book. Time flowed like water, and soon the bell rang for the end of class. Sandrone was still dazed in her seat, her heartbeat erratic, her fingers unconsciously gripping her bag strap. Columbina walked softly behind her, slightly bending down, her breath gently brushing against Sandrone's nape, carrying a trace of warmth. Her arms encircled Sandrone's waist, her palms pressing against the fabric, but still able to feel the subtle warmth. Sandrone stiffened instinctively, leaning her head forward slightly, but she did not resist. Leaning back against Columbina, her heart felt as if lightly touched by a soft feather. Columbina lowered her head, a smile curving at the corners of her lips, and whispered, "Thinking of me." Sandrone's face instantly heated. She tightened her hold on the bag strap, and mumbled, "Not at all." Columbina's hand moved gently, letting Sandrone feel a patient, unhurried tenderness. Sandrone lowered her head, her breath quickening, but inwardly she thought, "I think, maybe, I like, maybe, her. After a moment, Columbia gently released her hands, clasping them behind her back, and rested her chin lightly on Sandrone's shoulder, a soft smile on her lips. Sandrone's palms grew warm. She secretly bit her lower lip and lowered her head again, pretending to organize hers. A little while later, Columbia whispered softly, "You haven't eaten this morning, you must be hungry, right?" Sandrone paused, nodded, and subconsciously tightened her grip on her backpack strap. Columbia reached out and took her hand, the warmth of her palm passing through. "Let's go get something to eat then." Sandrone lowered her head, not refusing. Her palm pressed against Columbia's, and a sense of warmth surged in her heart. The two walked side by side out of the classroom building. Sunlight streamed through the windows, spilling across the corridor and glistening on their intertwined hands. "Not the cafeteria," Columbia said softly, as if speaking to herself, yet also consulting Sandrone. "Let's go to the school convenience store instead." Sandrone nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in her heart, but she still followed her pace. The convenience store was small yet clean and bright. They casually picked a few simple hot foods and carefully approached the counter to pay. Columbia gently tugged Sandrone's hand, making them stand side by side. A smile danced in her eyes, as if silently reminding her, "We're together, it's natural." Sandrone's face warmed slightly, but she felt secure and at ease. The two left the convenience store and Sandrone returned to the dormitory with Columbia. They sat very close in the dormitory, almost shoulder to shoulder. Sandrone picked up the sandwich, took small bites, and occasionally glanced down at Columbia, her heart warming slightly. Columbia held a steamed meat bun, taking a gentle bite, a smile at the corner of her mouth. She occasionally stole a glance at Sandrone's expression, her gaze tender yet mischievous. After they both finished what they were eating, they simultaneously looked at the strawberry cake. Sandrone picked up the spoon, scooped a small mouthful, and intended to place it into Columbia's disposable bowl. As her hand reached out, Columbia lightly touched hers. The warmth of her fingertips made Sandrone's heart tighten. Columbia let out a soft laugh, signaling her to feed her the cake. Sandrone's face flushed instantly, her hand stiffened slightly, and her heart thumped wildly. She muttered under her breath, "No way." Then she put the spoonful of cake into her own mouth, took a small bite, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Seeing this, a trace of disappointment flickered across Columbia's face as the corners of her mouth drooped slightly. Sandrone noticed her expression, hesitated for a moment, and moved her hand again to feed Columbia. But Columbia lowered her head and waved her hand gently, as if saying, "It's all right." Sandrone stared at her, feeling a surge of tenderness and remorse in her heart. Columbia stood up, smoothed her clothes, and slowly lay back on the bed, leaving only a back view to Sandrone. Sandrone looked at her back, still holding the small spoon. Her heart fluttered slightly, yet she felt a peculiar tranquility in this moment. She took a deep breath, gently rose, and slowly walked toward Columbia, lying on the bed. Each step carried a hint of hesitation, yet was resolute. Sandrone softly sat beside the bed, lowered her head, and her voice was gentle but tinged with nervousness. "I'm sorry for making you upset just now." Columbia tilted her head slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Her voice was soft. "I'm not angry. Just tired, I want to sleep." Sandrone paused, relieved, but her eyes remained serious. She moved closer and whispered, "From now on, I'll agree to whatever you ask." The corners of Columbia's mouth lifted slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of playful probing and a soft smile. "Really?" Sandrone nodded, her voice firm yet gentle. "Really, as long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything." Columbia tilted her head, gently resting it against the bed, turning slightly towards Sandrone's direction, that elusive smile still on her lips. "Then I'll have to test you thoroughly." Columbia lightly pulled a small necklace out of the bedside drawer and shook it gently, as if casually showing it to Sandrone. Froze, her gaze falling on the necklace, her heartbeat quickening. She lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously, but she slowly stood and approached Columbia. "This is it for me?" she asked in a small voice tinged with shyness. Columbia's lips curled upward, a playful and elusive smile in her eyes. "Try it on." Sandrone took the necklace, her fingers gently pinching it, hesitating. "This? She was about to murmur a refusal when the corner of her eye caught a faint disappointment on Columbia's lips. Her heart tightened. Remembering her earlier promise, the tenderness and sense of responsibility within her made her bite her lip and nod. "All right. Fine, but only in the dormitory." Columbia's eyes brightened, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Her tone carried a playful hint. "And only for me to see, okay?" Sandrone lowered her head, her hands warming, as she gently fastened the necklace around her neck. Feeling the warmth of the metal against her skin, her cheeks slowly flushed red. Columbia leaned in slightly, her fingertips barely brushing Sandrone's shoulder, her eyes glinting with amusement and a hidden sense of possession. "Good, this chain belongs only to you from now on. And only to me." Sandrone looked up at her heart racing, and responded softly, "Only for you to see." Columbia's lips curled faintly, a playful look in her eyes as she half joked, "Since that's the case, then just sit obediently beside me, and let me have a good look." Sandrone bit her lip, gently shifted her body closer, and leaned her back against Columbia's shoulder. The air was filled with the warmth of their bodies and the soft sound of breathing. Their heartbeats nearly drowned out the silence of the room. Columbia's arm lightly encircled Sandrone's waist. Her fingertips occasionally brushed across her side with a touch that was both teasing and tender. "Good, now I can rest assured." Sandrone leaned against Jelenbia's shoulder, her fingers gripping the bedsheet slightly. In her heart, she thought in novels this situation. The scene where one is on top, or bottom, seems to be over. No matter how hard she struggled, there seemed to be no chance to turn the tables. Her cheeks burned, her heart pounded, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, sigh. It's over, I've completely lost. Jelenbia leaned in slightly, whispering close to Sandrone's ear. Sandrone, actually I like you. Will you be my girl? This sentence burst like a small spark, instantly igniting Sandrone's heart. Her face flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously gripping the bedsheet as she stammered. Well, what are you saying? Aren't we best friends? A sparkle danced in Jelenbia's eyes, a light smile curling at the corners of her lips. With an airy yet playful tone, she said, best friends. Please be my girlfriend. Sandrone froze, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest, as if struck by lightning, standing rigid in place. She lowered her head, palms growing warm, fingertips trembling, yet she dared not resist Jelenbia's approaching presence. Jelenbia turned slightly, bringing her face even closer, her breath gently brushing the side of Sandrone's neck. You don't have to answer right away. They'll wait for you. Sandrone bowed her head, fingers twisting together unconsciously, cheeks burning faintly, her mind a jumble. She swallowed and whispered, are you sure? Is it really just me? Jelenbia's lips curled into a smile, her gaze both firm and mischievous. Of course. Sandrone's heart trembled, racing, as if to escape her chest, warmth spreading through her. She lifted her head, blushing, her eyes flickering, without daring to meet Jelenbia's, yet her voice grew steady. I also like you. Hearing this, Jelenbia's eyes lit up, a victorious smile on her lips. She leaned in, gently wrapping her arm around Sandrone's shoulder, her fingers accidentally brushing against the necklace. Is Sandrone my girlfriend now? Sandrone's face deepened in redness, but her heart tightened as she leaned slightly into Jelenbia and murmured, Yes. At Sandrone's words, Jelenbia gave a soft laugh. Jelenbia gently took Sandrone by the shoulders and softly laid her down on the bed. Her fingers applied a subtle pressure that stirred a faint unease in Sandrone and an indescribable thrill. She leaned over, slightly straddling Sandrone, looking down with a tender yet playful gaze. One hand lightly clasped Sandrone's wrist, guiding both hands above her head, fingers trailing through her hair, sending a faint current of electricity. Sandrone tilted her head, cheeks as red as a ripe apple, her heart in disarray. In a trembling voice, she asked, you idiot. What are you doing? Jelenbia smiled, her voice soft with a hint of mischief. For now I'm not doing anything. I just want to watch. Watch your shy expression. Sandrone's heart nearly skipped a beat, her breath quickening, her hands instinctively clenched, yet she couldn't resist Jelenbia's warm gaze. Her eyes flickered, wanting to look away, but Jelenbia kept her gaze fixed. Finally Sandrone met her eyes, but after only a few seconds, she turned her head away again. After a moment, Sandrone's cheeks burned, her heart pounded. Suddenly she let out a soft whimper. Let me go. Go, Jelenbia. Her voice trembled, her fingers struggled slightly, but she dared not use force, only wriggling gently, as if testing Jelenbia's reaction. A gentle smile curled on Jelenbia's lips, her eyes filled with affection. Yet she didn't let go immediately, only leaned down softly. The distance closed instantly. Sandrone's heart almost stopped as she instinctively closed her eyes, as if bracing for something, yet filled with nervous anticipation. Jelenbia's lips gently landed on Sandrone's neck, the warm touch spreading through her entire body. The soft, slightly moist caress made Sandrone's face instantly flush. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the bedsheet, letting out a low, almost inaudible whimper. Every breath came with a tremor. Sandrone's heart thumped wildly. Where the kiss touched her neck felt like fire spreading, shyness and yearning intertwining, leaving her nearly breathless. After a while, Jelenbia slowly rose, her gaze tender yet triumphant. Sandrone opened her eyes slightly and touched the warm spot on her neck. She took out her phone and snapped a selfie, seeing a faint lipstick mark left on her neck, like a possessive mark that made her blush again, half her face red. Jelenbia whispered softly in her ear, see, your face is so cute. Sandrone lowered her head, clutching the bedsheet, murmuring, ugh, you. Her heart-churned cheeks still burning. She secretly grumbled, woo-woo. The Jew is settled. Am I destined to be the bottom? I want accepted. She buried her head a little lower, the tips of her ears hot. She wanted to retort, to sneak in a little mischief, but every time she looked up at Jelenbia's smiling yet steadfast gaze, her heart fluttered, her face reddened, and even her breath became cautious. What should I do? Sandrone whispered to herself, her lips twitching, as if silently protesting. She stole a glance at Jelenbia, thinking of him really under her spell. After a moment, Sandrone slowly sat up, walked to the desk, and picked up the half-eaten strawberry cupcake. Jelenbia followed softly, sitting beside her close enough that their fingers occasionally brushed against Sandrone's wrist, sending a subtle current. Sandrone looked down at the cake, her face slightly flushed, still recalling the shy moments ago. She picked up a spoon, scooped a small bite, and offered it to Jelenbia. Seeing Jelenbia's slightly pouted lips, Sandrone felt a flutter of nervousness, her cheeks reddening again. Jelenbia's lips curled slightly, her eyes holding a playful expectation as she gently opened her mouth. Sandrone's face grew even redder. She muttered, open wide. Carefully she fed the cake into Jelenbia's mouth, watching her chew slowly, a sweetness rising in her heart. Jelenbia chewed gently, her gaze soft and smiling. Delicious. After finishing the cake, the two returned to the bed and lay facing each other. Sandrone gently nestled her head into Columbina's embrace, feeling enveloped in warmth, a quiet sigh of relief escaping her. Columbina wrapped one arm around Sandrone's waist, her chin resting lightly on the top of Sandrone's head, warm breath brushing her ear. The room was silent, only their breathing intertwined the air, filled with a faint sweetness and warmth. Sandrone closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the rising and falling chest, her heart both tight and at ease. After a moment, Columbina said softly, Sandrone, I'm so happy today. Sandrone's voice was muffled against Columbina's chest, a slight tremor in her reply. Me too. Columbina bent down and placed a gentle kiss on the top of Sandrone's head, as if silently reciprocating her feelings. Feeling the warm touch, Sandrone's cheeks grew slightly hot, but she only wished to lie quietly like this, nestled together, savoring the peace of the moment. Columbina lowered her head to look at her, gently playing with her strands of hair, appearing either bored or deliberately teasing her. After a moment, she suddenly spoke softly, Sandrone. Sandrone responded dully, not. Columbina's lips curled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of elusive amusement. Who just said? It was only. Sandrone was taken aback, quickly realizing she was referring to the necklace, her face turning crimson in an instant. Instinctively, she buried her head a bit deeper, murmuring softly, You don't say that. Columbina chuckled lightly, her fingers sliding from the top of her head to her chin, gently lifting her face to force her to look at her. What's wrong? Afraid to admit it. Sandrone was compelled to meet her gaze, her eyes evasive, her ears burning, her voice barely audible. I didn't. Columbina moved a little closer, her voice lowering slightly, carrying a gentle pressure, yet tender enough to make one's heart race. Then say it while looking at me. Sandrone's breath became erratic, her fingers instinctively grasping Columbina's clothing, wanting to hide, but unable to. She could only muster the courage to say softly, just for you to see. As soon as she finished speaking, her face ignited like it was set ablaze, turning crimson, and she immediately buried her head back into Columbina's embrace, letting out a quiet, Columbina chuckled softly, tightening her arms a bit, holding her securely, resting her chin lightly on the top of her head, her tone filled with satisfaction and a touch of pride. Now that's obedient. Sandrone nuzzled against her, gently protesting softly, You don't always do this. Do what? Columbina feigned ignorance. Sandrone pondered for a moment before managing to say, Always. Bullying me. Columbina's smile deepened, her fingers lightly patting her back, her voice softening. Then do you want to retaliate? Sandrone was taken aback, looking up at her, her eyes sparkling for a moment, but quickly turning red again as she averted her gaze, muttering softly, Humph. It's not the right time yet. A moment of silence passed. We have class in the afternoon. Sandrone's voice still carried a hint of sleepiness. She rubbed her face, deliberately avoiding Columbina's gaze, and got up to walk into the bathroom. After the door closed, she stood in front of the mirror, casually adjusting her collar, but froze in the next moment. The faint red mark on the side of her neck was too obvious, and she instinctively leaned in for a closer look, quickly realizing the situation. Her face instantly heated up. It's too obvious. She murmured, reaching to pull at her collar, only to find it impossible to cover up, biting her lip in frustration. She thought for a moment, suddenly feeling as if she had grasped a lifeline, turning to rummage through the storage box beside her. What are you doing? Columbina's voice came from outside the door. Foundation. Sandrone replied hurriedly, applying some should help conceal it. She quickly found a small bottle of foundation, opened it, and carefully used her fingers to press down on the mark bit by bit in front of the mirror. Her movements were light, as if she were hiding a secret that shouldn't be discovered. The color gradually faded, and she leaned in to take a look, her tone uncertain, it seems. Okay. The door was pushed open, and Columbina leaned against the doorframe to glance in, her tone casual. You can still see it up close. Sandrone's movements paused for a moment, slowly turning to look at her. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You could apply another layer. Sandrone was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling stifled, and could only sulkily add 2 more layers, managing to conceal the mark a little better this time. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, and before she could put away the foundation, Columbina had already walked over, gently lifting her chin to turn her face to the side. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a light touch on the side of her neck. The sensation was soft, yet clearly intentional. The air fell silent for a moment. Sandrone froze, and in the next second her face turned completely red as she stepped back abruptly. Columbina. I just concealed it. Columbina had already stepped back, leaning against the wall, looking at her with a faint smile. It's now even more obvious. Sandrone took a deep breath, turning back to the mirror to reapply her foundation, her movements becoming a bit. As she covered the mark, she quietly complained, We're going to be late. If I'm seen, I'm done for. After finally managing to fix it somewhat, she stopped, carefully inspecting her reflection in the mirror, and only sighed in relief when she confirmed it was not too obvious. However, the redness on her face didn't fade at all. She bit her lip and softly said, It's all your fault. The person behind her lazily responded. Mine. Sandrone stared at her reflection for a moment, feeling a bit more at ease. She reached up to touch her neck, still feeling a bit uneasy, and finally let out a gentle sigh. She lowered her head to untie the delicate chain around her neck, removing the necklace. The metal clinked lightly, producing a soft sound. They'll not wear it for now, she said softly, as if making an excuse to herself. Columbia stood by watching her, without saying much, only extending her hand to take the necklace when Sandrone offered it. Her movements were natural as she stored the chain away and walked over to place it beside the bed. "They'll keep it for you." Her tone was calm, as if stating the most ordinary thing. Sandrone nodded, not saying anything more, instinctively raising her hand to adjust her collar, ensuring that nothing inappropriate was exposed before turning to head for the door. The two of them exited the dormitory one after the other. People were already coming and going in the corridor, the time for afternoon classes approaching, the atmosphere quieter than in the morning, but still tinged with a sense of urgency. Sandrone subconsciously slowed her pace, as if trying to maintain a deliberate distance. Columbia quickly walked up beside her, saying nothing, just matching her rhythm. The two walked side by side. Not too far, not too close. Yet it carried an indescribable hint of ambiguity. As they descended the stairs, Sandrone unconsciously tugged at her collar, her gaze a bit distracted, as if she felt someone might notice something. Columbia glanced at her, and suddenly spoke. "No one will be staring at your neck all the time." Her tone was calm, yet it felt as if she could see through what Sandrone was thinking. "I'm not paying attention to that," Sandrone retorted immediately, but her voice was slightly lower than usual. Columbia didn't expose her further, just chuckled lightly. The two continued walking towards the teaching building. The sunlight cast long shadows in the corridor. The classroom ahead had its door open, and there were already people sitting inside. Sandrone's footsteps hesitated slightly, as if feeling a bit nervous before stepping in, but she still lifted her foot and walked inside. Columbia followed closely behind her, as if nothing had happened, yet as if everything had already occurred. Sandrone kept her head down carefully, ensuring no one noticed the marks on her neck. She adjusted her collar, her mind still lingering on the morning's little incidents. Columbia quietly slipped into the seat beside her. Casually placing her bag under the desk, her gaze occasionally drifted towards Sandrone, as if secretly observing her every subtle movement. Sandrone inwardly grumbled. She simply wanted to conceal the marks, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being closely watched by Columbia. Her cheeks warmed slightly, but she dared not meet her eyes. The classroom bell rang, and the teacher began the lesson. Sandrone's thoughts still wandered, involuntarily drifting to the necklace at noon, and to the moment when Columbia confessed her feelings and gently pulled her into an embrace. She silently reminded herself to focus on the class now. Yet those tender, ambiguous fragments kept surfacing in her mind. Columbia seemed to sense her distraction. With a soft smile, Columbia lowered her head and earnestly opened her textbook, but from the corner of her eye she occasionally stole glances at Sandrone. The first period slipped by almost unnoticed. Still immersed in her classroom reverie, Sandrone didn't notice Columbia gently poking her. "Let's go to P.E. class," Columbia said with a smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Sandrone rubbed her temples, coming back to reality, and nodded. The two left the classroom one after another, heading downstairs to line up. In the corridor, faint sunlight slanted through the windows, casting patches of light on the floor. When they reached the ground floor stairwell, Columbia suddenly tugged Sandrone's hand and pulled her into a small corner. The spot was dark, with only a sliver of light filtering through the stair gaps. The space was cramped and quiet, the sounds from upstairs barely audible. Sandrone was momentarily startled, her heart both nervous and shy. Columbia stood very close, her back blocking most of the light. Her breathing became distinctly clear in the confined space. "What's wrong?" Columbia asked in a low voice, amusement lacing her tone. Sandrone's heart raced as she wanted to answer, but words failed her. She could only steal a glance upward. Columbia gently pulled Sandrone's hand, drawing her a little closer. Sandrone's heart tightened, and her breath unconsciously quickened. "Don't be shy," Columbia whispered with a soft laugh, her fingertips lightly tracing Sandrone's waist as if teasing. Sandrone's face instantly flushed, as red as a ripe apple. She opened her mouth, but could only muster a faint, almost inaudible "idiot." Columbia leaned even closer, her warm, playful breath falling on Sandrone's ear. "So cute." Sandrone lowered her head, afraid to look yet unable to resist, secretly observing every movement. She thought to herself, she only wanted to escape, yet here she was. The space was narrow and still, filled only with their breathing. Even the footsteps from upstairs seemed distant. Sandrone's hand lightly gripped the hem of her shirt, as if clinging to her reason, yet she couldn't help feeling the warmth of Columbia's proximity. Columbia smiled softly, her fingers gently brushing the back of Sandrone's hand, as if testing or teasing. "Don't hide. I like you like this." Sandrone's heartbeat quickened, her gaze flickered, but gradually she relaxed, savoring the intimacy and ambiguity of the moment. A smile curling at the corners of her lips, Columbia gently pressed Sandrone against the wall. In the cramped space, they were almost pressed together. Sandrone felt the wall at her back, her breathing becoming hurried. You just love to bully me," Sandrone muttered under her breath, her voice laced with fluster, a hint of helplessness and shyness. Columbia drew closer, a mischievous curl on her lips, her fingertips gliding lightly over Sandrone's waist, gentle, yet teasing. "Be good now." When the two emerged from the stairwell, Sandrone kept her head down, her face flushed crimson, as if she had just experienced something that made her heart race. Columbia walked beside her, her hand hanging naturally, and just below her wrist a faint shallow bite mark was visible, appearing and disappearing. Walking ahead, Columbia turned her head slightly and said with a smile, "The little kitten is misbehaving." It hurts so much. Her tone carried a mix of feigned complaint and playfulness. Sandrone looked up, her face still red, and glared at her angrily, muttering, "You bully me, and then act like you were the wronged one." Her voice held obvious grievance and resentment, yet also a hint of timidity. Her eyes seemed both accusatory and pleading. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt. Her mind replayed the moment in the stairwell, her heart racing, her cheeks growing ever redder. Columbina watched Sandrone's flustered yet aggrieved expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, her smile carrying a tenderness and pride, as if savoring the effect of her teasing. Sunlight spilled over the playground. The students had already lined up. Sandrone kept her head down, a faint blush still on her cheeks, quietly falling in line behind Columbina, trying not to attract attention. Columbina walked with ease, occasionally glancing back at her from the corner of her eye, a gentle smile on her lips, making Sandrone's heart beat faster involuntarily. The teacher quickly called roll and announced free time. The playground instantly buzzed with shouts and laughter, but in their world everything grew still, leaving only the two of them. Columbina took Sandrone's hand and led her to a bench on the edge of the playground. She sat down casually, placing her hands on her knees, sunlight glinting softly on her hair. Sandrone sat beside her, unconsciously clutching the hem of her shirt, her heart both nervous and yearning to pour out her. She spoke softly, her voice low, "Columbina, what if one day you stop liking me?" Columbina looked into Sandrone's eyes, her gaze firm and tender. She reached out gently, taking Sandrone's hand. "I will always like you, Sandrone." Sandrone froze, her heart feeling as if it had been illuminated by a warm light. She whispered, "Mm." The blush deepened, her palms grew warm, and the two sat together in silence. The sounds on the playground ebbed and flowed. Someone running, someone laughing, the thud of a basketball echoing, and then time seemed stretched as if an age had passed. The wind came and went. They never moved. Until the bell rang abruptly, its crisp chimes spreading across campus in ripples. Sandrone seemed startled, lifting her head gently. Columbina too snapped back to reality, her gaze still lingering on Sandrone, as though she had just finished speaking that sentence. Students on the playground began trickling toward the assembly point, the scattered ranks slowly merging back together. Voices called names, people searched for their spots, the noise growing chaotic. "Let's go, time to assemble." Columbina stood up, brushed off her clothes, and looked back at her. Sandrone nodded, rising slowly, as if suppressing some emotion. They walked shoulder to shoulder toward the formation. The crowd squeezed together, and they found their places. The distance between them was neither near nor far. Their hands brushed occasionally, but neither made a deliberate effort to touch. The teacher briefed them briefly, confirmed the head count, then waved them off. The ranks dispersed, and the crowd began to flow. A crosswind lifted her hair. They returned to the classroom, which was already in an uproar. Fresh from PE class, everyone was still wound up, some chatting, some slumped lazily over their desks. As they each sat down and pulled their chairs closer, her phone buzzed. Sandrone glanced down. It was a notice from the student council group. She was to report to the council room after school. Before she could speak, she felt someone watching her. Looking up, she met Columbina's gaze. They exchanged a look, said nothing, only nodded slightly to each other, then averted their eyes as if nothing had happened. The afternoon classes slipped by. The teacher lectured from the front. Occasionally a page turned. Sandrone's mind wandered several times, her gaze drifting unconsciously sideways, but she always pulled it back quickly. When the bell rang, the classroom exhaled in relief. Columbina stood up, glanced at her. "Coming?" "Yeah." They walked out together. The hallway was crowded. They walked side by side. At first nothing special, but as they walked, their fingers accidentally brushed. Neither pulled away. The touch paused for a moment, then very naturally their fingers interlaced. Neither spoke. They simply held hands, all the way to the student council room door. At the door they released their hands. Inside, many had already arrived. They didn't push forward, instead they found a spot in the corner, sitting close together. Sandrone placed her hand on the table, tapping her fingertips lightly, as if to distract herself. Columbina leaned over and gently brushed her hand. She paused, glanced at her, then withdrew her hand and placed it under the table, as if to retreat. Columbina smiled and also lowered her hand. When she touched Sandrone's hand under the table, she didn't grab it immediately. She simply pressed against it softly, then slowly intertwined her fingers. Fingers locked. Sandrone didn't move, but after a moment her fingers gently responded. Above the table, everything was quiet and unreadable. But under the table, neither let go. In the student council meeting room, everyone sat primly. The chairperson stood at the front, speaking steadily about the arrangements. "We might need a few members tonight to collate the data from Culture Open Day." As the words fell, some began murmuring. Sandrone frowned instinctively. She wasn't good at such tasks and already felt like backing out. Columbina sat beside her, also not raising her hand, her gaze occasionally flickering towards Sandrone. The chairperson scanned the list and happened to call Columbina's name. She froze for a second, wanting to decline, but the chairperson's eyes were firm. "Please, you did excellent record-keeping." Columbina's lips twitched slightly as she bowed her head, let out a soft sigh, and acquiesced. Sandrone watched her, gave a faint smile, as if to say it was fine, but a trace of loneliness glimmered in her eyes. Columbina leaned sideways close to her ear and whispered softly, "Be good. We'll be back soon." Her voice was gentle and low, laced with reassurance. Then she lifted her head, looking at Sandrone with a tender gaze, as if offering an unspoken promise that inexplicably. After the meeting ended, Columbina and Sandrone walked to the door together. "Go eat first," Columbina murmured, her voice soft. Then go back to the dorm and wait for me. Sandrone nodded lightly, her voice barely audible. Okay. She began walking down the corridor, each step slow as if reluctant. Every now and then she looked back, her eyes carrying a glimmer of hope mixed with hesitation. Columbina stood still, smiling at her retreating figure, a faint curve on her lips, yet she said nothing. Only when Sandrone disappeared around the corner did Columbina let out a soft sigh and turn toward the student council office. Now only a few scattered footsteps and the sunlight streaming through the windows remained in the hallway. Sandrone didn't go to the cafeteria. She walked slowly back to the dorm, her heart feeling hollow yet tinged with anticipation. Back in the dorm, she closed the door and leaned lightly against it, replaying the earlier moments, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her shirt. Sunlight seeped through the curtains onto the floor. The room was so quiet that only her soft breathing could be heard. She sat by the desk, her gaze involuntarily falling upon its surface, thinking of Columbina's smile. Her heart felt warm, yet also empty. Sandrone's eyes landed on the two catgirl figures on the desk. She reached out and picked them up, turning them gently, observing their delicate details. The cool texture against her fingertips made her heart tremble slightly. After a moment, she set the figurines back down, moving softly, as if afraid to disturb something. Then she slowly rose and walked to Columbina's desk, sitting down in the chair. She sat blankly, her body leaning forward slightly, her fingers tracing aimlessly across the desktop. At some point, her hand brushed the edge of a drawer, and following the motion, gently pulled it open a crack. Her movements were light and cautious, as if fearful that any sound might stir the whole room. The drawer slid open softly. Her hand slowly reached inside, her fingertips touching the contents. Strangely, her heart felt calm, only a curious sense of furtive exploration. She lowered her head, her gaze tracing the items in the drawer, her expression focused yet tinged with an unconscious tenderness and hesitation. The room was silent save for the faint friction of the drawer and her shallow breaths. Sandrone carefully took the diary out of the drawer, her palms slightly sweaty, feeling a mix of confusion and hesitation about whether she should look at it. Holding the diary, she felt the smooth texture of the cover under her fingertips, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, as if something was quietly tapping at her heart. Finally, she slowly opened the first page. She said, "The moon is beautiful. She cares about me. I am really loved." The words struck her heart like a warm current. Sandrone's face instantly flushed crimson, her fingers trembling slightly, as she turned the pages, unsure if she could continue reading. Yet the words on the next page silently beckoned her, compelling her to keep flipping. "I spent a night at her place. It feels so good to sleep holding her. Does she like me, eh?" Sandrone felt as if her heart was gently prodded, like being tapped by a small hammer, each sentence making her face warmer and her ears subtly flush. Her fingers tightened around the diary, cold and hot at the same time, as if her entire being was being stirred by her breath quickened, her gaze lingered too long on every line, yet she couldn't help but want to turn the pages faster, her heart in chaos, but unable to resist immersing herself in it. The room was silent, sunlight streaming through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on the pages of the diary, softened. Sandrone lowered her head, almost pressing against the diary, her heart racing, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edges of the pages, as if touching a tender secret. Sandrone was stunned for a moment, still clutching the diary, her cheeks slightly flushed. She pursed her lips, unable to suppress a small laugh, her voice soft and shy. "What a silly girl." As she said this, her heart felt as if it had been gently touched, warmth surging in her chest. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, her eyes brightening. Her hand reached for the red pen on Columbia's desk, lightly grasping it, her fingertips trembling slightly, but filled with determination. She flipped to a new page in the diary, carefully writing, "I like you too, silly." Then she added in the next line, Finally, she wrote a small line at the bottom, both playful and serious, "Your girlfriend who loves you." At that moment, she felt as if she had accomplished something significant, leaning back in her chair and exhaling deeply. The room was quiet, only her breathing was audible, her fingers gently caressing the diary's cover, as if confirming that she had truly done this. After an unknown amount of time, she slowly stood up, her footsteps light, as if afraid to disturb the air. Walking to the desk, she suddenly remembered something and took out her phone, her palms still a bit sweaty. She lowered her head, and as the screen lit up, her fingers quickly typed, "Silly, I miss you." After sending the message, she gently placed her phone down, leaning back in her chair, closing her eyes, her lips curling into an unmistakable sweet smile, feeling warm inside with a hint of anticipation. Columbina was busy organizing the documents on her desk when her phone vibrated. She looked down to see a message from Sandrone, "Silly, I miss you." Her lips curved into a slight smile, her fingertips brushing over the screen, her heart feeling like it was struck by a small current, a gentle blush blooming on her cheeks. She chuckled softly, as if speaking to herself, yet also responding to the flutter in her heart. "The silly girl thought of me." Her fingers quickly typed, "I miss you too." After sending it, she leaned back in her chair, her gaze falling on the desk, yet her mind unconsciously conjured Sandrone's image. The light in the room streamed through the curtains, warmly illuminating her, as if reflecting the sweetness in her heart. She reached out her hand, unconsciously brushing over the faint bite mark, which felt like a reminder, a silent covenant, making her heart both mischievous and tender. Sandrone stared at the message on her phone screen, her finger hovering in the air, yet she did not reply immediately. She remained silent for a moment, her heart bubbling with small waves, feeling a bit shy. She slowly stood up and walked to Columbia's bed, her movements gentle and natural, as if returning to a familiar harbor. Gently lifting the covers, she laid down on her side, enveloped in warmth and softness. Buried in the quilt, her fingers unconsciously caressed the sheets and pillow, as if feeling Columbia's lingering presence, the familiar and intimate scent, stirring her heart. Her breathing gradually steadied, her eyelids becoming heavy, yet her heart still fluttered with sweet emotions, as if gently surrounded by soft tides. Unknowingly, she slipped into a dream in this tender haven, her face showing a clear smile, her lips slightly apart. In her breath, she softly murmured someone's name, intermittently, hazily, as if even her dreams were calling. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, softly falling on the bed, illuminating her hair, reflecting her peaceful and content expression, as if the entire room was enveloped in her sweet aura. Columbia looked at her phone screen. The message had been sent, but Sandrone did not reply immediately. A slight smile tugged at her lips, but there was also a hint of helplessness. With a soft sigh, she put her phone away, her fingers brushing over its cold surface, as if still feeling the warmth of the message she had just sent. She thought to herself, it's fine, no worries, if I finish my tasks early I can go back and keep her company. So she lifted her head, looking at the documents and materials on the desk, taking a deep breath, organizing her thoughts to focus. Her movements were swift and determined, yet her eyes held a gentle light, as if secretly anticipating the moment of reunion with Sandrone. The sky gradually darkened, the light outside soft and tranquil. Columbia remained seated at her desk, the materials spread out before her, the pen slowly moving across the paper. Her movements slowed, her shoulders slightly lifted, as if feeling a hint of fatigue. Leaning gently against the back of her chair, she took out her phone, her fingertips lightly brushing the screen, unlocking it, and opening the photo album. She opened a photo revealing her and Sandrone's first picture together. In the photo, Sandrone had her arms crossed, looking displeased and stubborn, but it was this expression that made Columbia's lips involuntarily curl upward. She gently extended her hand, tracing Sandrone's face on the phone screen with her fingertip, as if feeling that familiar warmth, her heart swelling with warmth. Recalling the events of that day, Sandrone's slightly furrowed brow and upturned lips, her proud, yet adorable demeanor, made her unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Her fingers lingered on the screen for a long time, as if silently guarding this small memory, also secretly expressing the longing in her heart. Having finally sorted out the last piece of data, Columbia gently closed the file, her fingertips pausing on the desk for a moment, as if confirming that everything was finished. She stood up, stretching her slightly aching shoulders, and spoke a brief word to the members still in the office. Her voice was quiet, but carried the relief of relaxation. I'm heading out first. As she stepped out of the student council office, night had already fallen. The campus streetlights lit up one by one, casting warm yellow light on the ground, stretching the shadows long. The evening breeze was a little cool, gently brushing through her hair, also clearing her mind. As she walked, Columbia took out her phone from her pocket. The screen lit up. She tapped on the chat, her finger paused for a moment, then typed, I'll be right back. As if it wasn't enough, she added, have you really eaten? After sending it, she stared at the screen for a few seconds. There was no reply. She gave a light, helpless smile, and murmured to herself, still not replying. Her steps, which had been heading toward the dormitories, standing under the streetlight, she pondered for a moment, then, as if struck by an idea, turned and walked in another direction. The convenience store's lights shone exceptionally bright in the night. As she pushed the door open, the chime rang out crisp and clear, and a wave of warmth and the aroma of food washed over. She walked slowly between the shelves, her gaze sweeping over rows of snacks, her movements unhurried, yet carrying a sense of familiar selection. Finally, she picked up a bag of malted milk balls, then stopped at the Odin counter and selected a few steaming items, 2 grilled sausages, 2 rice balls, and 2 bottles of strawberry milk. At the checkout counter, she placed everything down with practiced ease, as if long accustomed to preparing these things for someone. After paying, she walked out of the convenience store with the bag, the night breeze again brushing against her face, carrying a slight chill. She glanced down at the bag in her hand, then took out her phone to check. The chat interface remained silent, no reply. Columbia smiled helplessly, but her eyes were tender. She whispered softly, silly kitty. Must have fallen asleep. She put the phone away, picked up the bag, and walked a little faster than before, as if she finally had a clear destination. When she reached the dormitory door, her steps unconsciously softened. Using one hand, she fished the key out of her pocket, moving slowly, as if afraid to make too much noise. With a soft click, the door gently opened. The room was unlit, with only the faint moonlight streaming in through the window, softening and quieting everything. She paused at the doorway for a moment, her gaze quickly landing on the bed. A familiar figure lay peacefully under the slightly raised quilt. Columbia closed the door, still moving with care. She placed the bag on the table and approached the bed step by step. As she drew closer, she could see clearly. Sandrone was curled up under the blanket, her face buried in the pillow, only a slightly flushed cheek visible, breathing evenly and peacefully. She seemed deeply asleep, her brows relaxed, lacking her usual hint of pride, instead appearing exceptionally sweet. Columbia stood by the bed for a while, her eyes slowly growing tender. She sat gently on the edge of the bed, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to brush aside the stray strands of hair from Sandrone's face. Her fingertips accidentally grazed her cheek, warm and soft. Just then Sandrone stirred slightly, as if sensing something in her dream. Her brow furrowed faintly, then quickly relaxed. Her lips moved softly, her voice quiet and indistinct. Columbia. Columbia's hand paused slightly. She lowered her head, leaning in closer, almost brushing against her breath, and whispered in reply, "I'm here." Her voice was as soft as the wind settling in the night. Sandrone did not wake, only instinctively burrowed deeper into the blanket, as if drawing closer to that familiar presence. Columbia watched her and couldn't help but smile. She gently tugged at the quilt, wrapping her up more snugly, and murmured, "You fell asleep waiting for me." Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, but more than that, endearment. She sat by the bed, not immediately leaving. The room was quiet, moonlight falling between them, as if gently freezing this moment. After a while, she stood up to tidy the things she had bought. Columbia walked to her own desk and sat down quietly. The room was dim, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window. She fumbled on the desk and pressed the switch. The desk lamp flicked on. Warm yellow light spread across the desk, illuminating the small surrounding area softly and quietly, casting her shadow gently behind her. She instinctively glanced at Sandrone on the bed, confirming she was still asleep before turning her attention back. She pulled open the drawer with practiced ease. Her fingertips quickly found the familiar diary. She took it out, placed it under the lamp, and paused for a moment on the cover. In habitual hesitation, she opened it. The pages looked exceptionally soft in the lamplight, rustling faintly as she turned them. She flipped to the latest page, ready to write, but her gaze suddenly stopped. 2 lines written in red ink lay quietly there. "I like you too, silly, very much, very much." Columbia's whole body, the warm light fell on those words, and also in her eyes, making that instant of emotion acutely clear. Her hand holding the pen unconsciously tightened, and her heartbeat stumbled faintly. She stared at those lines for a long time, her breath slowing, but her heart growing increasingly tender. After a while, she let out a soft breath. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted. She let out a quiet laugh, her voice soft. "Seems a naughty little kitty has discovered a little secret." She picked up the pen again and continued writing below that line. Under the lamplight, her handwriting appeared exceptionally earnest and gentle. "Today I was truly happy. Sandrone agreed to be my girlfriend. She even fed me cake. She leaned in my embrace." After writing a bit more, the pen tip paused softly. Just as she was about to close the diary, her peripheral vision caught the very bottom. "Your loving girlfriend." Her eyes softened. Under the soft glow of the desk lamp, that line seemed quiet, yet exceptionally real. Without hesitation, she wrote, "Columbia, who loves you for a lifetime." After finishing, she looked down at the 2 lines side by side, a gentle smile in her eyes. The lamplight settled quietly on the page and on the faint upward curve of her lips. After a moment, she gently closed the diary. She put it back in the drawer, pushing it shut softly, while the desk lamp remained on. Leaning back in her chair, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the person on the bed. Columbia rose, her steps light, as she slowly approached the bedside. She sat down beside the bed, remaining silent at first, quietly observing Sandrone for a moment. The light fell from the side, casting a soft outline around her. Even her breathing seemed gentle. Sandrone was curled under the covers, her face buried within, revealing only a few strands of hair and slightly flushed earlobes, looking adorably innocent. Columbia couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. Just as she wanted to look a little longer, she suddenly remembered the items on the table. Just bought, and still warm. If left for a while longer, it would no longer be appetizing. She sighed softly, a bit reluctant to disturb. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out, gently poking Sandrone's face with her fingertip. Soft. Sandrone moved slightly, letting out a muffled "mm." The sound carried the sticky sensation of just. Columbia immediately burst into laughter, unable to suppress her amusement. She leaned down a bit closer and softly called in her ear, "Sandrone, wake up." The warm breath brushed against her ear gently. Sandrone seemed to be touched by something, her brow slightly furrowing and her eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes slowly opened a crack. Her vision was still somewhat blurred. She could only see a face so close it seemed almost unreal under the light. Her mind clearly paused for a moment. The next second, almost as a reflex, "Columbia." Her voice suddenly she abruptly yanked the blanket, curling up inside and burying her face completely within. The movement was seamless, like a frightened kitten. After 2 seconds, a muffled voice came from under the blanket, still carrying a hint of morning hoarseness. "What are you doing? You scared me." The ending was soft, tinged with an unnatural fluster. Columbia looked at the bulging blanket, unable to help but laugh again. She gently patted the blanket, her tone carrying a hint of coaxing. "It's your fault for not replying to my messages." After a pause, she added softly, "I thought you were ignoring me." The blanket went quiet for a moment, as if digesting her words. Sandrone pulled down the blanket slightly, exposing half her face. She looked at Columbia, her expression still a bit dazed, yet carrying a hint of shy amusement, softly saying, "Sorry, I fell asleep." Columbia gazed at her appearance, her eyes unconsciously softening, and she chuckled gently. Her tone carried a hint of indulgence. "I know you haven't eaten yet. Come on, get up and eat something." After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the desk. Sandrone paused for a moment, quickly getting up as well, simply tidying her somewhat messy hair, before sitting down beside Columbia, her movements hurried yet natural. Columbia opened the bag, taking out the items one by one: 2 rice balls, 2 bottles of strawberry milk, and a bag of Miley Sue. She then pulled out Odin from another bag, steam gently rising, and placed 2 grilled sausages on the table. She pushed these towards Sandrone, her movements ordinary yet thoughtful. Sandrone stared at the items on the table, momentarily stunned, as if something had lightly touched her heart, warmth gradually spreading within. Instead of reaching for the food, she suddenly leaned forward, wrapped her arms around Columbia, burying her face in her chest, her voice muffled. yet clearly filled with dependence. I like you the most. Columbia paused slightly, then chuckled softly. She returned the embrace, one hand resting on Sandone's back, patting it slowly and gently, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness, yet unmistakable warmth. Silly, why don't you go eat properly instead of starving here? Sandrone didn't reply immediately. She remained quiet in her embrace for a moment. Slowly she lifted her head, their faces close together, looking at Columbia, her expression gradually becoming serious, as if she were about to say something very important. Because I don't want to be alone, she whispered, her tone hesitant but unwavering. I don't want to be apart from Columbia. Not even for a second. The air fell silent for a moment. Columbia lowered her head to look at her gaze gradually softening. She didn't speak immediately, but gently raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against Sandone's cheek, her movements tender and restrained. She replied softly. Then she leaned in a little closer, her voice dropping low, almost just between the two. Me too. After they finished eating, simply the warmth on the table gradually dissipated. Columbia tidied up a bit, looking up at Sandrone, her tone natural. Go take a shower now. Sandrone nodded, turning to grab her clothes before heading into the bathroom. The sound of water soon echoed. Columbia sat at the bedside, casually taking out her phone and opening a novel to read. The light from the screen reflected on her face as she occasionally flipped through the pages, her expression calm and relaxed. It wasn't long before the sound of water from the bathroom stopped. The door was gently pushed open. Sandrone walked out. She had changed into a loose bathrobe, her hair still somewhat damp, a few strands sticking to the side of her face, carrying the refreshing scent of just washed hair. She walked up to Columbia and stood still, softly saying, I'm ready, you should go now. Columbia looked up at her. Her gaze lingered on her for a moment before slowly falling back to her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling up gently. Wearing this today, she said, her tone carrying a hint of ambiguous humor. Was it specifically to show me, or just something you grabbed casually? Sandrone suddenly froze for a moment, then hurriedly averted her gaze, flustered. Is it? I just grabbed it. She spoke a bit haltingly, her ears slowly turning red. I didn't mean to. Her voice grew softer, tinged with undeniable embarrassment. Columbia observed her with a deeper smile in her eyes. She gently pulled her a little closer. Casually, she whispered, her tone gradually lowering. Her gaze swept down slightly before returning to her face. Then why is the tie of this bathrobe? Her voice held a perfectly loose like this. Sandrone then realized, and her entire being froze for an instant. Her face turned bright red. She hurriedly looked down, then fumbled to adjust the tie of her robe, her movements a bit clumsy. You don't look, she said, waving her hands in a flustered manner, her whole demeanor quite unsettled. Go take a shower. Her voice was noticeably higher than before. After a pause, she added in a lower voice, as if emphasizing something, and I definitely didn't. The rest of her words trailed off, making it even more evident. Columbia looked at her like this, unable to suppress a laugh. She stopped teasing her, gently ruffling her hair. Her tone became gentle again. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She stood up, picked up her clothes, and walked toward the bathroom. As she passed by Sandrone, she softly left a remark. As the bathroom door closed, the sound of water soon echoed throughout the room. The space fell silent. Sandrone stood still, not moving immediately. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously pinching the edge of her robe while her mind replayed the words she had just heard. Wait for me. She was momentarily stunned, as if responding a beat too late. What does that mean? She mumbled softly, her voice barely audible. Her face gradually flushed. She stood for a while, feeling increasingly unsettled. It was obviously just an ordinary phrase, yet when he said it, she felt something was different. She gently bit her lip, her gaze drifting towards the bed before quickly averting. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Yet the more she thought about it, the faster her heart raced. She took a deep breath as if trying to calm herself. Then she slowly walked to the bedside. She stood for a second, not hesitating any longer. She lifted the blanket and lay down into it. Her movements appeared completely natural. The blanket still carried a hint of Columbia's scent. It was faint yet distinct. Her face instantly turned redder. I'm just lying down for a moment, she softly justified to herself. Then she turned over, burying her face into the pillow. After 2 seconds, she couldn't help but turn back. She stared. The sound of water continued. Yet her heart couldn't settle down at all. That feeling of nervous anticipation slowly. She glanced up at the head of the bed, as if suddenly recalling something. Her hand reached out and picked up the necklace that belonged. Her movement slowed. Her fingertips gently brushed over the chain, as if confirming something. Then she put it around her. The moment the icy touch met her skin, she shivered slightly. Her face turned even redder. She looked down, her breath becoming a bit erratic. What am I doing? Her voice was small, yet she didn't take it off. Instead, as if pushed by something, she slowly sat. She leaned against the headboard. The blanket was pulled up, covering just below her chest. The light fell softly, outlining. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out to gently adjust her robe. The already loose fabric slipped down slightly at one side due to her movement. It revealed a small patch of fair shoulder. Her collarbone was faintly visible in the light. She froze for a moment, as if finally realizing what she was doing. Her face turned bright red. Am I being too strange? She whispered, yet did not pull her clothes back. Instead, she maintained that posture. Leaning there, her fingers lightly gripped the edge of the blanket, her breath uneven. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the bathroom. The sound of water persisted. Yet she couldn't help but start to wonder, what expression would Columbia have when the door opened? As this thought emerged, she herself was taken aback for a moment. The next second her face turned even redder. Yet she did not avert her gaze, instead carrying a hint of uncontainable anticipation. After a while the bathroom door was pushed open. Columbia stepped out, drying her hair while walking out. Her expression still bore the relaxation of having just bathed. "Did you wait long?" As she spoke halfway she paused. Her gaze fell on the bed, landing on Sandrone. She clearly froze for a moment. Her gaze fixed, her throat moved slightly, as if she instinctively swallowed. The air fell silent. Sandrone leaned against the headboard, the blanket covering just below her chest. Her robe hung naturally one side, slipping down slightly, revealing her fragrant shoulder and collarbone. The necklace around her neck glimmered faintly in the light. Her face was already flushed, yet she did not shy away. She simply gazed at her, quiet and somewhat tense. Columbia stood there looking at her for a few seconds. Then she slowly lowered the towel. The atmosphere gradually shifted. Only then did she take a step forward, one step, then another. Her pace was slow, yet unwavering. "What is this?" Her voice dropped slightly, her gaze falling on the necklace around her neck. Sandrone's face was bright red, her lips quivered slightly, as if she wanted to say something, yet no sound came out. Her heart was a chaotic mess, unsure of what to say first or where to look. Columbia bent down slowly, approaching her gaze gentle yet firm. Her hands reached out, gently cradling Sandrone's face, her fingertips warm against her cheekbone. In that instant Sandrone's pupils dilated, her head felt as if it were frozen, and her body involuntarily stiffened slightly. Her heart thudded, as if wanting to leap out of her chest. Her breath quickened and her hands instinctively clutched the blanket, almost wanting to curl up. Yet she raised her head, held firmly in place by those warm hands, unable to escape. Columbia's face drew closer, her breath carrying a gentle warmth that brushed against Sandrone's face. It felt as if only the sound of their heartbeats remained in the air, the entire world quieted. Sandrone closed her eyes, her cheeks burning, as if about to ignite, her mind blank, except for a single thought: just like this, let her kiss me. Columbia's lips gently pressed against Sandrone's, tender, yet resolute, carrying a hint of exploration. Sandrone instantly froze, her breath quickened, her cheeks felt like they were melting. Her small hands unconsciously pressed against her chest, feeling that warmth, while also sensing the chaotic rhythm of her heartbeat. Sandrone's chest rose and fell rapidly, her breath growing more hurried, as if she were struggling to breathe. She gently tried to push Columbia away, her cheeks flushed, her lips trembling slightly, her eyes filled with panic. Columbia did not pull away, instead she leaned closer, pressing Sandrone down onto the bed, her warm body nearly enveloping every inch of her. The kiss continued, carrying a blend of tenderness and an undeniable firmness. Sandrone attempted to find a moment to breathe, moving her arm gently, yet in Columbia's warm embrace, she could hardly move. Just as she found a brief moment of space before she could even breathe, Columbia leaned in again, as if to tell her it's okay. Her lips were gentle yet resolute, with a hint of teasing that instantly accelerated Sandrone's heartbeat, making her breath even more hurried. Her chest felt as if it were pressed by a sweet tension, her entire consciousness nearly filled with that warmth, allowing her heartbeat and feelings to spread. Sandrone slightly closed her eyes, her cheeks burning fiercely, yet she couldn't help but be drawn in, her body leaning slightly towards Columbia, completely immersed in this ambiguous tenderness. Time seemed to fade away. Columbia's movements slowed down. She did not deepen the kiss any further, merely pausing gently, her lips still pressed against hers, their breaths gradually calming. Sandrone felt somewhat soft all over. She lay on the bed, her breath in disarray, her chest rising and falling violently, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her face was flushed unreasonably, her eyes slightly glistening, as if veiled by a thin layer of mist. She instinctively turned her head away a little, finally, catching a moment to breathe, taking gentle breaths. "You?" Her voice was soft as it escaped her lips. There was a slight tremor she could not control. Columbia looked down at her, the distance still very close. So close that she could clearly see the glimmer in her eyes. Columbia did not press forward again, merely gazing at her, her expression gradually softening. After a pause she finally spoke softly. "I'm sorry." It was very light, as if whispered directly to her, causing Sandrone to momentarily freeze. She had not yet reacted. Columbia's fingertips gently brushed against the side of her face, tucking away the slightly disheveled strands of hair. The motion was gentle, unlike the person from moments ago. "Did I hurt you?" she asked softly, again her tone carrying a hint of restrained control. Sandrone was taken aback. After realizing her face turned even redder, her hand slowly reached out from under the blanket, hesitating for a moment. Finally she gently grasped Columbia's clothing. The movement was small, but Columbia noticed it. The smile in her eyes deepened a bit, yet she said nothing. She simply leaned in a bit closer, embracing her gently. It was no longer the oppressive posture from before, just a quiet hug. Sandrone nestled in her arms, her breathing gradually calming down. Her face was still warm, yet her heartbeat softened little by little. She mumbled softly, "You were too much just now." Her tone seemed like a complaint, yet there was no anger in it. Columbia chuckled softly, her chin gently rubbing against the top of her head. "I was wrong," she acknowledged. Then she lowered her head and lightly brushed her lips against the corner of Sandrone's mouth. This time it was brief, as if to soothe. Sandrone stiffened up again, but did not push away. The room fell silent. Neither spoke again, the heartbeats gradually slowing down. Columbia gently released her, no longer teasing her, as if afraid she would tense up again. She got up from the bed, her footsteps light, walking to the wall to turn off the light. With a click, the room darkened, leaving only a faint glimmer of light coming from outside the window. Returning to the bed, she pulled back the covers and lay down. Sandrone had already curled up inside her hole, being quiet, still carrying a bit of lingering warmth. Columbia turned onto her side, facing her. In the darkness, her movements slowed. She reached out her hand, gently pulling Sandrone into her embrace. The strength was gentle, just enough to bring her a little closer. As if to confirm she was right there, Sandrone stiffened slightly. There were no other movements. Instead, she gradually leaned into Columbia's embrace. With her face against Columbia's shoulder, her breathing was still a bit erratic, but it was slowly stabilizing. Her hand was no longer hidden, just quietly resting between them, neither grasping tightly nor pulling away. At that moment, the sound of rain suddenly echoed from outside. At first, it was light, as if testing its descent. Soon the raindrops became denser, pattering against the window. The sound was not loud, yet very even. Like a rhythm, gradually unfolding, the room became quieter. Sandrone relaxed in her arms, her body no longer tense, even slightly leaning toward her. It felt like an unconscious reliance. Columbia glanced down briefly. Though she could not see her expression clearly, she could sense that Sandrone had calmed down. She said nothing, merely tightened her arms slightly. The motion was gentle, as if in response to her. The sound of rain continued, neither hurried nor slow, like a perfectly timed lullaby, gradually soothing the night. The rain kept falling, the patter like soft beats against the window. Sandrone woke up first. When she opened her eyes, there was still a bit of daze. After a few moments, her consciousness slowly returned to her body. She quietly watched Columbia, who was still sound asleep, her eyes holding a hint of a smile. She reached out her hand, gently caressing Columbia's cheek, her fingertips softly gliding over the skin, as if confirming she was truly by her side. Then she gently poked her lips with a finger, carrying a hint of playful mischief and tenderness. Sandrone smiled lightly, feeling an indescribable warmth within her heart. She quietly took out her phone to check the time, trying not to make a sound, fearing to wake Columbia. Seeing that it was still early, she gently sighed, put her phone down, and slowly buried her head back into Columbia's embrace. Her breath against Columbia's chest was warm and reassuring. She gently curled up her hand, casually resting on Columbia's waist, as if finding the safest place. The sound of rain, the quiet room, and the warmth in her arms gradually settled her heart. After a while, the room gradually brightened, and Sandrone stretched lazily. Columbia gently shook her playfully, reminding her that it was time to get up. Sandrone rubbed her eyes, and slowly sat up, her movements still carrying a hint of sleepiness. The two quickly washed up and tidied their clothes and bags. Outside, the rain was still falling, the fine raindrops tapping against the glass, casting a hazy glow. Columbia walked to the door and took a large black umbrella from the umbrella rack. She called for Sandrone to follow, gently locked the door, and the two slowly walked down the stairs. Reaching the entrance of the dormitory, Columbia opened the large umbrella. The raindrops were blocked by the canopy, but the sound of rain echoed in the moist air around them. She stepped into the rain, her other hand naturally reaching out to pull Sandrone closer to her. The movement, as natural. Sandrone leaned in, gently feeling the warmth and slight strength of Columbia's palm. The raindrops fell outside the umbrella's edge, splashing tiny droplets, and the entire world seemed to consist of just the two of them. The two walked slowly towards the school cafeteria, their steps leisurely. Upon entering the cafeteria, the warmth and aroma of food immediately enveloped them, causing them to relax unconsciously. The two grabbed 2 bottles of soy milk and 3 buns from the food counter, their movements natural, garnering no attention from. Finding a quiet corner to sit down, Sandrone picked up a bun and began to eat, her fingers gently pinching it occasionally, taking small bites, yet her gaze was always somewhat distant. Columbia sat quietly, as if deep in thought, her fingers occasionally tapping on the table, her eyes glancing towards Sandrone now and then. She softly spoke, her voice low and gentle, yet carrying a hint of probing. "Last night, were you doing it on?" Sandrone's face instantly flushed upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her composure. She looked at Columbia and replied lightly, "It was just that the robe was too loose." Her tone was steady, with barely any emotional fluctuation, yet her eyes concealed a hint of shyness. After speaking, Sandrone picked up another bun and directly stuffed it into Columbia's mouth, her movement natural and swift, her voice carrying a hint of a playful command. "Eat up, stop the chatter." Columbia was taken aback for a moment, but soon laughed, lowering her head to take a bite of the bun, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth, her gaze towards Sandrone soft and indulgent. After finishing breakfast, the two quickly tidied up and picked up their backpacks, preparing to head to the classroom. Columbia held up the large umbrella while Sandrone walked cautiously beside her, raindrops dripping from the edge of the umbrella onto the ground, producing a gentle sound. As they walked, the two hardly spoke, occasionally exchanging glances, and the air was filled with a tacit warmth. Sandrone gently gripped the strap of her backpack, but unconsciously leaned closer to the edge of Columbia's umbrella, feeling her presence. At the entrance of the classroom, Columbia carefully helped Sandrone avoid the rain, and they entered together, finding a seat to sit. A few raindrops still slid down from the branches outside the window into the classroom, landing on the windowsill and ticking softly, as if providing a soundtrack for the morning. After a while, the class bell rang, and the teacher walked up to the podium, announcing the name of today's lesson, The Heart's Direction, discussing life goals and happiness. Sandrone lowered her head to organize her books, yet her mind was still lingering on Columbia and the events of the morning. Columbia sat quietly beside her, occasionally glancing at her with gentle and steady eyes. The teacher began the lesson, posing the question in your life: what truly brings you happiness? What does your ideal life look like? The classroom fell silent, and the students began to discuss softly. Sandrone glanced at Columbia, who smiled lightly, her gaze filled with encouragement and warmth, making Sandrone's heart soften slightly. She murmured softly, "Having you by my side is happiness, isn't it?" Columbia did not respond immediately, merely nodding slightly, as she turned her gaze to the rain-washed morning scenery outside the window. As the discussion time began, the classroom quieted down, each person pondering their answers. One student spoke up first, saying, "I think happiness is playing for a lifetime." As the words fell, light laughter echoed in the classroom. Another student added, "I think happiness is having endless money." A few others couldn't help but whisper, creating a slightly relaxed atmosphere. Sandrone and Columbia sat together quietly, listening, without interjecting, their eyes occasionally meeting in gentle exchanges, as if sharing the soft ambience of the classroom in their hearts. Finally, another student said earnestly, "Striving to become the person you most want to be is the greatest happiness." The teacher nodded slightly, smiling in appreciation. "Very good." A light applause sounded in the classroom. After a moment, the teacher glanced at the time, saying, "Discussion time is over. Next, I will call on a few students to answer, so everyone prepare." The classroom immediately quieted, a tense yet expectant atmosphere enveloping the room. Sandrone quietly lifted her eyes to look at Columbia. They didn't speak, but both silently prepared themselves. By chance, the teacher called on Columbia. She gently raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the classroom. Finally landing on Sandrone, she smiled slightly and said, "I believe happiness is being with the person you like the most, caring for each other, and never parting ways." When she mentioned the person you like the most, Columbia's eyes subtly glanced at Sandrone, who was quietly gazing at her, momentarily caught off guard. Then Columbia withdrew her gaze, her tone still steady, but infused with a hint of tenderness. Sandrone's heart trembled slightly as she looked at Columbia, a smile unconsciously rising to her lips, her eyes shimmering softly, yet she remained silent, quietly absorbing her words. The teacher paused for a moment after hearing this response, not immediately commenting, and the classroom was so quiet that even the sound of flipping pages was distinctly audible. The next second, the teacher smiled and said, "Very good. Being with the person you like the most will indeed bring great happiness. Thank you, Columbia. You may sit down now." Columbia nodded slightly and gracefully returned to her seat, her movements elegant yet relaxed. As she sat down, she casually adjusted her books, her gaze instinctively scanning Sandrone, as if quietly confirming that she felt this happiness too. The class bell rang, its crisp sound resonating in the classroom, carrying a hint of relief. Sandrone turned her head, looking at Columbia, and smiled slightly, saying, "Your answer was quite good." Columbia's face also broke into a smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Thank you, Sandrone. Without you, I wouldn't know what happiness is, or how to answer." Her words were gentle, yet sincere, warming the heart. Sandrone, hearing this, felt a soft glow in her eyes, and nodded slightly, saying, "Then treat your happiness well." Her voice was warm, yet carried a sense of determination, a quiet promise. Columbia lowered her head, letting out a soft laugh, her fingers tracing the edge of the table, warmth swelling within her. Sandrone turned slightly, watching her silhouette, her eyes shining with tenderness, as if silently making a wish in her heart. The morning class soon passed, and the classroom gradually quieted down with the passage of time. The noon bell rang. Sandrone and Columbia still sat in their respective positions, the classroom now empty of students. Columbia glanced at Sandrone and quietly said, "Let's go." Sandrone leaned in slightly, her face close to Columbia's, her soft lips gently brushing against her cheek in a brief, yet tender motion, filling the air with warmth. Then she sat up straight, smiling as she said, "Let's go." Columbia was taken aback for a second, a soft glimmer flashing in her eyes, and then she stood up naturally, following Sandrone, silently staying close to her side. The two walked out of the classroom together, their footsteps echoing in the corridor, while the sound of rain filtered in from outside, gently tapping against the glass. Upon reaching the first floor of the teaching building, Columbia opened the black umbrella. The rain was still falling, showing no signs of stopping. Raindrops tapped against the surface of the umbrella, producing crisp sounds as the two walked side by side on the wet campus path, their shoulders lightly touching, creating a small world under the umbrella that felt warm and quiet. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they found a corner seat, quickly finished their meal, and after tidying up their trays, they returned to the dorm together, in perfect harmony, their steps light, the rain reflecting fragmented light on the campus. Once back in the dormitory, the door was gently closed, and the sound of rain outside became clearer. The patter echoed, falling on the windowsill and in their ears. Sandrone placed her backpack on the chair and lightly tidied her slightly damp hair, ends her movements gentle. Columbia stood by the door, putting away the umbrella, shaking off the droplets, and placing it on the rack to dry. She turned around to look at Sandrone, pausing for a moment. Sandrone noticed her gaze and looked up at her, asking, "What are you looking at?" Her tone was light, but carried a hint of a smile. Columbia inched closer, reaching out to gently tuck a strand of hair that had fallen against Sandrone's face behind her ear, her voice low, "Just now. In the classroom." She paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "Were you being intentional?" Sandrone was slightly taken aback, her eyes flickering, yet she did not shy away. Leaning against the table, she turned her head slightly, her tone very casual, "You didn't shy away either." The air fell silent for a moment, and the sound of rain suddenly became more pronounced. Columbia chuckled softly, not refuting, but inching closer, the distance between them narrowing naturally. So can I interpret this as? Before she could finish her sentence, Sandrone reached out, gently pressing her hand on Columbia's shoulder, pushing her back a little. The force was light, but it created just enough distance. Don't take advantage. Her tone remained calm, but her ears flushed slightly. Columbia looked at her, not moving closer, only her smile deepened. The two of them remained quiet for a moment. After a while, Sandrone sat on the edge of the bed, shifting slightly without speaking. Columbia glanced over and walked over to sit beside her. The rain outside tapped softly against the window, as if filling the silence. Sandrone looked down at her own hands, her fingertips twitching slightly, as though she were lost in thought. After a moment, she reached for the phone beside her and lit up the screen. It's still early, she murmured. Columbia turned her head and glanced at her. Why don't you get some sleep? Sandrone didn't answer right away. Instead, she leaned back and let herself fall onto the bed, her hair fanning out as she said, "You sleep first," she said in a flat tone. Columbia watched her for 2 seconds, then slowly lay down, as well, turning to face her. They were close enough to sense each other's breath. Sandrone had been looking at her phone, but gradually her focus began to drift. She turned her head and met Columbia's gaze. For a fleeting moment, their eyes locked. The silence in the air grew almost. Sandrone cleared her throat, lightly switched off her phone, tossed it aside, then turned over with her back to Columbia. "Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?" Her voice carried a hint of awkwardness. Columbia let out a soft laugh and shifted just a little closer. The mattress dipped slightly under the movement. She extended her hand slowly, and after a brief hesitation from Sandrone, gently placed it on her waist, not applying any pressure, just a touch. Sandrone's body stiffened faintly, but she made no move. She could feel the warmth against her side. After a few seconds, she leaned back, just a little, as if giving silent consent. Columbia's breath fell on the back of her neck, warm and soft. The rain outside continued its rhythm, slow and steady. Sandrone's fingers lightly gripped the edge of the blanket, then gradually relaxed. Her eyes slowly closed. After an unknown span of time, a phone alarm suddenly rang out, its crisp tone shattering the room's stillness. Sandrone furrowed her brows slightly, her lashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Startled by the sound, Columbia paused for a moment, then reached over to turn off the alarm. Neither spoke for a while, both quietly coming to their senses. "Time to go," Columbia said softly. She got up and picked up the black umbrella from near the door, still damp. Her fingers slid down its handle. Sandrone sat up and nodded lightly. A few strands of hair fell messily over her shoulder. She casually brushed them aside, but didn't pay much attention. They tidied themselves up briefly and left the room together. The door clicked shut with a sharp sound echoing clearly in the quiet corridor. As they stepped out of the dormitory building, the rain had grown noticeably heavier than at noon. Dense raindrops pounded the ground, splashing into tiny droplets, and the air was thick with a cold, damp chill. Columbia opened the umbrella, its surface rattling under the continuous assault of rain. Sandrone walked slightly ahead, naturally sheltered under most of the umbrella. Her gaze fixed on the path ahead, carefully avoiding puddles, her pace unhurried. Columbia trailed half a step behind, tilting the umbrella forward to cover more of Sandrone. As a result, part of the rain landed on her own shoulder. At first, only tiny drops. Gradually, the fabric darkened and clung to her skin. She said nothing, nor did she adjust the umbrella. She simply followed Sandrone's steps, maintaining that distance. The rain was loud, drowning out most other sounds. Sandrone focused on the road ahead, never looking back, unaware of what was happening behind her. All she felt was the quiet, steady shelter beneath the umbrella, as if she were being well cared for. Meanwhile, Columbia's gaze remained fixed on her silhouette, silent, intent, free of superfluous emotion. The rain continued to fall with no sign of stopping. Their figures slowly moved forward through the rain, gradually blurred by the mist. They walked all the way to the classroom door, leaving faint, watery footprints on the floor. When they pushed the door open, the room was already half full. Sandrone walked to her seat and sat down. Columbia naturally took the seat beside her, her movements as casual as always, without a word. The class bell rang soon after, its crisp tone gradually quieting the murmurs in the room. Sandrone lowered her head, rummaging through her bag for the textbook needed for the lesson. Her fingers flipped through the pages quickly, her attention fully absorbed. Just then Columbia turned her head slightly and let out a soft sneeze. The sound was so faint it was nearly drowned out by the surrounding chatter. She paused, her fingertips involuntarily tightening, pressing against the desk's cold surface. Columbia slowly raised her head, her expression returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. She exhaled lightly, straightening her back and sitting up properly. But the rain-dampened fabric still carried a chill again. Sandrone was still searching for her book. When she finally found it, she placed it on the desk and smoothed the corners, oblivious to her companion's state. The teacher entered the classroom, opened the textbook, and began the lecture. The room gradually fell silent, leaving only the sound of teaching and the occasional rustle of pages. Columbia kept her hands on the desk, her fingertips cool to the touch. She didn't rub them or pay them any mind, just listened quietly to the lesson. Her gaze occasionally drifted to the blackboard. Sometimes it would lightly sweep over the person beside her. Halfway through the class, the room was still, only the teacher's voice breaking the quiet. A faint, unnatural flush crept onto Columbia's face, and her breathing grew a little heavier than before. She bowed her head, eyes on the textbook, but her vision was hazy. The words seemed to tremble slightly. Her head felt heavy. She furrowed her brows slightly, fingers unconsciously pressing against her temple, her thoughts scattered. "Not good. I think I caught a cold from the rain." "It's fine. Can't let Sandrone worry. She thought silently to herself without uttering a word. Just then Sandrone turned her head and fixed her gaze on her. She stared for 2 seconds. Something felt off. Sandrone reached out and gently poked Columbina's shoulder with her fingertip, not hard, but with a hint of probing. What's wrong? She asked in a low voice. Columbina started slightly, as if pulled out of her own state. She raised her head and looked at Sandrone. The flush on her face hadn't fully faded, yet she still managed to smile, gentle and calm. Nothing. Her voice was a little light. She paused and added, just a bit sleepy. Her tone was as natural as if she truly had not rested well. Sandrone frowned, not speaking immediately. Her gaze lingered on Columbina's face for a moment, as if gauging the truth of her words. But Columbina had already lowered her head again, looking back at the textbook as if nothing had transpired. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Inside the classroom, everything went on as usual. After a while, Columbina's consciousness began to blur. Her head felt heavy, and her breathing became labored. She held on for a moment, but eventually laid her head gently on the table, burying her face in the crook of her arm. Her movements were light, barely attracting the attention of those around her. Sandrone was originally fiddling with a small mechanical device in her hands, her fingertips still rotating the parts, but her focus was gradually drawn to the commotion beside her. She stopped her hands. Her gaze fell on Columbina. Columbina. She leaned in a bit closer, her voice lowered. There was no response. Sandrone frowned slightly and reached out, gently touching Columbina's arm. Wake up. Still no reaction. This caught her off guard. Columbina rarely slept in class, let alone being unresponsive when called. A sense of unease slowly arose. Sandrone's fingers hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved to the exposed half of her face. The moment her fingertips touched Columbina's skin, she felt her body stiffen slightly. It was not a normal temperature. Almost instinctively, she moved her hand up to press it against Columbina's forehead. The temperature was even more pronounced, uncomfortably high. Sandrone's breath faltered slightly, her brow furrowing tightly. She quickly reached out, brushing aside the damp hair on Columbina's forehead, her hand pressed more firmly. That abnormal heat made her heart tighten. Why is it so hot? Her voice was low but clearly panicked. Her hand remained there, not pulling away, with her fingertips even applying slight pressure, as if to confirm this was not an illusion. Columbina still hadn't woken up, her breathing uneven and her cheeks flushed unnaturally. The classroom remained quiet, the teacher's voice echoing in the front. Sandrone's attention was now entirely focused on the person in front of her. Sandrone almost immediately raised her hand. Teacher. Her voice was restrained, but carried a hint of urgency. The teacher paused and looked over. She has a fever. I need to take her to the infirmary. The classroom fell silent, several gazes instantly shifting toward them. The teacher frowned slightly, then quickly nodded. All right, you all. Before finishing her sentence, Sandrone interjected, no need, I can manage alone. Her tone was not heavy but firm. The teacher hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Just be careful. Sandrone said no more and stood up. She bent down carefully, helping Columbina to sit up. Sit up a bit. Her voice softened significantly. Columbina didn't speak, but her body responded, slowly rising with Sandrone's help, appearing distinctly weak. In the next moment, she instinctively leaned against Sandrone. The weight pressed down upon her. Sandrone tightened her arm, quickly stabilizing Columbina. She adjusted her posture, allowing Columbia's arm to rest on her shoulder, leaning slightly closer to support her fully. The distance between them suddenly became very close. Close enough to clearly feel each other's burning body temperature. Sandrone's brow furrowed, even tighter. She didn't linger any longer, guiding Columbia step by step towards the exit. As they passed through the aisle in the center of the classroom, almost all gazes fell upon them. There were murmurs of concern. Sandrone, do you need help? She didn't stop at all, merely turned her head, forcing a polite smile. Thank you very much, but I can manage on my own. Her voice remained calm, but her grip on Columbia didn't loosen. They finally exited the classroom. The door gently closed behind them. Click. The hallway fell silent, devoid of those gazes. Sandrone's expression also darkened at that moment. She frowned, looking down at the person leaning on her shoulder, her voice low, but clearly emotional. Columbia. There was no response. Her breath hitched for a moment, and her tone unconsciously grew heavier. Why didn't you say you felt unwell earlier? Still no response. Columbia's head rested gently against her breathing somewhat irregular, as if trapped in a haze of consciousness. In that instant, Sandrone felt as if her breath was blocked. The words of reproach caught in her throat, unable to be spoken. She bit her lip, taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing her emotions. Forget it. Her voice lowered. She adjusted her posture once again, ensuring Columbia leaned more securely, tightening her grip slightly. The two of them slowly walked down the corridor. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. The sound of rain outside was still heavy, pattering against the glass in waves. Sandrone kept her head down, walking steadily step by step, as if guarding something, not daring to let go. They finally arrived at the infirmary door. Sandrone raised her hand and knocked on the door, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Please come in. The door was pushed open. The infirmary was quiet and bright, carrying a faint scent of disinfectant. The school nurse was sitting behind the desk, looking up. Sandrone almost immediately brought Columbia inside, but after taking just 2 steps, she sensed something was off. Columbia's steps faltered. Her body was clearly weakening. Sandrone paused, her brow furrowing tighter, her tone lowering. We need to take it slow. She adjusted her strength, supporting Columbia, more steadily slowing her pace as she led her inside. Though it was just a short distance, they walked exceptionally carefully. Arriving at the sofa, Sandrone bent down gently, helping Columbia to sit down. Columbia leaned back against the sofa, her eyes half closed, her breathing somewhat erratic. Yet Sandrone did not immediately release her grip. She continued to support her shoulder, as if ensuring she wouldn't slip down. Only then did she look up at the school nurse, her tone suddenly urgent. "Nurse, please check her quickly. She has a fever and is very hot." Her voice was kept low but clearly laced with panic. The nurse glanced at her, smiled, and spoke gently. "Don't worry." She stood up, retrieved a thermometer from the drawer, and walked over. Sandrone stood by, her gaze fixed on the nurse's movements. The nurse leaned slightly, preparing to place the thermometer in Columbia's mouth. In that instant, a hand suddenly reached out, gently but firmly pressing against the nurse's wrist. The nurse halted her movements. Sandrone's fingers were somewhat cold, but her grip did not loosen. She looked up, her tone light, but carrying an unmistakable awkwardness. "Nurse, could we do it somewhere else?" Her gaze did not shy away, but it subtly carried a hint of concern. The nurse was taken aback for a moment. She looked at Sandrone, then at Columbia, who, as if suddenly understanding something. A faint smile appeared on her lips, carrying a meaningful tone. All right. Her tone became a bit more relaxed. She retrieved the thermometer and changed her approach. "Here, lift your hand up." Sandrone immediately leaned down softly, telling Columbia, "Lift your hand." Columbia's response was a bit sluggish, but she still moved slightly. Sandrone simply extended her hand, gently lifting Columbia's arm. The action was even more careful than before, the thermometer placed in her armpit. Sandrone helped her adjust her arm gently, her fingertips lingering for a moment, as if confirming it wouldn't slip. Only then did she slowly retract her hand, but did not leave. She remained beside her, her gaze fixed on her face. That worry was no longer concealed. The infirmary fell silent once more. Only the sound of rain from outside faintly filtered in. Each drop seemed to accompany her as she awaited the result. As time slowly passed, the infirmary lay in tranquil silence, broken only by the sound of rain against the window. Sandrone stood nearby, her gaze fixed on Columbia, her fingers occasionally clenching, then slowly relaxing. "It's ready," the school doctor announced, withdrawing the thermometer and giving it a glance. "A bit high." Sandrone's heart tightened. "How high is she?" asked at once. 38. 9 degrees Celsius, nearly 39. The air seemed to pause. Sandrone's breathing grew slightly irregular as she turned to look at Columbia. Her face was still flushed, her breathing unsteady, and she lay there in a disquieting stillness. "Does she need an injection?" Sandrone asked, her voice edged with urgency. The school doctor shook her head. "Let's bring down the fever first with some medication and observe." With that, she turned to fetch the medicine. Sandrone nodded but did not leave. She stepped closer, standing before Columbia, and reached out to gently touch her cheek. It was still scorching. "Columbia," she called softly. This time there was a reaction. Columbia's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was blurred, yet it settled on Sandrone. She moved her lips, her voice barely a whisper. "You're here." Sandrone paused, her heart stirred, as if lightly touched. Before she could respond, Columbia murmured again, then, "It's okay." With that, she closed her eyes once more, her breath still warm. Sandrone stood still, her hand still resting on her cheek, her fingertips tightening slightly. She lowered her head and whispered, "Idiot." After a moment, the school doctor returned with the medicine, placing it on the table and explaining the instructions one by one. "First, take the fever reducer. Drink plenty of warm water. Don't catch a chill." Her tone was gentle. "Rest here a while longer and go back when she's regained some strength." Sandrone listened carefully and nodded. "Okay, thank you, nurse." As she turned to fetch some warm water, she had barely taken a step when the hem of her clothing was gently tugged. The pull was light but persistent. Sandrone froze and looked down. Columbia had opened her eyes again, her face still flushed, her breath quick. She lifted her head, her gaze unfocused yet fixed on Sandrone. "Don't go." Her voice was faint, laced with her fingers tightened, clutching that small piece of fabric. "Don't leave me alone. Don't abandon me." Sandrone halted completely. She was silent for an instant, as if struck by something, her breath catching. Then slowly she bent down, drew closer, and softened her voice. "I'm not leaving." She looked into Columbia's eyes, her tone tender. "I'm just going to get some water so you can take your medicine. Only by taking it will you get better." She reached out gently, trying to remove the hand that clutched her hem. But Columbia did not let go. She said nothing, just held on, her fingertips turning pale, as if she feared that once she released, the other would truly leave. They remained frozen for a moment. Sandrone looked at her and let out a soft sigh. She raised her head toward the school doctor seated behind the desk. "Nurse," she said, her voice lowering slightly, "could you please help me get some warm water?" The school doctor looked at the two of them, startled at first, then couldn't help but smile. The smile was warm and understanding. "Of course," she said as she stood up. Taking the cup, she stepped out of the infirmary. The door closed softly, and the room fell silent again. Only then did Sandrone turn back to Columbia. The hand still held her hem, refusing to release. She no longer tried to pull away. Instead, she yielded to that slight force and sat down beside her. The distance between them shrank instantly. Sandrone angled herself so that Columbia could lean against her more easily. She reached out and gently supported her shoulder. "There," she murmured, "I'm not going anywhere." Columbia seemed to finally relax a little. Her fingers loosened gradually, though not fully. She leaned in her forehead, almost touching Sandrone's shoulder. Her breath was hot and erratic. Sandrone did not move. She merely sat there, allowing the other to lean against her. After a while, she hesitantly lifted her hand and placed it on Columbia's back. The gesture was gentle, soothing. "Just bear with it a little longer," she whispered. "I'm here." Sandrone looked down at Columbia, resting on her shoulder. The other's breath was warm, her cheeks flushed. She was completely quiet, pressed close, so different from her usual composed, calm demeanor. Sandrone's gaze paused as if a thought suddenly struck her. She carefully freed one hand and pulled out her phone from her. Her movements were gentle so as not to disturb the one in her arms. She opened the camera, switching to the front-facing lens. The screen lit up, reflecting both of them. Sandrone adjusted the angle slightly. One arm still held Columbia securely while the other lifted the phone. She looked into the lens, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips, light and a little smug. In the frame, Columbia's face was flushed with an unnatural red, her eyes half closed. Her head tilted to one side, resting quietly on Sandrone's shoulder. Gone was her usual coldness, replaced by a softness. She even looked obedient. A glint flickered in Sandrone's eyes. The next second, a soft click. The moment was captured. She quickly opened the photo. Gazing at the screen, she saw how close they were, almost pressed together. Her own smile was now, and Columbia leaned against her with utter vulnerability, as if in complete trust. Sandrone stared at it for a while, a smile slowly spreading in her eyes. "So even you can be like this," she murmured, almost to herself. Her fingertip lightly traced the screen. She recalled the usual Columbia, calm, rational. She always spoke with a hint of control, as if everything was within her expectations. Yet now she was docilely leaning on Sandrone, unable even to stand steadily. The contrast was so striking that one couldn't help but steal more glances. Sandrone's lips could no longer suppress a widening smile. A hint of pride swelled within her. "When you wake up," she whispered under her breath, a trace of mischief in her tone. "I'm going to make sure you know." She paused, glancing at the person in her arms. Her voice dropped even lower. "Who's boss?" After saying this, she couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly contained herself as if afraid of being caught. She put the phone away. Her arm tightened slightly, adjusting Columbia into a more stable position, and she added softly, "But for now, just stay like this." The door was gently pushed open, and the school nurse returned, carrying hot water as she walked in and placed the cup on the table. "The water is here," she said. Sandrone looked up at her and softly spoke, "Thank you so much, sister nurse." The nurse smiled. "It's nothing, just a—" She handed the water over. "Quickly take your medicine." Sandrone nodded. "All right." She took the cup, feeling the warmth radiating from the walls with steam rising gently. She glanced down, then gently blew on it to let the temperature cool down gradually. After blowing a few times, she stopped and turned to look at Columbia. Columbia was still leaning against her, her cheeks slightly flushed, her breathing a bit uneven, making her appear quite fragile. Sandrone set the cup down and reached out to support her shoulder. "Sit up a bit." She slowly exerted herself to help Columbia sit up straight, her movements gentle and steady. Columbia sat upright, but still swayed slightly, instinctively clutching Sandrone's sleeve. Sandrone glanced down without pulling her hand away, instead getting a little closer, her other hand supporting Columbia's back. "Take it slow." Her voice was very low. The two were very close, their breaths intertwining softly. Sandrone paused for a moment, then picked up the medicine. "Open your mouth." Columbia reacted a moment late, but still opened her mouth. After the medicine was administered, Sandrone immediately offered the water cup. "Drink a little." Columbia leaned against her, sipping the water in small sips to wash down the medicine. Sandrone continued to support her, remaining still and not urging her. Once she finished drinking, the cup was set back on the table, and the two remained close together. Columbia was still leaning against her, her breathing somewhat steadier than before, but still very close. Sandrone looked at her, paused for a moment, then gently sighed. "Really?" She didn't push her away, her hand still resting on Columbia's back, not withdrawing. After taking the medicine, Columbia's breathing gradually became more stable. She didn't speak again, just gently leaned forward, burying her head in Sandrone's embrace. The movement was slow and natural, as if she had finally relaxed. Sandrone was momentarily stunned, then looked down at her, a faint smile gracing her lips. She did not move, simply allowing her to lean against her. At that moment, the school nurse approached with a thin blanket. She handed it to Sandrone. "Cover her up a bit, so she doesn't catch cold again." Sandrone accepted the blanket and softly said, "Thank you, sister nurse, sorry for the trouble." Her tone was sincere. The nurse smiled, glanced at Columbia, and then quietly asked, "Are you very close to this girl?" Sandrone looked down as she gently covered Columbia with the blanket. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid of waking her. After covering her properly, she raised her head to look at the nurse, smiling slightly. "Yes, she is my best friend." The nurse nodded with a gentle smile. "I can see that. She is very lucky to have a friend like you." Sandrone didn't say anything more. She simply lowered her head to look at the person in her arms. Columbia had completely quieted down. Her breathing was steady, her face pressed against Sandrone, as if she had fallen asleep. Unknowingly, Columbia's hand also gently loosened its grip on Sandrone's clothing, unconsciously leaning in a little closer. Sandrone reached out and slightly pulled the corner of the blanket up, her movements gentle. Then she didn't move again. She simply gazed at her quietly, her eyes softer than usual. "Silly," she whispered. There was no complaint in her tone, only a hint of indescribable tenderness. The two on the sofa were quietly leaning against each other with only the faint sound of breathing remaining in the infirmary. Columbia slept deeply, her complexion better than before, though still slightly flushed from her illness. Sandrone looked down at her for a while, her movements slow, as if confirming that she had truly settled down. After a few seconds, she seemed to remember something and took out her phone from her pocket. The light from the screen was faint. She muted the sound and tapped on the class teacher's WeChat. Her typing was crisp, but her tone remained very polite. Teacher, Columbia has a fever, and I accompanied her to the school. She paused for a moment, then added, she needs someone to accompany her right now, so I'm requesting a leave for her, and also, sent. Almost the next second a message came back from the other side. Okay, of course, take good care of your classmate. Sandrone looked at the screen, not replying further. She simply gently turned off her phone, the screen dimming. The room fell quiet again. She placed her phone back into her pocket, her movements light, as if afraid of disturbing something, then leaned back against the sofa. Her gaze remained on Columbia, not shifting away. After a while, she gently adjusted the corner of the blanket to ensure it was more securely covered. Her fingers paused for a moment before slowly retracting. She didn't speak, merely sitting quietly. Sandrone sat in silence for a while, her gaze resting on Columbia's face. As she looked at the face still tinted with a pastellness blush, her brow slowly furrowed. Why did she suddenly get a fever? She pondered lightly in her heart. Her thoughts traced back a bit. On the way back to the classroom at noon, the rain had actually been quite heavy. Columbia was holding an umbrella while she walked ahead. At that time, Columbia hadn't thought much of it, merely tilting the umbrella slightly forward to shield her more. Now reflecting on it, she realized that during that stretch of road, she hardly got wet. Instead, it was behind Columbia. Sandrone gently raised her hand, pausing, as if hesitating. Then she slowly reached out, placing it on Columbia's back. The movement was light, brushing over her clothing. In the next second, her hand froze. A hint of dampness was felt at her fingertips, not very pronounced, but still not completely dry. She fell silent for a moment. Her fingers tightened slightly. Silly, she whispered. The tone was light, but unlike her usual sharpness. There was instead a hint of indescribable heartache. She didn't move again, just slowly pulled her hand back, then lightly pulled the blanket up over Columbia a bit more. Columbia slept peacefully in her arms. Her breathing gradually became even, her face pressed against Sandrone, slightly warm. Just then Columbia's eyelashes fluttered gently. It was as if she were dreaming. Her hand unconsciously grasped the corner of Sandrone's clothing. Very lightly, yet not letting go, she whispered, her voice soft and blurred. So warm. Sandrone paused for a moment, looking down at her. Columbia didn't wake, merely nudged a bit, as if she had found a comfortable position in her dream. After a while, she spoke intermittently again. This place is very good, being with you. Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible at the end. Only the sound of breathing remained. Sandrone fell silent for a moment, not moving. She simply placed her hand gently on Columbia's back, patting her slowly. She responded softly, her tone very light. Columbia's hand slowly loosened a bit. Her breathing steadied once more, as if she had fallen into a deeper sleep. The sky outside the window had already dimmed into dusk, leaving the infirmary cloaked in a stillness broken only by the soft ticking of the wall clock. Columbia was roused by a faint, gentle swaying sensation. Her consciousness flickered into haziness for a moment. She furrowed her brows, her lashes trembling lightly, as if being slowly drawn back from some distant place. Her throat still felt dry, but the heavy feverish oppression from earlier had significantly subsided. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the white ceiling, and only then did she notice the figure by her side. Sandrone, so close, so near that a slight movement would brush against her sleeve. Columbia froze for 2 seconds before slowly realizing where she was. Her fingers twitched gently, and her voice came out slightly hoarse. What happened to me? Sandrone glanced down at her, the earlier tension in her expression easing somewhat, though her tone remained steady and composed. You've been asleep for quite a while. She paused, then added, as if to confirm her condition, feeling any better? Columbia didn't answer immediately. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, she nodded. But her voice still sounded soft, carrying the lingering tenderness of someone just awakened. Sandrone didn't let her remain lying down any longer. She helped her sit up slowly. Her movements were cautious, as if deliberately controlling her strength to avoid touching any uncomfortable spots. As Columbia rose with her assistance, she swayed slightly, and Sandrone immediately reached out to steady her by the shoulder. Can you walk? Columbia was silent for a moment, as if assessing her own condition, before softly replying, I can. But after saying this, she didn't immediately let go of Sandrone's hand. Instead, she paused for an instant before slowly releasing it. At that moment, light footsteps sounded from the doorway. Sandrone looked up and turned her gaze to the school nurse. She steadied Columbia before speaking, her tone more earnest than usual. Thank you so much for your help today, nurse. We'll be going now. The school nurse glanced at the two of them, her eyes lingering between them for a brief moment, as if she understood perfectly well, but she simply smiled. Be careful on your way back. Don't catch another chill in the wind. Sandrone replied, then resumed supporting Columbia by the arm. The two walked along the quiet campus path after the rain. Puddles of water still glistened on the ground, and the lamplight fell softly, casting a gentle glow. The breeze was light, but carried a hint of chill. Columbia walked slowly, her body had not yet fully recovered, but she was already much steadier than when she had first woken. She didn't force herself to appear strong, but naturally aligned her pace with Sandrone's. After a while she spoke quietly. Were you here the whole time? Her voice was faint, carrying the sluggishness of someone still emerging from consciousness, but it was clear. Sandrone, who had been staring straight ahead, paused upon hearing this. She didn't answer immediately. After 2 seconds she replied lazily, I was going to leave. Columbia looked up slightly to meet her gaze. Sandrone's tone remained calm, but her next words carried a distinct emotional tilt. But someone kept holding on to me, refusing to let go. She turned her face to look at Columbia, as if both retorting and stating a fact. Columbia was taken aback then she let out a soft laugh. Very faint, but undeniably a smile. Is that so? She neither denied, nor explained, simply following her lead. Then I guess I was lucky. Sandrone clicked her tongue as if unsatisfied with the reply, but her hand supporting Columbia never loosened. She only slowed her steps a little, allowing Columbia to follow more comfortably. When they returned to the dormitory, the hallway was even quieter than outside. As the door was gently pushed open, the warmth inside formed a stark contrast with the coolness of the rain-soaked air outside. Sandrone didn't speak. She merely guided Columbia inside, her movements noticeably steadier than before, though her grip no longer carried the same lightness as on the road. She led Columbia to the bedside, practically easing her down. Columbia sat down following her guidance, her fingers still clutching the hem of Sandrone's clothes, but Sandrone had already withdrawn her hand first. The motion was swift, even deliberate. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Sandrone didn't look at her. Instead, she turned directly to rummage through the cabinet. The cabinet door opened with a dull thud, carrying a suppressed tension. Her movements were quicker than usual, even a little frantic, as if using the act of searching to suppress the emotions that had built up along the way. Where are the dry clothes? She murmured more to herself. Soon she found them, grabbed a clean set, and tossed it onto the bed. The action wasn't heavy, but it was noticeably lacking gentleness. The clothes landed beside Columbia's leg. Change. Sandrone spoke, her tone colder than usual. It wasn't a command, but neither was it her usual lazy drawl. She finally looked at Columbia, but her gaze was heavier than it had been on the way. After a pause, as if she had been holding it in all the way, feeling better, Columbia looked up at her slightly. Sandrone stood by the bed, neither sitting down nor drawing closer. She just stood there, her fingers tightening faintly. Her emotions weren't explosive, they were the kind that simmered underneath. She hadn't asked, hadn't spoken, hadn't let anything out during the walk. Now it was slowly leaking through her tone. You got drenched in the rain. Her voice dropped a little. And you said it was nothing. She paused, then averted her gaze, as if unwilling to meet Columbia's eyes. Do you think you can handle everything on your own? The room was quiet for a few seconds. Do you know why I'm angry? When she spoke again, her voice was even lower. Columbia didn't reply immediately. She simply looked up at her. Sandrone paused, as if choosing her words, but it was more like she was trying to contain her emotions. It's not because you have a fever now. She took a soft breath, her gaze falling aside, not looking at her. It's because you didn't say anything from the start. Her tone gradually grew heavier, but not harsh. It was more like restrained honesty. You were already uncomfortable and when it started raining, you could have tilted the umbrella more toward yourself. You could have said something, called for help, left earlier. She paused here, her fingers unconsciously tightening. But you said nothing. The room fell silent once more. Outside the window, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the sound so faint, it only made the silence stretch longer. Sandrone finally looked at her, her eyes carrying a suppressed emotion that ran deeper than before. Do you think you can just tough it out? She paused, her voice lowering. Or do you think that no one would care anyway? After saying this, she frowned slightly herself, as if realizing she had spoken too harshly, but she didn't take it back. She just stood there, her breathing a little uneven. Columbia gazed at her without speaking immediately. The taut silence in the room persisted, though it had lost its earlier sharp. Sandrone stood by the bed, her hands still slightly withdrawn, as if, after speaking those words, she was momentarily uncertain whether to continue or stop. She actually had no intention of speaking further, merely standing there, her gaze slightly averted, not looking at Columbia. After a few seconds, Columbia spoke slowly. Are you done? Her tone was light, unreadable, yet devoid of any Sandrone hummed an acknowledgement brief. Columbia lifted her eyes to meet hers. Are you angry now, or worried? This question was posed with great calm, almost offhandedly. Sandrone hesitated. She did not answer immediately, as if momentarily caught off guard by the query. Does it make a difference? She finally replied. Her tone remained hard, but the previous suppressed intensity had noticeably faded, replaced more by a reluctance to explain. Columbia blinked softly. She did not press further. Instead, she slowly leaned back against the edge of the bed, lightly resting her fingers on the blanket. It does, she said. If you're just angry, you could leave me be. She paused. But if you're worried, then what you just said wasn't merely... After these words, the room fell silent again, but the atmosphere had shifted. Sandrone stood still, her brow furrowed. She wanted to argue, but did not speak immediately, as if recognizing a part of what Columbia said was true, yet unwilling to admit it. Finally, she looked away, her voice lowering slightly. You're overthinking. Sandrone did not continue the prior topic. She turned and walked toward the thermos in the corner of the room, her movements brisk, though her steps were slightly slower than usual. As if her emotions had not fully settled, she chose not to look or speak. She unscrewed the cap and steam rushed out. The room was quiet, only the sound of water pouring into a cup. Gradually the sound covered over the previous conversation. Just as she raised the kettle, a voice came from behind. soft but distinct. She paused for a moment, barely noticeable, as if only a hitch in her breath. Yet she did not turn around or respond. She simply poured the water steadily into the cup until it reached the right level, then closed the thermos. The motion was fluid without unnecessary pauses. Then she picked up the cup and medicine, turned, and walked back to the bed. Stopping before Columbia, she did not sit nor draw too close, standing by the bed as she handed over the medicine and water. Her tone was flat, even deliberately restrained. Take the medicine first. She paused, looking at her, then added, talk to me after you've slept and cleared your head. Having said that, she did not leave immediately. She simply stood there. Columbia looked at the medicine and water she offered. She quietly reached out to take them. Her movements were slow but cooperative, without any resistance. She placed the medicine in her mouth, paused slightly while drinking water, as if disliking the taste, but swallowed nonetheless. The entire process was quiet and obedient. Sandrone stood by, watching her. Her gaze did not waver. Not supervision, but confirmation, a silent check to ensure she had truly taken the medicine. Only when Columbia set down the cup did Sandrone's shoulders relax, barely perceptibly. Columbia slowly lay back on the bed, pulling the blanket halfway, not fully covering herself, shifting to a more comfortable posture. Then she turned her head to look at Sandrone. Her gaze was calm and direct. Sandrone did not move at first. She met her eyes. For a moment they held each other's gaze across the short distance. In that instant, Sandrone suddenly understood what she was looking for. Her fingertips twitched slightly, but her expression did not change. She looked away, her voice lowered with a deliberate chill oomph. She paused, then looked back at her eyes neither tender nor cold. Sleep on your own. With that, she did not linger. She simply stood by the bed, casting one last glance at her. The room grew quiet. The light was soft outside the window. Darkness had fully fallen. Yet Sandrone did not leave immediately. She stood there for a while, as if making sure she was truly settled and calm. Only then did she turn, her footsteps light. Sandrone walked over to fetch her change of clothes. Her movements were gentle, without making much noise. But as she took the clothes, her fingers paused, as if suddenly struck by a thought, and she glanced back at the bed. Confirming Columbia was still lying down, she picked up the clothes. Before entering the bathroom, her steps halted for a beat. Not hesitation, but a subconscious unease. She pressed her lips together and finally stepped inside. The door clicked softly shut, and the sound of water soon arose. As the hot water cascaded down, the outside world was sealed away. Sandrone stood under the stream, silent, at first, head bowed. She did not immediately dwell on the emotions of earlier. Instead, she let the water wash away the fatigue in her body. Yet the quieter it grew, the more vivid the images became. Columbia's pale face, when she had the fever, her insistence in the classroom that she was fine. The silent way she had followed through the rain, the moment in the infirmary when she had clutched at her sleeve. Sandrone closed her eyes, water streaming down her lashes. Such a bother, she murmured. It was not a complaint aimed at anyone, more a struggle to contain her own emotions. She raised a hand to wipe her face. That indescribable feeling in her chest lingered. It was not mere anger. It was something deeper, a lingering fear. What if she hadn't noticed? What if she hadn't insisted on taking her to the infirmary? What if she had truly endured it alone? As soon as this thought surfaced, she forced it down. But it would not be suppressed. Standing under the water, Sandrone's breath slowed. The room was quiet. Columbia lay in bed, the exhaustion from the fever still clinging to her body. Her consciousness felt light, but the earlier discomfort had faded. Yet in the stillness, emptiness crept in more easily. Sandrone was not there. The presence of another person was missing, making the air itself feel looser. Columbia turned her head toward the direction of the bathroom. The door was closed, revealing nothing but the sound of running water. She did not get up, only gazed for a while, then slowly pulled the blanket higher, covering part of her chin. The motion was gentle, like an unconscious habit. Fragments from the infirmary still lingered in her mind. Sandrone's furrowed brows, the suppressed tone of her voice, and that remark tinged with irritation. Do you think you can handle everything on your own? Now recalling it, the words no longer felt tense. Instead, they seemed clear enough to sense the emotion hidden within. Columbia closed her eyes briefly. She did not try to explain or answer. She was simply unaccustomed. Unaccustomed to someone being so stirred on her account. Unaccustomed to someone truly placing her at the forefront. She murmured softly, a bit troublesome. Her tone was light, without disdain. More like uncertainty about how to handle this sense of being cared for. She shifted slightly, turning her face toward the pillow. The room remained quiet, but the hollow feeling persisted. As the bathroom door opened gently, the steam had not yet fully dissipated. Sandrone stepped out, her hair, still slightly damp, casually draping over her shoulders. Her robe was loosely tied, lacking the usual imposing aura. She did not glance toward the bed, but walked straight to the switch in the corner of the room. Click! The light went out. The room instantly darkened, leaving only a faint glimmer of night outside the window. Columbia was still awake. She lay on her side, slightly curled up, her back facing the other bed. The blanket was pulled up to her shoulders, her silhouette quiet in the darkness. Sandrone paused for a moment. She stood still, gazing at that silhouette. She did not approach, nor did she speak. It was just a brief glance. Then she averted her gaze and turned toward her own bed. Her steps were light, almost soundless. As she sat down, the mattress dipped slightly. Silence reclaimed the room. Not the emptiness of before, but a silence where both were present, yet neither broke it. Columbia did not turn around. Sandrone did not look at her again. After lying down, Sandrone did not fall asleep immediately. She took out her phone, The screen flickered briefly, then dimmed. She scrolled idly, but nothing registered. The room was still. There was no movement from Columbia's side, yet the quieter it grew, the clearer her thoughts became. Suddenly, she recalled the words she had spoken by the bedside. Her tone had been harsh. Not just harsh, it carried emotion. Sandrone frowned. She was aware, but she had lost control at the moment. Did I go too far? The thought surfaced only to be suppressed, but soon another thought arose. If she didn't care, she wouldn't have reacted that way. She turned her head toward the other bed. In the darkness, only a vague outline was visible. Columbia had her back to her. Utterly still. Sandrone stared for a while, then withdrew her gaze. Her fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the phone. She thought back again. Columbia had a fever. Columbia said nothing. Columbia kept enduring. Does that count as concealment? The question lingered in her mind. Even deeper, was it a choice not to include her in her heart? Sandorne's breath softened. Even she felt the thought was too much. Yet she couldn't entirely deny it. Just then a sound came from the other side. Soft, but distinct. Sandrone. Columbia called her. Sandrone did not answer immediately. She simply set her phone aside, her gaze fixed. Columbia did not turn around. Still facing away, her voice was slightly hoarse, but steady. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. She paused as if I just didn't want you to worry. Another pause. And her voice softened. I'm not used to someone caring about me that much. After these words, the room fell silent for a second. Sandrone did not speak immediately, nor did she move. She just stared in her direction, like something had just been opened, not yet closed. Sandrone stared at her back for a few seconds. She did not speak at once, but let out a faint laugh. Brief and cold. Oh. Her tone was light, even casual. But beneath that casualness, emotion. She paused, then continued slowly. Didn't we say we'd be best friends forever? The moment these words were spoken, the air tightened noticeably. But she did not stop. Have you ever thought, her tone grew heavier, how much I care about you? She paused, her gaze fixed on Columbia's direction. Yet she did not step closer nor soften. You never say anything. Her voice lowered. And then you bear everything alone. Sandrone took a soft breath, as if reining in her emotions. Have you considered, she spoke more slowly. If I weren't here, would you still do the same? She paused. Only breathing filled the room. Or is it? She gave a soft, cold laugh. That you think it doesn't matter whether you tell me or not. She said no more after that. Columbia was silent for a few seconds, then slowly sat up. She threw off the blanket, got out of bed, her steps light, but firm. Step by step she walked to Sandrone. Sandrone did not move or speak, simply watching her, her eyes still holding the remnants of emotion. They stood. Columbia smiled gently at her. Sandrone. Her voice was soft. I care about you too. Sandorne's eyes flickered slightly, but she did not respond. Columbia continued. I'm truly sorry for making you angry today. She paused, lowering her voice. I shouldn't have kept it from you. She drew a soft breath. I didn't know someone would care about me this much. She looked at Sandrone. Thank you for caring about me. A moment of silence. Columbia dropped her gaze, her voice growing even softer. If you hate me. She paused. Then I'll find a place to hide. She raised her eyes, her tone calm, but sincere. Somewhere no one can find me. With that she turned slightly as if about to walk away. The next second a hand suddenly caught her. The grip was not strong but steady. It halted her. Sandrone still held Columbia's wrist. She looked at her voice, and then what? She paused, her gaze unwavering. Let me regret it. Then you can leave without a care? Her tone grew heavier. It was less an argument, more a demand for an answer. And you think that's the end? She paused, staring at Columbia. Columbia, have you ever thought about me? The moment the words fell, she pulled suddenly. Columbia lost her balance and fell onto the bed. Before she could react, Sandrone was already on top of her. She straddled Columbia, leaning over her, still gripping her wrists without releasing them. Columbia's hands were pinned to her sides. Still weak from the fever, she did not struggle or resist, only quiet. Sandrone looked down at her. Her hair fell forward, lightly brushing against Columbia's ear and cheek. It tickled slightly, but neither moved. The room was still. Only their breathing could be heard. Sandorne's gaze was deep, not cold, but a barely restrained loss of control. She looked at her, voice tight. You said you'd hide. She paused. Make it so I can never find you. Her hand tightened slightly. Still she did not hurt her, but she could not help it. She leaned closer, her voice even lower. What about me? She stared at Columbia, her breath faltering for a moment. Then softly yet heavily she asked, have you ever thought about what would happen to me? She called her name. Columbia. This utterance carried more weight than all the words before. The air became utterly still. Columbia lay pinned beneath the bed, offering no resistance. Her fingers instinctively clutched the sheet, knuckles whitening slightly, her breath growing uneven. Her eyes reddened slowly as she turned her head aside, as if trying to evade that gaze yet unable to escape. A faint choked gasp echoed through the still room, unnervingly distinct. Sandrone's movements hesitated for a moment. Only then did she realize her emotions had run a little too far. The oppressive, encroaching sensation had not yet dissipated entirely, but in this moment it was reined in. She looked down at her. Columbia was not meeting her eyes, her lashes trembled faintly, as if she were holding something back. Her entire being was unnervingly still. Sandrone's grip loosened slightly. Then slowly she raised her hand to rest it beside Columbia's face. Her fingertips, still warm from the recent bath, gently brushed across her cheek, wiping away the dampness. The motion was light, no longer bearing the weight of oppression. She paused. Then her fingers tightened slightly, gently cupping Jelenbia's chin and turning her face back toward her. The pressure was not heavy, yet it allowed no further evasion. "Look at me." Her voice dropped low, no longer the accusatory tone from before, but still carrying a hint of unyielding insistence. Jelenbia was forced to meet her gaze. Her eyes were still rimmed with red, her breathing unsteady, as if emotions had just swept through her and she hadn't fully recovered. She parted her lips as if to speak, but no sound came. The string of words from moments ago still weighed heavily on her heart, too heavy to know where to begin a reply. The room fell silent. The two were so close that even their breaths carried warmth. Sandrone watched her, no longer pressing for answers, but her hand remained on Jelenbia's chin, not letting go. Suddenly Sandrone leaned down and pressed her lips to Jelenbia's. Without warning, as if all the pent-up emotions had finally spiraled out of control, Jelenbia froze for an instant. Her mind went blank. Sandrone. She instinctively tried to speak, but the kiss swallowed her voice. At first it was just a touch, yet it quickly lost restraint. Sandrone's breath grew ragged. She didn't pull back, instead drawing closer, as if confirming that the other wouldn't flee. Her fingertips still circled Jelenbia's wrist while her other hand held her jaw, leaving her no escape from the gaze, nor from the kiss. Jelenbia's reaction came a moment late. From the initial stiffness to slowly coming back to herself, she began to respond awkwardly. It was clumsy, even frantic, but she did not refuse. Their breaths gradually intertwined. Rhythm broke in the proximity, so close that the air itself grew thin. Sandrone deepened the kiss little by little, tentatively, using the tip of her tongue. It carried both unskilled exploration and barely contained emotion. She paused for a breath, as if hesitating, but soon she leaned in again. Jelenbia's face flushed crimson. Her breathing fell completely apart. She could barely keep up, only being led. Her hands had been gripping the sheet. At some point they loosened. Slowly she raised them and gently wrapped them around Sang. The gesture was light, yet it seemed like an answer. Neither of them had experience. The rhythm was chaotic. Breaths hurried, their lips occasionally meeting at odd angles. But precisely because of that, every closeness carried genuine panic and heat. Sandrone's emotions were not entire. Her approach was not gentle, even a little rushed. Yet she always remained within a certain boundary. Pressed beneath her, Jelenbia gasped softly, occasionally letting out an uncontrollable, delicate sound. But she did not push away. Instead, she held on tighter. Neither knew how long passed before they slowly parted. A thin, shimmering thread stretched between them in the air, and the air rushed back in. Their breathing became ragged and audible. Sandrone straightened up slightly, still straddling her. She looked down, her gaze not yet fully withdrawn from the emotions just past. Jelenbia's face was deeply flushed. She turned away, no longer meeting Sandrone's eyes. Her chest rose and fell visibly, her breaths still coming in uneven pulses. Sandrone watched her own emotions gradually settling. She asked in a low voice, "Will you still run?" Jelenbia shook her head, gently saying nothing. Seeing her like this, Sandrone let out a soft laugh, her expression softening considerably. Her tone no longer carried the earlier pressure. Instead she murmured, "Remember, I care about you deeply." She paused, her gaze unwavering. "You can't. If you ever do this again, it'll be sad, and it'll be angry." With that, Jelenbia watched her approach and instinctively closed her eyes. But the expected touch never came. When she opened her eyes, Sandrone was looking at her from very close, her eyes softer than before, but still carrying a trace of unresolved emotion. "I'm going to punish you," Sandrone whispered. The words were no longer cold like before, more like the lingering warmth after emotions had settled. She then lowered her head, pressed her face to Jelenbia's collarbone, and gently bit down. The action was not harsh, but unmistakable. Jelenbia frowned slightly, her body trembling lightly. But she did not push away, only let out a small, uncontrollable sound as her breath faltered. Then slowly she tightened her fingers, quietly accepting it all. Sandrone paused at the collarbone of Jelenbia, her movements now much lighter than before. Jelenbia tilted her head, her fingers gripping the bedsheet, her body still carrying a slight warmth, the sensation of the touch lingering. After a moment, Sandrone slowly withdrew, but before getting up she gently licked the spot with her tongue, as if to soothe. She then lifted her head, looking at Jelenbia, her gaze completely softened as she smiled gently, and said, "Such a good girl." She slid off Jelenbia, her movements natural and unhesitant, as if the emotions from moments ago had completely dissipated. Then she lay back down beside Jelenbia, adjusted the blanket, and instinctively reached out, gently pulling the still dazed Jelenbia into her embrace. Everything felt natural, without pretense or hesitation, as if it was meant to be. Jelenbia leaned into her embrace, still slightly sluggish, but soon quieted down. Sandrone simply held her, not speaking further, her palm resting lightly on her back as her breathing gradually steadied. Jelenbia remained nestled in Sandrone's arms, still a bit dazed, her breathing not yet fully calmed. The events that had just transpired lingered in her bodous memory, leaving her slightly dull, yet not resistant. Sandrone held her with closed eyes, her hand resting on her back, her expression returning to calm, though her heart still carried a hint of the emotions from earlier. She thought to herself, "Fool, still wanting to compete with me. In the end, didn't I have the upper hand?" Jelenbia remained quiet for a while, gradually coming back to her senses, nestled in her embrace, without moving, merely blinking softly. Inside she felt a bit chaotic, but more so a strange sense of reassurance. Sandrone seemed not to truly be angry with her. In fact, she was still holding her. She cautiously lifted her hand, touching the spot on her collarbone that had been caressed earlier. A faint tactile sensation lingered, not pain, more like a warmth that felt inexplicably gentle. She paused for a moment, then gently exhaled. It seems not bad. Just then Sandrone suddenly spoke up, her voice soft, yet carrying a hint of lazy warning. If you dare to hide anything from me again. She paused for a moment, giving a soft hum. I'll make you regret today even more. Columbina upon hearing this momentarily froze, then couldn't help but let out a light laugh. She didn't lift her head, merely nudging against Sandrone's embrace, muffling her response. Sandrone didn't say anything further, only tightened her arms slightly. The room gradually fell silent. Columbina remained still in Sandrone's embrace. The emotions from earlier had faded little by little, leaving only warmth and breath. Her eyelids felt heavy. Her body still bore a hint of fatigue from the recent fever, making it easy to relax. Sandrone didn't speak again. She simply held her grip, neither loosening nor tightening, as if confirming she was truly there. After a moment, she glanced down at the person in her arms. Columbina had quieted down, her breathing becoming very light. Sandrone gently adjusted her arms, holding her a little more securely. Only then did she slowly close her eyes. She no longer thought about the earlier argument. All that remained was a simple thought. It's good. Columbina moved slightly between sleep and wakefulness, as if unconsciously seeking something, then instinctively leaned closer into Sandrone's embrace. Sandrone felt this but chose not to disturb her. Instead, she gently patted her back. The room fell completely silent. The lights had long been turned off. The night outside was also very quiet. Their breaths gradually synchronized. One deep, one shallow, slowly overlapping. This night, there were no more arguments nor explanations. As dawn approached, the room still carried a hint of the night's tranquility. Light seeped through the gaps in the curtains, a subtle layer that cast a soft hue on the edge of the bed. Sandrone woke up first. She didn't move immediately, merely lowered her head to glance at the person in her arms. Columbina was still asleep, her breathing light, her face pressed against Sandrone's side, sleeping much more soundly than yesterday. Sandrone paused for a moment, then slowly began to loosen her arm a tiny bit. The movements were small and slow, afraid of waking her. Then she gently reached for her phone, retrieving it from beside the pillow. The moment the screen lit up, she instinctively glanced at Columbina again, confirming that she was still asleep. She turned to the side, preparing to send a message to their homeroom teacher. Her fingertip paused on the screen before she started typing. The message was simple, explaining that Columbina was still feeling unwell and needed more rest. Just as she was about to fully release her embrace, Columbina seemed to sense it. She furrowed her brow, instinctively searching for something, then unconsciously leaned back into her embrace. Sandrone froze. She looked down at Columbina's small, dependent gesture, originally wearing a serious expression, but suddenly softened. She helplessly let out a soft laugh. Very lightly, almost like a puff of air. Fool, she whispered, not one. Then she adjusted her position, making her lean a bit more comfortably, before continuing to lower her head to finish sending the message. Not long after, the homeroom teacher replied. Okay, if it gets worse, just go home to rest. Sandrone looked at the words on the screen, not responding immediately. She simply paused in silence for a second. Then she turned off her phone screen and set it aside. She lowered her head to glance at the still sleeping Columbina. Her breathing was steady, her face buried in Sandrone's embrace. So quiet, unlike the person from last night who would say hide away. Sandrone didn't move again, merely tightened her. Then she closed her eyes, staying beside her a little longer. When Columbina woke up, the sky was already fully bright. The curtains weren't completely drawn, morning light filtered through the gaps, falling on the edge of the bed, filling the room with a quiet warmth. She stirred slightly, realizing she was still leaning against Sandrone. She froze for a moment as last night's memories slowly returned, from the infirmary back to the dormitory to the argument, and later being held to sleep, all gradually surfacing in her mind. She didn't get up immediately, instead lying quietly, her breathing becoming lighter. Sandrone was still asleep, her arms naturally wrapped around her, neither tightening nor loosening, as if it had become a habit. Columbina gently lowered her head, her ears slightly warming, wanting to shift a little outward, but as soon as she started to move, Sandrone unconsciously tightened her arms. She paused, forced to stop. After a moment, she sighed softly, a mix of resignation and acceptance continuing. Not long after, Sandrone's eyelashes fluttered gently, slowly opening her eyes. The first thing she saw was Columbina looking at her. At the moment their eyes met, the room fell into a brief silence. Sandrone spoke first, her voice low and hoarse from just waking, yet steady awake. Columbina nodded, gently replying with a soft mm. Sandrone looked at her for a while, not saying much more, just naturally loosening her arms slightly to allow her to sit up. Then she slowly sat up, her tone returning to its usual calmness. Do you still feel unwell? Columbina shook her head, pausing before softly answering, much better. Sandrone acknowledged without pressing further, simply watching her quietly. Sandrone looked at Columbina, her tone steadier than when she first woke, asking, what do you want to eat for breakfast? He'll go buy it. Columbina hesitated for a moment, as if seriously contemplating, but in the end shook her head and softly said, I don't know. I'll eat whatever you buy. Sandrone didn't respond immediately, just watched her, then smiled gently, her expression completely softening. She raised her hand to smooth out Columbina's slightly messy hair, her tone lightening. Then you keep lying down, I'll go buy it. She paused for a moment, then added seriously, but gently, also don't go out with me, you can't catch another chill now. Columbia looked at her without arguing, merely nodding gently. Only then did Sandrone get up, tucking the blanket around her. Sandrone then headed to the bathroom. The sound of water soon followed as she quickly washed up, rinsing away the fatigue from her face and putting on her usual clothes. Her movements were not rushed but efficient as she returned to her clean and calm state. After looking in the mirror and confirming everything was fine, she turned off the faucet and stepped out. Upon returning to the room, she first glanced at Columbia on the bed. She was still quietly lying there with her eyes closed, breathing steadily, not moving at all. Sandrone stood in place for a few seconds, her expression unconsciously softening a bit before she slowly walked. She held her recently removed robe in her hands, gently unfolding it and draping it over Columbia's blanket, adding an extra layer of warmth. Her movements were light, not disturbing Columbia. After adjusting it, she paused, looking at the additional warmth, as if confirming this would be safer. This will keep you warmer, she said softly, her tone plain, yet carrying a natural concern. After all this, she picked up her jacket, put it on, and walked towards the door. Before leaving, she looked back, once more confirming Columbia was still well in bed, before finally pushing the door open and stepping out. The dormitory door gently closed with a crisp sound. Columbia opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the extra nightgown atop the blanket. The scent of Sandrone lingered on it, a refreshing aroma reminiscent of fur. She instinctively curled deeper into the blanket, burying half her face in that additional layer of fabric. Her body still felt somewhat heavy after the fever, like a piece of cotton soaked in water. She stared blankly at the patterns on the ceiling, her mind a chaotic mess. At times she recalled Sandrone's fierceness when she pressed down on her last night, and at other times the meticulous instructions she had given just before leaving. This feeling was quite peculiar. So good. Those two words seemed to carry the sensation of fingertips imprinted behind her ears. Columbia couldn't help but raise her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing over her collarbone. There was still a faint pain there, but more than that was a shuddering, numbing sense of satisfaction. She suspected her illness was not just a fever, it was a deeper, more profound dependence on Sandrone. About 20 minutes later, familiar rhythmic footsteps echoed in the corridor. The door lock turned, and Sandrone entered carrying 2 takeout boxes. She still carried a hint of the morning's cool air, and the first thing she did upon entering was not to set down the breakfast, but to hurriedly walk to the window and check if the curtain gaps allowed any draft. After confirming everything was in order, she sat down by the bed. Get up and eat something. I bought pumpkin porridge. Sandrone reached out to feel Columbia's forehead. Her palm was slightly cool, and when it touched the residual warmth on Columbia's forehead, it sent a shiver down her spine. You're not burning up as much. Sandrone seemed to be speaking to herself, almost relieved. Columbia propped herself up, and Sandrone promptly tucked 2 pillows behind her back. Although her movements remained brisk, almost businesslike, the tenderness hidden in her gaze was unmistakable. Sandrone opened the takeout box, gently stirring the golden porridge with a spoon. Instead of handing the bowl to Columbia, she scooped up a spoonful, carefully blew on it, and then brought it to her lips. Open your mouth. Sandrone's tone was commanding, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Columbia obediently opened her mouth, the warm, sweet pumpkin porridge sliding down her throat. A warmth gradually rose in her stomach. Sandrone was very attentive while feeding her, checking the temperature with each spoonful. Occasionally a bit of porridge would stain the corner of Columbia's lips, and Sandrone would naturally wipe it away with her thumb. Then she placed her fingertip against her own lips, gently pressing them together. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, but Columbia felt her face flush. Have you eaten? Columbia attempted to divert the subject. Waiting for you to finish the rest. Sandrone raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her gaze. No. Columbia lowered her eyes, her voice growing softer. A small bowl of porridge quickly reached its bottom. Sandrone grabbed a tissue to help her wipe her lips and poured a glass of warm water, placing it on the bedside. The medicine is over there, take it in half an hour. While packing away the food containers, Sandrone casually remarked, I'll be here with you all day. The homeroom teacher has completely approved your leave. Columbia looked up at her. What about your own classes? Aren't you supposed to have a practical class today? Sandrone snorted softly, her movements while adjusting her cuffs, exuding a sense of arrogance. Compared to those, you're the one who would break more easily, you fool. She sat back down beside the bed, her originally calm expression softening by 3 parts as she met Columbia's gaze. She reached out, gently stroking Columbia's cheek with her fingertip, her voice lowered. Still thinking about last night? Mentioning last night made Columbia's heart skip a beat. She looked down at her fingertips, her voice slightly muffled. Are you serious about making me worse off than today? Sandrone's fingers halted at her chin, forcefully lifting her face to meet her gaze. In those icy blue eyes, a tumult of extremely complex emotions surged, a fear of losing something once found, an obsession that penetrated to the bone, and a nearly scalding desire for control. What do you think? Sandrone leaned down, her nose nearly touching Columbia's, their breaths intertwining. Columbia, how much patience do you think I have to tolerate your so-called hiding? I can't even bear to hear such words, even as a joke. Her gaze slid down the bridge of Columbia's nose, locking onto her lips, which appeared particularly flushed due to her illness. If you make the same mistake again, it won't just be a simple bite on the collarbone. With that, Sandrone leaned in to kiss her. This kiss was not as aggressive and punitive as the one from last night. It was prolonged, moist, and carried a slight bitterness akin to antipyretics. Sandrone held onto her lower lip, sucking gently. Columbia's hands climbed onto Sandone's shoulders, her fingertips wrinkling the fabric of her uniform. The air in the dormitory gradually warmed, only the sound of their breathing alternating in the silence. Sandone's tongue skillfully pried open Columbia's lips, chasing after that timid tongue. As the kiss deepened, Columbia felt herself burning up again, not from the illness, but from Sandone's suffocating effect. After a long time, Sandone slowly pulled away. As their lips parted, a lingering silver thread connected them. She looked at the physiological tears welling in the corners of Columbia's eyes, feeling quite pleased. She reached out to tousle Columbia's long hair, only stopping when it became a messy tangle. Your face is so red. Oh, it seems the medicine hasn't taken effect yet. Sandone stood up and took out a few papers from the desk drawer. You can sleep a bit more, they'll be writing nearby. If you dare to sneak out of bed or move around behind my back, you'll. Got it, Lady Sandone. Columbia interrupted her, blushing as she obediently buried herself back under the covers. Sandone smiled with satisfaction, pulling a chair over to sit at the head of the bed. Her long fingers grasped the pen, producing a rustling sound on the paper. Columbia turned her head to watch her Sandone's side profile while working was strict, even somewhat cold, yet every few minutes she would turn to glance at confirming that the other person was still within her line of sight, ensuring she had not vanished. This sensation of being watched wholeheartedly enveloped Columbia like a solid cocoon. She no longer felt chaotic or that hollow desire to disappear. She burrowed deeper into the nightgown that carried Sandone's scent, closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually became even. In a half-dreaming state, she felt a feather-light touch on her forehead. Then came a very soft voice, "I will always be watching you, so don't think about escaping again." Columbia did not open her eyes, but the corners of her lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The dormitory was exceptionally quiet that day. Only the sound of the pen moving across the paper and the slowly intertwining heartbeats of the two could be heard. The sunlight outside gradually intensified, only to be veiled by a layer of pale golden dusk as time passed. Inside the dormitory, the rustling sound of a pen gliding across paper never ceased, occasionally accompanied by the faint metallic sound of gears meshing. Sandrone, while writing an exam, instinctively fiddled with several small parts on the desk. Columbia slept deeply during this nap. The coolness of the fever-reducing patch had dissipated, and as she stirred slightly, she felt a warm hand resting on her forehead. "Awake!" Sandrone's voice still carried the cold indifference that kept people at bay, but in the silent room it sounded exceptionally solid. Columbia propped herself up on the bed, her long dark hair cascading down her shoulders, obscuring her slightly pale cheeks. "What time is it?" "It's 4 in the afternoon." Sandrone set down her pen and casually handed over a glass of warm water. "The effects of the medicine have worn off, but your body temperature is still stable." She observed Columbia sipping water, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if appraising a finely crafted piece of art. "Go wash your face to refresh yourself, and then take the remaining medicine." Columbia obediently nodded. She stepped barefoot onto the floor, her steps a bit unsteady. Sandrone frowned, but said nothing. She simply got up, walked to the wardrobe, and pulled out a thick knitted coat, draping it over Columbia without further ado. "Don't let me see you catch a chill again." Her slender fingers deftly fastened the top 2 buttons of the coat, her fingertips brushing lightly against Columbia's neck. A faint sound of running water echoed in the bathroom. Sandrone leaned against the door, watching the girl in the mirror, who was splashing cold water on her face. Columbia's profile appeared translucent and fragile under the dim light, of beauty that seemed as if it could shatter at any moment, always stirring Sandrone's deepest desire for control. Sandrone. Columbia turned her head, droplets of water cascading from her chin onto the knitted top. "Can you help me comb my hair later?" Sandrone was momentarily taken aback. She was accustomed to handling hard, cold, meticulously fitting gears, yet had never considered how to deal with hair as soft as silk. "What a hassle." She said this, yet her hand was already reaching for the wooden comb on the table. Returning to the bedside, Columbia sat down with her back to her. Sandrone's fingers wove through the black strands of hair. It was a sensation entirely different from metal, delicate, smooth, carrying a faint scent of shampoo, along with a warmth that sent tingles through her fingertips. Her movements were somewhat awkward, even clumsy, as she carefully avoided any potential tangles. "What were you writing?" "An exam paper." Sandrone's gaze remained focused on the strands of hair, her tone flat. "To prevent my grades from..." She paused, the comb halting at the ends of Columbia's hair. "If I became an idiot and you disappeared, I wouldn't even know." Columbia chuckled softly. "If you become an idiot, they'll still want you." "Shut up." Sandrone exerted a bit of pressure, tucking a loose strand behind Columbia's ear. "Only I can touch you." After finishing the last strand of hair, Sandrone did not immediately let go. She wrapped her arms around Columbia's shoulders from behind, resting her chin in the crook of her neck, her hands overlapping on Columbia's chest. This position caused Columbia to sink fully into Sandrone's embrace. "Columbia." Sandrone's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a slightly hoarse quality. "Do you dislike this feeling that belongs only to the two of us?" Columbia felt the warmth radiating from behind her. It was Sandrone's heartbeat, steady and powerful, each beat resonating against her back. She slowly raised her hand, placing it over Sandrone's hand. "I don't dislike it." She closed her eyes, savoring this almost pathological sense of stability. "I even think, if time could stop at this moment, it wouldn't be so bad." Sandrone let out a short, soft hum. That was her unique way of expressing pleasure. She tilted her head slightly and nibbled at Columbia's heated earlobe. "You know how to behave." The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the light and shadows in the dormitory became mottled and ambiguous. Sandrone did not turn on the lights. She reveled in the thrill of dominating her prey in the darkness. Holding the person in her arms, she gently stroked Columbia's back through the knitted fabric, her movements slow and rhythmic. "What do you want for dinner?" Sandrone leaned and closed her breath warm against Columbia's skin. "How about pumpkin porridge?" "No." Sandrone firmly rejected her tone reverting to its usual domineering nature. "You need calories. We'll go to the cafeteria to buy some meat and vegetables, and you must eat them all." She released her embrace, standing up looking down at Columbia. "Stay in bed until I return." Columbia watched as she deftly donned her coat, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Sandrone halted her steps and turned back to look at her. "Come back soon." Sandrone did not respond, only casting a heavy glance at her before pushing the door open to leave. The heat concealed in that gaze was even more intense than the fever. The door closed again. Columbia curled back into the blanket, feeling the lingering warmth left by Sandrone. The dormitory fell into silence, once more broken only by the ticking of the wall clock's second hand. Columbia pressed her cheek against the pillow where Sandrone had just sat, the faint bitter scent of gear oil lingering at the tip of her nose. She did not find it unpleasant now at this moment. The cold metallic aroma brought her more peace than any precious perfume. After about 30 minutes, familiar rhythmic footsteps echoed from the corridor. The sound stopped before the door, followed by the crisp click of a key turning in the lock. Sandrone pushed the door open, carrying a food container heavier than usual. She did not turn on the main light, but instead switched on the desk lamp, its dim yellow glow instantly spreading across the floor. "Come and eat." Sandrone unpacked the containers one by one, her tone still harsh, but her gaze softened slightly when she noticed Columbia had obediently wrapped herself in a thick knitted jacket. Columbia shuffled to the table and sat down, gazing at the steaming rib soup and carefully cooked leafy greens in the containers. Sandrone had even meticulously removed the small bones from the meat before pushing the bowl toward her. "Sandrone, you bought so much. Can we finish it all?" Columbia grasped the small spoon, staring dazedly at the steaming dinner spread before her. Her body still felt feeble after the fever, and her appetite was not particularly strong, but under Sandrone's almost supervisory gaze, she forced herself to absorb the nourishment. "Whether you can finish it or not, you must eat. That's an order." Sandrone sat across from her, casually picking up an unfinished test paper, though her gaze never truly settled on it. Her peripheral vision remained fixed on Columbia until she saw the girl swallow the first spoonful of soup. Only then did she feign indifference, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. The room was quiet, punctuated only by the occasional clink of a spoon against the porcelain bowl. Columbia ate slowly, as if savoring the illusion of being completely cared for. She suddenly paused and asked softly, "Did you finish the test paper?" Sandrone set down her pen, the nib making a faint tapping sound against the paper. She leaned over, her slender fingers crossing the table to gently wipe a drop of soup from the corner of Columbia's mouth. "Your core hasn't stabilized yet. Why are you worrying about my test paper?" Her fingertips lingered on Columbia's lips, pressing down slightly with some force. The rough texture made Columbia's eyelashes flutter involuntarily, yet she did not pull away. Sandrone gazed into those eyes like a startled fawn's, and a morbid satisfaction surged within her. She reveled in seeing Columbia so defenseless, utterly reliant on her. "Columbia, remember this." Sandrone's voice dropped low, carrying an undeniable pressure in the dim light. "As long as I'm here, your only tasks are to breathe and recover. You are not even allowed to think about anything else." Columbia set down her spoon. She looked at Sandrone, whose face, always bearing arrogance and coldness, now revealed an almost maddening devotion in the lamplight. She reached out her fingertips, tentatively brushing the back of Sandrone's hand on the table. "If I'm not to think of other things, then I will only think of you." Sandrone's fingers curled, then she suddenly grasped the small cold hand with a force that carried a barely perceptible, "Then think only of me." She stood up, leaning across the table, her long hair falling to the side of Columbia's neck. "Even illness or the emptiness of dreams, if they dare divert even a fraction of your attention from me, I will find it unbearable." Columbia felt the slightly labored breath of the other, a possessiveness that threatened to devour her entirely. Yet she only curved the corners of her eyes, and under those ice-blue eyes she nodded gently. "Very well, Lady Sandrone." After the meal, Sandrone efficiently cleared the dishes. She returned after washing her hands, holding a white medicine bottle. "Take this. It's the final step." She wrapped her arms around Columbia from behind, one hand holding a glass of warm water, pressing it firmly to the girl's lips. This posture enveloped Columbia entirely in her shadow. Columbia obediently swallowed the pill, its bitter taste spreading across her tongue. She leaned weakly against Sandrone, feeling the steady heartbeat behind her. "Sandrone, will you always watch over me like—" Columbia closed her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Sandrone did not answer immediately. Instead, she rested her chin on the top of Columbia's head, tightening her arms with a force that seemed intent on fusing their bones together. "Until you're completely broken down," Sandrone murmured in the darkness, her tone carrying a chilling tenacity. Outside the window, the night deepened, the moonlight obscured by thick clouds. In this small dormitory, under the dim lamplight, the rhythms of their breaths gradually fell into sync. As the medicine took effect, Columbia grew drowsy. She felt herself being carried back to bed, the blanket tucked and snug. Then another familiar warmth slipped in. Sandrone embraced her from behind, one arm around her waist, the other sliding. It was a posture of absolute control, ensuring that no matter how Columbia turned, she could not leave the other's embrace. Sleep, you fool. Sandrone left an incredibly light kiss behind her ear. They'll keep an eye on you even in your dreams. Columbia smiled, faintly sinking into the deep sleep wrapped in warmth. Here there was no wind or rain, no hiding. Only a cage named Sandrone, the sanctuary she would cherish most. The morning air, carrying a chill, seeped through the tiny gaps in the curtains, dispersing some of the warmth within the dormitory. Columbia stirred in Sandrone's embrace. Once the medicinal effects had faded, her body was no longer heavy, and the lingering heat that had clung to her finally subsided. What replaced it was a lightness, as if she had survived a catastrophe. She did not open her eyes immediately. Instead, she greedily inhaled the familiar scent at the tip of her nose. Sandrone was evidently still asleep. At least she hadn't yet reacted to Columbia's movements with her usual sharpness. The arm wrapped around her waist remained firm. Even in sleep, those slender fingers instinctively tightened, crumpling the fabric at Columbia's side. Columbia maintained this completely restrained posture, blinking slowly in the darkness, feeling the warm body press. It was an odd sensation. Though she was held like prey, a soft tide of warmth rose repeatedly from the depths of her heart. After a long while, the rhythm of the breathing behind her changed. Sandrone's eyelashes fluttered, lightly brushing against Columbia's nape with a faint rustling sound. Without opening her eyes, she instinctively tightened her arms, letting out a vague, warning-like grunt from her throat. "Don't move." Sandrone's voice was hoarse with sleep, low and resonant against Columbia's ear. Her cheek pressed against Columbia's delicate skin, and with each word a tiny electric current seemed to ripple through. Columbia shrank her neck, her voice soft in reply. "Am already better, Sandrone. Am not sweating anymore." Only then did Sandrone open her eyes. Her ice-blue irises were still veiled with a thin film of mist. But the moment they met Columbia's gaze, they swiftly regained that sharp, predatory clarity. She turned over, pinning Columbia beneath her. Her long hair slid down her shoulders, spreading across the white sheets, and enclosing Columbia entirely within that small patch of shadow. Sandrone reached out a hand, pressing the pad of her thumb firmly against Columbia's forehead, then sliding it down to the side of her neck, carefully sensing the pulse. Temperature normal, pulse stabilizing. "It seems your spare parts have a slightly better self-healing ability than I imagined." Sandrone let out a cold snort, but her gaze was fixed intently on Columbia. That look was not like one inspecting a recovering patient, but more akin to examining a repaired object ready to be stamped with ownership. Flustered by that gaze, Columbia hesitated for a moment before raising a hand and timidly grasping the strands of Sandrone's hair that hung down. She asked softly, "And you stayed up all night taking care of me. Did you sleep well?" "Taking care of you is just routine maintenance for me." Sandrone raised an eyebrow, her tone still arrogant. "More to the point, you seemed to call my name in your dream last night." Columbia's movement froze. A flicker of panic appeared in her amber eyes, and her cheeks flushed even redder than when she had a fever. I don't know." "Of course you don't." "You called out very loudly and kept burrowing into my arms like a broken puppet, greedy for warmth." Sandrone leaned down, her nose almost touching Columbia's, their breaths intertwining. "Columbia, since you can't leave me even in your dreams, don't entertain any superfluous thoughts in reality." She released her hand from Columbia's forehead, instead pinching the slender neck, her thumb slowly stroking over. The gesture was dangerous, carrying an implication that with a slight increase in force, she could completely destroy it. But Columbia did not flinch. Instead, she tilted her head back slightly, exposing her vulnerable throat more openly under the other's control. That wordless submission and trust deepened the darkness in Sandrone's eyes. "Good girl." She let out a low laugh, the sound stifling a restless craving. She released her grip on the neck and instead propped herself up on one hand beside Columbia's head, while the other hand began to restlessly toy with the stray strands of hair at Columbia's ear. "Since you're better now, as compensation for wasting a whole day of my progress, don't you think you owe me something?" Sandrone's words carried an undeniable authority. She didn't need Columbia's consent. In this room, she was the only rule. Columbia gazed at her, her eyes shimmering as if filled with shattered starlight. She stretched out her hand, her fingertips trembling as they traced over Sandrone's cold, sharp features, finally coming to rest on the lips that always uttered harsh words. "What do you want?" Sandrone did not answer. Instead, she replied with action. She kissed her fiercely. This kiss was not the soothing touch of the night before, but rather a raw, mechanical fierceness. She plundered every breath of oxygen from Columbia's mouth, as if intent on throwing this just-recovered body into another high fever. Columbia let out a soft whimper, her hands weakly gripping Sandrone's shoulders, her fingers creasing the fabric. She could feel Sandrone's heartbeat, so vehement, so impossible to ignore, transmitted through their pressed chests. That was the most genuine, most frenzied emotion of the genius mechanic, no longer hidden behind cold components, but pouring forth without reserve through this kiss. After a long moment, Sandrone pulled back slightly, looking at Columbia's flushed cheeks and slightly swollen lips, a triumphant glint flashing in her eyes. "I want your time, your breath, and all your emotions, until I grow tired of them." She stared at Columbia as if to... Columbia panted heavily, looking at Sandrone's face, which was written all over with possession, but she only gently curved the corners of her mouth. "Okay, Sandrone, I give them all to you." The air in the dormitory grew thick and still again. Oh no, I didn't ask for leave today, I have class. We're late. Sandrone gasped in surprise. The corridor of the teaching building echoed with the dull sound of lectures, the air filled with the scent of chalk dust and aged wood. Columbia followed behind Sandrone, her steps slightly unsteady. She could feel Sandrone's gaze like a tangible infrared beam constantly fixed upon her. Though the fever had subsided, the weakness from her recent illness began to creep back. As she ascended the stairs to the second floor, her fingers unconsciously brushed the handrail. It was a subtle motion, one she herself barely noticed. Yet Sandrone, walking ahead, seemed to sense some malfunction signal and halted instantly. Your movements have become slow. Sandrone turned back, her ice blue eyes appearing unusually cold in the dim corridor light. Without giving Columbia any chance to explain, she stepped forward and precisely clasped Columbia's wrist with her slender. The force honed from years of adjusting precision parts carried an unyielding dominance. Sandrone, I didn't. Shut up. Faulty parts have no right to speak. Sandrone sneered. She initially intended to drag the girl back to the classroom, but seeing Columbia's overly pale face, a surge of irritation rose within her. Without a word, she pulled Columbia in another direction and headed toward the infirmary at the end of the corridor. The door creaked softly as it swung open. Since it was class time, the room was empty, filled only with the faint smell of disinfectant and the striped shadows cast by sunlight streaming through the white blinds. Sandrone locked the door behind her, the tiny metallic click sounding particularly sharp in the silent room. Go lie down. She pointed to the single hospital bed by the window, her tone like an unbreakable program command. Columbia pressed her lips together, sighed softly, and removed her cloak, hanging it on the rack. She wore a deep blue uniform shirt, the collar tightly fastened by Sandrone that morning. She obediently sat on the edge of the bed, a hint of weariness in her eyes. Sandrone, Nurse Na isn't here. Let's go back to. That's why I brought you here. Sandrone had already reached the bedside. Without turning on the light, she pulled the translucent white curtain around the bed. In an instant, this small space was cut off from the real world, transformed into a sealed cage, smelling of disinfectant, belonging only to the two of them. Sandrone stood over her, her gaze falling on Columbia's slightly disheveled skirt from the earlier movement. She reached out the back of her fingers, slowly grazing Columbia's cheek, the motion stiff, as if testing the abrasion resistance of some material. Now begin the secondary check. She leaned down, planting her hands on either side of Columbia, trapping the girl between herself and the headboard. Sandrone's usually arrogant face looked unusually deep in the shadows. She fixed her gaze on Columbia's collar, then suddenly reached out and unbuttoned the buttons one by one. Sandrone. Columbia grabbed her wrist in panic, her voice trembling with nervousness. I told you I want all. Sandrone lifted her eyes, a fervent possessiveness surging in her ice blue irises. Since the thermometer can't measure your malfunction, I'll confirm it my own way. 3 buttons of the uniform shirt were undone, revealing a large expanse of skin, so pale, it seemed almost translucent from years without sunlight. Sandrone's fingers were icy. As she gently pressed the faint crimson mark on Columbia's collarbone, Columbia shuddered involuntarily, her spine pressing against the cold headboard. Your heart is racing too fast, Columbia. Sandrone leaned close to her neck, her breath hot and rapid, forming a stark contrast to her cold exterior. She moved like a tyrant, surveying its territory, her lips slowly traveling along the slender neck, searching for the perfect point to strike. Is this a side effect of recovery, or are you afraid of me? Columbia closed her eyes, her hands weakly gripping the white sheet beneath her. She could feel Sandrone's almost desperate desire to dismantle her completely. This forbidden inspection in a sacred campus amplified her senses to the extreme. I'm not afraid of you. Columbia gasped, her voice broken. I'm just a little hot. Hot is good. It means your system isn't completely broken. Sandrone let out a cold laugh, then suddenly grabbed the back of Columbia's head and pressed a fiercely aggressive kiss onto her lips. This was not a medical treatment, it was the most tyrannical declaration. In the cramped space veiled by the white curtain, Sandrone ravaged every breath she took. The doorknob of the school infirmary emitted an extremely piercing sound as it turned click, click, indicating that someone outside was trying to push the door open. Strange, it's supposed to be class time, why is the door locked? A voice from outside belonging to the school nurse muttered in confusion, followed by the sound of keys clinking. In the cramped space behind the white curtain, time seemed to freeze in an instant. Columbia's pupils suddenly constricted, her body tense due to extreme anxiety, and her eyes were filled with panic. 3 buttons of her shirt were still undone, the collar wide open, and her breathing was rapid and disordered. She instinctively wanted to push away Sandrone, hoping to gather the sliding fabric. However, Sandrone displayed an almost cold composure at this critical moment. Not only did she not step back, but she also leaned down, pinning Columbia between the cold bedside table and her own chest. Shoo! Sandrone extended a finger and placed it against Columbia's slightly swollen and moist lips. There was not a shred of panic in her gaze, but instead it sparkled with a sickly excitement. In a low, breathy voice, she whispered in Columbia's ear, "Don't move unless you want the whole school to know that you were ruined." This extreme threat caused Columbia to feel weak instantly. She could only helplessly clutch the white bedsheet beneath her, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Outside, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock was clearly audible. I might have accidentally brought it with me when I left. The school nurse mumbled, the sound of the key turning resonating in the silent corridor. Inside, the two were pressed tightly against each other. Columbia could distinctly feel the rhythm of Sandone's heartbeat, which was even steadier and stronger than usual. It seemed that this taboo sensation of being on the edge of being discovered was the best fuel for Sandone. One of her hands was clasped around Columbia's waist while the other mischievously moved upwards. Her fingertips gently grazed the elegant line of Columbia's neck, which had tensed up. She deliberately exhaled warm breath against the most sensitive spot behind Columbia's ear, watching as a fine layer of goosebumps rose from her fear and shame. Click! The door lock opened. The school nurse stepped in, her heavy footsteps echoing on the terrazzo floor as she walked toward the medicine cabinet. Nurse, now where did I put my painkillers? The voice of another young male teacher followed his footsteps, becoming increasingly erratic. Columbia, hidden behind the curtain, almost stopped breathing, her entire body stiff like a marble statue. Due to this position, the hem of Sandone's school uniform skirt rested on her legs. The sound of the fabric rubbing together was deafening in such close proximity. At this moment, Sandone intensified her actions. She looked at Columbia's almost teary-eyed expression, her lips curling into a cruel and infatuated smile. She lowered her head, gently nibbling on Columbia's earlobe, and beneath the sound of the scattered footsteps, she let out a vague, amused breath. Idiot, your heartbeat is too loud. You'll get discovered. Columbia tightly shut her eyes due to extreme shyness, a hint of physiological tears. Well, she could only allow Sandone to conduct a silent, unrestrained invasion upon her in this white cocoon. The intense sensory stimulation brought on by the possibility of being caught completely dissipated the fatigue. At this moment, her world was filled only with the distant sounds of conversation beyond the curtain, and within the curtain, the engulfing warmth of Sandone. Finally, the door of the infirmary was closed again with a soft bang, like a special pardon. Once the footsteps outside completely vanished, Sandone slowly straightened up. She admired Columbia's disheveled appearance, tear-streaked face, and lost expression, as if she had just completed a high-level precision adjustment. See, you're not completely broken yet. Sandone reached out to wipe away Columbia's tears, her fingertips lingering suggestively on those swollen lips. This is how you should be, Columbia. In fear, only looking at me. Idiot, Columbia. The corridor outside the school infirmary was so empty that it echoed. Sunlight streamed through the high window panes, and dust motes silently rose and fell in the beams of light. Button it up. Sandrone's voice was icy cold without a trace of warmth, yet carried an unmistakable command. She stood in front of Columbia, reaching out her slender, slightly cool fingers. She leisurely picked up the round shell button and pushed it through the narrow buttonhole. Columbia kept her head low, still recovering from the intense sensory impact she had just experienced. Her fingertips were still trembling slightly, making it impossible for her to complete this simple action. All she could do was let Sandrone's cool fingertips occasionally brush against her burning collarbone. Every touch caused Columbia's breath to involuntarily catch. Still not recovered from that examination just now, eh? Sandrone chuckled softly. Sandrone let out a soft laugh. Her fingers lingered on the topmost button, deliberately tightening her grip, her knuckles pressing against Columbia's delicate jaw, forcing her to look up. The corners of Columbia's eyes were still flushed, veiled with a fine mist of moisture, making her look like a white porcelain figurine on the verge of melting. Her lips trembled as she spoke in a barely audible voice. We're already very late. The teacher will. Aren't you sick? Sandrone interrupted her, a glint of arrogance flashing in her eyes. Sandrone interrupted her, a glint of arrogance flashing in her eyes. She released her hand and casually patted Columbia's slightly disheveled long hair. The gesture was not gentle, it was more like inspecting a piece of art that had just been put back in place. Eventually, they stood at the classroom door. The heavy wooden door was ajar, and from inside came the droning lecture of the physics teacher, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of chalk on the blackboard. This utterly mundane, orderly sound was like a public execution for Columbia, whose heart was a tangled mess. Report. Sandrone pushed open the door. All sounds instantly ceased. Dozens of eyes turned in unison toward the doorway. Columbia walked in with her head lowered, feeling as if those gazes were countless tiny needles pricking her still. She felt as if someone could see her swollen lips, see the unnatural flush beneath the folds of her uniform, see the slight trembling of her leg muscles from exhaustion. Sandrone, Columbia. The physics teacher pushed up his glasses, frowning. Reason. Columbia has a fever. I was taking care of her, so. Sandrone didn't even blink when she lied, her voice calm, as if stating the obvious. In front of everyone, she naturally reached out and touched Columbia's forehead. That sudden switch from blushing and flustered to a pretense of being a good girl or caring classmate sent a dizzying wave through Columbia. She could only mechanically bow to the teacher and scurry to her seat before the whispers began. Their seats were in the back row. The moment she sat down, Columbia felt as if her body had fallen apart. But before she could catch her breath, a cool hand had already concealed by the desk landed precisely on her knee. Columbia's body went rigid. Sandrone propped her head on one hand, holding a pen with the other, idly drawing complex gear lines on scratch paper, looking as though she were listening attentively. But that hand, hidden deep under the desk through the thin fabric, slowly slid up from her knee. MMPH. Columbia clenched her teeth, forcing the broken moan back down her throat. Only the sound of pages turning filled the classroom. Students in the front rows were bent over their calculations, and the physics teacher was writing complex theories on the blackboard. In this extremely serious public setting, Sandrone's fingertips slithered like a cold snake along Columbina's. That skin was the most sensitive, and moreover it still bore the residual warmth from the violent treatment in the school infirmary not long ago. Sandrone turned her head, her long hair falling to cover half her face, also hiding the cruel and infatuated smile at the corner of her mouth. She leaned close to Columbina, lowering her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. If you can't hold back and cry out, they'll tell them you're acting so strangely because of the fever reducer's side effects. Columbina clutched her skirt tightly, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. The intense shame of being potentially discovered at any moment was like a fire burning her already fragile willpower to pieces. She could feel Sandrone's fingertips gently stroking her inner thigh, brushing back and forth in a barely there caress. It was even more embarrassing than in the school infirmary. The wind outside the window stirred the curtains, and the sunlight flickered. Columbina closed her eyes, letting tears well up in her eyes, but not daring to let them fall. Beneath this narrow desk, she was a part being disassembled, reassembled, toyed with. And Sandrone, in plain sight of everyone, was enjoying this highest-level secret experiment called examination. It was not until the bell for the end of class rang that Sandrone leisurely withdrew her hand. She even politely tidied up the scattered stationery on Columbina's desk. Good performance, Columbina. Sandrone stood up, looking down at the girl whose face was flushed and who was almost on the verge of tears, her eyes filled with joyful satisfaction. Back to the dormitory. Let's continue the remaining examination. The final bell of the last class in the morning did not bring any relief to Columbina. As the noisy footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away, the students in the classroom clustered together and headed towards the cafeteria. The tension in the air did not ease, instead it became even tighter due to the sudden silence of the surroundings. Sandrone remained still, maintaining the posture of resting her chin on her side, her fingertips tapping sporadically. Let's go back to the dormitory. Sandrone's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable sense of authority. Columbina lowered her head, following behind like a child who had done something wrong. The midday sun was harsh, piercing through the corridor's glass windows and dazzling her, making her feel dizzy. Due to her shyness and the prolonged tension from the class, her steps were unsteady, and several times she nearly bumped into Sandrone's back. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sandrone swiftly locked the door. The click sound completely isolated them from the midday clamor and the distant noise of the cafeteria. The air in the dormitory was somewhat stuffy, with sunlight filtering through the light-colored curtains, casting a fuzzy and unsettling white glow indoors. Since it's nap time, let's do something interesting. Sandrone casually took off her school uniform jacket and hung it on the... She wore a well-tailored white shirt underneath with the cuffs rolled up, revealing a strong and fair wrist. She turned around, looking at Columbina, who was still standing at the door at a loss. Come here, sit on my lap. Columbina's long eyelashes trembled violently. She watched Sandrone sitting on her swivel chair, her usually cold eyes now shimmering with a nearly obsessive intent. I want to drink some water first. Columbina attempted to delay the impending moment. Thirsty? Sandrone raised an eyebrow, her fingertip gliding over the screwdriver on the table. Hee. This blatant suggestion made Columbina's cheeks flush instantly, and she awkwardly moved in front. Sandrone reached out, hooking Columbina's waist and applying slight pressure, causing Columbina to gasp and straddle Sandrone's lap. In this position, their proximity allowed them to see each other's reflections in their pupils. Your button is crooked again. Sandrone fixed her gaze on the disheveled area of Columbina's collar, her voice low and husky. It seems you haven't learned how to be a qualified best friend yet. Best friends shouldn't have such disheveled appearances. As she spoke, she skillfully unbuttoned the top button of Columbina's. Columbina felt the afternoon heat pouring in through the gaps in the curtains. Yet Sandrone's fingers felt like a block of ice gliding over her neck. The extreme stimulation of alternating hot and cold magnified her senses infinitely. Sandrone, don't do this here. Someone will hear us. Columbina pressed her hands against Sandrone's shoulders, her voice trembling with a broken sob. So what if they hear? Sandrone lowered her head, gently nibbling at the delicate skin of Columbina's collarbone, leaving a faint pink mark. You are mine. Whether it's your voice or this shy demeanor of yours, they are all my possessions. Sandrone took out a round object from the drawer which had a bell attached to its front and was adorned with a translucent ruby at the top, resembling both jewelry and something else. This is what I prepared for you. Sandrone breathed softly into Columbina's ear, her voice carrying an excitement named affection. As long as your movements are just a little more. It will. No. Please. Columbina weakly shook her head, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes. She felt Sandrone's hand gradually moving up along her back. Full refusal is futile. Sandrone's. The kiss was filled with the midday heat and a chilling coldness. Columbina was trapped between the narrow table and Sandrone. In this confined space, she felt her will melting away like the snow outside the window. The little alarm clock in the dormitory ticked away, each sound stepping on Columbina's sensitive nerves. In the next hour during this afternoon that should have been quiet for a nap, Columbina, under Sandrone's control, experienced something she would never forget. All she could do was grip Sandrone's shoulders, letting out faint and sweet whimpers. When the preparatory bell signaling the end of the nap rang again, Columbina was completely limp in Sandrone's embrace, her long hair damp, with sweat sticking to her flushed cheeks. Her collar was fully open, swaying slightly with her hurried breaths. See, it's not completely ruined yet. Sandrone wiped the silver strands from the corner of her mouth, revealing a contented smile, just like when she was in the school infirmary. The bell for the first afternoon class rang with a piercing shrillness like a sharp needle stabbing into Columbina's still unsettled breath. The walk from the dormitory to the academic building was excruciatingly difficult for Columbina. Her school uniform blazer was buttoned up tightly, even the top button had been reinforced by Sandrone herself. This gave her a suffocating sense of confinement. Beneath the layers of fabric, there was the cold touch of metal. Hurry up, Columbina. Sandrone walked ahead, and to the side her steps light and steady. She was still the aloof, rational top student. As if the mad look in her eyes at noon in the dormitory had been nothing but Columbina's illusion. Columbina replied in a low voice still hoarse from the ordeal. As she entered the classroom, the air was thick with the lazy afternoon atmosphere and the smell of chalk dust. The history teacher had already opened the lesson plan on the podium, sharp eyes glaring from behind thick glasses. Sit down. This class covers the Industrial Revolution of Fontaine. Columbina returned to her seat. The hardness of the wooden chair made her frown slightly. The foreign sensation felt like sitting on pins and needles. She instinctively tried to draw her legs back, but accidentally brushed against Sandrone's toes that had stealthily crept over under the desk. Sandrone did not withdraw her foot. Instead, she intensified her contact along Columbina. Today's topic is very interesting, isn't it? Sandrone opened her textbook, her lowered voice slipping into Columbina's ear under the cover of flipping pages. About obedience and submission. Columbina could not concentrate at all. The years and terms on the blackboard about steam engines and clockwork power gradually blurred into a tangled mess of lines in her eyes. Ugh. She bit her lower lip hard, the pen in her hand leaving a long, messy ink streak on her notebook. Columbina, please stand up and answer what was the original purpose of the first automatons. The history teacher's voice rang out abruptly. All eyes in the class converged on her again. Columbina's face flushed from pale to bright red in an instant. Trembling, she stood up. Her legs felt as weak as cotton from the tension. She had to grip the edge of the desk. Her fingertips turned pale from the excessive pressure. It was to replace humans. In performing those highly repetitive. Her voice trembled violently, each word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. Sandrone sat beside her, one hand propping up her chin, gazing at Columbina's appearance with tender admiration. To carry out those orders. That could not be refused. Columbina finally finished the last words, utterly drained, as if dehydrated. Sit down. Your voice is too soft. It looks like your fever hasn't fully recovered. The teacher waved his hand impatiently. Columbina collapsed back into her seat, gasping for breath. Well answered. Sandrone leaned over, her hand brushing past Columbina's cheek. She poked Columbina with her finger, but made no sound. Then with her cool fingertips, she traced a word in Columbina's moist palm. Perfect. Columbina turned her head to look at the curve of infatuation on Sandrone's profile. The defensive line within her named shame was crumbling bit by bit. In this fear of being exposed at any moment, she lamentably discovered that she seemed to be gradually adapting to the rhythm of being controlled. Outside the window, the sunlight slanted westward. The shadows in the classroom were stretched and fragmented. This interminable history class was for Columbina a 45-minute public ordeal. But for Sandrone, it was merely another successful stress test of obedience. The next class is physical ed. Sandrone packed her books, looking at Columbina's dazed expression with a chilling anticipation in her voice. Run on the track. Columbina's pupils shrank. She could only helplessly clutch the textbook to her chest. Above the playground, the clear cerulean sky stretched like a colossal sapphire, slashed by a few drifting clouds. The wind swept from the end of the rubber track, carrying that unique campus scent, a blend of dry dust and scorching heat. After the bell marking the end of math class, streams of students poured out of the teaching building. Amid the clamorous crowd, Sandrone and Columbina walked side by side. Columbina, for some reason, was wearing a slightly oversized long-sleeved sweatshirt. Its blue and white collar accentuated her skin, making it appear almost snow-white, and the faint bluish veins on her neck were clearly visible. And within the shadow of that slightly open collar, a thin black velvet ribbon was faintly visible. At its lower end hung a bell which, with each light step she took, emitted a delicate sound barely above a whisper. It was a frequency that could only be caught at extremely close range, yet it pricked at Columbina's nerves like a red-hot steel. Stand still. With one hand in her jacket pocket, Sandrone pressed the other onto Columbina's shoulder. The force was not strong, but it forcibly corrected Columbina's instinctive attempt to hunch her neck. If you make strange sounds to cover it up, it'll only make you look stranger. But Sandrone, it's really so loud. Columbina murmured softly, a thin layer of mist floating in her pupils. It means your heart is still beating. Sandrone pushed her toward the assembly point. Since it's PE class, let me see your endurance. Everyone assemble. Jog 3 laps around the field to warm up. The PE teacher's rough whistle cut through the air. The ranks quickly spread out. Naturally, Sandrone ran along. It was an extremely malicious angle. She could fix her gaze throughout on the girl's shoulders, which trembled slightly from the run, and that constantly jingling secret below the collar. Start, go. When Columbina took her first step, the gravity of what was called shame locked her completely. As her stride frequency increased, the originally faint sound became continuous in the rhythmic running. To the surrounding students, it might have been just some pendant or keychain swinging, but in Jelenbia's ears this clear sound was nothing less than a public trial before a crowd. She desperately tried to control the rise and fall of her body, attempting to run in an extremely stiff, steady manner, but this unnatural posture soon threw her breathing into disorder. Heart rate too high, form collapsing. Sangdone's voice came coldly from behind, close to Jelenbia's ear. What are you afraid of? Afraid others will hear your sound, or afraid I'll find out you can't hold on much longer? Jelenbia clenched her teeth, her long hair swaying behind her with the motion inadvertently brushing against the bell and producing a string of chaotic chimes. When the first lap ended, fine beads of sweat had already formed on Jelenbia's forehead. That unnatural sensation felt like a pair of invisible hands crawling up from her ankles. Faster! Don't let the team behind run into you. Sandrone suddenly accelerated, reaching out to casually touch Jelenbia stumbled to regain balance. She had to lunge forward abruptly. Jingle! In that instant, an unprecedented violent ring erupted across the empty playground. The sound seemed to have its own amplifier, drawing a few boys ahead to turn back curiously. What's that sound? Where's it? Probably just a keychain. Whispers pierced Jelenbia's ears. Her cheeks flushed instantly crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her slender neck, making the black velvet ribbon stand out even more conspicuously. She wished she could vanish into thin air from this rubber track, but Sangdone's gaze was like a shackle nailed firmly to her. Keep running. Sangdone's voice betrayed neither joy nor anger, yet carried a stubborn insistence. Don't stop and don't touch it with your hands. After the 3 laps ended, the group disbanded for free activities. Jelenbia nearly collapsed as she walked to the horizontal bars in the corner of the playground. She gasped heavily, and each violent rise and fall of her chest triggered a series of mischievous jingles. Ding, ding, ding. The sound pulsed with the rhythm of her breath like a precise timer counting down. Sangdone walked over, handed her an unopened bottle of water, and her tone remained playful. Hydration, basic maintenance. Jelenbia took the bottle with trembling hands, but her fingers were too weak to twist off the cap. She lowered her hand in frustration, eyes red, looking at Sangdone. You did it on purpose. You knew I'd be so embarrassed. Sangdone narrowed her eyes slightly, then suddenly stepped forward. She reached out her fingertips, slipping directly into Jelenbia's sweatshirt collar, pressing accurately on the tiny golden bell that was still vibrating. Instantly the world fell silent. But in its place came the cold touch of Sangdone's fingertips and the intense sensation of her thumb brushing across Jelenbia's collarbone. Jelenbia's eyes flew wide. She even forgot to breathe, allowing the other to control her vital area in such a nearly degrading posture. Embarrassed, Sangdone lowered her head, her nose almost touching Jelenbia's forehead. In those pupils she saw despair, submission, and a heartbreaking beauty born of complete possession. Jelenbia, you need to get used to this sound. Because as long as you're on this campus, as long as I'm here, you must ring for me. Sangdone's thumb rubbed against the bell's surface, then she abruptly released it. Jingle. The bell let out a plaintive. There are still 40 minutes left in this class. Sangdone straightened up, her gaze returning to that cold aloofness that looked down upon all. She pointed to a volleyball court not far away. Go over there and practice receiving. Remember, if I hear the bell stop for more than 5 seconds tonight, I will. Jelenbia clutched the water bottle, watching Sangdone's arrogant and domineering back, and finally a teardrop slipped from the corner of her eye. She bit her lip. The training has finally come to a close. Columbia leaned weakly against the ball rack, her legs trembling slightly from the running and jumping she had just done. The bell around her neck jingled chaotically with her rapid breaths, sounding particularly clear in the gradually quiet. Sangdone closed the clipboard in her hands, no longer standing sternly from afar as before. She quickly approached, steadying Columbia's arm just as she was about to sit directly on the cold grass. Don't sit down just yet, take a few steps slowly, or your legs will hurt later. Sangdone's voice remained calm, but her tone was noticeably gentler than before. She took out a bottle of lukewarm water from her bag, which had already been opened, and held it to Columbia's lips. Take small sips, don't choke. Columbia took a few sips from her hand, her eyes still carrying a hint of grievance and fatigue. She glanced down at the faintly visible black strap around her neck, her voice very soft. Sangdone. Everyone was looking at me just now. This bell feels really strange to wear at school. Sangdone's grip on the water bottle tightened slightly. She lowered her gaze, watching the gold bell sway between Columbia's collarbones. Her personality always led her to confirm Columbia's existence in the most direct, even somewhat domineering manner. But at this moment, seeing the sweat-drenched hair at Columbia's temples and her almost exhausted appearance, Sangdone's rigid insistence suddenly softened. I just want you to remember you're not alone right now, you're by my side. As Sangdone spoke, she reached out her hand. Her movements were gentle, avoiding Columbia's neck that was slightly flushed from running. Her fingertips slipped into the collar of the sports shirt, gently grasping the small bell that was still trembling slightly. In an instant, that annoying sound disappeared, and the world became incredibly quiet. Since you're feeling uncomfortable, let's let it be quiet for a while. Sangdone lowered her head, her nose brushing lightly against Columbia's forehead. But you have to promise me don't act like you did before. This gentle tone with a hint of negotiation left Columbia momentarily stunned. She had thought Sangdone would continue to scold her with a cold face, but unexpectedly this usually stubborn person took the initiative to make a concession. I promise you. Columbia softly leaned into Sandrone's embrace, savoring the faint fragrance that emanated from her. All right, the last period is self-study. You don't need to go back to the classroom. Sandrone wrapped her arm around Columbia's waist, leading her slowly towards the convenience store in the teaching building. They'll get you something to eat. Your complexion is too pale right now. The setting sun on the playground stretched their shadows. Though Sandrone still looked cool and authoritative, she never released Columbia's hand. She even deliberately slowed her pace to match Columbia's rhythm. The afterglow of the sunset stretched their shadows across the rubber track. Sandrone held Columbia's hand, and the sensation at her fingertips caused her brow to furrow slightly. Columbia's palm was damp with perspiration, and her fingertips trembled uncontrollably, a sign of extreme hunger from exhausting her energy. Only then did Sandrone remember that they hadn't gone to the cafeteria because of their earlier awkwardness, and Columbia had also skipped breakfast due to the inspection. Sandrone. Columbia was led along her steps somewhat unsteady. Just follow me. Sandrone did not explain further. She tightened her grip on Columbia's hand a bit more and led her around the teaching building towards the school convenience store. It was now the break between classes, and only a few students were in the convenience store. The automatic sliding door opened with a ding, and the cool air rushed out mixed with the scent of Odin and bread. Sit here. Sandrone pressed Columbia onto a high stool in the resting area. She turned and quickly walked towards the shelves. She first retrieved 2 bottles of warm milk from the refrigerator, ensuring the temperature was suitable before placing them in the basket. Next, she chose a few easily digestible rice balls and meat floss sandwiches, and finally grabbed a box of dark chocolate. She returned to the table with the bag, finding Columbia resting her head on the counter, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Drink this first. Sandrone peeled open a straw and inserted it into the milk bottle, holding it to Columbia's lips. Columbia sipped the warm milk. The comforting liquid flowed into her empty stomach, alleviating her anxious feelings. She looked at Sandrone, noticing that she had only unwrapped the simplest rice ball. Sandrone, you haven't eaten anything all day either. I'm fine, just take care of yourself first. Sandrone snorted coldly, handing the unwrapped rice ball to Columbia. Eat it. Columbia lowered her head and took a bite of the rice ball. The fragrant glutinous rice helped her regain some energy. She noticed that although Sandrone still wore that indifferent expression, her long fingers remained propped up on the edge of Columbia's stool, as if guarding her. The sunset outside the convenience store was about to sink below the horizon. The two sat side by side in this small corner. Without the jingling bell, and without the strange gazes from the playground, there was only the aroma of food and the warmth. Upon exiting the convenience store, Sandrone did not take Columbia back to the crowded classroom. She held Columbia's hand, avoiding the patrolling headmaster, and quickly walked into a secluded corner of the art building. At the end of the corridor was an abandoned old art studio, rarely visited even by the cleaning staff due to its remote location. Sandrone pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a faint scent of pine mixed with the odor of aged canvases wafted towards her. Sunlight slanted through the high windows, casting the stacked easels inside into uneven shadows. Right, Sandrone locked the door behind her, the dull thud of metal echoing in the empty classroom. Columbia stood awkwardly beside a platform piled with plaster statues. It was the final self-study session of the afternoon, and the entire art building was so quiet that the only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves outside. This excessive stillness heightened her senses dramatically. Sandrone, why are we here? Columbia asked softly, her eyes still carrying a hint of drowsiness from recently. It's quiet here. Sandrone did not look at her. Instead, she pulled over 2 stacked sketching stools, signaling Columbia to sit down. Moreover, no one will be watching your collar here. Columbia obediently took a seat. Sandrone stood before her and took out the pendant she had previously removed. The golden bell, now thoroughly cleaned, hung before her. The black velvet ribbon shimmered with a mysterious texture. Sandrone bent down, wrapping her hands around the back of Columbia's neck. Her movements were gentle, avoiding the still faded red mark around Columbia's neck as she carefully refastened the clasp. Ding! The small golden ball pressed against the hollow above Columbia's collarbone. In this completely soundless classroom, the chime felt particularly jarring, causing Columbia's heart to flutter. Since you felt embarrassed on the playground, you can make it up to me here. Sandrone did not make any more aggressive moves, as she simply fixed her gaze on Columbia. In this utterly private classroom, Columbia realized that even without anyone else's gaze, Sandrone's singular focus on her was overwhelming. It could even be said that the scrutiny was more intense than on the playground, evoking a sense of shame 100-fold more powerful. Sandrone leaned closer, their breaths intertwining in the cramped space. She looked into Columbia's slightly dazed eyes, a flicker of deep affection flashing in her own. I can hear you. Sandrone's fingertip gently brushed the metal surface of the bell, the subtle sound of friction transmitting through the strap into Columbia's skin. Columbia, no one is watching you. Why is it still ringing? Columbia bit her lip, her eyes gradually glistening. She extended her hand, carefully grasping the collar of Sandrone's uniform, her voice soft and pleading. Because you're too close. Sandrone did not pull away, instead she sank deeper into the shared shadow that belonged to them. She tilted her head slightly and pressed a warm kiss to the cold bell. Columbia let out a broken gasp. The bell jingled incessantly, responding to its owner's panic with a series of dingling sounds. Sandrone seized the moment to kiss her lips. Unlike previous assertive invasions, this kiss was gentle and lingering, as if declaring a claim of ownership. In an old, empty classroom of the art building, Columbia leaned somewhat dazedly against Sandrone, the remnants of that heated, invasive warmth still lingering on her lips. She glanced down. The bell hung quietly at her collar, shimmering faintly in the shadows with each breath she had yet to. Sandrone. The bell rang. Columbia pointed out the window. It was the preparatory bell signaling the start of the self-study session, its originally crisp tone muffled as it passed through the layers of the teaching building. By the time it reached this secluded art studio, the sound had become somewhat indistinct. I know. Sandrone straightened her fingers, naturally smoothing Columbia's slightly disheveled hair. Her expression had returned to its usual calm and composed demeanor, indicating that the kiss just now was not a mere illusion. She reopened the door to the studio, and cold air rushed in, making Columbia shiver. Let's go back to the classroom. Sandrone once again took Columbia's hand, the grip undeniably forceful. The two of them traversed the empty corridor. The sound of their shoes echoed in the silent teaching building. Having been in class for nearly 10 minutes, the once boisterous hallway now felt exceptionally solemn. Occasionally, they could hear the low hum of a teacher lecturing from a nearby classroom. As they stood at the classroom door, it seemed there were voices from within. Columbia nervously clutched Sandrone's clothing. She could feel that with every breath and step she took, the bell at her collar emitted faint ding, ding sounds. Though the sound was not loud in this classroom environment, it felt as piercing as 1,000 birds. Report. Sandrone glanced at her sideways and softly commanded. But. Columbia looked at Sandrone for help, her eyes filled with unease. She feared that as soon as she opened her mouth, the shameful chime would echo throughout the entire classroom. However, Sandrone did not give her a chance to retreat. She stepped forward, curled her fingers, and knocked 3 times on the tightly shut classroom door. Thud, thud, thud. The noise inside the classroom abruptly ceased, and dozens of curious gazes swiftly crossed the windows and door cracks, landing on the two standing in the corridor. Report. Sandrone's voice was cold and steady, revealing no hint of guilt for being late. The homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses, and upon seeing the highly regarded student, softened her stern expression. Sandrone and Columbia, why are you so late? After gym class, Columbia was unwell, so I took her to the convenience store for supplies and stayed in the infirmary to observe for a while. Sandrone spoke without changing her expression, her serious demeanor surprising Columbia internally. I see. Well, come in quickly. The homeroom teacher gestured for them to enter. Columbia lowered her head, trying to minimize her movements as she slipped. However, as she passed by the first row of desks and prepared to walk toward the last row, dingling, ding, sounded. Dingling, ding. Though the sound was faint, it still drew the attention of a few classmates in the front row in the otherwise. The homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses and scanned the direction of the sound. Columbia's breath instantly halted. She felt that delicate black velvet ribbon seemed to be electrified, along with the bell that jumped even more due to her excessive nervousness. It was as if all her secrets were going to be exposed under the spotlight. The sense of shame made her toes freeze in place, unable to take another step. At that moment, Sandrone's gaze subtly shifted. She showed no signs of panic, instead naturally lowering her right hand. Clang! A heavier, jarring metallic clatter suddenly erupted on the ground. It was the keychain that Sandrone carried, filled with various mechanical parts and alloy tags. It just happened to accidentally slip from her grasp, landing heavily on the hard stone floor. The series of complex metallic clangs completely drowned out the delicate chime from Columbia's collar, even capturing the attention of the entire class. Sorry, my hand slipped. Sandrone spoke in a calm tone. She bent down nonchalantly and picked up the weighty keychain from the ground with her long fingers. As her fingertips brushed against the floor tiles, a slight friction sound was heard. After standing up, she did not hurry to leave, but slowly reattached the keychain to her waist. The hook is a bit loose, teacher. She nodded slightly to the homeroom teacher, exuding a calm aura typical of an exemplary student that evoked no suspicion. It's fine, return to your seat and be gentle. The homeroom teacher waved her hand, refocusing her gaze on the podium. Sandrone walked behind Columbia, using the occasional soft sound from the keychain as cover. Columbia took advantage of this brief chaos. She almost held her breath, tiptoeing back to her seat. When she finally settled into her chair, she realized her palms were already drenched in cold sweat. Sandrone then took her seat as well. The classroom was once again filled with the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. The fluorescent lights emitted a steady glow, illuminating the piles of exam papers in front of everyone. Sandrone turned her head, noticing Columbia curled up like a frightened little rabbit, shoulders tightly drawn, afraid to lift. She sighed silently and gently extended her hand under the desk, grasping the hand that Columbia had hidden in the sleeve of her uniform. Feeling the warmth of Sandrone's palm, Columbia trembled slightly, but soon relaxed. Don't be afraid, it's all okay. Sandrone lowered her voice, her tone soft enough for only the two of them to hear. She took out a pen and gently wrote a few words on Columbia's draft paper. Relax, breathe with me. Columbia turned to look at her and saw Sandrone focusing on her, her gaze no longer dominant, but instead filled with a comforting, protective aura. Sandrone did not continue to tease her. Instead, she took out a piece of chocolate she had bought at the convenience store. Unwrapping the packaging, she quietly offered it to Columbia's lips under the cover of the desk. Columbia was taken aback for a moment, then shyly opened her mouth to accept the sweet chocolate. Is it sweet? Sandrone mouthed to her, a faint smile curving her lips. Columbia nodded, a hint of a smile finally appearing in her eyes. She could feel that the bell under her collar still quivered slightly with her breath, but under Sandone's gentle gaze, it seemed to quiet down significantly, no longer an icy mark, but rather a small secret shared only between the two. For the next half lesson, Sandrone maintained this gentle demeanor. While quickly jotting down formulas on paper, she glanced at Columbia from time to time, her fingertips occasionally brushing against the pages, producing soft sounds. The evening breeze outside blew in through the window cracks, taking away a bit of the heat. In this bright classroom, following the overlapping metallic sounds, the originally tense relationship quietly melted away. Columbia leaned against Sandrone, feeling the warmth coming from her through the fabric, and the strong sense of unease in her heart finally calmed down completely. The bells signaling the end of the last class finally rang long and echoingly at the end of the corridor. The class, which had been as tranquil as a deep pool, suddenly erupted. The screeching sounds of desks being moved, the crisp sounds of zippers being pulled, and the relieved laughter of the boys and girls intertwined together. Columbia felt as if she had just awakened from a long daydream, sighing with relief. The back that had been tense all this time finally relaxed. The bell has rung. Sandrone's voice remained clear and steady amidst the noise. She elegantly closed the notebook in her hand, the pen tip producing a soft sound as it retracted. Turning her head, she looked at Columbia, who was still dazed, the once cold and oppressive gaze now having melted during the previous study period. Instead, it was replaced by a nearly gentle scrutiny. "Aren't you leaving?" Sandrone asked, showing no intention of getting up, instead resting her chin on her hand leisurely. "I am going." Columbia's cheeks flushed slightly, instinctively wanting to stand up and organize her backpack. As she moved, the bell at her collar rang out sharply due to the sudden motion. In this noisy environment, the sound was not particularly noticeable, yet it still startled Columbia. Almost reflexively, she reached out, pressing down tightly on the collarbone beneath her sweatshirt. She anxiously glanced around, fearing that a classmate who hadn't left yet might catch that strange sound. "Don't press, no one will notice." Sandrone reached out, gently hooking Columbia's wrist under the sturdy desk, gradually pulling her hand away from her collar. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the classroom returned to silence. The last rays of the setting sun pierced through the gaps in the blinds, casting deep orange shadows on the floor. "Sit down," Sandrone gently commanded, her tone no longer a hard directive, but rather a warm request. Columbia obediently sat back down. At this moment, the vast classroom was left with just the two of them. Tiny chalk dust floated in the air, silently swirling in the beams of light. Sandrone leaned in closer, the familiar cold mint scent enveloping Columbia once more. She extended her long fingers, precisely sliding into the collar of Columbia's sweatshirt. But instead of fiddling with the bell, she gently adjusted the black velvet ribbon that had been askew due to the earlier motion. "You were quite tense during class just now." Sandrone lowered her voice, her tone soft enough for only the two of them to hear. Her fingertip brushed against Columbia's neck, which had reddened from friction, her movements gentle, as if soothing an injured little creature. "Because it rings occasionally," Columbia murmured softly, a glimmer of moisture appearing in her eyes. "Sandrone, I always feel like everyone can hear it." "That's just your illusion. In this classroom, besides me, no one will pay attention." Sandrone suddenly lowered her head, resting her forehead against Columbia's. The two were so close that Columbia could count Sandrone's long eyelashes and feel the faint airflow generated by her speech. "Columbia, look at me." Sandrone's voice held a kind of magic that compelled Columbia to lift her gaze. In those ice blue eyes, Columbia saw no possessiveness, but rather a hint of barely perceptible awkward apology. "I'm sorry today on the playground. I might have been a bit impatient." Sandrone's pride was very strong, and for her to say such a thing was nearly the utmost concession. As she spoke, she took out a piece of chocolate she had bought at the convenience store, unwrapping the foil. Carefully holding that small dark square, she gently offered it to Columbia's lips. Columbia was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a relieved smile. She opened her mouth, accepting the slightly bitter, yet rich chocolate, her tongue accidentally brushing against Sandrone's fingertip. Sandrone's fingers trembled slightly, but did not retract. Instead, she gently stroked that rosy lip. "Is," Sandrone asked, her expression turning dark and profound. Very sweet." Columbia closed her eyes, letting the sweetness melt in her mouth. At this moment, the bell under her collar continued to emit a weak, dingling sound in sync with her heartbeat, audible only. But in this small space of the desk, in the tranquility before the sun completely sank below the horizon, this sound was no. Sandrone extended her hand, gently embracing Columbia's shoulders, pulling her entirely into her arms. Sandrone whispered in her ear, "If you don't want to wear it at school, then let it ring only when we're alone." "Okay." Columbia buried her face in Sandrone's neck, deeply inhaling the pleasant scent from her, then softly nodded. "Okay, let's go have dinner." Sandrone released that warm embrace, and with an almost casual ease lifted Columbia's backpack. At this hour, the cafeteria's red bean pies should be just out of the oven. Columbia glanced down at her neckline. The black velvet ribbon that had been slightly askew was now straightened by Sandrone. Under his gentle scrutiny, the anxious flutter in her chest finally settled back into place. The dismissal bell had been ringing for some time, and most of the crowd in the cafeteria had already thinned. They walked side by side along a campus path. The lamplight fractured the tree shadows, and an evening breeze carried away the day's heat. Columbia walked very slowly. To keep the bell from clinking loudly, she held her breath, almost without thinking, her movements kept to a whisper. A faint crisp ding sounded, swallowed by the occasional laughter of passing students. Sandrone did not show annoyance as before. Instead, he slowed his steps to match Columbina's pace. On the deserted second floor of the cafeteria, they chose a corner by the window. Dinner was simple: a steaming bowl of noodles and 2 crisp red bean pies. "You didn't finish that box of chocolates earlier in class." Sandrone pushed a pie toward Columbina. His tone was cool, but his gaze never left the pink flush on her steam-warmed cheeks. "It's already sweet enough," Sandrone. Columbina sipped the soup in small mouthfuls. A warmth flowed into her stomach, and the weakness born of hunger and nerves finally ebbed away. "Thank you." Sandrone offered no reply. He methodically peeled an orange, placed the segments neatly on a clean napkin, and pushed them across to her. This silent attentiveness soothed Columbina more than any words could. By the time they returned to the dormitory, the entire building lay steeped in a hushed serenity. They opened the dorm door, and their private space cut off the outside world. Sandrone closed the door behind them, and rather than attend to his own things, leaned against the desk to watch Columbina bustle about. Columbina set down her backpack and sat at her desk. As if remembering something important, she slid open a drawer and took a diary from its deepest corner. "Writing in your diary again?" Sandrone's voice came from behind, laced with teasing. I want to record," she answered without turning her voice soft. Holding the pen, she carefully inscribed the date on the title page beneath Sandrone's watchful gaze. The nib whispered across the paper. Sandrone did not shy away. He drew nearer, hands braced on the back of her chair, assuming an almost possessive posture. She lowered her lashes and watched the script that spilled from her pen. Today Sandrone was very gentle. She paused as the pen hesitated. She felt Sandrone's cool fingertips glide up the nape of her neck, faintly grazing the bell at her throat. The bell chimed, clear and intimate in the quiet dorm, its vibration traveling along her skin. "Well written." Sandrone bent forward, nuzzling the shell of her ear, his warm breath scattered across the page. "Keep writing. Record that kiss and the bell you hear now." Her hand trembled and her cheeks flamed scarlet in an instant. She reached to close the diary, but Sandrone held her wrist. "Sandrone, you make it impossible for me to write. Then learn to live with it." His voice dropped, threaded with a disquieting tenderness. "I want to know what I am and the person you portray on these pages." The dorm lights had long been extinguished. Only moonlight filtered through sheer curtains, spilling a pale wash across. Sandrone and Columbina lay side by side. In the cramped space, their breaths braided together and sounded unervingly clear in the still night. Columbina turned onto her side, her nose filled with Sandrone's cool mint scent, which wrapped around her senses like a close-fitting garment. A soft ding came as she shifted. The bell at her collar gave a faint, crisp note. In such silence, the sound acted like an invisible hook, tugging at the most secret stirrings in both their hearts. Sandrone was not asleep. She lay on her back, eyes half closed, aware of Columbina's steady gaze upon her. "Sandrone." Columbina's voice was thick and tentative. He answered softly without opening his eyes. Columbina propped herself up on one elbow, her hair spilling across Sandrone's cheek. She reached for the bell that had troubled her all day. The metal's chill against her palm contrasted with the heat of her fingertips. "May I?" she asked in a whisper. The words carried no subject, but between them the unspoken understanding needed no grammar. Sandrone finally opened his eyes. Those ice-blue eyes were profound and intent in the darkness, like a spring with no visible bottom. He said nothing, only inclined his head in a minute, almost imperceptible nod in the moonlight. With his assent, Columbina's previously shy expression steadied. She drew back, the thin coverlet rose gently and straddled Sandrone's waist. The motion set the bell at her throat to issue the most unruly, most indulgent cascade of chimes it had yet produced. Columbina looked down at Sandrone from above. In that posture, a strange courage, born of bashfulness, surged within her. Her slender hands braced on Sandrone's shoulders, her long hair falling like a dark waterfall. They enclosed each other's faces in a tight space that belonged only to them. Sandrone's hands were laced behind his head. His expression remained cool, even leisurely, as if appraising a painting. Yet the subtle rise and fall of his chest betrayed that his composure was thinner than it appeared. "Your heart is beating very—" His voice came out husky, roughened by restraint. "It's because you've been watching me." Columbina lowered her gaze. His reflection shimmered in her eyes. She gathered courage and traced a fingertip along his lips, then pressed her hand to his chest. Through the thin fabric of his sleepwear, she felt the riffling, disorderly thud of his heart. "Now only the two of us can hear it." She tilted her head. The bell brushed Sandrone's nose and gave one last clear confessional chime. Sandrone looked up at the eyes brimming with moisture and reliance, could not help but lift a hand to the back of her skull, and suddenly drew her hard against him. Sandrone's palm was warm and firm, her fingers gently tightening against the back of Columbina's head, fingertips sinking into the cloud-like locks. This kiss was no longer tentative as before, but filled with an intense craving. Columbina closed her eyes, her breath completely stolen, and due to lack of oxygen and fluster, the bell at her collar emitted an urgent, almost mournful ringing. Jingle, jingle. Amidst this heart-pounding rhythm, Columbina lay limply in Sandrone's embrace, her chest. She could feel Sandrone's heartbeat overlapping with her own. Sandrone breathed slightly, her lips pressed against Columbina's flushed earlobe, her voice low, as if speaking to herself. "Columbina, this is good." "Sandrone." Columbina extended her arms tightly, encircling the other's neck. As if by doing so she could find an anchor in the surging tide of emotions. She felt Sandone's hands, which always now clumsily yet gently roaming across her back, each touch stirring delicate sensations. After an unknown duration, the temperature in the room gradually rose. Sandone suddenly turned over, gently pressing Columbia beneath her. Their positions reversed. Columbia gazed into Sandone's ice-blue eyes. The once calm lake's surface had been ignited, churning with undercurrents that both terrified and enthralled her. Sandone's slender fingers hooked the black velvet ribbon, the bell swaying gently between them. On the playground, in the classroom, in the hallway. It rang all the way, knocking on my heart with each step. Sandone lowered her head, placing a light kiss on the orb, the metal's cold surface gleaming under the moonlight. Now the interest is collected. She pressed the clasp lightly, accompanied by a faint click, and the bell that had tormented Columbia all day was finally removed. Instantly, all sound vanished. The world plunged into an extreme, ringing silence. Columbia was stunned, watching dazedly as Sandone placed the bell on the bedside table and then lay back beside her. Without that cold little thing pressing against her collarbone, she felt an emptiness there, as if some connection had been abrupt. Sleep. Sandone reached out, pulling Columbia tightly into her arms, her chin resting on the top of Columbia's head. You've had a tiring day. Columbia curled up in that mint-scented embrace, which felt more reassuring than the intense interaction. She wrapped her arms around Sandone's waist, nuzzling against her broad chest, her voice thick with nasal tones. Sandone, do I have to wear it tomorrow? Sandone closed her eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips, her fingertips gently stroking the faint red mark left by the bell. That depends on your behavior tomorrow. The night deepened, and the distant campus had fallen into deep slumber. At 6 in the morning, pale blue dawn light filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy silhouette over the dormitory. Sandone was still fast asleep, her usually furrowed brow now relaxed, those eyes that always held cold wisdom shut. She appeared less sharp than usual, revealing a fragile vulnerability born of complete defenselessness. Columbia had been awake for a while. She quietly propped herself up, her hair cascading like silk over Sandone's collarbone, causing an infinitesimal instinctive shiver. Columbia's gaze fell upon the bedside table. There lay the bell and the heavy keychain Sandone had used yesterday, adorned with mechanical parts. Sandone. Columbia leaned close to her ear, her voice as soft as a breeze, yet carrying an unprecedented seductive allure. You said that if I behave you would promise me one thing, didn't you? Sandone let out a vague nasal sound in her half-awake state. Receiving this affirmative answer, a sly glimmer flashed in Columbia's eyes. She reached out her slender fingers, first picking up the keychain. Her fingertips felt the cold sharpness of metal, then she took the black velvet ribbon with the bell. With great care, she straddled Sandone, looking down from above like the previous night, scrutinizing the former controller. Since you love hearing sounds so much. Columbia leaned down, her hair brushing against Sandone's nose, slowly winding the black velvet ribbon around Sandone's neck. Then today I want to listen in a different way. Click. The crisp sound of the clasp closing was especially clear in the silent morning. Sandone's eyes flew open, her ice-blue pupils contracting instantly. She instinctively raised a hand to touch her neck, but at the movement, she heard a very close, very crisp ring. Jingle. This sound did not come from Columbia, but vibrated from her own throat. Columbia, you. Sandone's voice was hoarse with shock, her mind momentarily stuck in a logical deadlock. Shoo. Columbia raised her index finger, gently pressing it against Sandone's lips. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes no longer anxious or aggrieved, but filled with an aggressive tenderness. Sandone, your heart is beating faster. Are you scared? Sandone tried to sit up and regain control, but Columbia used her body weight to firmly press down on her shoulders. With Sandone's struggle, the bell hanging around her neck emitted dense, chaotic sounds. Jingle, jingle. Don't move. Columbia's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. She picked up the heavy keychain and pressed it into Sandone's cool palm, then closed her own hand, enveloping the other's hand. Today I don't want to wear it anymore. Columbia leaned close to Sandone's ear. So please, Lady Sandone, keep it for me. Feel it with your body, all right? Sandone froze completely. She looked at the girl above, who was usually so demure, now looking down at her with a command. This extreme reversal of roles shattered Sandone's vaunted rationality entirely. This is... Sandone gritted her teeth, but her cheeks uncontrollably flushed crimson. Columbia let out a soft laugh, then lowered her head to place a kiss on the bell that trembled with Sandone's tension, a kiss that claimed sovereignty. You taught me. When Columbia lips parted from that cold metal sphere, Sandone could still feel the lingering warmth and moisture on that small patch of skin. Together with Columbia's soft hands, she sealed Sandone's every attempt to resist. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Sandone took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound as cold and commanding as usual. Yet due to the excessive rise and fall of her chest just now, the bell pressed tightly against her collarbone mercilessly let out a crisp tremolo. Tinkle. Ding. To Sandone's ears at that moment, this sound was more grating than any mockery. Just yesterday she had stood in the corridor coldly observing Columbia's shame at being exposed by these very sounds. Today those same sounds ruthlessly tore open her icy exterior, revealing her present turmoil and loss of control. I know. Columbia slightly bent down, a few strands of silk-like hair falling beside Sandone's cheek, bringing a faint ticklish sensation. There was no longer yesterday's timidity or awkwardness in her eyes. Within those perpetually moist orbs now swirled an irresistible sweetened pressure that compelled attention. "I'm teaching our great Lady Sandrone what empathy truly means." Jalanbia's fingers slowly slid away from Sandrone's hand, tracing up her slender wrist, and finally resting on the side of her neck. Her fingertips gently caressed the black velvet ribbon, feeling its tight curve against Sandrone's skin. "Yesterday you washed me like this, didn't you?" Jalanbia tilted her head, her voice as soft as melting cotton candy. Yet every word struck directly at every time it rang. "You precisely calculated my panic. So now, Sandrone, what is your heartbeat?" "A childish trick." Sandrone bit her lower lip and turned away, trying to evade that penetrating gaze of Jalanbia. Ding! With just that slight turn of her head, the bell faithfully chimed again. Sandrone's body went completely rigid. She was used to giving orders, to arranging everyone and everything along her set paths. Now this total loss of control brought her an unprecedented sense of shame. Yet in the deepest recesses of that shame, a secret thrill and pleasure she dared not acknowledge began to stir. Jalanbia commanded softly. She cupped Sandrone's cheeks, forcing her to turn and face her. They were so close, their breaths mingling in the cool morning air. "You promised me that if I behaved, you'd grant me one request." Jalanbia's thumb gently brushed across Sandrone. "Today you'll be the one who behaves. Unless I allow it, you're not to take it off." After saying that, Jalanbia was the first to move away, sitting on the edge of the bed to straighten her slightly tousled pajamas. Without that soft pressure upon her, Sandrone could have immediately sat up and yanked off this ridiculous restraint around. Yet as she looked into Jalanbia's smiling, expectant eyes, her hand reaching toward her neck froze in midair like a rust. She couldn't bear to take it off. It was something Jalanbia had fastened upon her with her own hands. This perception, defying all logic, made Sandrone's breath hitch again. She slowly sat up, the wide collar of her pajama falling open, the black velvet ribbon forming a striking contrast against her pale skin. As she rose, that series of crisp, tinkling sounds reverberated through the quiet dormitory. Jalanbia walked to the sink, skillfully squeezed toothpaste onto 2 toothbrushes, filled the glasses with water, then turned and beckoned to Sandrone, still sitting on the bed. "Come wash up, Sandrone." Sandrone took a deep breath and stepped barefoot onto the floor. Usually, she moved silently with grace and composure. But today each step she took caused the bell at her neck to ring uncontrollably. The girl in the mirror had slightly disheveled hair from sleep. Those icy blue eyes that were usually cold as frost now glistened with moisture, the corners still tinged with an unfaded blush. And most glaring of all was the bell above her collarbone, rising and falling with every breath. Jalanbia came up behind her, gently wrapped her arms around Sandrone's waist, rested her chin on her shoulder, and gazed at the two of them in the mirror. "See, Sandrone, it looks far better on you than it ever did on me." Jalanbia whispered in admiration, her tone filled with pure appreciation. Sandrone looked at Jalanbia's gentle smile in the mirror, letting out a low, contemptuous snort in an attempt to salvage her crumbling dignity. "Only you would think it's pretty." "Really? Then listen, what is it saying now?" Jalanbia tenderly combed Sandrone. Sandrone fell silent, the redness at her ears spreading to her neck. After washing up, Jalanbia glanced at her phone. "Get dressed. Let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast. If we're late, there won't be any seats." At the mention of going to the crowded cafeteria, Sandrone's movements visibly stiffened. She put on her white shirt, her fingers pausing at the top button as she looked down at that bell. If she unfastened the clasp, now she'd walk out the door, still the lofty, flawless model student. But if she kept it on, she'd have to carry it through the crowded throng. Sandrone took a deep breath, her nimble fingers working swiftly to button her shirt all the way to the top, even tying her tie with meticulous precision. The high-collared white shirt and crisp jacket perfectly concealed that black velvet ribbon and the bell. Yet as she turned to walk toward Jalanbia, ding! An extremely faint muffled chime dulled by the thick fabric reached Jalanbia's ears at very close range. Jalanbia was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. She understood Sandrone's choice, that unique blend of pride and compromise. "Let's go, my Sandrone." Jalanbia walked up to her, and just as Sandrone often did, took her hand naturally, even with a touch of insistence. The early morning campus was already bustling with students. The first floor of the cafeteria was noisy with steam from buns and soy milk hanging in the air. Sandrone rarely came to the cafeteria during peak hours. Now surrounded by the noisy crowd, she felt especially worse. Still, students kept brushing past her with their trays, forcing her to constantly sidestep. Each dodging motion caused the bell pressed against her collarbone to emit a muffled vibration. "Good morning, Sandrone." A few classmates passed by and greeted her respectfully. "Morning." Sandrone gave a slight nod, her voice cold as ice, her back ramrod straight, as if nothing were amiss. But only Jalanbia, holding her hand tightly, knew that Sandrone's palm was slightly sweaty. The extreme tension of fearing that someone might hear the strange sound and expose her flawless facade made Sandrone as taut as a drawn bowstring. "Go sit at that empty spot over there first." Jalanbia handed her bag to Sandrone and pointed to a relatively secluded seat in the corner. "They'll queue for breakfast." Sandrone hurried to the corner and sat down, relieved to be free from prying eyes. She watched Jalanbia standing in line, the girl skillfully buying 2 cups of hot soy milk and several breakfast items. So this was the suffocating fear Jalanbia had faced yesterday when she crossed the playground with that thing on. Sandrone pressed her collar through her uniform, her expression complicated. Before long, Jalanbia returned with a tray. Have something warm. She inserted the straw and pushed the soy milk. Your hands went cold from the tension. Sandrone bent down and took a sip, the warm liquid flowing into her stomach, calming her agitation somewhat. She ate very slowly, trying not to let any chewing motion disturb the muscles in her neck, but the faint tinkling was still audible only to them, like a secret signal between the two. After breakfast, they walked side by side up the stairs of the teaching building. A few classmates passed by, feeling that Sandrone's aura today was even colder than usual, and voluntarily made way. In the gaps between ascending steps, Sandrone unconsciously tightened her grip on Columbina's hand. Columbina gently scratched Sandrone's palm, and after the classmates had moved away, she leaned close to Sandrone's ear and whispered so softly that only the two could hear, "Don't be afraid, it's fine now. Relax. Follow my breathing." This very phrase Columbina had used to calm her yesterday in the classroom was now returned verbatim. Sandrone's steps halted abruptly, a flash of chagrin and shame in her ice blue eyes, the blush on her cheeks no longer concealable. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Columbina, but the look held no real menace. "Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll lock you in the infirmary." "Sure." Columbina smiled, her eyes crinkling, utterly unafraid of the threat, and instead held Sandrone's hand even tighter. When the bell, signaling morning reading preparation, rang, the classroom was already filled with students. Sandrone, as usual, sat upright in her seat with her back straight. Neatly arranged on her desk were textbooks for various subjects and several sharply sharpened pencils. Outwardly, she remained the same meticulous, cold, and stern top student of the grade. Yet only she knew the spine-chilling secret hidden beneath the pristine white shirt buttoned all the way to the top and pulled. The black velvet ribbon clung tightly to her slender neck, accompanied by each of her minuscule swallowing motions. A muffled droning hum that only she could hear, yet this vibration against her skin was far more nerve-wracking than any direct sound. Turn to page 42. The physics teacher cleared his throat as he stepped onto the podium. This was an exceedingly dull and highly difficult lesson. Sandrone opened her book, her gaze falling on the complex formulas, yet her mind rarely stuttered. The force analysis diagram that she could normally deduce automatically in seconds turned into a tangled mess. All her attention involuntarily fixated on the tiny foreign sensation at her collar. "Sandrone." The physics teacher's voice suddenly sliced through the quiet classroom like a thunderclap at Sandrone's ear. "Come to the board and demonstrate the derivation process for everyone." The eyes of the entire class instantly converged on Sandrone. Her back stiffened sharply. She instinctively glanced at Columbina, sitting beside her. Columbina was resting her chin on one hand, quietly gazing at her with eyes so tender they could drown a person, a faint, encouraging smile playing at the corners of her lips. "What's wrong?" Sandrone, feeling unwell. The physics teacher pushed up his glasses, puzzled by her delay in rising. "No, teacher." Sandrone took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic in her heart, and stood up. As she rose, the fabric of her clothes rubbed together, and the bell inside her shirt inevitably jostled. Hum. A minuscule muffled sound. A boy in the front row dubiously dug at his ear and turned his head to look around. Sandrone's breath froze instantly, her palms slickened with cold sweat within seconds. She tensed every muscle, trying to make her steps as light and steady as a cat's. The short dozen steps down the aisle felt like walking a tightrope, each step accompanied by the fear of plunging into an abyss. Reaching the blackboard, Sandrone accepted the half piece of chalk the teacher handed her. She raised her arm and began writing formulas on the board. The crisp tap-tap-tap of chalk against the board echoed, yet she felt this sound could never mask the secret beneath her. When she reached the crucial integration step, the formula was so long that she had to stretch her right arm far to reach the empty space on the far right of the board. This movement greatly tugged at the fabric of her upper body. Ding! This time the sound was not entirely muffled. Owing to the wide range of motion, the bell struck the stiff plastic button at the top of her shirt, producing a faint, but in the quiet classroom, extremely jarring crisp note. Huh, what was that sound? The study monitor in the first row looked up, thoroughly bewildered. Was that a bell ringing? The physics teacher frowned. Who brought an unauthorized accessory into class? Sandrone's hand holding the chalk froze midair, white chalk dust sifted onto her fingertips. At that instant her blood seemed to congeal, her mind a blank slate. That meticulously maintained, lofty, perfect physics was about to shatter completely under the gaze of over 40 pairs of eyes torn apart by this utterly humiliating sound. She could already imagine the catastrophic scene when the teacher asked her to unbutton her collar for inspection. Just at this critical moment, clatter. A loud crash of metal falling came from the back of the classroom. Everyone, including the physics teacher and Sandrone on the podium, turned to look. Columbina stood up, somewhat flustered, a completely disassembled metal compass case lying at her feet. The compass iron ruler and spare metal clips scattered all over the floor. A few small clips even bounced on the stone tiles, producing a series of crisp, lingering clinks. "Sorry, teacher." Columbina's face was flushed crimson, her hands twisted together nervously. Her voice was soft and filled with apology. "I accidentally knocked over my stationery box." The bell sound earlier might have been from a clip hitting the corner of the desk. Her timid, almost teary expression would not arouse suspicion in anyone. Columbina, be more careful. Pay attention in class. Pick them up quickly." The physics teacher shook his head and didn't pursue it further. "All right, everyone, look at the board." Sandrone continued. Sandrone stood on the podium, watching the girl at the back slowly crouch down to gather her supplies. In others' eyes, Columbina was just a clumsy transfer student. But only Sandrone knew that as Columbina bent down, the girl lifted her head, and through the maze of desks cast an extremely covert, reassuring glance in her direction. It was the look of an accomplice. Yesterday, Sandrone had dropped a keychain on the floor to cover Columbina's own collar. Today, Columbina replicated the scene perfectly with a scattered metal compass case. Sandrone turned around and inscribed the final integration result heavily on the blackboard. Her hand still trembled slightly, but the extreme fear in her heart was now replaced by a strange, enveloping warmth. A flawless derivation. Truly, Sandrone, your reasoning is exceptionally clear. Return to your seat. The teacher nodded approvingly. Sandrone stepped down from the podium. This time she no longer walked as if on thin ice. Even though the faint muffled sound still came from beneath her collar, she knew there was someone covering for her. She returned to her seat. Without turning her head, Sandrone naturally placed her left hand on her thigh and then opened her palm, slightly facing Columbina's direction. A second later, a soft, warm little hand stealthily slipped over interlacing practiced fingers, with hers locking in a perfect 10-finger clasp. Thank you. Sandrone breathed the two words in a voice so low it was nearly inaudible. Her gaze remained fixed on the board, but the cold sapphire light in her eyes had melted into a spring pool. Columbina said nothing, only gently scraping her thumb across Sandrone's palm twice, like soothing a frightened, arrogant cat that had finally lowered its proud head. The long, agonizing morning finally ended with the bell for the last class. When classmates poured into the cafeteria, Sandrone remained in her seat. Only when the classroom was empty did she collapse onto the desk, as if all strength had drained from her. Tired, Columbina leaned in, gently stroking Sandrone's back. So hot. Sandrone buried her face in her arms, her voice muffled, and carrying a rare note of petulance and complaint. Columbina looked at Sandrone's collar buttoned so tightly it seemed extremely constricting. To conceal the velvet ribbon, Sandrone had not dared to undo the top button all morning. Even in the stuffy classroom, she had forced herself not to sweat. Let me unbutton it for you to let the air in, okay? Columbina coaxed softly. Sandrone did not refuse, only slowly raised her head. On that always cool and proud face, a lovely peach blossom flush now bloomed from the heat and prolonged tension. Columbina leaned in, her slender fingers deftly undoing the top two buttons of Sandrone's shirt. The black velvet ribbon and bell, suppressed all morning, finally emerged into the air. Having absorbed Sandrone's body heat, the metal sphere now looked warm and suggestive. Phew. Sandrone let out a long sigh, the taut muscles of her neck finally relaxing. Columbina's fingertip gently flicked the bell. Ding. The clear sound echoed through the empty classroom. Were you very scared up on the podium? Columbina placed her hands on the edge of Sandrone's desk, trapping her in her own territory, her gaze gentle, yet intensely possessive. You know the answer, and still you ask. Sandrone grit her teeth, turning her face away, but she did not push Columbina's hand away. Because I want to hear you admit it yourself. Columbina lowered her head, her nose almost brushing Sandrone's cheek. Admit that our great Sandrone was also afraid of this tiny little bell. Sandrone's breath quickened. Yes. She closed her eyes, finally abandoning all futile resistance, her voice trembling with surrender. I was afraid of being discovered, afraid of losing control. Hearing this answer, Columbina smiled. A smile of profound satisfaction, radiant and bright. She lowered her head, and over the bell pressed a deep kiss on Sandrone's collarbone. Since you were so scared, you'll have to compensate me well at noon in the dormitory. Columbina whispered into her ear. Because the way you looked on the stage was really beautiful. Sandrone's eyes flew open, the blush on her cheeks instantly spreading to her ears. Sandrone walked hand in hand with Columbina along the path she was all too familiar with. However, today this road felt interminably long, as if it had no end. To breathe easier, the top two buttons of her shirt remained undone. The black velvet ribbon and the golden bell were slightly obscured by the collar of her coat, but they would still be heard whenever the wind blew. Or if her steps were a bit larger, the chilling metallic sensation would unmistakably brush against her collarbone. Ding! Another faint crisp sound echoed. Sandrone instinctively halted, her empty right hand suddenly raised, wanting to cover the bell that had brought her so. But before her hand could reach her collar, Columbina had already turned around, gently intercepting her wrist in midair. Columbina stood before her against the light, the golden sunlight casting a soft halo over her hair. Her eyes held a hint of reassurance, but more so an unwavering determination. There's no one on the road now, Sandrone. You can let it ring for a while. Do you find this amusing? Sandrone gritted her teeth, the blush of embarrassment still lingering on her cheeks. She tried to speak in her usual condescending tone, but at this moment it sounded more like a powerless act of resistance. No, I just think that the current you is more genuine than usual. Columbina smiled, pulling her hand forward to continue. Back in the dormitory, when the heavy door let out a crisp click as it locked, Sandrone seemed to unload a 1,000-pound burden, leaning against the door panel in a dazed state. The curtains in the dormitory were drawn, the light dim, with only the faint hum of the air conditioning breaking the silence. Sandrone closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. Her heart, which had been suspended in her throat, finally settled back into her chest, but in its wake came an indescribable. However, Columbina had no intention of letting her rest just yet. The sound of gentle footsteps approached as Columbina walked up to Sandrone. Instead of looking up as usual, she extended her hands, pressing against the door panels on either side of Sandrone's head, creating an extremely ambiguous and oppressive walling gesture. About the compensation mentioned in class, Sandrone, how do you plan to fulfill that? Columbina's voice sounded particularly soft in the dim space. It was like a feather continuously teasing the already fragile nerves of Sandrone. She opened her eyes, a hint of panic flashing in her icy blue gaze. She looked at Columbina, who was so close, and saw that there was no longer awe for her in those eyes, only a pure possessive desire to completely dismantle her. What do you want? Sandrone's voice became uncontrollably hoarse. Columbina did not answer. Her gaze slowly drifted down, landing on the open collar of Sandrone's shirt. On the skin as fair as frost, the bell slightly swayed with Sandrone's hurried breaths. Columbina extended a slender finger, the tip cool to the touch, gently lifting the bell. Dingling. The crisp sound erupted between their breaths. What I want is very simple. Columbina raised her gaze, staring intently at Sandrone. Yesterday you made me wear it across the playground, feeling the fear of being watched by the entire world. Today I made you experience the same feeling from the podium. But Sandrone, you still owe me one thing. What? Sandrone felt her throat was extremely dry. I want you. Columbina leaned into her ear, her warm lips brushing against Sandrone's sensitive earlobe. To ring it proactively for me. This sentence hit Sandrone like a jolt of electricity, instantly penetrating her mind. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Columbina. You're crazy. Sandrone instinctively tried to push her away, but her hands were skillfully pinned behind her by Columbina, pressed against the door panel. I'm not crazy. Columbina's strength was astonishing, a determination from within to seize control over the other. How did you force me last night? You said that if I didn't control myself you would make me ring it as much as I wanted. Now it's your turn. But this doesn't make sense. Sandrone was still trying to use her reasoning to justify herself, but her voice grew fainter. It's a passive device. How could I? Actively. Then make it logical. Columbina didn't give her any chance to escape. She suddenly lowered her head and domineeringly sealed Sandrone's lips with her own. Sandrone let out a muffled groan. This kiss was different from the gentle touch in the morning. It was filled with the meaning of punishment and a fervor to completely consume the other. Columbina's tongue skillfully pried open Sandrone's teeth, ruthlessly seizing the oxygen from her mouth. In this sudden deep kiss, Sandrone's body immediately went limp. Due to the intense struggle and extreme lack of oxygen, Sandrone's chest began to rise and fall violently, and the bell pressed against her collarbone finally began to ring just as Columbina wanted. It started to emit chaotic, hurried, and completely disordered sounds. Dingling. Dingling. The clear bell tones echoed continuously in the dim dormitory, intertwined with their ragged breaths. The blushing and heart-pounding sounds intertwined. Sandrone's resistance grew weaker, and her hands, which had been pinned behind her, had somehow broken free from their restraints. Instead, they tightly gripped the fabric of Columbina's back like a drowning person clutching the last piece of driftwood. Uncertain how much time passed, Columbina finally released her. The two of them pressed their foreheads together, both gasping for air. Sandrone's eyes, usually so cold and sharp, were now filled with moisture, with the corners tinged in a breathtaking blush. Her lips were slightly swollen, her collar even more disheveled, and the bell was still emitting faint sounds due to the lingering resonance. Look, Columbina gently wiped away the moisture from the corner of Sandrone's lips with her thumb, her voice carrying a hint of victorious laziness. It sounds lovely now. Have you learned how to please me? Sandrone was furious with embarrassment. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Columbina, but that gaze appeared to Columbina more like an ineffectual pout. You? Ungrateful. Sandrone wanted to curse, but her usually sharp tongue couldn't form a complete sentence. All right, I won't bully you anymore. Columbina, seeing the situation, reached out her arms and lifted the utterly exhausted. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Sandrone gasp in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Columbina's neck. With the intense movement, the bell once again protested with a clear sound. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Sandrone's pride was making one last stand. No, Sandrone, you just expended too much energy and need to rest well. Columbina unyieldingly carried her to the bed and gently placed her on the soft mattress. Then Columbina climbed onto the bed herself, tightly embracing Sandrone from behind. It was an extremely protective and possessive posture. Sandrone's back pressed against Columbina's warm chest, the faint scent of the girl lingering at her nose. Columbina. Sandrone no longer struggled. She closed her eyes, feeling the cold bell at her neck and the warm embrace behind her. This intertwining of ice and fire made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. I'm here. Columbina rested her chin on Sandrone's neck, her hands wrapped around her waist. Sleep, now, Sandrone. There was still a long time until afternoon classes. Just be my Sandrone. This sentence struck like a spell, completely breaking down the last line of defense in Sandrone's heart. Her body, which had been tense all morning, finally relaxed completely, even instinctively leaning back to bury herself deeper into Columbina's embrace. Sandrone let out an extremely soft sound, like a concession or perhaps a secret promise. The cool air from the air conditioning circulated quietly in the room. A sliver of sunlight leaking through the curtain was just right to illuminate the intertwined strands of their hair. In the rhythm of Columbina's steady breathing, Sandrone's consciousness gradually blurred. As she entered into deep sleep, the golden bell occasionally emitted a faint, delicate ding. Sandrone was startled awake by the sudden sound of rain. She groggily opened her eyes and found herself still in the embrace of Columbina. She had slept deeply without even a single dream, ever since she had entered this school with top scores. But today she had slept so unguarded. It's raining. Columbina also woke up, rubbing her drowsy eyes, her chin nuzzling against Sandrone's shoulder, her voice soft, like freshly fermented dough. Yes, class will start soon. Sandrone tried to sit up, but as soon as she moved, her muscles protested with a weight. The entire morning, to prevent the bell under her collar from ringing, she kept her body tense, even deliberately suppressing. That extreme mental tension, combined with the vigorous confrontation on the door panel at noon and the oxygen-deprived deep kiss, had completely drained Sandrone's energy. Dingling. As she sat up straight, the bell at her collar rang out sharply once more. However, this time the faint sound of the bell was overshadowed by the deafening rain outside, making it not seem so abrupt, but rather infused with a sense of hidden safety. The two of them tidied up their slightly messy uniforms. Columbina took out a black long-handled umbrella and naturally linked her arm with Sandrone's. Let's go to class. As they pushed open the dormitory building's door, a damp and cold wind hit them. The rain was pouring heavily, as if a white curtain of water had been drawn across the sky. Columbina opened the umbrella, tilting most of its surface over Sandrone's head. The two were very close, their shoulders almost touching. Amidst the noisy sound of rain, Sandrone didn't even need to deliberately slow her pace, as she had done in the morning. With each step she took, the bell would emit faint sounds beneath her uniform, but these noises were perfectly swallowed by the patter of raindrops hitting the umbrella. This illusion of being sheltered by the heavy rain finally provided a bit of breathing space for Sandrone's tense nerves. As she walked into the classroom, the preparatory bell for class rang. Due to the heavy rain outside, the light in the classroom was extremely dim. Even with the lights on, it created a heavy atmosphere that was very conducive to sleep. The first class of the afternoon was history. The history teacher was an elderly man nearing 60, speaking at a slow pace. In this thunderstorm-filled afternoon, his monotonous lecture sounded like a perfect lullaby. Sandrone sat at her desk, hands folded on the table, her back instinctively straight. In front of her lay the history textbook, her right hand even gripping a red marker ready to highlight key points. On the surface, she still appeared to be the impeccable model student, maintaining the perfect posture for listening. However, only she knew how heavy her eyelids felt at that moment. The rational little person in her mind, always shouting to stay awake, was slowly being swallowed by the tide of sleepiness. The historical timeline on the blackboard began to blur, and the tales of dynastic rise and fall spoken by the teacher turned into a buzzing noise in her ears. So tired. Not just physically fatigued, but also mentally drained. She struggled to keep her eyes open, trying to pinch her palm with her nails to regain consciousness. But her hand felt weak, failing to have any effect. Her head began to uncontrollably droop, and with each drop the bell at her collar would emit a dull sound. Buzz. Buzz. Although the sound of rain provided cover, the close vibration still startled Sandrone in her half-dream state. She jolted awake, straightening her back, but within 2 minutes that overwhelming sleepiness dragged her back into the abyss. This tug-of-war continued a few times, and Sandrone's usually cold face revealed a rare hint of grievance and helplessness akin to an ordinary girl. A soft hand quietly supported her chin. Sandrone barely opened her eyes following that hand's direction. Unbeknownst to her, Columbina had already put down her pen. She wasn't looking at the blackboard, but had turned to the side, gazing at Sandrone with an extremely gentle, almost pitying expression. If you're tired, just sleep, Columbina mouthed to her. Sandrone instinctively shook her head. If the teacher found out, or if her classmates saw, her perfect student image would completely shatter. But you look like you're about to break apart right now. Columbina quickly wrote that line on a piece of draft paper and pushed it in front of Sandrone. Then, ignoring Sandrone's weak protest, she firmly reached out. She pressed down on the back of Sandrone's head, gently laying her proud head against the crook of the desk. Sleep now, I will keep watch for you. Columbina stacked her thick reference books at the junction of the two desks, perfectly blocking the teacher's line of sight from the podium. Then she took off her oversized coat and carefully draped it over Sandrone's thin back, wrapping her and the secret of the bell at her collar securely. Columbina's warmth and scent instantly enveloped Sandrone. Under the cover of that coat, the tightly pulled string within Sandrone snapped with a clear sound. She no longer struggled, nor tried to maintain that ridiculous dignity. She buried her face deeply in the crook of her arm and closed her eyes. Listening to the soft patter of rain outside and feeling the warmth from the coat on her back, Sandrone slept extremely soundly during the next 2 classes. She no longer cared about the notes on the blackboard, no longer listened to the dull explanations, nor worried whether the bell at her collar would suddenly ring, because she knew that beside her someone was building an impenetrable defense for her. Columbina diligently took notes for both herself and Sandrone, occasionally turning her head to glance at the girl sleeping sweetly beside her. Sleeping Sandrone had shed all aggression, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids, her breathing even and prolonged. Occasionally, when she adjusted her position slightly in her sleep, a very soft faint ding would emerge from the collar that was pressed under the coat. At these moments a smile that couldn't be contained would rise at the corners of Golombia's mouth. She would quietly extend her hand under the desk, gently patting Sandrone's back, as if soothing a sleeping kitten, until that weak sound of the bell returned to silence. The long afternoon quietly passed amidst the sound of rain and the scratching of chalk. When the last class bell rang long in the corridor, the classroom erupted in cheers. The students hurriedly packed their bags, and with the loud scraping of desks and chairs the whole class became lively. Sandrone woke up groggily amidst this cacophony. She raised her head in confusion, the coat covering her back sliding down to her knees. The fluorescent lights in the classroom were still bright, but the seats once filled were now largely empty. Outside, the heavy rain had turned into a light drizzle, the sky dark, as if it were deep into the night. "Awake," came Golombia's voice filled with mirth beside her. Sandrone rubbed her slightly numb eyes. "Did I sleep the entire afternoon?" Her voice sounded hoarse from not speaking for a long time, her ice blue eyes filled with disbelief. Sandrone actually slept soundly for 3 whole hours in the classroom. "Yes, you slept very soundly," Columbina replied, handing over the neatly organized notes, her gaze playful. "The history teacher walked by your side and knocked on the desk twice, and you didn't wake up." "What a—" Sandrone's face instantly paled as she sat up straight. "Did the teacher find out?" "What did he—" "Just kidding," Columbina said, unable to help but chuckle at Sandrone's. "The teacher stayed at the podium the whole time, thinking you were deeply engaged in complex calculations. No one noted." Realizing she had been played, Sandrone clenched her teeth, a blush of anger swiftly rising on her cheeks. She instinctively wanted to explode, but when she looked down at the coat with a faint fragrance draped over her knees, the fire in her heart inexplicably extinguished. "Boring," Sandrone tossed the coat back to Columbina, turning her head to hide her awkwardness. "Pack your things and let's head back to the dormitory." By now the classroom was completely empty. Columbina leisurely packed her books in her bag, then stood up and walked in front of Sandrone. "Before we go back, has Sandrone forgotten something?" "What?" Sandrone frowned. Columbina said nothing, simply extending her finger and naturally unbuttoning the top button of Sandrone's shirt. Dingling. The crisp sound of the bell rang out in the empty classroom, intertwining with the sound of rain outside. "It kept you company for the entire afternoon. Oh, it must be stifling." Columbina looked down, gazing at the golden sphere shimmering with faint light on Sandrone's collarbone, her expression instantly turning dark and profound. "Now that the classroom is empty and the rain is heavy, I want to hear it ring for a while." Sandrone's body stiffened slightly, but this time she offered no further futile resistance. She looked at the girl in front of her, who appeared exceptionally gentle yet controlling in the rainy day. Suddenly she felt that the so-called pride, dignity, and logic became less important at that moment. She took a deep breath, and then right in front of Columbina, she stood up extremely slowly. She took a step forward, closing the distance between them. With her movement, the bell emitted a series of unreserved, clear, and melodious chimes. "Dingling, dingling. Is this satisfactory for you?" Sandrone slightly lifted her head, looking at Columbina, whose usually sharp eyes were now filled with a willingness to indulge. Columbina was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Sandrone to be so proactive. Then she broke into a smile brighter than the sun. "I'm satisfied." Columbina stepped forward, tightly embracing Sandrone, burying her face in her neck. Amidst the soft drizzle, the crisp sound of the bell continued to echo between them. "Let's go." Columbina released her embrace, picked up the black long-handled umbrella, and took Sandrone's hand. The two walked side by side out of the empty classroom as the rain fell slantwise outside. The black long-handled umbrella unfurled in the torrential rain, firmly sheltering both beneath its canopy. Leather shoes tread through puddles, emitting a muffled thud. The sky had fully darkened and streetlights cast dim halos of light, reflecting mottled shadows on the rain-slicked asphalt road that glistened like polished obsidian. Columbina tilted the umbrella handle slightly toward Sandrone, leaving her own shoulder exposed to the slant. Sandrone noticed this without a word, silently extending her free hand to wrap around Columbina's waist, pulling the girl closer against her. Jingle. The bell pressed against her collarbone sounded a crisp note due to the pull. Yet amidst the white noise of the pouring rain, the metallic chime was infinitely muted. Only a faint vibration against the skin remained, as if lightly tickling the hearts pressed together. By the time they returned to the dormitory building, the hems of their skirts were inevitably damp. Pushing open the dormitory door, the familiar warmth and dryness greeted them. With a click of the lock turning, this small sanctuary once again sealed out the storm and clamor beyond. Sandrone released her grip and let out a long sigh. Though she had slept a full 3 hours in the classroom that afternoon, greatly relieving her physical fatigue, the mental strain of wearing that bell all day still left her feeling a sticky, pervasive exhaustion from the inside out. The cold rain's dampness clung to her uniform, weighing down the once crisp white shirt. "Achoo!" Columbina set down the umbrella and suddenly sneezed softly. Sandrone's brow immediately furrowed, her usual stern demeanor snapping back into place. She strode quickly to the wardrobe, yanked open the door, and retrieved a clean towel and a set of pajamas. "Go take a shower." Sandrone turned and thrust the clothes into Columbina's arms, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You got caught in the rain. If you don't wash away the chill, you'll catch a cold or a fever." Though her words were harsh, the concern in her eyes was genuine. But Columbina did not obediently head for the bathroom. Clutching the pajamas that exuded a faint soft fragrance, she stood still, her eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning in the. Her gaze boldly fell on Sandrone's collar. There, due to the act of removing her coat, the collar of the white shirt was the black velvet strap pressed an extremely ambiguous line against the pale skin, the golden bell lying still with Sandrone's every breath. But Sandrone's clothes are wet too, Columbina said in a soft, honeyed voice, stepping forward to close the distance between. Besides, you've been tense all day and sweated a lot. You must feel really uncomfortable now, right? I'll shower later. Sandrone instinctively stepped back half a pace, that familiar sense of being pressed and cornered washing over her again. The hot water in the bathroom is already ready and the space is big enough. Columbina did not retreat. She tilted her head slightly, meeting Sandrone's ice blue eyes, which had contracted with wariness, and curled her lips into an enticing smile. It's so cold outside. Why don't we shower together? No way. Sandrone reacted violently, the words escaping her lips almost involuntarily. Her voice shot up with extreme embarrassment and annoyance, even carrying a faint, barely perceptible tremor. The suggestion was like a bomb, instantly blasting a massive breach in Sandrone's already precarious defenses of reason. She had already conceded far too much today. She had walked through the crowd wearing that shameful bell, endured panic at the podium, and even been forced to produce chaotic chimes against the door. If she now stood naked before her in that utterly exposed bathroom under this girl's predatory gaze, she dared. This was the final line she would defend at all costs today. Why not? Columbina feigned innocence, tilting her head. We're both girls, and I can scrub your back for you, clean this bell thoroughly. I said no, and that's final. Sandrone spun around sharply, grabbing her own change of clothes. Due to the abrupt movement, the bell at her collar let out a rapid series of protesting chimes. Jingle, jingle. The chaotic sound seemed to mirror the extreme agitation in its owner's heart. Sandrone grit her teeth, a flush spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. She clutched the clothes against her chest, as if guarding her last shred of dignity. There's no reason, this is completely against all rules and logic. If you're not going first, then I will. She stood rigid, every defense raised, projecting an unmistakable push me and I'll snap attitude. Watching Sandrone guard her last bastion like a spitting cat, the smile in Columbina's eyes deepened. She knew the bow named Sandrone had been drawn to its breaking point. If she pushed harder, it might actually snap. She had already savored enough delightful sights today, as she was in no rush to devour the girl completely at this moment. So Columbina did not press further. She simply stood there watching the flushed Sandrone, and then with infinite tenderness let out a soft smile. Okay. Columbina said nothing more. No questions, no disappointment. She merely fixed Sandrone with a gaze of encompassing acceptance, murmured her assent, then turned and walked toward the bathroom, her pajamas in her arms. I'll go first, then Sandrone, you wait outside like a good girl. The bathroom door clicked softly shut, followed by the hiss of silence reclaimed the dormitory. Sandrone stood alone by the wardrobe, still clutching the clothes tightly. Her chest heaved, the bell at her collar issuing the faintest chime with her breath. Columbina's unresisting retreat and that last meaningful smile left Sandrone strangely drained. It was as if she had braced herself for a desperate battle, only for her opponent to lightly pat her head and say, I'll let you off. That feeling of punching cotton was immensely frustrating, yet within the frustration sprouted a grateful gasp for respite. She walked to the desk and sat down, listening to the sound of water. Her fingers instinctively traced the black velvet strap at her collar. Click. A crisp metallic lock sound rang out. The golden bell that had tormented her all day was finally removed by her own hand. Instantly, all weight and constraint evaporated. The skin above her collarbone, marked by a faint red impression from the long constriction, met the cool air. Sandrone placed the bell under the desk lamp. In the soft light, the metal surface gleamed with a dark luster. She stared at it silently, replaying everything that had happened today in her mind. From the reversal at dawn to the conspiracy at the podium to the heart-pounding moments under the long table. Every heartbeat, every panic was inextricably linked to this tiny bell. Insanity, utterly insane. Sandrone closed her eyes, burrowed her face into her hands, and let out a help, but deep down she knew. No matter how absurd it seemed, no matter how much logic had been abandoned. The sound of water continued from the bathroom. Sandrone lifted her head, her eyes regaining clarity. She carefully tucked the bell into the deepest drawer, then picked up her own pajamas and sat on the edge of the bed, quietly waiting for the night that had been utterly disrupted. The rain outside continued to wash the glass, producing a dense, pattering sound. Inside the dormitory, the sound of water flowing from the bathroom became another form of unsettling white noise. Sandrone sat on the soft edge of the bed, her hands clasped on her knees, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the wood grain on the floor. Without the golden bell at her collar, she felt a long-lost lightness at her collarbone. Yet the psychological illusion left by long-term wearing of metal still made her feel as if a cool touch and faint tremors lingered there. As she tried to calm her racing heart from the chaos of the day with deep breaths, a buzzing sound erupted. Her phone, which she had carelessly placed on the other side of the bed, suddenly vibrated violently. The screen's glow lit up the dim dormitory. Sandrone instinctively furrowed her brow. Who would call her so late on a stormy night? An emergency from the student council. She leaned over to grab her phone. However, when she saw the name bouncing across the screen alongside the green video call icon, her heart, which had just settled, skipped a beat. Caller ID Columbina. Sang Duonai was stunned. She turned to glance at the closed bathroom door where the sound of flowing water continued unabated. Wasn't this person taking— What on earth was the phone doing in the bathroom? Countless thoughts flashed through Sang Duonai's mind in an instant. Did she fall? Did she forget to grab a towel? Or was there something wrong with the water heater? Driven by an instinctive worry, she didn't even have time to think, her finger already pressing the green answer button before her brain could catch up. Hello, what are you? Sang Duonai's words were cut off, her voice seemingly grasped tightly by an invisible hand. The phone screen did not display any scenes of someone in distress. Instead, it revealed a hazy image thick with— The camera was fixed on some fixture at the sink, and through a thin layer of mist, Columbia's face, made rosy by the steam, appeared clearly in the center of the screen. The girl's wet hair clung to her cheeks, and slender swan-like neck water droplets sliding down her smooth jawline, cascading onto her flawless shoulders, which were as white as snow. Sang Duonai. Columbia leaned closer to the camera, her eyes seemingly filled with a pool of spring water. Her voice, echoing in the bathroom, sounded ethereal, soft, and even carried a hint of unguarded languor. You? Sang Duonai's pupils suddenly constricted, her fair cheeks igniting with heat in an instant. The blush spread visibly to her ears and neck. Her vision was overwhelmed by an unprecedented and intense impact. It was a panic that struck her soul more fiercely than the ringing bell she had to endure today. The water temperature is so comfortable. The girl on the screen seemed completely unaware of her own devastating effect. She even raised a hand glistening with droplets and gently tousled her wet hair. Are you really not going to come in and watch? Pa. Sang Duonai barely heard the rest of her words. Her finger trembled with a kind of panic and quickly pressed down on the red hang-up button. The screen went black in an instant, and the dormitory returned to the sound of rain and running water. Sang Duonai threw her phone back onto the bed as if electrocuted, her whole body jolting up. Her chest heaved violently, yet the image of the moist scene lingered in her mind like a brand. She felt her blood boiling, even her fingertips tingling slightly. That reckless person. Did she even realize what she was doing? Sang Duonai gritted her teeth and rushed to the bathroom door in 2 steps. She raised her hand, but didn't dare to actually knock on the frosted glass door. Instead, she could only lower her voice, and in a nearly exasperated tone yelled through the door, "Idiot! Are you crazy?" The sound of water in the bathroom paused for a second, followed by Columbia's clear silver bell-like laughter coming through the crack of the door. Sang Duonai's face is as red as a ripe apple. Columbia's voice, filtered through the door, held no hint of remorse, instead filled with the joy of a prank well played. I just wanted you to see the water temperature. Since you won't come in, I guess I have to wash by myself. Wash your own bath. If you dare call again, I'll confiscate your phone. Sang Duonai spat out this empty threat through gritted teeth and turned to flee back to her desk. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands, unable to calm down for a long time. After about 10 minutes, the sound of water in the bathroom finally ceased, accompanied by the sound of the lock turning. A warm, faintly sweet, peach-scented humidity wafted through the open door. Columbia emerged wearing a pure cotton nightgown. I'm done washing. Columbia walked over to Sang Duonai's side, even deliberately getting a little closer, radiating warmth. The water is very warm. You should hurry up before you catch a cold. Sang Duonai jumped up as if avoiding something dangerous, grabbing her nightgown and towel from the bed and walking towards the bathroom without a sideways glance. Don't rummage through things outside, dry your hair quickly. After leaving this stiff reminder, Sang Duonai slammed the bathroom door shut and forcefully pressed the lock button. Leaning against the cool bathroom tiles, Sang Duonai exhaled a long breath. The air in the bathroom was still thick with the sweet scent of the peach shower gel left by Columbia. The mirror was covered in a thick layer of mist. Sang Duonai approached the sink ready to wash her face, but paused. On the fogged-up mirror, someone had playfully drawn a round, lockable little bell with their finger. Next to the bell was an arrow pointing to the right along with 3 neatly written characters, My Sang Duonai. Looking at the childish doodle, Sang Duonai took a deep breath but couldn't feel angry. She reached out her fingertip, gently brushing over those 3 characters, wiping away the mist to reveal her face written with helplessness. Yet it also bore a trace of tenderness that even she did not notice. She turned on the shower, letting the warm water cascade down, closing her eyes and allowing the stream to wash away her fatigue. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom door in the dormitory, Columbia picked up the hairdryer and patiently dried her long hair, and then she sat down at Sang Duonai's desk. The desk lamp emitted a warm yellow glow. Columbia's gaze fell on the slightly ajar drawer. She gently opened the drawer, and at the very back in the coziest corner found the bell that Sang Duonai had taken off. Columbia reached out with her slender finger, lightly tapping the cold metallic surface, managing not to make a sound. A satisfied smile curved her lips. She opened her own drawer and took out the diary and a black fountain pen from the deepest part. As she flipped open the cover, a faint scent of ink wafted from the pages. Columbia uncapped the pen, listening to the faint sounds of water from the bathroom, her expression becoming extremely focused and deep. On the pristine white pages, she wrote today's date, and the first line, "Today, I personally placed the bell that belongs to me around Sang Duonai's neck." The tip of the pen glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound that echoed softly in the quiet rainy. When she looked at me with that kind of shy yet helpless gaze, I suddenly realized that beneath that layer of perfect disguise, my Sang Duonai is actually so adorable. Columbia paused her pen, her gaze directed at the frosted glass door emanating warm light from the bathroom. The image of Sandrone's suddenly flushed cheeks and her panic gesture of ending the call floated in her mind. She lowered her head and continued writing. She was really tired today. When she fell asleep in class, she looked like a cat that had exhausted all its energy. I covered her with my jacket, and at that moment, I felt like a greedy person hiding the world's most precious treasure. Writing the last sentence, Columbia paused her pen heavily on the period, leaving a deep ink splotch. No matter how she struggles, Sandrone can only be mine. Click. The sound of water from the bathroom stopped. Columbia deftly closed the diary and tucked it back into the deepest part of the drawer. The bathroom door swung open and Sandrone emerged enveloped in steam. She had changed into a light gray nightgown, her long hair now casually cascading down. Having washed away the fatigue of the day, and her sharp exterior, Sandrone now appeared exceptionally homely and soft. Why aren't you lying down in bed yet? Is your hair still not dry? As she dried her hair with a towel, she walked over to the desk. I'm waiting for you. Columbia stood up, effortlessly taking the towel from Sandrone's hands. Did you think about what happened during the video call while you were in there for so long? Shut up. Who would think about such a boring thing? Sandrone's movements froze, and she immediately turned her head away, her ears starting to heat up again. Okay, I didn't think about it. Columbia chuckled, standing behind her, gently drying her damp hair. So Sandrone, how do you want me tonight? Sandrone turned her head, looking at the girl whose eyes were filled with innocence, yet held a challenge, and she grabbed her wrist, pulling her into her embrace. The rain outside continued to fall. On the weekend, the air lacked the summer's scorching heat, gaining a touch of laziness and lightness. At the entrance of the large theme park on the eastern outskirts of the city, crowds were already bustling. Cheerful background music mingled with the roaring sound of roller coasters and the screams of visitors, weaving together a vibrant cacophony. Among the crowd of tourists dressed in bright colors and casual attire, Sandrone's presence appeared strikingly out of place. She wore a perfectly tailored light gray short trench coat over a crisp white shirt, her long legs encased in dark casual trousers. Even at an amusement park, she maintained her meticulous, rigorous demeanor, hands in her coat pockets, frowning slightly as she gazed at the giant Ferris wheel in the distance. Standing beside her was Columbia. Compared to Sandrone's cold sharpness, Columbia's outfit today was completely immersed in the park's atmosphere. She wore a cream-colored thin knitted sweater and a light coffee pleated skirt, her slightly wavy long hair tied back with a simple ribbon. She looked like an ordinary high school girl on a spring outing, exuding a gentle and soft aura. Columbia went along with the flow, reaching out naturally to gently tug at Sandrone's trench coat sleeve. Let's go. The ticket gate is a bit less crowded now. Let's head in. There was no excessive physical contact, just a slight pull on the sleeve, yet this small gesture full of dependency and trust miraculously calmed the irritation Sandrone had felt from the crowd. She allowed Columbia to lead her through the turnstile with the flow of people. As soon as they stepped onto the park's main avenue, they were greeted by the caramel sweetness of popcorn and dreamy parade floats. Sandrone surveyed the colorful buildings around her, habitually beginning to analyze the load-bearing structures and gear transmission ratios of the rides in her mind. After a few steps, Columbia suddenly stopped, her gaze caught by a souvenir cart by the roadside. The cart was adorned with all kinds of fluffy animal ear headbands. Almost every girl passing by would stop to pick one and put it on as if it were some kind of initiation ritual for the Sandrone, wait for me. Columbia released her sleeve and quickly walked over to the cart. Sandrone stood still, watching Columbia browse through the colorful headbands. A glint of helpless indulgence flashed in her eyes as she thought, indeed, no matter how reserved a girl appears, she'll be attracted to such utterly impractical plush accessories in a place like this. Soon Columbia returned with two headbands. She first put a pure white lop-eared rabbit headband on her own head. The two fluffy white long ears hung down by her cheeks, making her amber eyes appear even clearer and more in. She looked like a little rabbit that had wandered into the mortal world. Do I look good, oi? Columbia spun around in front of Sandrone, asking expectantly. It suits your features, I suppose. Sandrone looked away, offering an affirmative assessment in a stiffly academic tone, but the faint blush on her ears betrayed her true aesthetic impression. Then this is for you. Columbia, like a magician, brought her right hand from behind her back. In her hand was another headband, a pair of black upright cat ears with a small tuft of proud white fluff at the tip. Sandrone's expression instantly changed. She stepped back abruptly, as if facing a dangerously radioactive item, her eyes full of vigilance and resistance. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to wear such a childish item that severely damages my personal image and disrupts the aerodynamic structure of my head. But everyone wears them here at the amusement park. Look, that uncle pushing a stroller over there is wearing Mickey Mouse ears. Columbia pointed at a visitor nearby, trying to convince her with the herd mentality. That's because they lack independent aesthetic judgment. Sandrone remained on high alert, arms crossed, striking a pose of I'd rather die than comply. What a joke. If someone took a ridiculous photo of her wearing black cat ears, where would her dignity be? Columbia looked at her expression of facing a formidable enemy, but did not get angry or force her. She simply held the black cat ear headband, slightly lowering her eyelids, her bright smile gradually fading, a hint of disappointment and grievance appearing in her eyes. I see. I thought that since we're out playing today, Sandrone would be willing to do these seemingly silly things with me. It seems I was asking too much. Jelenbia's voice grew quieter until she was almost muttering to herself. She turned around pretending to put the Katir headband back on the cart her back, looking somewhat pitifully forlorn. Sandrone's temple twitched violently. Reason told her that this was definitely Jelenbia's usual psychological tactic of retreating to advance. Yet when she saw the two white rabbit ears on the girl's head which seemed to droop in sympathy, her rock-solid principles inevitably developed a crack. Stop! Sandrone forced the words through gritted teeth. Jelenbia halted and turned around, her eyes carrying just the right amount of bewilderment. Bring it here. Sandrone closed her eyes, took a deep breath as if about to make a noble sacrifice. She slightly lowered her head, offering the head that was always held high. The head filled with complex formulas, stiffly offering it to Jelenbia. Hurry up. If you dare take a picture, I'll format all the photo apps on your phone. Jelenbia looked at the lowered head before her, barely suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. She stepped forward again and with extreme gentleness placed the black Katir headband on Sandrone's silver-gray hair. The contrast of black and white, the cold expression paired with the proud, upright cat ears created an intensely striking, adorable contrast, and it actually suited her unexpectedly well. Jelenbia couldn't help it after all and let out a soft laugh. Isn't that funny? Sandrone immediately raised her head, resuming her icy expression, but the black cat ears on her head swaying slightly with her movement greatly diminished her intimidating aura. No, I just think you are cuter now than ever before, Sandrone. Jelenbia praised with utmost sincerity, then unfolded the park map in her hand, naturally tugging at Sandrone's trenchcoat sleeve again. All right, first stop. How about we ride the carousel? What's so fun about a mechanical device with uniform circular motion? Although she was still mercilessly complaining, Sandrone with the black cat ears on her head did not shake off Jelenbia's hand, but let the girl with rabbit ears lead her deeper into the park's fairy tale world, filled with laughter and joy. The faint morning light pierced through the thin gap in the curtains, casting a bright patch of light on the wooden floor of the door. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth after the rain, mingled with the lingering sweet aftertaste of intimacy between the two girls that had yet to fully dissipate. Sandrone awoke to a wave of soreness and itchiness. She slowly opened her eyes, her mind blank for a brief. The maddening, uncontrollable, and utterly shameful images from last night exploded in her mind like an uncontrollable holographic projection. Her back stiffened. At this moment, she was held tightly in Jelenbia's embrace in a posture of extreme protection and possession. The girl's soft arm was wrapped around her waist, and her calm breaths rhythmically brushed against the nape of Sandrone's neck. Sandrone tried to move carefully, but at the slightest motion, the intense soreness in her waist, abdomen, and thighs made her gasp sharply. Hiss! Not just the protest of her muscles, but when her gaze drifted downward, falling on her arm and collarbone exposed outside the blanket. The red marks of various sizes and depths, like plum blossoms blooming in the snow, were startlingly vivid. Especially just above her collarbone where the golden bell once hung, now there was a deep bite mark and kiss mark. This was the price of her provocation last night. She had actually cried and begged beneath this seemingly delicate transfer student calling out her name without any dignity. In the throes of ultimate pleasure, she had completely lost her once prized sanity. Awake! The girl behind her seemed to sense her stiffness of voice, thick with sleepiness, sounding by her ear. Jelenbia not only didn't let go but pulled her even tighter, her warm lips naturally pressing against the sensitive skin on the back of Sandrone's neck, gently nuzzling. Let go. It's dawn. Sandrone tried to lower her voice, struggling to regain her usual coldness and authority. But her voice, hoarse from overuse, sounded more like a petulant whine lacking any confidence. Jelenbia laughed softly. She propped herself up on one elbow, her long hair falling like seaweed besides. She looked down at Sandrone, her eyes no longer holding the aggressive madness of last night, replaced instead by a gentle, sated languor. Her gaze swept brazenly over Sandrone's marked collarbone, a hint of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Lady Sandrone was very honest last night. Now that it's dawn, are you going to turn back into that cold, unfeeling person? Jelenbia extended a fingertip and lightly tapped the tip of Sandrone's nose. Shut up. Sandrone, overwhelmed with shame and anger, slapped her hand away, grabbed the blanket, and wrapped herself up tightly, even covering her head. Go wash up. It's the weekend. I'm going back to my private studio. Looking at the cocoon that had formed on the bed, the smile in Jelenbia's eyes deepened. She didn't tease the cat that was already on the verge of losing its temper. Instead, she obediently got up and walked into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Sandrone finally dared to poke her head out from under the covers. She dragged her sore body and quickly got dressed. To cover those blushing marks, she deliberately chose a black turtleneck sweater with a very high collar and a khaki long trench coat over it. She buttoned it meticulously, as if wearing enough layers could erase the absurdity of last night. They packed their simple luggage and walked out of the dormitory building side by side. The campus after the rain was particularly quiet. Most students had already left early this morning. Outside the school gate, the private car Sandrone had arranged was already waiting. The driver helped load the luggage into the trunk. Sandrone opened the car door for Jelenbia to get in first, then she herself sat into the spacious back seat. The car door closed completely, sealing off the chill outside. The carriage was extremely quiet, with only the faint hum of the engine. Sandrone sat rigidly upright by the window. Her gaze was fixed on the rapidly receding street scene outside, trying to use this to hide her inner turmoil. However, shortly after the car started, Columbina, beside her, leaned over naturally. The girl's soft body pressed against her arm, her head naturally resting on Sandrone's shoulder. The familiar scent of peach shower gel instantly filled Sandrone's nose. Sit properly. This is not ergonomic, your neck will ache. Sandrone said stiffly, wanting to push her away, but her hand movements were so light that she exerted no force at all. But I'm so tired, you know. I used up too much energy last night. Columbina didn't move away, instead she burrowed deeper into Sandrone's arms. She even deliberately added a whisper in Sandrone's ear, a breathy tone that only the two of them could hear. Sandrone's ears instantly turned crimson. She clenched her teeth, knowing she could never gain any advantage in this topic, so she simply shut her mouth and let the girl cling to her like an octopus. Though her body was stiff when the car turned, she subconsciously used her arm to protect Columbina, preventing her from bumping. 40 minutes later, the car slowly entered a residential complex. This was Sandrone's private territory. Another residence, pushing open the fingerprint lock door, the indoor motion-sensing lights turned on instantly. Unlike the simplicity and coziness of the school dormitory, the high-rise duplex apartment was entirely crafted according to Sandrone's almost obsessive mechanical aesthetic. The cold-toned light shone on the silver-gray metal walls. In the spacious living room, there was no sofa. Instead, a huge custom workbench occupied the center. It was piled high with various precision gears, complex blueprints, half-finished mechanical models, and several electronic screens emitting cold light. A faint scent of oil and rosin floated in the air. Make yourself at home. Don't touch any instruments on the workbench. Some laser cutting components are still powered on. As soon as she stepped into this absolute domain of her own, the absolute dominance of a genius instantly returned. She took off her trench coat and hung it by the door, pushing her suitcase to the corner. Her tone was cold and hard, issuing commands with clear logic, as if the girl in the back seat who had been teased and powerless was not her at all. Columbina changed into slippers and looked around with interest at the space filled with cold mechanical sensation. In this empty, cold metallic room, Columbina's soft, cream-colored sweater seemed out of place. Machines don't need social interaction. These parts and blueprints are enough to keep me company. Sandrone walked to the open kitchen, took 2 bottles of sparkling water from the temperature-controlled refrigerator, twisted one open, and handed it to Columbina. Sandrone turned around, crossed her arms, and leaned against the marble counter. She tilted her chin up slightly, looking at Columbina, her ice blue eyes shining with the pride and confidence of someone back in her own territory. Lady Sandrone's aura is indeed different on her own turf. Columbina took the sparkling water but didn't drink it. Instead, she casually placed it on the counter beside her. She slowly walked towards Sandrone. Without the constraints of school rules and the eyes of others, the suppressed aggression in Columbina's eyes was released without reservation. She came in front of Sandrone and suddenly reached out, crossing over Sandrone's shoulders, leaning aggressively against the edge of the marble counter. It was a standard predatory posture, trapping the other completely in her embrace. The meager sense of security Sandrone had built up instantly crumbled. She instinctively wanted to step back, but behind her was the cold marble with no room to retreat. You? What are you doing? This is my studio. Sandrone's voice trembled uncontrollably. I know. Columbina leaned down slightly, their noses almost touching. Her gaze fell brazenly on Sandrone's tightly wrapped turtleneck, her voice low and seductive. But Sandrone, have you forgotten that even in this place governed by your rules? Columbina extended a finger and gently hooked the edge of Sandrone's turtleneck, pulling it downward extremely slowly, revealing the red mark she had personally branded last night. You are still mine. In this cold, precision-calculated mechanical workshop, Sandrone's heart, originally sealed by layers of logic, was beating with an utterly uncontrollable frequency. It was beating violently for the seemingly harmless girl before her, once again falling into a willing surrender. The cold-toned spotlight cast a stark, blinding white glare upon the marble bar. The light penetrated Sandrone's constricted pupils, inducing a vertigo born of instinct. Her spine pressed tightly against the marble edge, the icy sensation seeping through the thin fabric of her high-neck knit sweater, inch by inch eroding her already fragile defenses. Columbina's fingers remained hooked on her collar, shattering Sandrone's most prized composure into fragments. In your own territory, even your breathing has become so cautious. Columbina chuckled, her voice remarkably clear in this cavernous workshop filled with the hum of machinery. You? Let go. Sandrone forced out these 2 words through clenched teeth. Her hands gripped the countertop tightly. She tried to reclaim the authority that commanded gears and logic, but at this moment her trembling voice resembled a snapped string, utterly incapable of producing a perfect pitch. Columbina paid no heed to her resistance, instead pressing forward half a step with even greater audacity. The gap between them was completely filled. Sandrone could even sense the faint, cloying peach aroma emanating from Columbina, aggressively invading every inch of her personal space. The air here is thick with the smell of machine oil. How cold and desolate. Columbina's other hand slowly climbed to Sandrone's cheek. Her icy fingertips traced from Sandrone's temple down to behind her ear, then abruptly tightened, forcing Sandrone to tilt her head back and meet her gaze. Sandrone, look at me. Tell me, in this room filled with precise calculations, can you calculate your own heart rate right now? Sandrone was forced to lift her chin, her vision drowning in those eyes. Gone was the feigned tenderness. Only pure cherished possessiveness remained. Without warning, Columbina lowered her head and bit down again on the mark at her collarbone. The old wound from last night had yet to fade, and fresh stimulation surged like a tidal wave. This sensation of pain, interwoven with exquisite numbness, seemed to drain the bones from Sandrone's body, causing her to slide limply downward. Columbina seized the opportunity to wrap an arm around her waist, lifting her away from the bar and dragging her toward the massive workbench in the center of the workshop, cluttered with intricate blueprints and metal components. No, not there. A genuine glimmer of terror finally emerged in Sandrone's eyes. That was her throne, her sacred, inviolable laboratory. There lay the precision components she had spent countless nights calibrating, the terminus of her rationality. If that place too were defiled, she would have truly lost her last bastion. Why not? Isn't this where you are most confident? Columbina effortlessly lifted the limp Sandrone and placed her onto the cold metal workbench. With a click, several tiny precision gears were knocked to the floor, emitting a crisp sound in the silent room. To Sandrone's ears, that noise was like a salute to the shattering of her pride. Sandrone lay supine on the surface, beneath her a mess of draft paper and cold measuring instruments. Columbina leaned over, hands on either side of her. In this room imbued with mechanical aesthetics, Sandrone felt for the first time that those metal parts were glaringly intrusive and superfluous. Lady Sandrone, beg me. Columbina whispered close to her ear, her voice low and venomous. Like last night, cry out my name and beg me to stop. Impossible. Sandrone bit her lower lip fiercely, tears already welling in her eyes. Those ice blue orbs were now strikingly red, a hue born of extreme shame and grievance intertwined. She was Sandrone. She was the revered genius who never made mistakes. She should not be here amidst a pile of components, being so humiliatingly toyed with by a girl she once regarded as weak. Still haven't learned obedience. Columbina's hand slipped inside her high-neck knit sweater. Sandrone arched her back abruptly, her weak hands grasping the vise at the edge of the workbench. The icy touch of steel reminded her of the absurdity of reality. When those two fingers penetrated with irresistible force, all of Sandrone's psychological defenses collapsed utterly in that moment. Please, stop. The first tear slid down Sandrone's cheek, falling onto a draft paper, covered in complex formulas, instantly blurring the black ink. That was her tear. Sandrone never cried. Even when experiments failed or she was challenged, she would only counter with more precise logic. But now she was like a broken doll amidst the steel castle she had built with her own hands. Among the components she treasured most, revealing her weakest, most pathetic side. Louder. I can't hear you. Columbina showed no pity for that tear. Instead, she intensified her actions. Columbina. Woo. Sandrone finally broke down. She released her bitten lower lip, and shattered sobs echoed through the empty workshop. Her eyes were bloodshot, long lashes wet with tears clumped together against her eyelids. That face, always cold and haughty, was now streaked with tears etched with desperate submission. I was wrong. Not here. Please. Sandrone sobbed, trying to press her legs together. This feeling of having her pride shattered on her most intimate home turf was 1,000 times more painful than last night in the dormitory. She felt that the machinery on the shelves was watching how their mistress trembled, whimpered, and surrendered beneath it. Columbina looked down at the girl beneath her, readied and weeping heartbreakingly, and the madness in her eyes finally found a brief respite. She halted her movements, but maintained that aggressive posture, bending down to kiss away the glistening tears on Sandrone. The salty, astringent taste dissolved on her tongue. Your tears. They taste quite good. Columbina murmured. She reached out with astonishing tenderness, smoothing Sandrone's disheveled hair, her fingertip gently stroking the corners of those crimson eyes. That blend of brutal dismantling followed by cherishing, as if handling a precious gem, plunged Sandrone into unprecedented chaos. Sandrone continued to sob uncontrollably, her body trembling in aftershocks and fright. She stared at Columbina, her eyes filled with hollow terror and an indescribable sensation. Sandrone, remember this feeling. Columbina pulled her back into an embrace, letting Sandrone's tear-streaked face bury itself in her shoulder. No matter what you become, whenever I want I can shatter you. Sandrone said nothing. She merely gripped the fabric of Columbina's back tightly, as if trying to claw a bloodstain into her. Her body still trembled slightly, her swollen eyes brimming with fragmented light. The machinery in the workshop continued to hum methodically, emitting a low drone. But Sandrone knew that her precise logic would never return. On her own throne, she had turned all her dignity and pride into those intermittent sobs, sacrificed to the abyss named Columbina before her. Good. Columbina patted her back, as if soothing a frightened child, or as if admiring a perfect masterpiece, hers alone. That cathartic weeping seemed to drain all the defenses and thorns from Sandrone's body together with her tears. When the torrent of emotions had fully receded, what remained was an unprecedented fatigue and emptiness. On that cold workbench, Columbina did not continue her aggressive actions. She lifted Sandrone with extreme gentleness, as if handling a priceless and fragile treasure that had been lost and found. The bathroom was filled with hot water. This time Sandrone no longer resisted Columbina's approach. Like a doll whose spring had run down, she allowed Columbina to remove her disheveled clothes and carry her into the spacious bathtub. The warm water enveloped her cold, stiff limbs, gradually dispelling the chill. Columbina rolled up her sleeves, worked the soft bath sponge into a rich lather, and patiently washed her long hair and body. Her movements were so gentle that when her fingertips brushed over the glaring red marks on Sandone's collarbone, she would deliberately slow down, her eyes brimming with pain and pity. Amid this quiet and meticulous care, Sandone's swollen eyes stung again. She leaned against the edge of the tub, watching the girl who was earnestly washing her long hair. Just half an hour ago, it was these seemingly gentle hands that had mercilessly torn apart her pride. Yet now it was also these hands that were carefully stitching her shattered self-esteem back together. All clean. Columbina took a large bath towel, wrapped Sandone securely, then carried her horizontally out of the metal-filled studio and up to the bedroom on the second floor. Compared to the cold hardness downstairs, the second-floor bedroom seemed much more normal. A soft, large bed, a thick carpet, though still minimalist with black, white, and gray color scheme. At least it had a hint of human warmth. Columbina helped her change into a clean, soft cotton pajama set and tucked her into the warm covers. Get some sleep, Sandone. You've had a long day. Columbina sat by the bed, leaned down, and pressed a pure kiss on her forehead. Sandone said nothing but obediently closed her eyes. On her own large bed, she listened to Columbina's deliberately light footsteps gradually fade away. Her brain finally stopped its complex logical calculations and sank into a deep, dark slumber. When Sandone opened her eyes again, only a warm yellow floor lamp was left on in the bedroom. Outside the window, the autumn rain that had lasted for days had finally ceased. Night had fallen, casting cold moonlight onto the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sandone rubbed her still sore eyes and sat up from the bed. Although some parts of her body still ached faintly, the extreme tension and fatigue had largely dissipated. In the quiet air, faint sounds drifted in. The sound of a knife chopping on a cutting board, the flow of water, and the gentle bubbling of something boiling in a pot. Along with them came the rich, enticing aroma of cream of mushroom soup. Sandone froze. Ever since she had moved into this apartment, the open kitchen downstairs had been little more than an expensive decoration. Her refrigerator contained almost nothing fresh besides various flavored sparkling waters, instant sandwiches, and black coffee to keep her awake. She threw off the covers, stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet, pushed open the bedroom door, and went down the spiral staircase. The first-floor living room was still lit with cold-toned lights, but the usually icy open kitchen was now filled with Columbina, wearing a gray apron she had found somewhere, stood at the counter skillfully chopping tomatoes. The pot beside her was steaming and emitting a milky aroma. The girl's profile, illuminated by the warm operating lights of the kitchen, looked exceptionally soft and serene, completely devoid of the earlier intimidating aggression. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Columbina turned around. "You're awake." She flashed a bright smile and put down the key. "Did the smell make you hungry? Go wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready." Sandone stood at the bottom of the stairs watching the scene and felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation rising in her heart. Sandone said nothing. She silently walked to the sink, washed her hands, then went to the marble bar, pulled out a stool. Just hours ago, she had been cornered by this girl on this very spot. But now in the same place, the atmosphere had undergone a dramatic. Columbina came over carrying 2 plates of steaming pasta and 2 bowls of cream of mushroom soup, placing one set before. "I looked in your fridge and found nothing but instant food." Columbina untied the apron and sat down opposite Sandone, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "I had to run down to the convenience store in the community while you were sleeping to buy these ingredients. You usually eat that stuff. No wonder your appetite is so small." But when she picked up the spoon and took a sip of the rich mushroom soup, the warm, smooth liquid slid down her throat into her. The instant comfort that spread through her body made her rebuttal feel feeble. Columbina propped her chin on her hand and watched her with a smile. "So how do you think my soup tastes?" Sandone lowered her eyes, her long lashes hiding a faint trace of a smile. "Passable. Compared to the nutrient solution I precisely formulate in the lab, the salt content is about 2%. She still maintained her Tsundere attitude, but her hand holding the spoon honestly brought a second mouthful to her lips. Columbina didn't call out her bluff. She naturally transferred a few pieces of the tender beef she had cut onto Sandone. "Eat more? You had a lot of energy expenditure today." When Columbina said this, her tone was still gentle, but a hint of subtle mischief flickered in her eyes. Sandone's hand holding the fork suddenly stopped and her cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Columbina a fierce glare, but her eyes, still slightly red from crying, made the warning less effective. "Don't talk while eating. If you say one more unnecessary word, they'll kick you out to sleep on the street." Sandone, all right, I won't say anything." Columbina raised both hands in surrender with a smile and obediently lowered her head to eat the pasta. This belated dinner progressed in a strangely warm atmosphere. After the meal, Columbina took the initiative to clean the dish. Sandone sat at the table watching the girls busy back at the sink, her gaze gradually deepening. After a moment, Sandone stood up and walked to the large workbench in the center of the living room. She rummaged through a pile of complex blueprints and parts, then pulled out a palm-sized silver metal object from a very concealed safe. Columbina dried her hands and came over, curious, leaning in to look at what Sandone held. It was an exquisitely crafted mechanical wind-up bird. Each feather was made of extremely thin silver alloy, and the beak was set with a tiny ruby. The base was a hollow hemisphere filled with intricate gears visible through the cutout patterns. It's beautiful. Columbina admired sincerely, her eyes sparkling. Did you make this? Yeah. Sandrone replied in a low voice. Holding the bird, she gently turned the knob on the base a few times with her slender click click. As the spring was wound, Sandrone let go. The next moment, the cold metal bird slowly spread its silver. The bass emitted a clear, pleasant music box melody, and the mechanical bird turned its head with remarkable realism, its tail feathers even quivering subtly in time with the tune. Columbina was captivated. It was a perfect fusion of mechanical aesthetics and art. But it's a failure. Sandrone looked at the lifelike wind-up bird, her voice low in the quiet studio. Why? It's so perfect. Columbina looked at her in confusion. As Sandrone's words fell, the music reached its climax. Sure enough, at a very subtle point, the bird's movements had a fleeting, almost imperceptible stutter accompanied by a discordant noise before resuming normalcy. In the past, that fraction of a second's noise would have been an unacceptable flaw for Sandrone. She had planned to dismantle and recast it. But now Sandrone gently placed the bird into Columbina's palm. It's yours. Sandrone looked away from Columbina's eyes, feigning indifference. It's just taking up space here anyway. Since you think it's pretty, take it as a boring ornament. Columbina held the still fluttering mechanical bird stunned for a long time. It was telling her, I was once a machine pursuing perfect precision, but your arrival left a scratch on my logic. I began to lose control, to produce errors, to no longer be the perfect version of myself. And now I place this flawed, uncontrolled self into your hands. Thank you, Sandrone. This is the most precious gift I've ever received. Columbina's voice was slightly choked. She didn't embrace Sandrone but held the bird solemnly to her chest, as if holding a beating heart. She lifted her head, her eyes, usually filled with possessiveness and aggression, now held only the purest tenderness and love. Even if it falters, even if it's imperfect, to me, it's the most beautiful sound in the world. I will treasure it, just as I treasure you. Hearing the girl's promise, Sandrone's anxious heart finally settled securely on this night after the autumn rain. She no longer retorted, nor used cold logic to mask her feelings. Whatever. Sandrone murmured softly, but in the shadow where Columbina couldn't see, a gentle curve of her lips appeared. The melody of the wind-up bird gradually faded in the empty living room, and as the last crisp mechanical note fell, the entire duplex apartment sank completely into the silence of the deep night. Sandrone turned off all the cool-toned lighting on the first floor, leaving only a warm-toned floor lamp leading to the second floor. She walked ahead with Columbina following behind, holding the silver wind-up bird. Pushing open the door to the second-floor bedroom, a space of absolute privacy belonging to Sandrone unfolded before her. An extremely large double bed covered in dark gray silk bedding, cold hard and immaculate, without a single crease. It exuded an air of aloofness, just like its owner. Do you sleep on the left or the right? Sandrone walked to the bedside, her back to Columbina, trying to mask her racing heart with a matter-of-fact tone. Although she had been thoroughly taken apart on the metal table in the workshop that afternoon, at this moment, the reality of having to share this bed, where she slept alone every night, with another person, the visceral sensation of her territory being fully invaded, still sent a chill down her spine. Which side does Sandrone usually sleep on? Columbina didn't answer directly, but instead naturally placed the wind-up bird on the bedside table and walked behind Sandrone. The middle. Sandrone answered truthfully. Then tonight you'll have to sleep in my arms. Columbina let out a light laugh and reached out from behind, wrapping her arms around Sandrone's slender waist. Her soft body pressed against Sandrone's back, and the warm sensation instantly transmitted to every nerve of Sandrone's body. Sandrone's body stiffened for a moment, and her breathing unconsciously became lighter. Columbina didn't make any more excessive moves immediately. She simply held Sandrone, and together they fell onto the wide, dark gray bed. The soft mattress sank downward. Columbina propped herself up halfway, looking down at Sandrone, who was sunk. The dark gray silk fabric made Sandrone's already fair skin look like suet jade. Her silver gray hair spread across the pillow, and those ice blue eyes always gleaming with a cold light. At this moment were flickering faintly due to tension, carrying an extremely rare vulnerability of being at someone's mercy. Sandrone, your bed is so cold. Columbina lowered her head. Don't you feel empty sleeping here alone? Her voice turned a little husky as she leaned down, pressing her warm lips onto Sandrone's earlobe and gently biting it. Sandrone let out an uncontrollable. Her hands instinctively grabbed the silk sheet beneath her, crumpling it into a messy bunch. The stormy session in the workshop that afternoon, though it had drained her energy, had also completely opened some secret switch inside her body. Now faced with Columbina's seduction, her proud rationality crumbled almost in an instant. Columbina's kisses traveled down along the curve of her ear, lingering on Sandrone's long swan-like neck. The marks of varying depths left on the work table that afternoon now appeared strikingly provocative and alluring under the dim bedside lamp. Did I hurt you? Columbina raised her eyes to look at Sandrone's glistening eyes. No. Sandrone bit her lower lip, awkwardly forcing out two words. Such an admission of her own surrender was for her even harder than solving a world-class physics problem. Columbina chuckled lightly, and her movements suddenly became aggressive. Don't. Sandrone suddenly arched her head back, her long neck forming a vulnerable curve. Her hands let go of the sheet, and instead clung tightly to Columbina's shoulders. Every movement of the fingertips seemed to strike the most sensitive wind-up spring inside Sandrone's body. In this private territory of hers on this deep night, without any outsiders, Sandrone completely abandoned all thought. Columbia. At the moment when the sense of weightlessness struck, Sandrone held Columbia tightly, her nails leaving deep red marks on the girl's back. She gasped heavily, and a single physiological tear squeezed out from the corner of her eye due to extreme pleasure. The night was profoundly quiet. Only the metallic sheen of the wind-up bird on the bedside quietly shimmered in the dim light. Sandrone was exhausted to the point where she could barely keep her eyes open. She instinctively wanted to turn away but was firmly held in Columbia's embrace. "Don't sleep with your back to me." Columbia domineeringly pressed her chin against the top of Sandrone's head and tightened her arms. "From now on, the middle of this bed belongs to both of us." Sandrone had no strength to argue nor any desire. She buried her face in Columbia's warm chest. That heart, which had always been suspended in midair disguised with a cold shell, had finally found its safest landing spot. "Good night, my wind-up bird." Columbia planted a kiss on her forehead. "Good night." From the ticket booth deeper into the amusement park lay a deliberately arranged area of eerie gloom. Columbia, holding Sandrone's hand, halted before a massive Gothic structure called the Midnight Horror Manor. The entrance was the gaping maw of a demon, pitch black inside, from which faint, bone-chilling wails and the scraping of dragging chains could be heard. A few female middle school students ahead were clinging to each other's arms, shrieking, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Sandrone frowned slightly, glancing up at the crudely made demon statue. "Based on my observations over the past 5 minutes, the heart rate of visitors here has generally surged above 120. Columbia leaned close to Sandrone, her voice laced with an eerily genuine timidity. "Sandrone, it's so dark inside. I'm a little scared. You'll protect me, right?" Gazing into the girl's doe-like moist eyes, Sandrone's heart, originally brimming with sarcasm, softened most spinelessly. She straightened her spine, and the pair of black cat ears atop her head proudly perked up, her tone radiating an unassailable reliability. "Stick close to me. As long as you stay in my blind spot, you'll be absolutely safe. Sandrone is the best." Columbia instantly blossomed into a sweet smile, wrapping both arms tightly around Sandrone's left arm. The two entered the haunted house with the crowd. The moment they stepped inside, light was swallowed by darkness, leaving only a few ghost lamps flickering faint red light in the corners. The air was thick with the musty smell of dampness, and the wooden floorboards were deliberately loose, creaking with every step. "Oh!" A shrill scream erupted from a visitor ahead. A wall suddenly flipped, and a chainsaw maniac, covered in blood, burst out, brandishing a chainsaw without its chain. Columbia let out a perfectly timed gasp. Like a startled rabbit, she shrank tightly into Sandrone's embrace, her hands clutching the fabric of her trench coat. "Don't be afraid." Sandrone instinctively extended her right hand to shield Columbia behind her. She cast a cold glance at the NPC, putting on a vigorous performance, offering a highly professional critique. The motor sound of the chainsaw is far too fake, and the actor's movements are utterly ergonomically unsound. To avoid colliding with visitors, his braking action is too obvious, completely ruining the element of surprise. The NPC, who was about to roar at Sandrone, froze mid-motion, his mouth twitching beneath the mask, before he retreated back into the wall in utter frustration. Throughout the remainder of the journey, this professional demolition from above played out repeatedly. All sense of horror atmosphere dissipated entirely. Sandrone strode like an arrogant queen, inspecting her dominion, mercilessly dismantling each shoddy mechanical device with her critiques. And every time a trap triggered, Columbia would retreat into her arms with utmost fragility, greatly satisfying Sandrone's oddly twisted protective instinct. "See, just a bunch of kids' tricks." Sandrone patted Columbia's shoulder, a hint of barely noticeable pride. "Sandrone is so brave." Columbia leaned half against her, her voice exceptionally soft in the darkness. Just then they entered an extremely narrow and seemingly endless pitch-black corridor. It was a very dark passage. No light, no sound, and even the visitors ahead and behind had been scattered by the intricate maze design. In this absolute darkness, human senses were magnified infinitely. Sandrone slowed her steps, reaching out to feel for the wall in the blackness. The design here is somewhat intriguing, using sound-absorbing materials. Before Sandrone could finish, the soft touch of Columbia's arm suddenly vanished. "Columbia." A tightness gripped Sandrone's heart. Just as she turned to search, an irresistible immense force seized her wrist. Bang! A dull thud. Sandrone was yanked violently, her whole body pressed ruthlessly against a cold pillow. Sandrone instinctively tried to fight back, but the other's movements were countless times faster. In the darkness, an incredibly soft, yet powerful body pressed flush against hers. A leg forcefully wedged between Sandrone's thighs, pinning her completely to the wall. At the same time, both of Sandrone's wrists were seized by a single hand and pinned above her head. A warm breath, sickeningly sweet with the scent of peach, sprayed against Sandrone's ear. Lady Sandrone was quite impressive just now, commenting on those designs. Columbia's voice. But where was the previous timidity and fear? Replaced instead was a hair-raising low and predatory chuckle. "What are you doing? Let me go. This is an amusement park." Sandrone reacted instantly, struggling violently, but the hand gripping her wrist was like an iron clamp, immovable. "But in absolute darkness, no one can see us." Columbia leaned in slightly, their noses touching with precision in the blackness. The white rabbit ears atop her head and Sandrone's black cat ears rubbed together in an ambiguous caress. Didn't you say that following in your blind spot guarantees safety? Columbia's lips brushed faintly against Sandrone's, sending a shiver through her. But Sandrone, have you ever thought that the greatest danger has always been in your arms? The moment the words fell, Columbia gave Sandrone no chance to retort, bending down dominantly and sealing her lips. MMPH'd. Sandrone's cry of surprise was swallowed whole. The kiss was ferocious and utterly predatory. Columbia's tongue forcefully pried open Sandrone's teeth, plunging deep. In this dark space devoid of visual distraction, touch and taste were amplified to the extreme. Columbia greedily stole the oxygen from Sandrone's mouth, forcing out faint stifled and broken whimpers in the darkness. Sandrone's body instantly went limp. Her legs, which had tried to resist, now could only rely on Columbia's wedged thigh to support her weight. Columbia, let. Sandrone struggled to plead between breaths, but only earned an even deeper invasion from Columbia. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart was pounding at a maddening rate, as if trying to burst through her chest. Sandrone, your heart is racing. Columbia chuckled softly in the darkness, pulling back slightly, her lips brushing the corner of Sandrone's mouth, as she whispered in a breathy voice. Is it because of those boring horror contraptions? Or because of me, the one kissing you right now? You? Lunatic. Sandrone gasped heavily, tears of extreme oxygen deprivation and stimulation welling at the corners of her eyes. Her once vaunted reason, faced with this abyss named Columbia, crumbled once more. I'm only crazy for you. Columbia's voice dropped low and husky. She leaned in again, this time pressing her lips to Sandrone's slender. Her sharp teeth gently bit down on the throbbing carotid artery, leaving the mark of a predator on the fragile skin. Sandrone's body trembled uncontrollably, her hands pinned above her head, clenching into tight fists. In this haunted house fraught with danger, on this pitch-black corridor where other visitors might appear at any moment, Sandrone had to endure the extreme sensory stimulation brought by Columbia while keeping her nerves taut, terrified of making even a single sound. After what felt like an eternity, the voices and footsteps of other visitors drifted from ahead. Looks like the exit is near. Hearing the sound, Sandrone stiffened as if shocked. Columbia, however, remained utterly composed. She reluctantly planted a last peck on Sandrone's swollen lips before slowly releasing her grip on her wrists. Let's go, my lady Sandrone. Columbia tidied Sandrone's slightly ruffled collar with meticulous care, resuming her soft, obedient voice. She took Sandrone's still trembling hand and led her toward the light of the exit ahead. When they stepped back into the sunlight, Sandrone's cheeks were still flushed crimson, as if about to bleed. She drew deep breaths of fresh air, the once proudly erect black cat, ears now limp, lying softly against her silver-gray hair. Beside her, Columbia, with white rabbit ears atop her head, beamed brilliantly in the sunlight. The haunted house was truly terrifying, wasn't it, Sandrone? Columbia blinked with utmost innocence. Sandrone glared at her fiercely, but couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Emerging from the shadow-laden haunted house, the sunlight outside was already slanting westward. Her legs felt weak, and she lagged half a step behind Columbia. Watching the pure-hearted girl, hopping ahead with the white rabbit ears on her head bouncing endlessly, Sandrone gnashed her teeth in irritation. The cloying peach flavor still lingered on her lips, and her tongue was even slightly numb. Sandrone, hurry up. It looks really lively over there. Columbia turned back, her eyes brimming with innocent mischief, as if the predator who had pinned Sandrone's wrist in the darkness with such ruthless force moments ago was merely an illusion in Sandrone's mind. Don't run so fast, Sandrone retorted stubbornly, but her hand unconsciously tugged at her high collar, trying to cover the faintly aching red mark on her neck. They arrived at the carnival game zone of the amusement park. Everywhere were colorful stalls, and the air was thick with the scent of fried chips and popcorn. Columbia halted before a shooting booth named Galactic Sniper. At the top of the booth hung a huge, fluffy, silver-gray mechanical cat plush. Its eyes were icy blue, and its expression bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain haughty and aloof temperament. It really looks like Sandrone. Columbia pointed at the plush, a glint of determination sparkling in her eyes. Want it? Sandrone cast a glance. The stallkeeper held a modified toy gun, and the targets were several metal discs moving at 30 meters away. That's a classic rigged game. Sandrone pushed up the non-existent glasses on her nose, her professional instincts immediately activating scanning mode. The toy gun sight is deliberately misaligned by 3 degrees. The bullets have uneven weight distribution, and even the moving target's tracks have irregular microjitters. Probabilistically, an ordinary person's chance of hitting the bullseye is less than 1%. But if we win, we can take home that Sandrone kitty. Columbia lowered her head slightly, her voice tinged with feigned grievance as she tugged at Sandrone's sleeve. I finally managed to come out today, and I don't have any souvenir. Here we go again. That trap, so transparent yet irresistible. This show of weakness. Sandrone stepped forward with a cold expression and fished a token from her pocket, slotting it into the coin slot. 3 shots, all hitting the center. The stallkeeper, seeing a pretty young girl with cat ears and a stern face, cheerfully handed her the gun. Little miss, it's not that easy. If. Before he could finish, Sandrone had already raised the toy gun with one hand in an extremely professional manner. Without even closing one eye to align the sight, she directly predicted the trajectory of the target point using a parabolic model rapidly generated in her mind. Bang! The first shot hit the bullseye squarely. The stallkeeper's grin froze. Bang! The second shot sent the disc falling with a clatter. Bang! The final shot not only struck the most difficult moving target, but also caused the disc to spin several times in the air due to the force before stopping. Expressionlessly, Sandrone put down the gun and brushed the non-existent dust off her hands. The recoil is lighter than expected. You might want to maintain the spring. Dumbfounded, the stallkeeper handed the huge silver-gray cat plush to Columbia. Columbia hugged it with joy, burying her face into the soft fur. She glanced at the cat in her arms, then at Sandrone, who wore cat ears and an expression that screamed, "That's just basic operations," and suddenly leaned in to plant a quick kiss on Sandrone's cheek. Sandrone is the coolest. In public, mind your social etiquette. Sandrone's face instantly flushed down to her neck. She grabbed the cold drink she had bought and strode forward with long steps. Sandrone, wait for me. There's an automatic photo booth over there. Columbia followed closely. It was a small, fully enclosed retro photo booth. The curtain was thick, dark red velvet, standing out as quiet and secluded amidst the bustling crowd. I'm not taking any pictures. While saying so, Sandrone was already half-dragged, half-pushed by Columbia toward the crimson curtain. Just a little memento. Come on, Sandrone, kitty needs to be in the picture too. Columbia giggled as she squeezed into the narrow booth, clutching the plush. The moment the curtain closed, the outside noise was mostly cut off. The space was even more cramped than the haunted house corridor. Sandrone had to press tightly against the back wall. The huge plush in Columbia's arms occupied most of the remaining space, forcing their bodies to squeeze together seamlessly. The screen lit up with a countdown. 3, 2, first shot. Columbia made a cute peace sign while Sandrone stood like a stone statue, staring stiffly at the camera, her cat ears slightly crooked. Relax, Sandrone. Columbia leaned against her shoulder, her warm breath brushing Sandrone's neck. Second shot. Columbia suddenly reached out, snatched off Sandrone's cat ear headband, and placed it on her own head. Due to the shift in posture, Sandrone instinctively wrapped an arm around Columbia's waist. The camera captured a photo of Sandrone with a startled expression, while Columbia grinned with mischievous delight. One last shot. Columbia's voice suddenly dropped, carrying that dark timbre from the haunted house that made Sandrone's heart race. She reached out with one hand and turned off the harsh overhead light in the booth, leaving only the faint glow from the operation. In this narrow, sealed cubicle filled with Columbia's warmth and the scent of peach, Sandrone felt her palms begin to... Sandrone, look at the camera. Sandrone instinctively glanced at the preview on the screen. In the dim light, Columbia poked her head out from behind the plush, her eyes brimming with an unfathomable possessiveness. 1. In the split second before the shutter clicked, Columbia spun around, cupped Sandrone's face with both hands, and pressed down without hesitation. MMPH. Sandrone was kissed deeply. It was a kiss even deeper and more lingering than the one in the... Columbia was no longer like a startled rabbit. She ravaged Sandrone's lips and tongue, wantonly threading her fingers through Sandrone's silver-gray hair and pulling her closer with force. The shutter sound rang as expected. Click. The flash lit up the scene. In that instant, Sandrone, with eyes tightly shut, cheeks flushed, pinned firmly against the wall by Columbia, their lips pressed together, revealing even a hint of subtle, intimate movement from the kiss. The light died. Yet Columbia didn't pull away immediately. She withdrew just a tiny distance, her nose brushing against Sandrone's, gazing at the dazed Sandrone and whispering softly, "This photo, will each keep a copy." Sandrone gasped for the thin air inside the booth, but her hands trembled as she slowly wrapped them around Columbia's back. You're really too wicked." Sandrone's voice trembled with a hint of tearful grievance, yet she leaned in humbly and bit Columbia's lip of her own accord. Because Sandrone is always so easy to bully. Columbia smiled contentedly and sealed that mouth that always spouted reasoning again. When they stepped out of the photo booth, Sandrone looked as if she had been pulled from water, her eyes misty and her steps unsteady. Columbia held the two freshly printed photo strips, still warm from the machine. She generously handed one to Sandrone and carefully tucked the other into the innermost layer of her bag. On the final photo, that kiss was forever frozen. Let's go. It's almost dark. Columbia took Sandrone's hand, intertwining their fingers. Next stop, the roller coaster. Columbia turned to ask, "If you dare move at the highest point, I'll throw you off." Sandrone gritted her teeth. "Okay then. I'll just hold you and jump down with you." Columbia laughed, her voice cloyingly sweet in the evening breeze. "Wait for me here for a moment. There's a stall selling limited edition ice cream over there. They'll go queue up for 2. 10 minutes ago, Columbia stuffed the gigantic Sandrone cat plush toy into Sandrone's arms, while she herself, like a light and nimble white rabbit with a pair of floppy rabbit ear headbands bobbing with her steps, joyfully dashed towards the dessert cart that had already formed a long line not far away. Sandrone was forced to hold the plush toy standing under the shade of a giant sycamore tree beside the fountain square. She wore a fitted trench coat, her silver-gray hair cascading like a waterfall, and the black cat ear headband atop her head looked somewhat out of place under the sunlight. Yet it accentuated a striking contrast to her originally cold and proud face. She stood there quietly, her brows slightly furrowed, resembling a cold and exquisite statue. This do-not-approach aura, combined with her exceptionally striking appearance, made her an unignorable focal point in the school. As expected, trouble soon came knocking. Two fashionable young men were jostling each other, and eventually one of them, looking quite confident, stepped forward to Sandrone. "Hi miss, are you here alone?" The boy flashed what he believed to be an extremely sunny and handsome smile, his gaze darting between Sandrone's cheek and the cat ears atop her head. "Are you waiting for someone here? It's so hot. Would you like me to treat you to a drink at the nearby cold drink shop? That cat toy in your arms is really cute, it suits you perfectly." Sandrone slowly redirected her gaze from the ice cream cart not far away to the carbon-based life form blocking. If it were any other time, she would have likely shot back a cold and cutting insult. But in this moment her brain, which was accustomed to dealing with complex physical formulas, unusually stuttered. Her mind was racing to assess the optimal solution for this sudden situation. If she immediately refused, there was a 70% chance it would provoke meaningless entanglement or even further questioning. If she maintained silence and imposed absolute pressure with her gaze, there was a 90% chance the other party would retreat upon sensing the awkwardness. Thus Sandrone chose not to speak. She merely tilted her chin slightly, her icy blue eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly staring at the boy, waiting for him to trigger the awkward retreat mechanism on his own. However, she clearly overestimated the ability of this creature whose mind was filled with pickup lines to read the room. The boy not only did not back down, but instead took Sandrone's silence as a kind of aloof invitation to approach. He not only leaned in closer, but even reached out, attempting to touch the ear of the mechanical cat toy in Sandrone's arms. "Don't be so cold. Let's add each other on WeChat and get to know each other." "Sorry, she doesn't add people on WeChat." Just as the boy's hand was about to touch the toy, a gentle, yet noticeably distant voice came from behind him. The boy froze for a moment and turned around. Columbia was standing less than a meter away, holding two blue sea salt ice creams that had begun to slightly melt. The girl's white rabbit ears remained adorable, but her eyes betrayed an unmistakable displeasure, as if she were guarding her. Sandrone's heart jumped. Columbia did not look at the boy as she stepped forward and stuffed one of the ice creams into Sandrone's. Immediately her free right hand naturally looped around Sandrone's arm. "Let's go, the ice cream is going to melt." Columbia flashed a perfunctory smile at the boy and then turned to leave with Sandrone. The two quickly distanced themselves from the fountain square, walking down a relatively secluded tree-lined path. Along the way, Columbia walked quickly, though she did not throw a fit like in a television drama. But Sandrone could clearly feel the hand holding her arm tightening slightly, and the subtle downturn of the girl's lips indicated that her mood was not so great right now. "The ice cream is melting quickly." Sandrone attempted to break the somewhat oppressive silence. She glanced at the blue sea salt ice cream in her hand, the icy liquid already dripping onto her fingertips. Columbia suddenly stopped. She turned around and halted Sandrone under a giant ornamental tree. The surroundings were tranquil woods, and the distant sounds of commotion seemed to be isolated by the layers of leaves. "Sandrone, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Columbia slightly tilted her head back, her eyes fixed on Sandrone without blinking, her tone laced with evident coquetry and complaint. "Explanation for what?" Sandrone instinctively retorted. "I watched from afar for quite a while. That boy was talking to you, staring at you, and even tried to touch your toy. And you." Columbia bit into her ice cream angrily like a wronged little rabbit. "You just stood there without saying, 'Where's that sharp tongue you usually use to criticize me?'" Faced with this sudden accusation, Sandrone was rarely flustered. That is because I was calculating. According to game theory, arguing would only increase the time cost of communicating with such a creature. I was just applying psychological pressure through silence, forcing him to leave. This is the optimal solution for cold treatment." Hearing this extremely hardcore statement from a straightforward girl, Columbia was almost amused to the point of laughter. Game theory. Cold treatment. Columbia sighed, helplessly taking a step forward to close the distance between them to where their breaths could be felt. She tucked the hand holding the ice cream behind her back, while her other empty hand gently poked Sandrone's shoulder. "Sandrone, are you a genius or an idiot?" Columbia's voice softened, yet it carried a hint of sour jealousy. "Do you know that the cold and silent demeanor you present to those boys is not psychological pressure at all, but rather a test of the aloof goddess? My algorithm model did not account for such twisted human psychology." Sandrone shifted her gaze a bit, sheepishly, her voice growing softer. "Well, I don't care." Columbia assertively reached out and gently pinched Sandrone's chin, forcing her to turn and look at her. "All I know is that I queued to buy ice cream, and when I turned around I saw someone trying to flirt with my girl. And you not only didn't refuse immediately, but you also tried to use game theory to indulge him." "I did not indulge him." "Then what should you do next time?" Columbia interrupted her, a sly glint appearing in her eyes that exuded a sense of possessiveness that could not be resisted. Since Sandrone's mind cannot accommodate complex human psychology, it'll implant the simplest program instruction. Columbia leaned in slightly, her nose brushing against Sandrone's. "Next time you encounter such a situation, don't remain silent and don't calculate. You just need to tell him I already have a girlfriend, and she's very possessive and fierce." Warm breath brushed against her cheek, causing Sandrone's ears to flush entirely red. The black cat ears atop her head instinctively flopped back, completely exposing her defenseless heart in that moment. The logic of that statement is extremely flawed. "You don't look fierce at all." Sandrone stubbornly made one laugh. "Is that so?" Columbia chuckled lightly. The next moment, she suddenly lowered her head and accurately pressed her lips against Sandrone's. This kiss was unlike any previous ones. It carried a hint of annoyed punishment mixed with the slightly salty and extremely rich milky sweetness of sea salt ice cream. Columbia's agile tongue skillfully pried open Sundone's lips, pouring in her own breath and sweetness all. Sundone was caught off guard by this sudden attack, still holding the gigantic plush toy and the melting ice cream, her hands having nowhere to place themselves. She could only stand stiffly in place, allowing Columbia to awkwardly, yet earnestly explore her mouth. The saltiness of the sea, the sweetness of cream intertwined with the frequency of her racing heartbeat, infinitely magnified under the tranquil tree-lined path. Once the kiss ended, Columbia slightly pulled back. She licked her lips, looking at Sundone, whose eyes glimmered with moisture from the kiss, panting heavily. The girl's earlier irritation had long since dissipated in this warmth. "So do you think I'm fierce now?" Columbia asked with a beaming smile. Sundone's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she awkwardly wiped the ice cream stains from the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand, turning her head away in embarrassment. "The instruction has been recorded." Sundone's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet she was extremely serious. "Next time, I will refuse directly." Hearing this almost clumsy promise, Columbia finally smiled with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing. She naturally took the rapidly melting sea salt ice cream from Sundone's hand and took a lick from the spot Sundone had just. "Oh dear, yours is about to melt. Let's eat it quickly." Columbia once again looped her arm through Sundone's, pulling her along as if nothing had happened. The amusement park's background music was cheerful and bouncing, mingling with the occasional heart-piercing screams that echoed from a distance. The source of those screams was the park's super roller coaster. Sandrone and Columbia were now standing beneath this colossal structure. The enormous red steel tracks reflected dazzling light under the afternoon sun, twisting and spiraling in the air like a dragon. A train packed with tourists was diving from the highest point at breakneck speed, roaring with mechanical thunder and howling wind as it swept over their heads. The track design of this machine is extremely unreasonable. Sandrone tilted her head slightly, her ice blue eyes reflecting the speeding train, habitually slipping into her critical mode. Based on visual estimation, without any fairing, the gravitational force at the lowest point would instantly reach divine eagle level. Such violent changes in gravitational acceleration would cause severe disturbances in the human inner ear vestibular organs, leading to nausea, dizziness, and tachycardia. This is a completely anti-human design that makes you pay for suffering. She delivered her ruthless academic critique while turning to glance at Columbia beside her. "Are you sure you want to waste time on this extremely inefficient physical activity that damages the nervous system?" The white rabbit, who had been so domineering in the shady avenue just moments ago, pinning Sandrone against a tree trunk for a forceful kiss, was now staring up at the terrifying track, her throat involuntarily bobbing. Although Columbia still wore that ever-smiling expression, Sandrone's keen senses detected the girl's fingers tightening unconsciously around her arm. "Of course I want to ride it." Columbia averted her gaze and flashed a sweet smile at Sandrone, trying to conceal the flicker of apprehension in her eyes. "Everyone who comes to the amusement park has to ride the roller coaster for it to be complete, right? And I want to experience." Sandrone looked at her slightly pale lips, then at the pair of white rabbit ears gently swaying in the breeze atop her head. Her brain, accustomed to processing precise data, instantly reached a remarkably implausible conclusion. The Columbia, who was extremely dangerous and possessive in flatlands and darkness, seemed to be afraid of heights, or rather afraid of this kind of weightless amusement ride. This discovery stirred a strange, subtle delight in Sandrone's heart. A secret pleasure of the downtrodden finally having their day, quietly rising from the depths where she had always been suppressed by Columbia. "If you're scared, it's still not too late to back out. I never force anyone to undergo tests beyond their physiological limits." Sandrone lifted her chin slightly, her black cat ears proudly erect on her head, her tone laced with rare teasing. Who's scared?" Columbia straightened up immediately like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, dragging Sandrone toward the queue line. "I was just thinking about what pose to take for photos up there. Come on, let's go." Watching the girl's stubborn, retreating figure, Sandrone let out a helpless sigh, yet a hint of indulgence and tenderness, one she didn't even notice herself, flickered in her eyes. 20 minutes later, they finally passed through the long queue and stood at the gate of the boarding area. "Please store all personal belongings and easily detachable accessories in the lockers to avoid danger during the ride." A staff member repeatedly announced safety instructions through a megaphone. Sandrone felt a wave of relief, immediately removing the black cat ear headband that had embarrassed her all afternoon, along with the huge Sandrone cat plush toy, and swiftly stowed them into a locker. Columbia also reluctantly took off her white rabbit ear headband. Without the ears to disguise her emotions, the tension on her face became even more evident. The gate opened and visitors filed in. The two were assigned to the first row of the train, the position with the widest view but also the strongest visual impact and weightlessness. Seated in the ergonomically designed racing-style seats, the heavy U-type safety bar pressed down, with a hiss of hydraulic air valves locking them securely in place. Sandrone expertly checked the locking status of the bar. Then she turned her head to look at Columbia beside her. Columbia was gripping the safety bar in front of her tightly. Her eyes were closed, and she took a deep breath as if she were about to face an execution ground. Click, click, click. With the departure bell, the train's bottom emitted the heavy mechanical sound of chains engaging. The roller coaster began to ascend slowly at an extremely steep angle, climbing toward a height of 65 meters. As the height increased, the view gradually expanded, revealing the entire amusement park under the afternoon sun like a delicate miniature model. The distant city skyline shimmered slightly in the heat haze. But no one in the first row had the mood to appreciate the magnificent afternoon scenery. Because with the rising altitude, the accumulating potential energy and the fear of the impending fall were gradually crushing the visitors' psychological defenses. People in the back rows had already begun nervous wails. Sandrone remained extremely calm, observing the shrinking buildings below, while her mind idly performed boring physical calculations. Suddenly, an icy and slightly trembling hand blindly reached out and grabbed Sandrone's hand resting on her knee. Sandrone paused, turning her head. Columbina's eyes were squeezed shut, her long lashes trembling violently she bit her lower lip hard, her face pale, and the hand clutching Sandrone's felt like a desperate grip on a lifeline, the strength nearly crushing Sandrone's fingers. At that moment, the malicious urge Sandrone had felt to mock her vanished instantly. In its place surged a powerful impulse to protect her. That predator who had forcefully plundered her in the darkness, that possessive one who had bitten her neck under the tree out of jealousy, now appeared as a defenseless, fragile little girl, unreservedly surrendering all her fear and trust to Sandrone. Sandrone naturally reversed her wrist and firmly wrapped her own hand around Columbina's cold, trembling finger. Her fingers forcefully interlaced with the girl's, forming a tight, interlocked grip. Sandrone's thumb gently, yet absolutely soothingly caressed the back of Columbina's hand twice. Clank. The train came to a crisp pause at the highest point. They had reached the apex of 65 meters. Ahead lay an abyss almost perpendicular to the ground. The brief half-second suspension seemed to stretch time infinitely. Don't be afraid. In the instant before the train plunged, Sandrone leaned close to Columbina's ear and spoke in a steady, powerful voice that only they could hear amidst the roaring wind. I'm here. Boom. The next second, gravity took over. The massive steel train, like a kite with a broken string, hurtled madly toward the ground with terrifying speed and gale. A deafening, blood-curdling scream erupted from the entire roller coaster train. The intense feeling of weightlessness made everyone's stomach feel as if it had suddenly dropped into a void. The fierce wind wildly tangled their hair, and tears were forced out from the corners of their eyes by the rapid descent. Columbina let out a short, startled cry in the midst of the terrifying weightlessness, then clamped her eyes shut and buried her head forcefully toward Sandrone. Yet in this frantic moment, when everyone else was screaming with closed eyes, Sandrone was abnormally calm, her icy blue eyes wide open. The terrifying gravitational acceleration of the divine eagle's weightlessness could not trigger any physiological fear in this genius who understood all the physical principles behind it. Her brain calculated the train's trajectory, the points of force, and the upcoming angle of the roll with crystal clarity. Amid the howling wind, she turned her head with extreme composure, no, even with a certain coolness, to look at the girl trembling in fear beside her. Sandrone did not look at the twisted, continuous rolling track ahead. All her attention was focused on their tightly. She squeezed Columbina's hand with all her strength, trying to transfer her absolute rationality and sense of security through that connection. After the train reached its lowest point, it was pulled up sharply into a massive 360-degree vertical loop. Open your eyes. At the moment they were upside down, Sandrone suddenly shouted the girl's name at the top of her voice. Startled, Columbina involuntarily cracked open her eyes. In the topsy-turvy world, the afternoon sunlight was cut into countless fragmented speckles by the steel tracks. And amid those dizzying specks of light, Sandrone's face, cool, delicate, and utterly devoid of fear, was vividly imprinted in Columbina's sight. Sandrone's silver hair flew in the gale as she tightly held Columbina's hand. Her icy blue eyes no longer held their usual awkwardness and Tsundere. Instead, they shone with a dazzling resolve that could ward off all fear. I told you. As long as you're within my calculations, you're absolutely safe. Sandrone declared her absolute control with sheer arrogance, her voice cutting through the howling wind. Seeing the person who remained so reliable even in a state of weightlessness, the deep-seated fear in Columbina's heart was miraculously replaced by another far more intense emotion. Gazing at Sandrone, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted in the fierce wind. Then she gripped Sandrone's hand with all her might, and in the subsequent series of spiraling rolls, though still frightened, she never closed her eyes again. 3 minutes later, with a loud hiss of the air brakes, the train coasted slowly back into the station. The safety bar clunked heavily as it rose. The passengers in the back rows were immensely relieved, their legs weak as they helped each other off the platform. Sandrone unbuckled her seatbelt with swift efficiency and stood up. She brushed the non-existent dust from her trench coat. Aside from a few stray strands of hair, she looked as relaxed as if she had just taken a leisurely stroll. She turned to look at Columbina, still slumped in her seat. The girl's face was still pale, and her legs were trembling uncontrollably, leaving her without the strength to stand. The usually composed, white-cut black, cunning girlfriend had completely turned into a frightened, soft white bunny. Your nerves clearly cannot adapt to high-intensity gravitational changes, which has caused your current muscle weakness and mind. Sandrone kept her infuriatingly academic tone, but her actions were utterly honest. She walked naturally to Columbina, turned around, and slightly bent her knees. Climb on. Sandrone tilted her head slightly, saying it in a painfully awkward voice. Columbia was taken aback. Looking at Sandrone's not-so-broad back, which had just given her infinite security, her eyes suddenly inexplicably warmed. She didn't try to be brave. Instead, she obediently extended her arms, wrapped them around Sandrone's neck, and pressed her soft body against her. Sandrone firmly supported the girl's legs, effortlessly hoisting her onto her back, and strode off the platform. First, she went to the locker to retrieve the 2 childish headbands and the huge plush toy. With her hands full carrying Columbia, Sandrone awkwardly put the black cat ear headband back on her own head, then let Columbia hold the big plush toy. Embarrassing. Sandrone muttered softly, not sure if she meant the frightened Columbia or herself carrying someone with cat ears on her head. She carried Columbia to a quiet shaded area with a bench and carefully set her down. Sit here and don't move. Your blood sugar has dropped from the shock. You need to replenish it. Sandrone gave the order with a domineering air, then walked briskly to a nearby vending machine and bought a can of warm sweet milk, an oddly out-of-place hot drink on this still hot afternoon. But for someone who had just been frightened, it was the perfect comfort. Sandrone returned with the warm milk and shoved it rather roughly into Columbia's hands. Then she took out a packet of wet wipes and with movements that were stiff yet meticulous wiped the cold sweat from Columbia's forehead brought on by the tension. Next time, if you're afraid of such biomechanically unnatural movements, just say no. Don't put on this illogical act of... Sandrone scolded, her face stern as she continued wiping. Columbia held the warm milk in both hands, watching Sandrone half kneeling in front of her, adorned with black cat ears, her face full of impatience, yet caring for her with extreme attention to detail. This stark contrast and the wonderful role reversal made Columbia's heart melt into a puddle of warmth. But Columbia leaned forward slightly, resting her forehead against Sandrone's shoulder in a gesture of complete dependence, her voice as soft as cotton candy. If I hadn't been brave, how would I have known that Our Lady Sandrone looks so cool when she protects me midair? Sandrone's hand wiping the sweat suddenly froze, and her ears instantly turned crimson. Shut up. Drink your milk. She scrambled to her feet, turning her face away. As the soothing evening light music began to play over the amusement park's loudspeakers, countless brilliant neon lights illuminated the area, transforming it into a truly enchanting city that never sleeps. Sandrone was still forced to hold the gigantic Sandrone cat plush toy. The toy was so large that it obscured much of her cool, delicate face with its gray fur. The Ferris wheel typically operates at a speed of about 0.2 meters per second. Wasting precious life on such an extremely slow circular motion is simply a waste. Sandrone gazed at the enormous Ferris wheel in the distance, which radiated a dreamy blue-purple glow. But it is beautiful, Columbia said as she walked beside her, the white rabbit ears atop her head swaying gently in the night breeze. She naturally reached out her hand to grasp Sandrone's free hand, their fingers intertwined. Moreover, I've heard that if you kiss someone you like at the top of the Ferris wheel, you'll be together forever. Does Sandrone not want to be together with me forever? Such an urban legend without any scientific basis can only be believed by creatures with IQs below average. The question of being together forever cannot be guaranteed by such a rudimentary amusement facility. Sandrone retorted coldly, yet the hand that was clasped with Columbia's showed no sign of loosening. With her proud black cat ears, she allowed Columbia to lead her step by step towards the Ferris wheel's queue area. However, the weather was not on their side. Just less than 200 meters from the Ferris wheel entrance, an extremely abrupt gust of wind suddenly blew through. The wind caused the ornamental trees by the roadside to sway violently and tousled Sandrone's long hair. Immediately after, a flash of extremely stark white lightning cut through the night sky, which had been tinged with a reddish hue from the city's neon lights. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder exploded overhead, as if it were tearing the sky apart. The surrounding tourists were startled by the sudden thunder, gasping in surprise. Dear visitors, please note that due to sudden strong convective weather, all high-altitude amusement facilities, including roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and sky flying, etc., within the park will be suspended immediately for your safety. Please proceed in an orderly manner to indoor areas to avoid the rain or leave as soon as possible. The emergency broadcast of the amusement park abruptly cut off the originally cheerful background music, a cold female voice echoing in the gusting wind. Sandrone acutely sensed the rapid drop in air pressure and the surge in humidity. She looked up at the dark rolling clouds, and her mind quickly reached a conclusion. The cumulonimbus clouds have completely covered this area with a 100% chance of precipitation. Sandrone immediately tightened her grip on Columbia's hand, her tone becoming extremely decisive and unquestionable. We can't ride the Ferris wheel anymore. We must head to the exit immediately. In 5 minutes, this place will experience a peak in people leaving the park, and we need to catch a ride back before the transport system collapses. As she spoke, she swiftly pulled out her phone and skillfully opened the ride-hailing app, preparing to input the address of her private mechanical workshop. But she couldn't take a step forward. Columbia stood there rooted like a tree, firmly holding onto her wrist. I'm not leaving. The girl's voice sounded somewhat thin against the howling wind, yet it carried an extremely rare stubbornness. Stop messing around, Columbia. If we don't leave immediately, we'll get drenched like miserable drowned rats, which will only lead to heat loss and increase the chance of catching a cold with no benefits at all. But we haven't ridden the Ferris wheel yet. Columbia tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinarily stubborn light reflected by the lightning. The amusement facilities have already been closed. This is an irresistible physical interruption due to the weather. Sandrone attempted to use logic to persuade the suddenly obstinate girl. Tomorrow or next weekend, as long as weather conditions permit, I can bring you back. But right now the best solution is to go. No way. It has to be tonight. Columbia's gaze showed no sign of retreat. She suddenly reached out and pressed off the screen of Sandrone's phone that was calling for a ride. Since we can't ride tonight due to the rain, then let's ride tomorrow. Columbia's voice turned extremely calm, even carrying a hint of unrefusable authority. If we go back to the apartment in the city now and come back tomorrow, it will waste time going back and forth. Sandrone was left speechless by her reverse logic. At that moment, large raindrops finally began to fall. Plop, one landed precisely on the tip of Sandrone's nose, bringing a chilling sensation. Go. Before Sandrone could engage her brain again, Columbia had taken the initiative. She forcefully grabbed Sandrone's hand, but instead of running towards the crowded exit of the amusement park, she turned and pulled her toward a VIP passage deep into the park. Columbia, where are you going? The exit is in the opposite direction. Sandrone was forced to hold the enormous plush toy while running in the rain, her raincoat's hem already soaked. Columbia turned back amidst the wind and rain, flashing an exceptionally bright smile at Sandrone. A few minutes later, the two rushed through a hidden long corridor, extremely disheveled, yet remarkably swift, into the lobby of a resplendent building. When the heavy glass sensor door closed behind them, completely isolating them from the howling winds and torrential rain, Sandrone finally saw her surroundings clearly. Exquisite crystal chandeliers, marble floors covered with thick carpets, and the air was filled with the scent of high-end custom fragrances. This was the amusement park's affiliated ultra 5-star resort hotel. Hello, welcome to Miracle Hotel. May I ask if you have a reservation? No reservation. Columbia walked confidently to the front desk, skillfully pulling out their ID cards from her bag. Please book a high-floor panoramic suite that can see the Ferris wheel. A circular bedroom would be best. Upon hearing the words circular bed, Sandrone, who was patting rain from her raincoat, suddenly froze. Wait, you want to book a room here? This completely exceeds the original itinerary. Sandrone swiftly approached, her ice blue eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Moreover, the accommodation costs here are exorbitantly high. It's nothing but an IQ tax. But it's pouring outside, and we still want to ride the Ferris wheel tomorrow. Columbia turned her head, innocently blinking her eyes, then leaned close to Sandrone's ear, speaking in an extremely soft, yet slightly mischievous tone. Besides, who was it that promised me under the tree-leaned path that this weekend's time is all mine to command? Lady Sandrone should keep her word right. The front desk receptionist, extremely perceptive, maintained her professional smile and returned the ID cards along with a black room key. Madam, your room is ready. Penthouse Executive Suite 8806. Although not a circular bed, it is equipped with an oversized scenic bed and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offering a direct view of the entire Ferris wheel. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. Thank you. Columbia cheerfully accepted the room key. Sandrone stood in place holding the similarly damp mechanical cat plush toy. Accompanied by the incredibly quiet high-speed elevator, the faint sensation of weightlessness quickened Sandrone's heartbeat inexplicably. In the reflection, Sandrone could clearly see her slightly disheveled silver hair from the rain. Alongside her was Columbia, wearing a knowing smile. Ding! The elevator stopped at the top floor of the hotel. The thick corridor carpet absorbed all sound of their footsteps like a sponge. Columbia swiped the black room card to unlock the door of Suite 8806. As the door opened, the smart sensing system inside the room activated automatically. Warm yellow ambient lights lit up one by one, and the previously closed electric curtains smoothly slid open to reveal a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, torrential rain poured down against the dark night sky. In this heavy darkness, the enormous Ferris wheel had come to a halt. Yet it still glowed with fantastical blue and purple neon lights, resembling a massive, quietly pulsating heart, gazing longingly through the rain at the suite. This profoundly shocking visual impact, combined with the nearly extravagant decor of the room, left even the well-traveled Sandrone momentarily stunned. You should take a shower. Your clothes are wet. Sandrone awkwardly averted her gaze, trying to mask the panic rising within her in this confined space with authoritative commands. The suite only had an exceptionally large double bed with its soft mattress and ambiguous lighting. But Sandrone's clothes are also wet. Columbia turned around, looking at her with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. How about we shower together? Sandrone reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly raising her voice. She swiftly stuffed the giant Sandrone cat plush toy into Columbia's arms and dashed into the bathroom like a fugitive, slamming the glass door shut behind her. Leaning against the cold bathroom door, Sandrone let out a long breath. The bathroom was spacious with a dry and wet separation, even boasting a giant double soaking tub. Ignoring the seemingly intimate bathtub, she walked directly to the shower area and turned on the faucet. Warm water cascaded down, washing away the chill from the rain. She closed her eyes, allowing the water to flow over her silver-gray hair and down her collarbone. Their faint remnants of the light red marks left by Columbia's bite from earlier in the afternoon lingered. After showering, Sandrone changed into the pure white bathrobe provided by the hotel. The robe was incredibly soft, but for someone like her who was used to wearing fitted work clothes or trench coats, this loose, slightly open robe left her feeling extremely insecure. She hastily dried her still dripping hair with a towel and pushed open the bathroom door to step out. The temperature in the room had already been adjusted to a comfortable 24 degrees by the central air conditioning. Columbia was sitting on a single sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, hugging the giant mechanical cat, Plush staring blankly at the stormy night scenery outside. Hearing the bathroom door open, the girl turned her head, her eyes instantly lighting up. Sandrone looks beautiful in that bath. Columbia did not hold back her praise, her gaze shamelessly lingering on the exposed section of Sandrone's fair calf and her delicate collarbone. Shut up. Go take a shower. Feeling uneasy under Columbia's gaze, Sandrone coldly tossed this remark before walking straight towards the enormous double bed in the center of the room. She awkwardly lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down, deliberately pressing herself against the edge of the bed, attempting to draw a line in this perilous space. Columbia chuckled softly, not breaking the silence of Sandrone's self-deception. The girl obediently took another bathrobe and entered the bathroom. Soon the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. In the otherwise quiet suite, the sound was amplified infinitely. The frosted glass door obstructed the view, but amidst the mist, the silhouette of the girl could still be faintly discerned. Sandrone lay on the bed, feeling entirely rigid. The mattress was far too soft, entirely contrary to her usual sleeping habits. But what truly quickened her heartbeat and made her breathing cautious was the sound of water coming from the bathroom. To distract herself, she lay flat on the bed, her ice blue eyes wide open, analyzing the suite's hardware facilities as if she were a scanner. The central air conditioning outlet uses soundproof materials, keeping wind noise below 30 decibels. The smoke detector on the ceiling. The bedside lamp's flicker is beyond the visible range, yet a faint electrical noise persists. She tried to use these cold facts to force herself to calm down. However, when the sound of water in the bathroom abruptly stopped, all the formulas and data in her mind were instantly reset. The door to the bathroom swung open. A wave of steam mixed with the distinctive scent of hotel shower gel surged into the room. Columbia, clad in the same white bathrobe as Sandrone, walked out barefoot. The girl's chestnut hair was wet and scattered over her shoulders, the tips still dripping water. Her cheeks, flushed from the steam, wore an alluring blush, and her eyes glistened under the warm yellow light, exuding an unabashed languor and charm. The loose bathrobe hung loosely on her frame, and at the neckline a tantalizing glimpse of snowy white skin. Sandrone swallowed hard, turning her head away with studied awkwardness, fixing her gaze on a bedside lamp, as if it were a world-class physics problem. Columbia said nothing. She did not walk to the other side of the bed as an ordinary person would. Instead, barefoot, she treaded silently over the thick carpet, moving with extreme slowness and lightness to the foot of the bed. Sandrone felt the mattress at the foot sink slightly. Then an extraordinarily soft hand pressed onto the bedsheet beside. Sandrone abruptly turned her head, her ice blue pupils contracting sharply. She saw that Columbia was not standing but kneeling at the foot of the bed. Like an elegant yet predatory feline, the girl placed her hands on the bed surface and, moving along the wide double bed, crawled extremely slowly, inch by inch, toward Sandrone. As Columbia crawled, the soft mattress emitted a faint depression sound. The hem of her bathrobe spread apart due to the posture, revealing a pair of fair and shapely legs. Wet strands of hair hung beside her cheeks. Her eyes were fixed on Sandrone at the headboard, a terrifying possessiveness churning within them, as if she were about to devour her prey. This visually striking and oppressive approach completely unsettled Sandrone's breathing. What are you doing? Can't you walk properly?" Sandrone's voice trembled uncontrollably. She instinctively tried to retreat, but her back was already pressed against the soft headboard, leaving no room to escape. Columbia did not reply. She crawled right in front of Sandrone, then forcefully parted her legs and straddled Sandrone. Her knees pressed into the mattress, and the weight of her body bore down with vivid reality. Even through the thick blanket, the confining sense of being completely dominated made every muscle in Sandrone's body tense to the utmost. Columbia looked down at Sandrone beneath her. She slowly extended both hands, sliding them along Sandrone's arms up to her shoulders, finally pressing them onto the pillow on either side of Sandrone's face. It was a textbook predatory posture, sealing the other completely within her territory. "Lady Sandrone, were you hiding so long in the bathroom earlier, calculating how to reject me next?" Columbia leaned slightly forward, her warm breath carrying the fragrance of a fresh bath sprayed fully onto Sandrone's. Drops of water fell from the girl's wet hair, landing with precision on Sandrone's exposed collarbone, bringing a shiver in. Sandrone bit her lower lip, a trace of panic flashing in her ice blue eyes. Her hands gripped the bedsheet underneath her, knuckles turning white from the strain. I wasn't hiding. I was just... Shoo. Columbia imperiously placed an index finger gently on Sandrone's still stubborn lips. "In this room there's no need to think about anything." The girl's voice turned husky and low, carrying an irresistible Her gaze drifted brazenly down from Sandrone's lips, landing on the slightly open lapel of the bathrobe. "Tonight, I don't want to hear you say a single thing." Columbia's other hand moved slowly downward, teasingly hooking the belt of Sandrone's bathrobe. One gentle tug. She lowered her body again, their distance shrinking to an extremely dangerous threshold. Columbia's lips were nearly pressed against Sandrone's carotid artery, so close she could feel the frantic pulse beating beneath the skin from extreme tension. "All I want to hear," Columbia whispered in a breathy voice beside Sandown's ear with lethal seduction. Is you calling my name just like you did in the haunted house at the amusement park? Then tilting her head slightly, she opened her mouth and aimed at the sensitive skin on Sandown's neck, ready to leave her mark. Extreme tension amplified Sandown's senses to the maximum. Just as Columbia's lips were about to touch her, Sandown's ice-blue eyes, wandering in helplessness, happened to sweep across the ceiling directly above the bed. Sandown's absolute intuition at that moment set off a frantic alarm in the most mood-ruining way possible. Her pupils contracted sharply. Wait. Just as Columbia's teeth were about to bite down, Sandown spoke abruptly. Her voice instantly shed all its earlier panic and tremor, returning to an icy, emotionless timbre. Columbia's movement froze midair. A flicker of dangerous displeasure flashed in her eyes at being forcibly interrupted. Sandown did not move. She was still pinned beneath Columbia, but her gaze was now razor-sharp, fixed on a spot on the ceiling. Her hands swiftly caught Columbia's wrist, which was about to pull open her bathrobe belt. The light refraction there is off. Sandown narrowed her eyes. That's not the infrared sensor of a smoke alarm. Columbia frowned and followed Sandown, but to her there was nothing but an ordinary white plastic shell. Sandown, if you're trying to distract me, this excuse is too. There's a hidden camera. Sandown uttered those 6 words with chilling calm. The air in that moment fell into a deathly silence. Outside the window, an extremely pale lightning bolt tore across the night sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap, as if providing an ironic footnote to her words. Columbia maintained her bent-over posture above Sandown, her expression undergoing a bizarre transformation. Her eyes, which had been clouded with desire and possessiveness upon hearing the words hidden camera, had all traces of passion instantly covered by a layer of terrifying gloom. The girl remained straddling Sandown, but the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet to freezing. A pure, spine-chilling, murderous aura began to radiate wildly from this seemingly delicate, white rabbit. What did you say? Columbia turned her head extremely slowly, her gaze drilling into the tiny black hole on the ceiling, her voice soft, as if inquiring about today's weather, yet sending chills down the spine. Directly above the center of the bed, Sandown analyzed with professional precision. It's a micro camera with an extremely covert pinhole wide-angle lens. Moreover, there's a very faint flicker beside it, indicating it is currently powered on and recording or transmitting in real time. Sandown looked at Columbia, pinning her down. Though the immediate threat came from the spying device on the ceiling, she keenly sensed that the girl before her at this moment was 1,000 times more dangerous than ever. Columbia straightened up from Sandown's body with excruciating slowness. She reached up to gracefully tuck a wet strand of hair behind her ear, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, is that so? The girl tilted her head, slightly looking at the corner where the lens was hidden. So it turns out there are people in this world who dare to secretly watch what belongs to me. The suite fell into a deathly silence. Columbia froze atop Sandrone, and for a moment a flicker of impatient gloom passed through her eyes. Being treated as cheap reality show fodder was a tremendous insult and humiliation to her. However, Sandrone's extremely decisive action forcefully suppressed the impending outburst, restrained those superfluous emotional fluctuations. Sandrone's voice was as steady as if handling a trivial matter. She pulled the thick down comforter over them, wrapping the two tightly. With a somewhat rough motion, she switched off the bedside ambience lights, plunging the room into a dim palette illuminated only by the blue-violet glow of the Ferris wheel. Before Columbia could recover from the frustration of being interrupted, Sandrone's hand swiftly operated a portable jammer under the covers. I've activated the cyclic noise script. Now the opponent's screen will only see meaningless gibberish. Sandrone whispered, her tone laced with a professionalism and aloofness that brought Columbia immense reassurance. Not only will he see no footage now. As she spoke, Sandrone deftly turned off the glow of all electronic screens. She felt Columbia's stiff body. In that instant, Sandrone realized she had to do something. Not for the camera, but for the girl before her who was sulking over a ruined date. She reached out, her movements awkward and stiff, yet resolute, and wrapped her arm around Columbia's back, shifting her from atop herself into a more comfortable, intimate embrace. Still angry, Sandrone's voice dropped, no longer the cold edge aimed at electronics, but carrying a rare personal softness. Columbia nestled in her arms, her nose brushing against the loose collar of Sandrone's bathrobe. The girl's voice was muffled, tinged with grievance and melancholy. I had planned to spend a perfect evening with Sandrone. Even if we couldn't ride the Ferris wheel now, I still. Anyway, this is truly the worst experience I've ever had. It's not terrible. Sandrone countered with utmost seriousness. She felt Columbia lift her head at those words. In the darkness, those bright eyes stared fixedly at her. Sandrone averted her gaze slightly, her earlobes flushing a faint red in the dimness. She was unaccustomed to expressing such emotional vocabulary, but at that moment, she felt some logic needed to be clarified. Sandrone lowered her eyes, looking at the face in her arms that seemed so aggrieved from emotional turmoil. Lord Sandrone, are you trying to comfort me with this boring formula? Columbia let out a soft laugh, the gloom in her tone largely dissipating. Sandrone awkwardly draped the corner of her bathrobe over both their shoulders. Although the process was interrupted, all my core data indicate that I am not experiencing any adverse reaction to this current environment. This was the most extreme expression of liking that Sandrone could manage. Columbia understood her subtext. The irritability and gloom that had lingered in her heart dissolved like spring snow under Sandonere's series of awkward, yet sincere reassurances. She no longer thought about the pervert lurking in the corner, nor dwelled on the atmosphere ruined by the camera. She greedily inhaled the cold, addictive scent of Sandonere, her body, gradually relaxing, completely melting into Sandonere's embrace. Sandonere, moi. Tomorrow morning we need to go to the hotel front desk and drag that person out. No problem. They'll make him experience what it means to fly. All right, there's no need for such violence. Columbia closed her eyes, feeling the steady, strong heartbeat of Sandonere. This tangible sensation was far more real than the illusory peeping from the other side of the screen. On this extremely spacious bed, Sandonere's presence was the most solid safety net. The girl naturally raised her hand, caught a strand of Sandonere's hair, and gently twirled it around her finger, her voice becoming dreamy and dependent. Sandonere, you know. What? I used to think everything in the world was utterly boring. Until I met you. Sandonere, I'm so glad to have you. This was an extremely straightforward, unreserved confession. It had no logic, no data, nor was it any optimal solution. Yet the tremor it caused made Sandonere freeze for a moment. Sandonere said nothing, only silently tightened her arms. She reached out, now infinitely gentle, and stroked Columbia's hair once, then again. Outside the window, the thunderstorm had completely ceased. The night was deep and heavy. The Ferris wheel stood like a silent guardian under the blue-violet light. In the penthouse suite that belonged to them, all so-called voyeurism, anger, and anxiety were firmly shut out. Sandonere felt the even lingering breaths of the girl in her arms, and in her heart, she rarely experienced a pure sense of tranquility. Now Sandonere gently kissed the top of Columbia's head, closed her eyes, and sank into a deep, sweet slumber. As long as she was in her arms, everything else seemed insignificant. The morning sunlight spilled across the thick carpet of the hotel's top-floor suite like a cascade of light. The wild storm of the previous night seemed only a phantom. The sky had been scoured into crystalline clarity, and the colossal Ferris wheel, in the distance, silently refracted a dazzling brilliance in the dawn light. On the wide, plush double bed, Columbia turned over with supreme languor. She instinctively reached out to embrace the body pillow that was always a bit cooler in temperature, yet brought such reassuring comfort, but her hand grasped only empty air. Moi. The girl, still half asleep, rubbed her amber eyes and sat up from under the covers. A faint metallic clicking sound of tools colliding reached her ears. Columbia threw off the blanket and padded barefoot across the soft carpet toward the sound. Then she beheld a scene that was utterly characteristic of Sandrone, yet also utterly bizarre. The prodigy was now seated perfectly upright in her loose white bathrobe before the living room's exorbitantly priced marble coffee table. At some point she had donned a pair of highly professional goggles on the bridge of her nose, and in her hand, she held a micro Phillips head screwdriver. And right in the center of the coffee table lay the plastic casing that had been forcibly dismantled from the ceiling, originally disguised as a smoke detector. Sandrone's movements were remarkably deft, as if the device were not a covert camera, but a perfectly ordinary mechanical toy. In less than 2 minutes, a faint click sounded and the outer casing was flawlessly dissected. A pinhole wide-angle camera no larger than a fingernail attached to an intricate microcircuit board and antenna was tweezed out by Sandrone with an expression of utter disdain. Good morning, Lady Sandrone. Columbia leaned against the doorframe, watching the scene with a smile. Engaging in your morning mechanical calisthenics. Morning. Sandrone did not even raise her head. With precise movements, she cut the power line connecting the camera to the memory card. Then she picked up an exquisitely made small black cardboard box that originally held the hotel's premium aromat. She arranged the camera lens, the mainboard, and the forcibly extracted memory card into the black box with obsessive-compulsive neatness and aesthetic precision. In preparing a little gift for the hotel management, Sandrone removed her goggles, and her ice-blue eyes gleamed with a chillingly rational light. Come, let's go to breakfast. And while we're at it, let's test whether this hotel's guest service response time lives up to its Half an hour later, the hotel lobby on the first floor was spacious and bright. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft halo, and elegantly dressed guests were drifting in 2s and 3s toward the buffet restaurant. At the front desk, a shift supervisor in a crisp uniform and immaculate makeup maintained a standard 8-tooth smile as she handled checkout procedures with professional efficiency. Good morning, welcome to the Miracle Hotel. How may I assist you? As Sandrone and Columbia approached, the supervisor immediately stepped forward. The two young women were exceptionally striking, especially Sandrone, who walked in front. Her silver-gray hair and her cold, ascetic face radiated an air of authority, marking her unmistakably as a VIP guest from the top-floor suite. Sandrone walked expressionlessly to the marble counter. She did not lose her temper like an ordinary guest, nor did she create a commotion. She simply extended her hand with perfect calm and placed the small black cardboard box on the counter. Excuse me. Her voice was as cold as if she were reciting a tedious physics experiment report. She even pushed the box forward with courteous precision. May I ask what this is? The front desk supervisor blinked. She looked at Sandrone, then at the box so familiar as a soap container. Assuming the guest had a question about the hotel's complimentary gift, she enthusiastically reached out and opened the lid. Madam, this is our hotel's specially provided. The supervisor's words were severed as if by a razor-sharp blade. Inside the box there was no fragrant handmade soap. only a collection of precision-dismantled electronic components. In the center, the micro-lens with its curved reflective surface stared back at her with hollow emptiness. Although the supervisor understood nothing about mechanics, the case studies in hotel industry training had taught her that such a device was a ticking time bomb capable of shutting down the entire hotel in an instant. This. The front desk supervisor's pupils violently contracted. That impeccably standard 8-tooth smile crumbled instantaneously. Her face flushed red, turned white, then green within a single second. Her lips trembled, and she felt the blood drain from her brain. It seems that your hotel's guest rooms not only provide an extremely comfortable sleeping environment, but also generously include a round-the-clock reality show recording service. Sandrone folded her arms across her chest and looked down with icy detachment at the nearly fainting receptionist. He'll get our manager immediately. Please wait. Please do wait. The supervisor's voice cracked. She didn't even bother with the internal phone. She grabbed a walkie-talkie, as if fleeing from a ghost, and shouted in panic. Manager Wong. Manager Wong. Front desk, ground floor. Emergency. We've got a huge disaster. Manager Wong. Manager Wong. Front desk, ground floor. Emergency. We've got a huge disaster. Watching the supervisor's exaggerated reaction, Columbina, standing behind Sandrone, blinked innocently, the corners of her mouth curling into a furtive smile of delight. Within 3 minutes, the urgent sound of leather shoes striking the marble floor echoed from the direction of the office. Manager Wong, the head of the guest room department at the Miracle Hotel, was sprinting towards them with astonishing speed that was utterly incompatible with his slightly plump physique. As he ran, he frantically wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, causing his exquisitely crafted silk tie. What's going on? Who is shouting at the front desk? Don't they know it will affect the guest experience? Manager Wong cast a stern glare at the front desk supervisor, attempting to maintain the last shred of dignity for the hotel management in front of the VIP guests. Manager, please look at this. The front desk supervisor, nearly in tears, trembled as he pointed at the small black box on the table. Manager Wong took a deep breath and turned around, presenting an exceptionally perfect apologetic smile to Sandrone and Columbina. Click. His round face, once filled with smiles, froze visibly upon seeing the miniature camera and exposed circuit board. For 5 seconds he stood there like an utterly ridiculous statue, his mind racing frantically. A pinhole camera. In the guest room. In our hotel. And the guests even sent it directly to the front desk. The worst part was that these 2 extremely young girls were staying in the penthouse suite. That was the absolute VIP area of the entire hotel. If this incident got exposed, the Miracle Hotel's reputation would be utterly ruined by tomorrow. Manager Wong, right? Sandrone calmly broke the deadly silence, pointing at the contents of the box. What are you going to do to explain this? Or should I say, my logic tells me that it is impossible for an outsider to have orchestrated such a coincidence. This is an extremely serious management flaw within the hotel, or a terribly malicious internal act. Upon hearing the words internal act, Manager Wong's pale complexion instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He violently turned his head, veins bulging on his neck, and roared into the intercom in furious rage. Where's the floor manager? Lu Dajwang, get your ass down here. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, you'll be begging on the streets tomorrow. This furious outburst echoed through the lobby, startling several guests who were checking and causing them to turn their heads in shock. Within 2 minutes, the elevator chimed and opened. A thin man in a floor supervisor uniform rushed out, rolling, and he was drenched in sweat, his eyes darting nervously, clearly guilty. Manager, you called for me. Lu, the supervisor, swallowed hard, his legs visibly shaking. Manager Wong stepped forward, grabbing Lu's collar as if lifting a chick, and violently pulled him towards the front desk. Open your eyes and look. What is going on? Manager Wong pointed angrily at the black box on the counter, nearly poking Liu's nose with his finger. Lu glanced terrified at the box. When he saw the camera he had painstakingly installed, which had mysteriously malfunctioned and gone completely offline last night, his legs gave way completely. I don't know. Manager Wong. This must be something left behind by the last guest. Lu stammered in defense, cold sweat soaking through the back of his uniform. Something left behind by the last guest. Manager Wong, hearing this ridiculous excuse, was nearly ready to explode. Having worked in the hotel industry for over 20 years, how could he not see such an obvious lie? With great fury, he grabbed the black box along with the camera inside and held it up in front of Lu. In this highly prestigious lobby that emphasized etiquette, the general manager, who usually preached service, first completely discarded all pretense and decorum. His face reddened as he uncontrollably unleashed a classic outburst. What the hell? You son of a bitch. Facing Manager Wong's ferocious outburst, Supervisor Lu still stubbornly refused to admit his guilt. And manager, it really wasn't me. How could I possibly engage in such unlawful activities? You must believe me. Supervisor Lu pleaded with a pitiful tone, the black box in his hand feeling like a scorching hot iron. Manager Wong abruptly turned, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the front desk lead. Investigate. Check the system immediately. The lead frantically tapped at the keyboard a few times. Found it. Manager Wong, the room door was swiped open the day before yesterday using Supervisor Liu's authorized card. The evidence was ironclad. Supervisor Liu's face, previously full of excuses, instantly turned deathly pale. His knees gave way, and he collapsed onto the marble floor of the front desk in a most wretched heap. Call the police. Manager Wang didn't want to waste another word. He cast a look of utter disgust at Supervisor Liu on the floor, pulled out his phone, and decisively dialed the emergency number. 15 minutes later, amidst the piercing wail of police sirens, 2 officers arrived at the hotel lobby. In the face of irrefutable physical evidence and access logs, Supervisor Liu abandoned even the faintest struggle. The police cuffed him with practiced efficiency and escorted him into the patrol car. A case of malicious voyeurism under Sandone's formidable and uncompromising intervention was solved with resounding success in less than an hour. The lobby regained its calm. After seeing off the police, Manager Wang turned around, his demeanor now utterly humble, almost obsequious, as he approached Sandrone and Columbina. This portly manager, who usually valued his image immensely, now executed a perfect 90-degree bow. To most esteemed ladies, this deplorable incident is a grave failure in our hotel management. On behalf of Miracle Hotel, I extend our most sincere apologies. Manager Wang kept wiping his sweat, his voice trembling with palpable fear. He knew well that if these 2 young women posted this online, Miracle Hotel's reputation would be utterly and completely. To compensate for your appalling stay, our hotel is prepared to offer a most generous reparation. Manager Wang stammered out his offer. Your entire stay will be complimentary. Additionally, we will upgrade both of you to our most exclusive lifetime Black Card membership. From now on, whenever you stay, it will be entirely on us. Moreover, if you have any other reasonable compensation requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Faced with this extravagant hush money, Sandrone showed no sign of agitation. She rapidly calculated in her mind with cool logic. The culprit had been brought to justice. No substantial leak of privacy occurred the previous night, and the hotel's offer of lifetime free accommodation perfectly aligned with long-term economic rationality. A reasonable compensation plan. Sandrone nodded indifferently, her expressionless face betraying no emotion. Let's proceed with Manager Wang's proposal. My logic tells me that excessive entanglement would only waste our precious time. Columbina deftly hooked her arm around Sandone's, her smile overwhelmingly sweet as she spoke to Manager Wang. Then we won't disturb you any longer. The 2 turned decisively and strode out of the hotel lobby, dismissed by Manager Wang's utterly grateful, and the morning sun was radiant. Lady Sandrone, the way you stood at the front desk holding that black box was incredibly cool. Columbina leaned intimately against Sandone's shoulder, her tone brimming with undisguised admiration. It's just a basic countermeasure. Sandrone turned her head with feigned aloofness, trying to conceal the unnatural flush creeping up her ears. She naturally, almost instinctively, took Columbia's hand and gazed at the distant Ferris wheel. Let's go. Today should proceed normally. Sandrone and Columbina smoothly boarded the cabin of the Ferris wheel. As the cabin door clicked shut, the morning breeze and the occasional chirping of birds were completely cut off from the outside world. This small space, equipped with panoramic soundproof glass, instantly transformed into an extremely private floating capsule that belonged only to the 2 of them. The stability of the cabin is barely acceptable. Sandrone sat upright on the velvet seat, her hands neatly resting on her knees. Her ice blue eyes gazed through the glass at the ground slowly descending outside, instinctively activating her picky mode. Columbina sat across from her, unable to suppress a soft laugh at Sandrone's very hardcore opening remark. Today the girl had not worn that eye-catching white rabbit headband, and her long hair casually cascaded over her shoulders. The morning light streamed through the glass, casting a soft, almost sacred golden halo on her side profile. Lady Sandrone, in such an extremely romantic environment, is your mind filled only with these dry data? Columbina rested her chin on one hand, her gaze intensely focused on Sandrone's slightly tense, cold face. Romance is an extremely subjective and unquantifiable phenomenon. Sandrone awkwardly turned her head, trying to evade Columbina's fervent gaze. I'm merely conducting routine calculations. Columbina did not rebut, but looked at her with great understanding, the smile in her eyes growing ever richer. The cabin began its ascent, rising steadily amid the sound of smoothly meshing gears. The view became increasing. The colorful panorama of the entire amusement park, the bustling skyline of the distant city, and the dazzling sunrise on the horizon were all displayed before the 2 of them. As they gained height, Sandrone acutely sensed that the air inside the cabin seemed to thin slightly, and even the temperature seemed to rise subtly. But her rational mind told her that it was not a change in the physical environment, but rather her unreliable heart beating frantically in her chest at an overloaded frequency. In her mind, the words Columbina stubbornly said last night in the rain played uncontrollably. I heard that when you kiss someone you like at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, you will be together forever. This absurd urban legend had no statistical basis. It was a lack of logic and idealistic discourse. Sandrone had sternly rebutted this countless times in her mind. But Sandrone slowly turned her gaze back to the girl sitting across from her. Columbina was looking out the window, the bright morning light dancing on her eyelashes. She was the person Sandrone instinctively wanted to protect and embrace in the chaotic situation of the previous night. If that illogical legend had even the slightest chance of being true. As a meticulous person, she should not easily overlook even the most minuscule probability of the optimal solution. 10-9-8. Sandrone's lips trembled slightly as she silently conducted the final countdown in her mind. Sandrone, look at the clouds over there. Columbia pointed outside in surprise, just about to turn her head to share with 765. In this fleeting moment, Sandrone suddenly stood up without warning. Given the already cramped space inside the cabin, her sudden movement caused a slight sway in the floating cabin. Columbia was taken aback, looking up in surprise at Sandrone, who had suddenly stood before her. What's wrong? Did you discover a mechanical fault? 4-3. Sandrone did not answer. In her ice blue eyes, all traces of coldness and restraint had inexplicably faded, replaced by an intense heat, even tinged with a hint of reckless determination. In these crucial last 2 seconds, this usually socially distant genius, who detested physical contact and was proud to the core, boldly and unexpectedly took a step forward. She directly spread her long legs apart. Under Columbia's astonished gaze, Sandrone, forcefully face-to-face, sat directly on Columbia's lap. Sang. Columbia's terrified exclamation was completely sealed between her lips before it could click. With a slight mechanical sound, the cabin precisely stopped at the very top of the Ferris wheel. In that sacred moment, when the cabin reached its highest point, Sandrone actively leaned in and deeply kissed Columbia on the lips. She tightly wrapped her arms around Columbia's neck, pulling the girl close to herself, as if wanting to meld them completely into each other's essence. Columbia was completely stunned. Her bright eyes widened slightly in utter astonishment. She never imagined that Sandrone would dare to make such a bold move in this high-altitude environment. But this shock lasted only for a brief second. The next moment, instinctual joy instantly flooded Columbia's, and she obediently wrapped her hands around Sandrone's slender waist and back firmly, holding the Sandrone, sitting on her lap, tightly, against her, perfectly fitting together. This was an extremely long and profound kiss. Gone was the furious passion from last night. At this moment, Sandrone kissed with utmost seriousness, even imbued with a sense of profound reverence. Her tongue, though inexperienced, yet resolute, pried open Columbia's teeth, greedily savoring every sweet breath belonging to the girl. Their lips and tongues intertwined in the exceedingly small space, producing soft, breathless sounds that would make anyone blush. The morning light poured through the glass, unreservedly bathing the two tightly embraced figures. The posture of sitting on Columbia's lap allowed Sandrone to truly feel the incredible warmth emanating from them. Due to their close proximity, their heartbeats clashed violently against each other through the thin fabric, resonating in perfect harmony. The Ferris wheel slowly passed the highest point and began to glide down smoothly. Yet neither of them had any intention. Columbia's hand mischievously traced up Sandrone's back, enjoying the embrace from this usually aloof person. She fervently reciprocated the kiss, reclaiming the initiative and guiding Sandrone's inexperienced tongue to dance together. In this confined half-air prison, it felt as if the oxygen was being rapidly depleted. Only the sound of hurried breaths was infinitely magnified in this tranquil cabin. Sandrone's hands intertwined tightly at the back of Columbia's neck, her fingers forcefully threading through the girl's long hair. Her mind had completely shut down, turning into ashes of nothingness at that moment. All she knew was that she wanted this person. She wanted to be with her forever. If defying logic just once could exchange for that beautiful urban legend, she would willingly become a superstitious fool. The cabin slowly descended. This kiss felt as long as a century, and it was not until the Ferris wheel smoothly completed half a arc, almost returning to the ground, that Sandrone reluctantly, breathlessly released Columbia's lips. The two were tightly pressed against each other, their foreheads affectionately touching. Sandrone gasped heavily, her cold face completely flushed as if it were bleeding. The corners of her eyes glistened with a faint, mesmerizing blush from the extreme lack of oxygen and stimulation. Columbia's arms around her waist remained tightly secured, unwilling to loosen even an inch. Lady Sandrone. Columbia's hoarse voice echoed in the small space, imbued with a clear smile and unbreakable affection. Your earlier action is extremely inconsistent with your usual persona. Shut up. Sandrone, flustered and annoyed, buried her face in Columbia's neck, not daring to meet those teasing eyes. Sandrone still awkwardly tried to disguise her rapid heartbeat with stiff movements. That unfounded conjecture. Sandrone swallowed hard, gently nudging her nose against Columbia's neck, finally revealing her cards. I am willing to spend the long life ahead of me to rigorously verify its truth. So, you better stay with me forever. Nowhere to go. Hearing this awkward yet utterly romantic confession, the light in Columbia's eyes sparkled brightly. She tightened her arms softly yet firmly, responding in Sandrone's ear. As you command, my dear Sandrone. After descending from the Ferris wheel at 100 meters high, the two seemed to finally break through an invisible barrier, making the rest of their amusement park journey exceptionally smooth and sweet. Setting aside her overthinking, Sandrone remarkably indulged all of Columbia's unreasonable requests. They rode the carousel with Sandrone stiffly mounted on a pink unicorn, while Columbia took countless photos of her with her phone. They visited the bumper car arena, where Sandrone mercilessly eliminated any pedestrians attempting to collide with Columbia. They even indulged in an extremely sweet strawberry sundae, with Sandrone blushing as she ate a large spoonful of cream fed to her by the girl under Columbia's soft, coaxing demeanor. As the hour hand quietly pointed towards evening, the festive atmosphere in the amusement park not only did not wane, but rather reached its grandest climax of the day. Attention all guests, the Miracle Land Starry Fireworks Festival will commence in 15 minutes above the central castle. Please head to the viewing square. The announcement was drowned out by the excited cheers of the surrounding visitors. The crowd began to surge toward the central square like a tide, trying to secure the best viewing spots. Sandrone, the fireworks are about to start, let's hurry over. After a whole day of fun, Columbia seemed to finally be running out of energy, but the sparkle in her eyes remained bright. She took Sandone's hand, wanting to join the throng. Wait a moment. Sandrone firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her away from the crowded main road. Looking at the dense throng ahead, Sandrone frowned in disdain. The crowd density in the square has exceeded the safety limit, making trampling incidents highly likely. But if we don't go to the square, we won't see the complete fireworks show. Who said that? Sandrone slightly raised her chin, a glimmer of confident certainty flashing in her ice blue eye. As she spoke, Sandrone took Columbia's hand and walked towards an artificial lake on the edge of the amusement park. Follow me, I'll take you to a place with the best optical refraction rate. A few minutes later, they avoided all the bustling crowds and arrived at a tranquil grassy slope by the artificial lake. The terrain here was slightly elevated with no obstructions in front, and the massive central castle was clearly visible across the shimmering lake. Even better, this spot was upwind, with a gentle evening breeze caressing their faces, making it extremely pleasant. On the grassy slope, there were only a few couples sitting quietly, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Wow, the view here is truly amazing. Columbia exclaimed in surprise as she gazed at the unobstructed, expansive scene before her, turning to give Sandrone a big smile. As expected of my Sandrone. Sandrone felt slightly awkward from the compliment. She cleared her throat, removed her cold gray coat, and carefully laid it out on the cool grass. Sit down. The moisture from the grass can negatively affect your joints. Columbia's smile deepened. She obediently sat on the coat and naturally patted the empty space beside her. Sandrone sat down next to her. The evening breeze carried a hint of early autumn chill across the lake. After a day of fun, Columbia couldn't help but shiver slightly, instinctively hugging her arms. In the next moment, a warm arm firmly wrapped around her shoulders. Sandrone said nothing, naturally pulling the girl into her embrace. She used her thinly clad body to shield Columbia from the night wind behind them, allowing her to comfortably rest her head on Sandone's shoulder. Columbia obediently nestled closer, her head gently resting in the nook of Sandone's neck, inhaling the pleasant, slightly cool scent that lingered on her. Sandrone, aren't you cold? Columbia asked softly, her fingers subtly grabbing the hem of Sandone's shirt. When people cuddle together, the exchange of body heat creates a relatively enclosed small greenhouse effect. Sandrone continued to reply in her cold, academic tone, but the arm around the girl's shoulders tightened a little more. So as long as you stay close enough, the heat loss remains within a controllable range. Columbia couldn't help but chuckle lightly. She found herself increasingly fond of hearing Sandrone use such stiff scientific terminology to disguise her soft and protective heart. Okay, then it'll get even closer. Columbia eagerly snuggled closer into Sandone's embrace, wrapping her arms around Sandone's waist and pressing her cheek against her collarbone. The two sat quietly embraced on the grassy slope by the lake, waiting for the moment when the night sky would be illuminated. Surrounded by the sounds of chirping insects and the gentle breeze brushing over the water's surface, this small corner of the bustling amusement park seemed to be enchanted, peaceful, and beautiful. Whoosh! Suddenly a sharp sound sliced through the night sky. Then with a loud bang, an enormous golden peony-shaped firework erupted directly above the castle. Countless streams of golden sparks fell like a meteor shower, instantly illuminating the pitch-black night sky like daylight. The lake mirrored this dazzling spectacle, creating a breathtaking sight. Wow! Columbia exclaimed in awe, slightly tilting her head back from Sandone's embrace, her eyes reflecting the brilliant sparks filling the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Following that were countless colorful fireworks soaring into the sky, red, blue, purple, green. They intertwined and overlapped in the night sky, producing incredibly complex patterns. The massive explosions resonated in their chests, delivering an extreme audiovisual shock. Suddenly Sandone's lips were gently pressed by an incredibly soft fingertip. Columbia remained nestled in her embrace, using the glow of the fireworks to look up at her with extreme tenderness. Sandrone, at this moment the brain can be turned off. Columbia's voice seemed somewhat faint amidst the thundering sounds of the fireworks, yet Sandrone heard her clearly. The girl extended her hands, cradling Sandone's face, which flickered in the fireworks' illumination. Her eyes were devoid of the usual teasing and cunning, filled only with a pure, intense love. Don't worry about those. And don't bother with anything else. Just look at me. Sandone's breath hitched slightly. She lowered her gaze, looking at the girl in her arms, illuminated by the fireworks. In those eyes was the complete essence. Not even the most intricate and complex machinery in the world could replicate a fraction of the heartbeat this person brought her. Okay, I will only look at you. Sandone's voice was deep and hoarse. Taking the initiative, she cupped the back of Columbia's head with her large palm, and amidst the resounding fireworks, she kissed her with utmost precision and reverence. This kiss was not the reckless one from the Ferris wheel. It was incredibly gentle and prolonged, infused with a warmth that spoke of a tranquil passage of time. The sky was filled with brilliantly blooming fireworks above their heads, transforming into falling stars. Beneath this chaotic light and shadow, they simply held each other quietly, their lips brushing against each other. The sound of the explosions masked everything else, but Sandrone could clearly hear Columbia's soft whisper near. Sandrone, I had a great time today. In the future you have to keep accompanying me to watch fireworks. As long as you don't find it annoying. In the midst of the kisses, Sandrone awkwardly replied, yet the hand around the girl's waist provided the most assured answer. The fireworks display lasted a full 20 minutes. When the last grand golden waterfall in the sky slowly extinguished, the night sky returned to its profound tranquility. Only a faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, proving the brilliance of the earlier feast. Columbia still leaned against Sandone's embrace, neither of them in a hurry to get up. The surrounding crowd began to disperse slowly as the amusement park approached closing time. Let's go, my Sandrone. Columbia lazily stretched, rising from Sandone's embrace. Cinderella's magic is about to wear off, oh, we should head home. Sandrone stood up, naturally picking up the coat, brushing off the grass, and effortlessly draping it over Columbia's shoulders to shield her from the evening chill. She took Columbia's hand, their fingers intertwining perfectly. And in my territory, as long as I am here, the magic will never... Columbia paused for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. She adjusted the coat that carried Sandone's warmth, tightly holding onto her hand. Okay, then I'll rely on you for a lifetime. Hand in hand, they leisurely walked out of the amusement park gate, stepping on the moonlit ground. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the workshop. Sandrone pulled out the key and twisted open the heavy door. The moment she stepped inside, before she could even reach for the light switch, Columbia pressed against her from behind, her arms winding expertly around Sandrone's waist. Finally home. I'm so tired. The girl's voice was soft and languid, carrying the exhaustion of a full day at the amusement park. She rested her head on Sandrone's shoulder without hesitation. Sandrone stiffened slightly, then patted the back of Columbia's hand. Since you know you're tired, go take a shower immediately. Your body temperature is below average. If you don't get in contact with hot water, soon the probability of catching a cold will increase significantly. But I don't want to move. Instead of letting go, Columbia hugged tighter, nuzzling her head into the crook of Sandrone's neck. Can Sandrone carry me? An utterly preposterous suggestion. Sandrone rejected the clingy white rabbit without mercy, forcibly extricating herself from the embrace to flick on the room light. The bathroom is over there. All toiletries are new. You have 15 minutes to resolve your personal hygiene. Columbia pouted, knowing that this was just Sandrone's flustered Tsundere nature acting up again. She didn't persist, but instead leaned in with a sly smile and planted a kiss on Sandrone's cheek before obediently picking up her change of clothes and heading into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, Sandrone breathed a silent sigh of relief. She changed her clothes and walked over to her own bed. A dozen minutes later, the water stopped. Columbia emerged wrapped in the warm vapor of the shower. Her hair wasn't even fully dry. She glanced at Sandrone lying stiff as a board on the edge of the bed, then unceremoniously lifted the blanket and slipped in. The moment Columbia laid down, the two bodies pressed together seamlessly. Naturally, she turned sideways, wrapping her arms and legs around Sandrone like an octopus. She buried her face in Sandrone's chest like an exceptionally clingy cat, letting out a satisfied sigh. Sandrone's bed is still the coziest. You're pressing on my left arm. This will obstruct my blood circulation. Sandrone lay perfectly still, her voice dry and brittle. She didn't dare move even an inch. Then hold me tight. If you change position, it won't press anymore. Instead of backing off, Columbia inched even closer. In this intimate space, she could clearly feel the frantic pounding of Sandrone's heart. Sandrone, your heartbeat is overloading again. Columbia let out a soft laugh in the darkness, her tone dripping with undisguised teasing. It's a joke. How could I possibly, liar? Columbia cut her off, decisively silencing those feeble physical explanations. She tilted her head up slightly and gently bit Sandrone's chin. Your heart races because you're holding me. Right. Sandrone opened her mouth, the habitual words of rebuttal lingering on her tongue, but in the end she swallowed them. Under Columbia's straightforward and warm assault, every explanation seemed utterly superfluous. She let out a resigned sigh and finally abandoned her resistance. Sandrone extended the arm that had been pinned, hooking it around the girl's slender waist, pulling her firmly into her embrace. Resting her chin on Columbia's damp hair, Sandrone mumbled, both awkward and honest. You know it then. Now close your eyes and sleep. I need to hibernate. Columbia's eyes curved with immense joy in her arms. Good night, Sandrone. Good night. In the simple, quiet night, the two held each other tightly and drifted into deep slumber. As the soft light of dawn filtered into the room, it was already the next morning. At this moment, Sandrone lay on her side, the morning light gently illuminating the girl's face, revealing that her eyes were still slightly red, as if she had been crying not long ago. Her porcelain white thigh was wrapped in the blanket, and her steady breathing made her look like a quiet little cat. The weight was heavy, as if a large dog were clinging tightly to her. Columbia's leg lay awkwardly across Sandrone's knee, the kneecap pressing against her thigh. Suddenly the girl woke up, her voice still a bit hoarse. Columbia, are you next to me? Yes, I've always been here, Columbia said softly, gently cradling Sandrone's face and wiping away her tear stains. You bullied me. I hate you. Sandrone slowly began to wake up, her voice laced with a hint of a sob, feeling utterly drained, the soreness making her reluctant to move. Why do you say that? Columbia tilted her head, feigning innocence as she asked. You? Sandrone's face flushed slightly as she grabbed a pillow to cover her face. You clearly said you would be gentler, liar. I want to talk to you today. Sang Duon grew angrier the more she thought about it, repeatedly punching Columbia's chest. Idiot bad. I'm not talking to you. I absolutely won't talk to you today. I promise. Columbia gently grasped Sang Duon's wrist, pulling her delicate body into her arms, not allowing her to struggle, and placed a light kiss on her forehead. Be good, I will take responsibility for Sang Duon for a lifetime. Stop messing around, are we going to school? Sang Duon's head buzzed, and she finally nestled in the girl's embrace, nodding gently home. Sang Duon shook her head, struggling to get out of bed. After taking a step, her body swayed dangerously, and Columbia hurried over to support her. Be careful, don't fall. Sang Duon felt like she was being bullied, and indescribable frustration bubbled inside her, but she had no outlet, only glaring at the girl beside her. Let go, I can walk to the bathroom myself. No, it's too risky for you to walk to the bathroom in your current state. Columbia mimicked her usual tone, then disregarding Sang Duon's exclamations, bent down and effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry. Columbia, put me down. Sang Duon instinctively wrapped her arms around the girl's neck, her legs flailing, and protests are futile. Columbia hummed a little tune, carrying her effortlessly out of the bedroom and into the bathroom. She carefully placed Sang Duon on the sink, treating her like a fragile work of art. The mirror above the sink clearly reflected their appearances at that moment. Sang Duon looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were slightly red, her hair a mess, and worst of all, beneath the loose collar of her nightgown, the red and purple hickeys that spread from her collarbone deep into her skin were glaringly obvious against her fair complexion. Look at the good thing you've done. Sang Duon pointed at the mirror, her voice trembling. I have class today, oh, I have to wear a short-sleeved uniform. How will others see me? Columbia, while squeezing toothpaste, admired her masterpiece in the mirror. She showed no signs of remorse, instead leaning in to blow softly into Sang Duon's ear. Then just tell them you were bitten by a very fierce cat. Columbia placed the electric toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste in Sang Duon's hand, then picked up a comb and stood behind her, gently helping her untangle her slightly knotted long hair. The only sounds in the bathroom were the buzzing of the electric toothbrush and the rushing water from the faucet. The comb's teeth glided over the scalp, bringing a wave of comfortable, tingling sensations. Sang Duon looked at Columbia standing behind her in the mirror, her gaze focused and gentle. The frustration that had been swirling in her chest melted away like snow under the sun, unknowingly dissipating completely. After finishing her morning routine, Columbia carried her back to bed, even bringing her school uniform. Do you need help? Sang Duon's arms must still be sore, right? Columbia held the pristine school uniform, smiling like a mischievous fox. Immediately turn around and close your eyes. Sang Duon snatched the shirt from her, pointing at the bedroom door. You must not look back until I've changed. Columbia obediently turned around, even seriously covering her eyes. Listening to the sound of fabric rustling behind her, along with Sang Duon's occasional sharp intakes of breath due to muscle strain, Columbia couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. After about 10 minutes, the two fully dressed girls finally stood at the entrance of the workshop. Sang Duon endured the discomfort, meticulously fastening the top button of her shirt, even layering a thin knit cardigan over it, trying to completely cover the dangerous marks. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, pushed open the door, and the cool morning air rushed in, clearing her muddled mind. Let's go. Considering our current pace, we need to reach the bus station in 10 minutes, or else. Before Sang Duon could finish her habitual calculation, a warm hand squeezed into her fingers, intertwining them tightly. Columbia held her hand facing the rising sun, smiling brighter than the sunlight. It's okay, today we might just skip the first class together. But for now, good morning, my favorite. Sang Duon. Feeling the warmth from their clasped hands, Sang Duon slightly turned her head, trying to hide the blush creeping to her ears. She didn't pull away from that hand, and in the gentle morning breeze as they walked toward the street, she replied in a voice so soft only she could hear, tinged with extreme helplessness yet indulgent. A logical fool. Good morning. The morning rush hour bus resembled a tin can packed full of sardines. Sandrone harbored a deep disdain for such an inefficient mode of commuting that offered no personal space. Columbia did not cling to her like a koala as she had the previous night, but instead stood in an exceedingly clever pose, shielding Sandrone in a small corner at the back of the bus. The girl grasped the overhead ring with one hand, while the other rested lightly against the window glass behind Sandrone. With her arms and body, she created a safe zone for Sandrone, free from the crowd's squeeze. As the bus jolted, the mint-scented strands of Columbia's hair occasionally brushed against Sandrone's nose. If your arm muscles are sore, you can choose to let go. Sandrone's gaze fixed on the second button of Columbia's school uniform, shirt, her voice stiff and somewhat unnatural. Your biceps have been holding this position for over 10 minutes now. It's okay, I'm not tired at all. Columbia lowered her head and gave her a playful smile. The morning sunlight streamed through the bus window, casting a soft halo around the girl's long hair. Last night, Lord Sandrone exerted so much energy, you must really need to rest now. How could I bear to let you be jostled? Sandrone turned her face away, attempting to hide the blush creeping at the back of her ears. Yet she did not push Columbia's arm away. Instead, she subtly leaned into that safe zone. The two entered the classroom one after the other. This was the best science class in the entire grade. In everyone's perception, Sandrone was the perennial top student, a solitary genius who always tinkered with various strange mechanical parts. As for Columbia, she was the transfer student with a sweet smile and excellent rapport, making everyone feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. These two individuals seemed utterly unlikely to intersect. Until Columbia naturally pulled out the chair beside Sandrone, placing her light-colored backpack down the classroom's furtive glances finally retreated. Sandrone approached her seat prepared to pull out the chair and sit down, but suddenly froze mid-motion. On her usually rigid wooden chair, there was unexpectedly a soft cotton cushion with a bare pattern that she had not noticed. Sandrone stared blankly for a moment before turning to look at Columbia, who was rummaging through her backpack for textbooks. "Oh, I saw a senior handing out promotional gifts from the craft club while passing through the hallway, and thought this cushion was quite cute." Columbia rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched her. "Isn't your back feeling a bit uncomfortable today, Lord Sandrone? Try it out, it should help a bit." Sandrone's lips moved slightly. She certainly knew that the craft club could not possibly distribute such an expensive custom cushion. It was clearly prepared by someone in advance. "This soft filling will only ruin my originally standard sitting posture." Sandrone habitually countered with cold, academic terminology, yet her body obediently sat down. The moment she made contact with the cushion, the discomfort that had been swirling around her waist and abdomen was indeed greatly alleviated by its soft support. "How is it? Comfortable?" Columbia leaned closer, lowering her voice to ask. "Barely passable." Sandrone flipped open the book on her desk, her gaze fixed on the pages, her tone still stiff. The professor entered the lecture hall, lecture notes tucked under his arm, and inscribed a long string of intricate calculus formulas on the blackboard before launching into a monotonous, hypnotic explanation. For Sandrone, this class posed no challenge whatsoever, yet she maintained an upright posture, her gaze fixed intently on the board as her mechanical pencil rapidly deduced formulas on the scratch paper. Beside her, Columbia appeared far more casual. Unlike the other students scribbling furiously, she idly twirled her ballpoint pen, occasionally jotting a few lines in her textbook. More often than not, her gaze would involuntarily drift towards her deskmate. From the furrowed brow of concentration to the slender fingers gripping the pencil, the knuckles faintly pale. Probably due to prolonged writing and some physical exhaustion from the previous night, Sandrone's right hand, holding the pencil, paused noticeably. She frowned slightly, instinctively using her left hand to massage her aching right thumb and wrist. Just then a small pink paper ball rolled over from the side, landing precisely in the center of her scratch paper. Sandrone glanced at the professor, whose back was turned to the class, and unfolded the paper with her left hand. On it was a line written in exquisite cursive. The red alert for fatigue should have been triggered by now, right? Sandrone snorted softly, picked up her pen, and quickly replied beneath, "My endurance far exceeds your imagination. Shut up and listen to the lecture." She slid the note back. A few seconds later, a hand, well-proportioned with cool skin temperature, silently reached from under the desk and naturally covered Sandrone's left hand, resting on her knee. Sandrone's body instantly tensed. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but in public, she dared not make any noticeable movement. Fortunately, Columbia did not repeat last night's actions. Her hand simply held Sandrone's left hand gently and reassuringly. Then Columbia's thumb pad began to press precisely and softly on the acupoint at the tiger's mouth of Sandrone. The pressure was just right, with a touch of cool comfort miraculously relieving the soreness in Sandrone's arm. Sandrone turned her head stiffly, signaling wildly with her eyes, "What are you doing? This is the classroom." Columbia did not even glance at her. Her gaze remained fixed on the formulas on the blackboard, but the corner of her mouth lifted into an extremely gentle arc. Under the desk, the fingers that had been massaging her thumb quietly spread apart, naturally slipping between Sandrone's fingers, interlocking them. Palms touching, warmth transferring. In this quiet classroom, where only the sound of chalk tapping the blackboard echoed, the small space beneath the desk seemed to become a secret universe belonging only to the two of them. Sandrone took a deep breath and forced herself to look back at the blackboard. She tried to ignore the warmth from her left hand, but the logical defenses in her mind began to crumble like ice cream melting under the sun bit by bit. She gave up struggling, allowing that hand to hold hers tightly, and even at an angle Columbia couldn't see, she subtly squeezed back with her own fingers. "You two students by the window." The professor's voice suddenly rang out in the classroom, carrying a hint of examination. Sandrone's mind buzzed. She instinctively tried to stand up, her left hand attempting to pull away from Columbia's palm, but Columbia held tighter. "The female student on the right, please stand up and explain the third step of the derivation for the problem on the blackboard." The professor's chalk precisely tapped in Columbia's direction. Sandrone breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. Columbia had barely been paying attention just now. The calculation steps were very complicated. Could she answer? Columbia rose unhurriedly. Under the gaze of the whole class, she maintained that sweet, composed smile. "Expand the formula, introduce the remainder term for error estimation. Substitute the original function." After that, her clear, pleasant voice echoed in the classroom. To Sandrone's surprise, Columbia answered not only word for word, but also with a logical approach identical to what was written on her own scratch paper. "Finally, the conclusion is that the limit is 0. Excellent, very clear reasoning. Please sit down." The professor nodded approvingly. Columbia sat back down, turned her head, and met Sandrone's somewhat startled gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Columbia leaned closer, blinking with a smile. "Though I'm not as smart as Lady Sandrone, I can still keep up with the basics." As she spoke, she produced a beautifully wrapped strawberry mint candy from her pocket like magic, and during a moment when the professor turned away, she swiftly slipped it into Sandrone's palm. Good job, my little genius. A sugar supplement reward for you. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed across Sandrone's palm, sending a tingling sensation. Sandrone looked at the pink candy in her palm. The wrapper glittered with fine reflections under the sunlight. She pursed her lips and muttered softly. Excessive intake of simple sugars causes drastic blood glucose fluctuations. That's not a scientifically sound way to replenish energy. Then will you eat it? Unwrap it. Columbia chuckled softly, obediently tore open the wrapper, and brought the fragrant candy to Sandrone's lips. The cool mint blended with the sweet strawberry flavor melted in her mouth. Sandrone felt that hand under the desk interlocking with hers once more, listening to the occasional chirping of cicadas outside the window. No racing heartbeat, no dangerous pressure. As the school bell rang, the campus broadcast above the blackboard in the classroom crackled with a brief electric sound. The penetrating voice of the head teacher echoed, "Attention, all students and teachers, please proceed to the playground immediately. Repeat, all students and teachers, please head to the playground for this week's morning assembly break. Please ensure discipline in your classes." The previously quiet teaching building erupted like a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. The corridor was filled with the harsh sounds of chairs scraping, students' complaints, and the chaotic footsteps of those rushing down the stairs. Amidst this noise, Sandrone remained seated at her desk. She leisurely closed the book on her desk, aligning it precisely with the corner of the table with an error margin of no more than 2 millimeters. Beside her, Columbia rested her chin on one hand, smiling brightly, as she watched Sandrone organize her desk with no intention of joining the assembly. As members of the student council, they had the privilege to remain in the teaching building during the morning assembly for floor discipline. This privilege felt particularly precious today, at least for Sandrone, whose legs still ached subtly. Escaping the pointless runs back and forth and standing for 40 minutes was nothing short of a great rescue. 5 minutes later, as the last few procrastinating boys rushed down the stairs, the entire teaching building fell silent. "Let's go, it's time for patrol." Sandrone took out the deep blue armband printed with the words "Student Council" from her drawer and skillfully pinned it to her. She stood up, attempting to maintain her usual brisk pace, but as she stepped out the classroom door, the soreness in her right side made her steps momentarily falter. Columbia, walking beside her, keenly caught this detail. The girl said nothing but naturally slowed her pace, adjusting her rhythm to match Sandrone's perfectly. The two walked side by side down the empty corridor. Sunlight streamed in through the huge glass windows on one side, stretching their shadows long. The entire building was so quiet that the only sounds were the soft rustling of their school uniform skirts and the crisp sound of leather shoes on the terrazzo floor. This tranquility, in stark contrast to just a few minutes ago, added a hint of intimacy that belonged solely to the two of them. They followed the corridor to the central observation terrace on the 3rd floor. This was the best vantage point in the entire campus. From the playground below, it was hard to discern the specific movements of those standing here. Sandrone approached the railing, her hands clasped on the cool concrete surface as she looked down from above. The green lawn and red rubber track were densely filled with students in uniform. From the 3rd floor, it appeared like a gigantic matrix composed of countless pixels. The formation of Class 2 in the 2nd year deviates at least 15 degrees vertically. The edges of Class 7's formation are jagged, clearly indicating that some are whispering to each other. Sandrone observed the formation below, critically judging the scene before her. This chaotic assembly is a tremendous waste of time and spatial resources. If it were up to me. Yes, if it were up to Lady Sandrone, everyone would definitely align, like perfectly meshing gears. Columbia lightly interrupted her cold, rigid theory with a chuckle. She stepped beside Sandrone, mimicking her posture as she rested her arms on the railing. A gentle breeze, carrying the warmth of early summer, swept by, tousling Columbia's long hair, with a few rebellious strands grazing Sandrone's cheek. An incredibly pleasant scent mixed with the sweetness of a strawberry mint candy enveloped Sandrone in an instant. Sandrone slightly turned her head, intending to remind her to maintain social distance, only to find Columbia was not looking at the playground. The girl was slightly tilted, her beautiful eyes fixed on Sandrone, filled with a warmth that even sunlight. "Why are you looking at me? As a member of the student council, your focus should be on potential disciplinary issues below." Sandrone cleared her throat awkwardly, trying to mask her suddenly quickening heartbeat with a serious tone. "I'm just fulfilling my duties." Columbia blinked, innocently leaning slightly towards Sandrone. "What's so interesting about those disordered formations? My focus, of course, should be on the school's smartest, most meticulous, and also the cutest student council officer." Sandrone bit her lip and muttered 2 words, choosing to turn her head away, no longer looking at the troublemaker, who always easily disturbed her. However, while her words were firm, her body was quite the opposite. To maintain that aloof and rigorous posture, Sandrone kept her leg muscles tensed. As time passed, the soreness seeping from her bones became increasingly pronounced. She couldn't help but subtly shift her weight to her left leg, trying to ease her right leg a bit. At that moment, when she slightly adjusted her weight, a warm, soft hand quietly pressed against her lower back. Sandrone stiffened, instinctively wanting to move away, but that hand held her steady. In the corridor of the teaching building at this unique moment, when all faculty and students were gathering on the playground from below, it appeared as if the two on the 3rd floor terrace were simply standing side by side, maintaining an entirely normal distance. In the dead corner of the concrete railing, Columbia had naturally stepped half a step forward. She stood slightly behind Sang Duanai, her left hand casually resting on the railing, while her right hand firmly pressed against Sang Duanai's lower back. Moreover, Columbina even slightly bent her right knee, cleverly supporting Sang Duanai's trembling thigh. This was a posture imbued with protectiveness and support. Let go. Sang Duanai lowered her voice, her ears instantly flushed. She nervously glanced at the playground below. There are so many people down there, and the head teacher is still speaking on stage. If we're seen, you won't be seen. Columbina's voice was soft, carrying a comforting charm. Not only did she not release her grip, but her palm pressed slightly harder against Sang Duanai's lower back. She tilted Sang Duanai's body slightly backward, allowing most of her weight to lean against Columbina's arm. Shift your weight to me. Your legs were shaking when you stood up in the classroom just now. Columbina's tone was devoid of her usual teasing, filled instead with genuine concern. You always demand useless data. How come you're so oblivious to your own bodhi signals? Even if you're strong-willed, you don't need to maintain that perfect facade in front of me. The hand pressed against her lower back radiated continuous warmth, gently kneading the sore spot on Sang Duanai's. Under that perfectly measured force and tender tone, the tension in Sang Duanai's mind suddenly snapped. She no longer struggled. Sang Duanai slowly exhaled, her previously rigid spine gradually relaxing. She abandoned the physically exhausting standing posture, allowing herself to lean most of her weight against the seemingly delicate, yet incredibly reliable embrace behind her. This was an extraordinarily marvelous experience. Ahead lay the noisy playground, the long speech booming from the loudspeakers. Behind her was the heartbeat and warmth belonging to another person. She was no longer the one who had to maintain an absolutely cold heart. Now she was an ordinary girl who needed support because she was tired. If you injure yourself from bearing my weight, I won't reimburse you for the medical fees. Sang Duanai stared at a banyan tree on the playground, maintaining her awkward tone, but her voice was as light as, "Understood, Lady Sang Duanai. My carrying capacity has been rigorously tested, you know." Columbina chuckled softly. With her free left hand, she naturally helped Sang Duanai smooth her hair that had been tousled by the wind, then her fingers gently moved down. She carefully adjusted the neckline of the thin knitted sweater worn to conceal the marks, her fingertips occasionally brushing against Sang Duanai's fair neck, sending a slight tingling sensation. The two stood quietly in the corridor, unconcerned with the complicated matters nor the disordered formations below. The wind swept over the playground, bringing the fragrance of unknown flowers from afar. Columbina quietly acted as Sang Duanai's personal support wall, occasionally whispering trivial jokes in her ear. Meanwhile, Sang Duanai rebutted with cold data while peacefully enjoying this hidden care. There was no overwhelming heartbeat nor suffocating possessiveness. What existed was merely the sweetness that felt just right, like adding a spoonful of honey to plain water. 40 minutes later, the head teacher's lengthy speech finally concluded amidst thunderous applause. The formations on the playground began to disperse, the originally neat squares instantly transforming into countless small dots rushing toward the teaching building. All right, break time is over. The main force is returning. Columbina lightly released her hand from Sang Duanai's waist, stepping back half a step, and they restored their standard distance of standing side by side. Without the support behind her, Sang Duanai straightened her body. After 40 minutes of physical relief, the soreness in her legs had indeed lessened significantly. She turned her head to look at Columbina, who was adjusting her sleeves beside her. Sunlight poured over the girl's flawless profile, as if nothing had ever happened. "Let's go, Lady Sang Duanai. We need to patrol the hallway discipline now." Columbina turned her head, winked at her, and then naturally extended her hand. She lightly patted the hem of Sang Duanai's school uniform, brushing off an invisible speck of dust. Sang Duanai said nothing. She merely raised her hand to readjust the student council armband on her left arm. At the corner of the corridor, just before the first wave of noisy crowd heading upstairs arrived, Sang Duanai swiftly whispered in a voice only they could hear. "Just now the weight test passed." After saying this, she quickened her pace ahead, without looking back, leaving Columbina standing alone in place. Watching the girl's ears turn red from shyness and her noticeably lighter steps, Columbina smiled happily in the bright sunlight of the corridor. At precisely 12 o'clock noon, the school bell resonated throughout the entire teaching building, instantly shattering the previously oppressive atmosphere in the classroom. The physics teacher at the podium hadn't even finished drawing the complex force analysis diagram. The boys in the back row rushed out of the back door like wild horses unleashed. Following that were the jarring sounds of chairs scraping against the floor and the echo of running feet in the corridor. The din of discussions about what dishes to grab at the canteen intertwined to form a massive sound web. Sang Duan sat expressionless in her seat, her brows tightly furrowed. For someone whose legs were still weak and who deeply despised crowds, going to the canteen now was akin to enduring a brutal physical punishment. Based on my current energy expenditure and the harshness of the environment, I have decided to forego a proper meal. There's a tube of concentrated nutritional paste in my bag, sufficient to sustain me through the afternoon classes. Sang Duan murmured softly, while pulling open the zipper of her bag, preparing to implement her minimalist survival plan. However, a warm hand suddenly reached over and decisively pressed down on her bag. Application denied. Columbina had somehow appeared beside her desk. The girl holding her light-colored bag with one hand smiled at her. "That kind of nutritional paste is only suitable for extreme conditions. Sang Duan, you exhausted so much energy last night. You must consume proper food at noon. Upon hearing the words, last night, Sang Duon's fingertips trembled sharply, and a suspicious flush appeared on her previously cold cheeks. She cast a wary glance at her classmates who had not yet left, lowering her voice as she gritted her teeth in rebuttal. You ignorant fool. Going to the canteen, now just the calories burned waiting in line far exceed the energy a meal can replenish. Who said we were going to squeeze into the canteen? Columbia chuckled lightly, her fingers naturally sliding down Sang Duon's bag, taking hold of her wrist, and come with me. Today at noon, we will solve this at the convenience store. 5 minutes later, the campus convenience store. The situation here was not much better than at the canteen. The aisles were packed with students buying instant food to save time. The air was filled with the aroma of dashi broth, the scent of instant noodles, and various noisy conversations. Sang Duon stood in front of the cold, fresh cabinet, feeling somewhat irritated by the throng of people around her. Surprisingly, she was not pushed in any substantial way. This was because Columbia was standing behind her, propping herself against the edge of the glass door of the cold, fresh cabinet with one hand, using her body and arm. In the crowded flow of people, she created a small, safe zone for Sang Duon. What do you want to eat? Columbia leaned closer to her ear, her warm breath brushing against Sang Duon's earlobe, carrying a hint of pleasant mint fragrance. A whole wheat tuna sandwich. How boring. Columbia shook her head with a smile, reaching for 2 tuna sandwiches, then scanning the nearby shelves. She also grabbed a box of strawberry milk and a thick chocolate-drizzled cake. Excessive sugar intake can lead to severe fluctuations in blood sugar. Your choices are extremely unhealthy. Sang Duon glanced at the calorie bomb cake, instinctively giving a negative review. But life needs a little sweetener. Let's go, time to check out. Columbia ignored her admonishment, naturally taking Sang Duon's hand with her free hand, guiding her through the crowded checkout. Carrying a plastic bag filled with food, the two walked out of the bustling supermarket, heading towards the girls' dormitory. Compared to the teaching building and canteen, the dormitory area was particularly quiet at noon. Sunlight filtered through the gaps of the sycamore trees along the road, casting mottled light and shadows on the asphalt pavement. As Sang Duon stood at the stairway looking at the 3 long concrete steps before her, her breath involuntarily caught. For her at this moment, climbing stairs was not her strong suit, especially after last night. Some excessive exercise had left her inner thigh and waist muscles still in severe soreness. She gritted her teeth, reached for the handrail, and took the first step. As soon as she exerted force with her right leg, a sharp pain shot through her bones. Sang Duon's body wobbled slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. Just as she prepared to force herself to take a second step, an irresistible force from behind stabilized her. Columbia had somehow moved to her side and slightly behind. The girl switched the bag containing their lunch to her left hand, freeing her right hand to naturally press against Sang Duon's lower back. It was a secret support in a visual blind spot. The warmth from her palms seeped through the thin summer school uniform, continuously soothing Sang Duon's sore lower back. Columbia even applied a slight upward lift, sharing most of Sang Duon's body weight. Let go. This is a stairway, people can pass by at any moment. Sang Duon lowered her voice, her ears instantly turning red. There won't be anyone, oh, everyone is in line at the canteen. Columbia not only didn't let go, but also leaned in a bit closer, her tone carrying an unmistakable hint of concern. Shift your weight onto me. Your legs were trembling earlier. Being stubborn could lead to muscle strains, my lady. Sang Duon. Under that perfectly measured force, the tight nerve in Sang Duon's brain suddenly relaxed. She stopped struggling and allowed the warm palm to support her. In the empty corridor, only the sound of their footsteps and slightly hurried breaths remained. This hidden reliance in a semi-public space made Sang Duon's heartbeat race again. A few minutes later, on the 3rd floor corridor, accompanied by the crisp sound of a key entering the lock, the heavy anti-theft door swung open. Upon entering, Sang Duon felt like a machine that had run out of power, wordlessly walking to her chair and sitting down weak. The air conditioning was turned on, and the cool breeze quickly dispelled the slight heat from climbing the stairs. Columbia placed their lunch in the middle of the joined desks and pulled out her chair, sitting next to Sang Duon. Drink some water first. Columbia opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Sang Duon, then tore open the package of the tuna sandwich. Here, the most cost-effective source of energy you requested. Sang Duon took the sandwich and silently took a bite. The whole wheat bread was somewhat dry, but the savory taste of the tuna did indeed replenish the salt her body needed. She chewed quietly, her gaze falling on the 2 empty beds across from her. Yet her mind was filled with the warmth of Columbia's palm from earlier on the stairs. Don't just eat that, it's too dry. The sound of plastic wrapping crinkled beside her. Columbia inserted a straw into the pink strawberry milk and pushed it directly to Sang Duon's lips. I won't drink this, but contains excessive food additives and syrup. Sang Duon instinctively recoiled, attempting to refuse. Just take a sip. Consider it a reward for me helping you. Columbia didn't retract her hand, but instead propped her chin with one hand, smiling as she looked at her. Or does Lady Sang Duon wish to pay me back in another way? Her gaze swept aggressively over Sang Duon's lips and collarbone. Sang Duon's face flushed again. She had no doubt that if she refused, this unpredictable person would definitely do something even more outrageous than forcing her to drink milk. Gritting her teeth, she resignedly leaned and taking a large sip from the straw. The rich strawberry sweetness exploded in her mouth, unexpectedly neutralizing the dryness of the whole wheat bread. Seeing Sang Duon obediently comply, Columbia's eyes crinkled with satisfaction. She also took the calorie-laden chocolate cake and scooped a large piece into her mouth with a plastic spoon. A simple lunch unfolded in an extremely quiet atmosphere. Just as Sandrone finished the last bite of her sandwich, Columbia suddenly reached out. Her cool fingertips naturally brushed against Sandrone's chin, the pad of her thumb gently wiping at the corner of Sandrone's lips, removing a small crumb of bread. No matter how clever you are, you still get food on your face while eating. Columbia withdrew her hand, lightly pinching the crumb between her fingers as she chuckled. Sandrone sat stiffly in her chair, feeling the lingering cool sensation from the corner of her lips. Her heart raced. She opened her mouth, but when she met Columbia's eyes filled with mirth, all explanations got stuck in her throat. After eating and drinking to her fill in that quiet space, with just the two of them coupled with the severe exhaustion from last night, a wave of intense drowsiness swept over Sandrone's mind. She rubbed her eyes, and with some difficulty stood up, preparing to rest on the bed. Wait! Columbia grabbed her. Columbia effortlessly pulled Sandrone back, pressing down on her shoulders to have her sit back in the chair. Then Columbia turned around, leaning against the desk, patting her thigh. If you don't mind, Lady Sandrone can use my legs as a temporary pillow. There are 40 minutes until afternoon classes. Sandrone looked at the long, fair legs, and the remaining rationality in her brain told her that this sleeping position was extremely ergonomically incorrect and could easily lead to nerve compression for the other person. However, under the dual temptations of intense sleepiness and the inexplicably comforting mint fragrance, she ultimately gave up resisting. She pushed two chairs together, took off her shoes, curled up her legs, and cautiously rested her head on Columbia's knee. It was really soft and the temperature was just right. If your leg gets numb, I'm not responsible. Before fully falling asleep, Sandrone instinctively dropped a cold disclaimer. You don't need to be responsible. Columbia looked down, watching the girl in her arms who had finally let down all her defenses, her face serene like that of a small cat. She reached out her fingertips, gently weaving through Sandrone's long hair, soothingly tracing the contours of the afternoon sunlight penetrated the glass door of the dormitory balcony, casting a warm halo over the two of them. Listening to the girl's gradually calming and elongated breaths, Columbia's lips curved into an exceptionally gentle arc. She lowered her head and placed a feather-like kiss on Sandrone's forehead. Good afternoon, my lady. Sandrone, gazing at the girl's peaceful sleeping face on her lap, Columbia swallowed, slightly unable to resist reaching out to poke her cheek, feeling the soft plush texture. Clearing her throat, Columbia glanced around, then pinched Sandrone's lips again, marveling at their softness before her face flushed with a hint of guilt over what she was about to do. Ahem, anyway, when Sandrone wakes up, she won't know what happened. Columbia slowly slid her index finger into the girl's mouth, sensing the reaction. Then came a sharp pain. Sandrone had bitten down on Columbia's finger. Columbia hastily pulled it out, her heart racing with panic, but the girl murmured, "Bad guy, he'll bite you. He'll bite you. He'll bite you." Columbia leaned down again, confirming the girl was only talking in her sleep, and breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the familiar warmth, the girl's tense body slowly relaxed and softened. So scared of being separated from Columbia. Yup. The girl's slightly tearful whisper suddenly drifted over. Don't want to be separated from Columbia. Never. Hearing this, Columbia paused for a moment. The girl sensed her presence even in sleep. Then, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her mouth, she softly kissed the girl's forehead. Don't worry, we'll never be apart. He'll always be by Sandrone's side. Nothing can separate us. I'm so scared. Promise me, okay? I promise, Sandrone. Nothing can separate us. Nothing. With this vow almost like a spell, Columbia's hand gently enveloped Sandrone's, which was clutching the hem of her skirt. Their warmth intermingled, and Sandrone finally calmed completely, her breathing becoming deep and steady once more. Time flowed quietly in the stillness. After an unknown duration, a sharp, jarring preparatory bell suddenly pierced through the soundproof door of the dormitory, echoing in the hallway. 1:30 in the afternoon. 15 minutes until the first afternoon class. Stirred by the bell, the person sleeping on her lap finally began to move. Sandrone's eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her eyes with excruciating slowness. Her brain had just rebooted, her vision still blurry. She felt a slight ache in her neck, and her cheek was pressed against something incredibly soft that smelled of mint. Lifting her gaze, she saw Columbia's smiling face. Good afternoon, Lady Sandrone. Has the hibernation mode ended? Columbia tilted her head slightly, her tone light, as if she hadn't been the one making such a fervent oath moments ago. Sandrone froze for 2 seconds as memories slowly resurfaced. She suddenly realized her current position. She had actually slept on Columbia's lap for the entire noon break. With a jolt, Sandrone sat up straight, as if shocked. The sudden movement caused a momentary blackout from insufficient blood flow to her brain, and she nearly collapsed back down. Careful. Getting up so fast after waking will drop your blood pressure. Columbia quickly reached out to steady her shoulder. Sandrone shoved her hand away, turning her back to Columbia. While frantically tidying her disheveled hair, she spoke at a rapid pace to mask her fluster. Also, your leg muscles have been under gravitational pressure. By now they must be numb. As if to confirm her words, the moment Columbia tried to stand, an intense needle-like pins and needles sensation shot through her legs. Ouch! Columbia yelped, her body losing control and collapsing back into the chair, her pretty face scrunching up like a bitter gourd. They're really numb. Completely without feeling. Lady Sandrone's head is so heavy. That's called mass not weight. And I warned you long ago. Hearing the complaint, Sandrone turned around. Though her words remained sharp when she saw Jelenbia's tightly furrowed brows from the numbness, a flicker of concern and remorse passed through her eyes. Sandrone sighed and crouched down. What are you doing? Jelenbia blinked, startled by the girl suddenly kneeling before her. Promoting microcirculation in the lower limbs. Sandrone kept a straight face, extending her hands to press and knead Jelenbia's calf muscles with inexperienced yet earnest movements. Her slightly cool fingers applied just the right amount of pressure, gradually relieving the maddening pins and needles sensation. Jelenbia looked down at Sandrone, who was crouched in front of her, earnestly massaging her legs with downcast eyes. The sweetness in her heart nearly overflowed. If her legs weren't so numb she couldn't move, she would have pulled this contradictory girl into an embrace right now. If you can't walk independently within 5 minutes, I'll leave you here and go to class alone. Feeling the intense gaze on the top of her head, Sandrone's ears reddened, and she deliberately pressed harder. Got it. Jelenbia's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled like a cat that had been petted. 1:40 in the afternoon. When they were both dressed, neatly walking out of the dormitory one after the other, the hallway was already filled with students hurrying to class. The sunlight dispelled the last trace of afternoon laziness. Sandrone still wore a stern face as she led the way, while Jelenbia followed with her hands behind her back, her steps light, less than half a meter behind. There was no hand-holding, no boundary-crossing gesture between them. But if Jelenbia reached out, she could always touch the figure she had sworn to accompany forever. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds fell in neat stripes upon the dark gray experimental table. A faint metallic smell of oxidation lingered in the air, pungent to some perhaps. But for Sandrone, it was like returning to the domain where she felt most at ease. The first class of the afternoon was a group experiment measuring unknown resistance using the voltammetry method. Naturally, Sandrone and Jelenbia were assigned to the same group. At this moment, Sandrone had completely shed the drowsy and fragile look she wore during the afternoon break. She stood straight before the lab bench, the cuffs of her school shirt neatly rolled up to her elbows, revealing her fair, slender forearms. Her expression was focused and stern. With practiced ease, she connected the sliding rheostat, ammeter, voltmeter, and power supply in series using wires. Before closing the switch, ensure the sliding vane of the rheostat is at the maximum resistance to protect the circuit. Whispering the procedure to herself, Sandrone swiftly threaded the wires among the complex metal terminals with her fingertip. Beside her, Jelenbia propped her cheek on one hand, watching her idly. The intricate circuit diagrams on the blackboard failed to claim even a second of her attention. Her gaze was entirely fixed on Sandrone's profile, watching the girl's slightly pursed lips in concentration, watching those usually placid eyes now gleaming with brilliant light. Lady Sandrone is truly captivating when she's serious, Jelenbia murmured, leaning closer, her voice dripping with undisguised admiration. If you can't make any tangible contribution to the experiment, at least keep quiet and do not disturb me, Sandrone retorted coldly, without looking up. She connected the last wire to the circuit, took a deep breath, and prepared to close the switch. But I really can't understand those winding lines on the blackboard, Jelenbia said. Instead of backing off, Jelenbia leaned her body closer to Sandrone's, obliterating the already narrow gap between. Her arm pressed naturally against Sandrone's, the touch of skin brought a cool shiver. Deskmate, won't you teach me? Jelenbia drew out her syllables, her voice soft and syrupy like a melting marshmallow. Sandrone's finger, which was about to press the switch, froze. Your knowledge base clearly has severe gaps, she said stiffly, turning her head to try to create some distance. Exactly, that's why I need you to guide me step by step, Jelenbia said, seizing the opportunity. She naturally reached out and covered Sandrone's hand that held the switch. The back of the girl's hand was cool, yet her fingertips held a soft warmth. Jelenbia exerted no force, merely loosely enveloping Sandrone's hand, guiding her to press down the black knife switch together. A soft click, the circuit was completed. The needles of the voltmeter and ammeter instantly deflected, tracing a steady arc. But Sandrone's heartbeat at that moment had completely derailed. Look, the needles moved, Jelenbia whispered in her ear, smiling lightly. What next? Sandrone's mind went blank for a moment. The hand held by the other seemed to be charged with a faint current, a tingling sensation racing along her nerve ending straight to her central nervous system. She took a deep breath, desperately summoning her remaining reason, trying to mask her fluster with the most professional term. Next, we need to adjust the sliding vane of the rheostat to calculate an average and reduce the error. How do I adjust it? Jelenbia still hadn't let go. She even went further, resting her chin lightly against Sandrone's shoulder. Use your hand to push that black insulating slider. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Sandrone jerked her hand back and stepped half a pace away.